How can one encapsulate the remarkable achievements of Wang Xu, the chairman of Chuanxing Technology, in a single sentence, with the livelihoods of 1 million migrant workers at stake? Wang Xu, a web novelist, succumbed to exhaustion while racing against deadlines, only to find himself reborn in his youthful days, now equipped with a 20 trillion investment return system as long as the investment projects incur losses, regardless of the magnitude of the financial deficit. An equivalent amount of personal assets can be returned. What is there to hesitate about? Is it not merely a matter of burning through cash? Burn. Provide social insurance and housing funds for delivery personnel and couriers. If there's a shortage of manpower for projects, hire more overtime is strictly prohibited. If purchasing property is an option, never resort to renting if establishing a factory is feasible. Do not delegate to subcontractors significant financial investment in research and development. Wang Xu is willing to do anything as long as it involves expending money. Chapter 1. The 20 Trillion Investment Return System. September 2012. Xiang Province, Star City, Xiangnan University. Su Guer, your internship is approaching where your plans? In a hazy daze, Wang Xu heard someone calling his name, jolting him awake from slumber. Upon opening his eyes, he was greeted by the sight of a ceiling fan spinning overhead, leaving him perplexed. Was I not typing away on the high-speed train? What on earth is this place? Hey, Sugur, I'm talking to you. A donkey-faced figure leaned over the edge of the bed, entering Wang Xu's line of sight. Huang Bo. Upon seeing that familiar face, Wang Xu was momentarily taken aback, questioning whether he was dreaming. This was his closest roommate during university, but after he left for the north, they had not crossed paths again. If this isn't a dream, how could they suddenly meet? Are you still half asleep? Huang Bo, sporting a donkey-like visage, noticed his friend's dazed expression and waved his right hand. Seeing that he still hadn't garnered attention, he shrugged. Fine, you keep sleeping, we can chat about the trivial matters later. With that, Huang Bo returned to his side, sitting at the desk beneath his bed. Witnessing this scene, Wang Xu couldn't help but furrow his brow that a bed above a desk wasn't this the quintessential configuration of a school dormitory? A high-speed train does not look like this. Wait a minute, at the dormitory? A shiver ran down Wang Xu's spine as he abruptly sat up. The ceiling fan, 4 bunk beds with desks below, a sink by the window, and a closely situated bathroom. This was undeniably a university dormitory. Realizing this, Wang Xu hurriedly began to rummage through his bed. Before long, he fished out a mobile phone from beneath his pillow and took a closer look. Indeed, it was the Huawei Ascend P1. His very first smartphone, a telecom contract version, acquired for $0 upfront, but requiring a monthly expenditure of 189 yuan. Illuminating the screen, he saw the date, September 13th, 2012, at 8:23 a.m. Wang Xu couldn't suppress a gasp of astonishment. The much-celebrated trope of rebirth had unexpectedly manifested in his life. He had returned from 2025 to 2012, the first semester of his senior year, right before his impending internship. Wang Xu pondered he hadn't hit the jackpot. So how had he stumbled upon such a fortuitous event? Indeed, a stroke of good fortune, a truly significant opportunity. Who wouldn't wish to revisit the past, armed with insights ahead of their time, to lead a more vibrant life? Thus, Wang Xu swiftly embraced this reality and began contemplating his next steps. Should he pursue an internship at Huawei Information as he did in his previous life? Then transition to working at Lu TV and, after accountant Jia returned from the US next week, shift to various departments within the Bear Paw factory? Reflecting on it, Wang Xu realized that after joining Bear Paw, he had engaged in numerous endeavors from group buying to food delivery to transportation but had achieved nothing of significance. Given a second chance, I refused to wander aimlessly through life again. A resolute glint flickered in Wang Xu's eyes as he resolved to enact change. At that moment, a translucent interface materialized before him, displaying lines of text. The 20 trillion investment return system is now active. Investment losses correspond to asset returns. Host, Wang Xu. Total investment fund pool, 20 trillion. Personal funds, 1,369.4. Usage instructions, click to expand. Web novels do not deceive indeed. A traveler must possess a golden finger. Wang Xu readily accepted the arrival of this golden finger, mentally clicking on the usage instructions to read attentively. Usage instructions. Rule 1. Investment funds may only be utilized for lawful and ethically sound commercial activities, not for personal consumption. Rule 2. At regular intervals, The system provides a set amount of investment funds. If all of this amount is lost within the stipulated period, an equivalent amount of personal funds will be returned. Rule 3. The host does not receive dividends from projects funded by investment capital, but may only earn a salary in accordance with the standard business regulations. Rule 4. Investment funds cannot be used for speculation, hoarding, or charitable donations. The 20 trillion investment return system comprises a mere 4 straightforward rules. Unlike other similar systems that impose a plethora of restrictive conditions on the host's actions, it does not overwhelm with excessive stipulations. Nor does it feature an exaggerated wealth-loss conversion ratio. It even grants the host a salary. A conscientious system. Truly, I am overwhelmed with emotion. Regardless of whether the company profits or incurs losses, I emerge victorious. Wang Xu instantly grasped the essence of this system, invigorated by the revelation. Upon further contemplation, the system's rules indeed resonated with the realities of the business world. How many individuals have driven companies to ruin, burning through investors' funds while pocketing substantial profits for themselves? Wang Xu immediately resolved to tread the same path. Isn't entrepreneurship merely about starting a company? Have I never seen a pig run after all? Moreover, while earning money is arduous, incurring losses is far simpler. Countless companies strive to generate profit, yet end up deep in the red. Take the example of smartisan phones. Thus, it is remarkably easy to sustain losses. One merely needs to operate a company normally, aiming for profit without resorting to desperate measures like CEO pay. Especially, one must avoid becoming a riddle, provoking employees to guess their own ideas. Mao Zedong's theories sufficiently illustrate the significance of individual initiative. To act as a riddle maker that ignites employees' initiative? That would be disastrous. In an instant, creativity and work enthusiasm would be an all-time high, making it difficult even to incur losses. With this thought in mind, Wang Xu was devoid of hesitation. The translucent interface promptly displayed a new line of text. Please name your company. Click here to input. After a moment of contemplation, Wang Xu mentally input Chewinching Technology Company, Ltd. It is said that gathering is like a blazing fire, while scattering is akin to a sky full of stars. May the future employees of the company be like those stars, united in purpose, exerting collective strength. Internal strife and inefficiency are the most fatal factors leading to a company's downfall. Perfect. Wang Xu applauded his own brilliant naming choice. Chewinching Technology Company, Limited registration complete. Registered capital, 100 million yuan. Paid in capital, 100 million yuan. Please define the scope of business. Click here to input. Wang Xu pondered for a moment and decided to draw upon his prior work experience to finalize it, mentally inputting internet, food, drink, entertainment, clothing, and transportation. Scope of business defined. Business license information established. General projects, technical services, technical development. Click to expand. Permitted projects. First-class value-added telecommunications services, second-class value-added telecommunications services. Click to expand. With nothing pressing on his agenda, Wang Xu leisurely explored the general projects and permitted projects, his mind buzzing with information. Almost 200 items encompassed all aspects of internet, food, drink, entertainment, clothing, and transportation within the company's operational scope. From the business licenses perspective, Chewinching Technology essentially represented a hybrid of Mate 1 and Didi. IT could even extend into e-commerce, online video, short videos, and live streaming, akin to an internet smorgasbord. The system truly is remarkable. Indeed, Wang Xu silently praised, only to notice the semi-transparent interface updating with another line of text. Task 1. Within 3 months, incur a loss of 100 million yuan for Chewinching Technology. Do you accept? Was there any need for hesitation? Wang Xu resolutely responded, accept. Chapter 2. The Commencement of Extravagance. Mission accepted. Countdown. 3 months. Casting a fleeting glance at the latest subtitles, Wang Xu willed the system interface to vanish, redirecting his thoughts towards the entrepreneurial venture he was about to embark upon. Burning through 100 million within 3 months posed a formidable challenge. Indeed, the plethora of available projects was overwhelming, rendering the decision-making process quite arduous. At that moment, his roommate Huang Bo, residing in the adjacent bunk, rose and approached with a concerned expression. Su Ge, are you awake? Care for a casual chat? Abruptly brought back to reality. Wang Xu temporarily set aside his monetary concerns and luxuriated in a hearty stretch. Awake? What would you like to discuss? As he spoke, he descended from his bed. Having just awoken, his eyes were still bleary, and he felt rather uncomfortable. A splash of water on his face was in order. Huangbo stepped aside, his demeanor turning serious as he inquired. With internships looming, I have two options, but find myself indecisive. I was hoping Su Ge could offer some insights. The span from 2025 back to 2012 was a daunting 13 years, and many memories had faded into obscurity. However, Wang Xu's recollection of Huangbo's internship was remarkably vivid. This fellow had managed to secure internship offers from both Goose Factory and Bear Paw Factory simultaneously. Wang Xu distinctly remembered that Huangbo ultimately interned at Bear Paw and successfully transitioned to a permanent position. Yet, he was later poached by Zero Byte Company, enjoying a brief period of glory before becoming embroiled in a wage dispute, leading to a less than favorable situation. Wait a moment, Zero. As this thought crossed his mind, inspiration struck Wang Xu. When it came to burning cash, shared bicycles certainly represented a lucrative avenue. If one were to truly unleash their financial resources, not only could they easily expend 100 million in 3 months, but even $1 billion would be well within reach. Expanding on this idea, the ongoing group buying war, the imminent competition in food delivery, and the soon-to-begin market battle in ride-hailing services all represented splendid opportunities for monetary expenditure. Furthermore, these ventures perfectly aligned with the operational scope defined by Xingxing technology, encapsulating the realms of leisure, sustenance, and transportation. Upon reflecting on the delineated operational parameters, it became evident that Wang Xu had subconsciously gravitated towards these sectors. However, his earlier thoughts had lacked clarity. With this newfound understanding, Wang Xu's train of thought became remarkably lucid. Taking a deep breath to quell his excitement, he walked towards the wash basin by the window while articulating, "If you genuinely seek my advice, I suggest you opt for Goose Factory." Having shared a dormitory for 3 years, their bond was close enough to eliminate any reservations about speaking candidly. "Why is that?" Huangbo followed closely behind, pressing for an explanation. "Please, enlighten me, Su Ge." As Wang Xu twisted the faucet, splashing water onto his face, he instantly felt rejuvenated. Drying his face with a towel, he turned to face his roommate and stated earnestly, "Goose Factory has firmly established itself as the leader in the realm of internet social networking. Consequently, all its operations are underpinned by a robust backbone, demonstrating evident growth potential." "But what does Bear Paw have?" Huangbo scratched his head, perplexed as he responded. "It has a search engine, and it's diversifying with services like maps, forums, and music, all thriving ventures with considerable growth potential." "Right? A search engine?" Wang Xu chuckled lightly. What major internet company does not possess one? These alternatives can easily replace each other. Unlike Goose Factory, Bear Paw has yet to establish a definitive advantage or protective moat. Furthermore, I've contemplated Robin's capabilities in terms of vision and acumen. He pales in comparison to Pony. They say a train runs swiftly because of its locomotive. With Pony at Goose Factory, why would you choose to go to Robin's Bear Paw? "Ah, I see." Huangbo nodded, deep in thought. He then redirected the conversation. "What about you, Su Ge? Do you still plan to accept Teacher Li's arrangement and intern at Huawei Information?" At this, Wang Xu pressed his lips together, momentarily at a loss for words. Although Xiangnan University is a prestigious double first-class institution, its strongest disciplines lie in civil engineering, chemistry, and automotive engineering. The computer science program is still in its nascent stages. Comparatively unremarkable. A significant portion of students from the School of Computer and Communication find internships at Huawei Information, a partnership with local software firms in Xing City. Few, like Huangbo, who managed to secure internship offers from major internet companies like Bat or Pig Factory, are exceptions rather than the rule. Wang Xu's academic performance and technical skills were actually superior to Huangbo's. The reason he opted for Huawei Information in his previous life was not due to an inability to secure offers from major companies, but rather a desire for a recommendation for further studies. The Li teacher Huangbo mentioned had verbally promised that if Wang Xu completed a project during his internship, he would secure a recommendation slot. However, after the project was completed, the opportunity ultimately vanished. This academic manipulator was both despised and favored by certain older male professors. Recalling these unpleasant experiences, Wang Xu's mood soured slightly, and he replied coldly, "I do not plan to intern." "Not interning?" Huangbo exclaimed in surprise. "Su Ge, what has prompted this change? Or have you found another avenue?" Wang Xu candidly responded, "I intend to start my own business." Such a venture was bound to draw attention and could not remain concealed, nor was there any need to hide it. "Starting a business?" Huangbo's expression transformed dramatically, his face a canvas of astonishment. "This is no jest. Funding is a significant hurdle. What if you incur losses?" "I will secure investment. I am not afraid of losses." Wang Xu replied nonchalantly, choosing not to elaborate further. Huangbo opened his mouth, intending to voice his thoughts, but the words caught in his throat, refusing to come out. "You've secured investment? When did this happen? Weren't we all supposed to work hard together?" He pondered silently. bewildered that his friend had quietly taken on the role of a boss. After a moment of stunned silence, Huang Bo adopted a fawning demeanor. Have you truly secured funding? Master, what do you think of me? May I serve under you? I have modest expectations. Just a salary of around 10 to 18,000 will suffice, along with an internship certificate stamped. This was merely a jest between friends. The internship experience at a startup bore little resemblance to that at a major internet company. Huang Bo could not possibly be serious. Wang Xu took it lightly, exchanging a few playful jests with Huang Bo before moving on from the topic. He then opened the wardrobe beside his desk, donned a clean black t-shirt and deep blue jeans, and set out to burn some cash. An hour and a half later, Wang Xu found himself seated in the reception area of Bo Air Jia Human Resources Company, facing a seasoned headhunter consultant who introduced himself as Thomas. Bo Air Jia, a local enterprise in Xi'an province, primarily provides human resource consulting services for the IT and fast-moving consumer goods industries and is a partner of the international recruitment firm Randstad. I am seeking to hire an executive assistant with an administrative focus, offering an annual salary of 350,000 to 400,000. The requirements are simple. Someone who speaks little but is capable of getting things done. I need a human resources director, also offering a salary range of 350,000 to 400,000, requiring prior experience in major internet companies. I am in search of a marketing director with a salary of 400,000 to 500,000, who has experience in the fast-moving consumer goods sector, is young, and willing to travel extensively. Lastly, I am looking for a strategic investment director with a salary ranging from 800,000 to 1,000,000, requiring experience in both domestic and international internet giants. Without hesitation, Wang Xu promptly submitted 4 job orders. According to the standard fee structure of recruitment agencies, the estimated cost for these 4 orders would range between 500,000 and 750,000. Thomas's breathing grew noticeably heavier. This substantial order must be secured. Chapter 3. The Affluent Company. Money can make even the devil work. Driven by a commission of no less than 500,000, Thomas exerted every effort and, in less than half an hour, presented a remarkably impressive resume for the position of executive assistant to Wang Xu. Wu Xiyun, a 33-year-old woman, graduated from Fudan University with a bachelor's degree in English language and literature, complemented by a minor in business administration. She furthered her education with a master's degree in public administration from Harvard University. Following her graduation, she spent 2 years as a management trainee at Unilever's China headquarters, rotating through the marketing department and the president's office. Subsequently, she was recruited by Procter & Gamble China as a senior executive assistant to the president, indicating a promising career ahead. The reason for her resignation from such a prestigious position to return to Xi'an province was her aging parents. She sought a job closer to home to provide care for them. Upon reviewing the resume, Wang Xu was exceedingly pleased and promptly inquired, "When can we schedule an interview?" Thomas replied with a smile, "I will arrange it right away, no later than tomorrow afternoon. Please also pay attention to the other 3 positions and recommend suitable candidates as soon as possible. Rest assured, we are dedicated to serving you wholeheartedly," Thomas assured him. Wang Xu nodded in agreement, signed the contract, paid the deposit, and stood to leave, while Thomas warmly bid farewell to his benefactor. The following day, at 10 a.m., in a Starbucks located in the Wanda Plaza of Keifu District, after an engaging conversation, Wang Xu presented his terms to the charming young woman seated across from him. An annual salary of 400,000 with a separate year-end bonus. All Social Security benefits, including the 5 insurances and 1 fund, would be fully provided. Wu Xiyun, with a gentle demeanor, replied, "Mr. Wang, as you know, my return to Star City is primarily to care for my parents, which affects my work hours." Wang Xu raised his right hand to interrupt her, stating earnestly, "Chuanqing Technology advocates for efficient work, strictly adhering to an 8-hour workday and a 2-day weekend. Employees are entitled to all statutory holidays, and should any special circumstances require overtime, the overtime pay will be 2 to 3 times the regular rate." Hearing these words moved Wu Xiyun. Such treatment from a company is exceedingly rare among domestic enterprises, if not entirely non-existent. Prior to the interview, she had researched that Chuanqing Technology was a newly registered startup. Typically, startups demand their employees to work tirelessly, often sacrificing personal time. Were it not for the knowledge that Chuanqing Technology's registered capital was 100 million, and its paid-in capital also amounted to 100 million, she might have suspected it to be a fraudulent company. Considering her ailing mother and her father's limited mobility, along with the fact that a salary of 400,000 is indeed substantial, Wu Xiyun quickly made her decision. "Mr. Wang, it is an honor to serve as your assistant." "Excellent," Wang Xu replied with a smile. leaning forward to give her a gentle handshake. He then stated, "Your first task is to prepare your own employment contract. And your second task is to assist the company in securing an appropriate office space." "Understood, Mr. Wang," Wu Xiyun responded promptly, shifting into work mode. She retrieved a pen and a small notebook from her bag, jotting down Wang Xu's instructions, while asking, "Mr. Wang, what are your requirements for the office space?" "I have only two requirements," Wang Xu said, raising his right index finger. "Firstly, it must be upscale, and secondly, it should be conveniently located for employee commutes. The company is financially robust." Wu Xiyun noted these two criteria, contemplated briefly, and quickly proposed, "Mr. Wang, how about the Wanda Headquarters International nearby?" "That works, go negotiate." "I want an entire floor," Wang Xu decisively instructed. "Understood, Mr. Wang," Wu Xiyun acknowledged, taking swift action. In less than an hour, she called Wang Xu to inform him that she had secured an entire floor on the 44th level of an office building. She then inquired about the principles for purchasing office furniture. Wang Xu advised her to proceed with the principle of not being constrained by budget, emphasizing the need for the company to appear impressive while also being friendly to employees. With clear directives, Wu Xiyun advanced her work seamlessly. Desks, chairs, greenery, computers, printers, projectors, and other office supplies were all selected with comfort and luxury in mind. After all, the boss had stated there was no need to save money. Why should employees skimp on costs? Under the impetus of financial resources, various office furnishings arrived at an astonishing speed. Within 3 days, the office space of Chuanxing Technology was fully set up. On September 18, 2012, at 9 a.m., Wang Xu stood before the floor-to-ceiling windows of the president's office at Chuanxing Technology, gazing down at the mighty Xiang River flowing northward, feeling quite elated. In these 3 days, Executive Assistant Wu Xiyun had exhibited remarkable efficiency, and he, as the president, had not lagged behind. Not only did he leverage the extensive network of the seasoned headhunter Thomas to recruit a human resources director, Mo Ting, a marketing director, Lu Daqiang, and a strategic investment director, Hu Baiyan, but he also engaged 2 other headhunting firms to hire a financial director, He Xinyu, a legal director, Zhang Wei, a network technology director, Mei Zhiren, and a smart terminal technology director, Qi Wanchun. Knock, knock, knock. The office door was rapped upon. "Come in," Wang Xu responded. Turning back to his desk, the bespectacled beauty assistant, Wu Xiyun, pushed the door open and reported at the threshold, "Mr. Wang, director, who has arrived. Please invite him in," Wang Xu instructed. Moments later, Hu Baiyan, the strategic investment director of Chuanxing Technology, entered the president's office. Hu Baiyan was an urbane gentleman in his early 40s. Having worked at multiple firms on Wall Street, including a high-ranking position at J.P. Morgan Chase, China. A few years prior, he had left J.P. Morgan and semi-retired. His return to a startup like Chuanxing Technology was prompted by a serendipitous encounter with his true love, a painter 18 years his junior. While traveling through the beautiful landscapes of his homeland, those familiar with the arts understand that it is a field where earning money is as arduous as climbing a mountain. Yet spending it flows effortlessly. Faced with the increasing expenses, Hu Baiyan, who had previously enjoyed financial freedom, found himself compelled to return to work. Given that his beloved wife had opened a gallery in Star City, he declined offers from several major cities and chose to join Chuanxing Technology. "Director Hu, please take a seat." Wang Xu gestured to the chair opposite his desk with politeness. "Mr. Wang, what can I do for you?" Hu Baiyan inquired directly as he settled into his seat. Wang Xu picked up several blueprints from the side and slid them across the table towards Hu Baiyan, stating, "Director Hu, in the next 5 to 10 years, the company will require a substantial number of bicycles and electric bicycles. I prefer not to procure them from the market, as quality control is a concern." Hu Baiyan glanced at the blueprints, quickly grasping Wang Xu's intent. He replied in a measured tone, "Mr. Wang, are you considering acquiring a bicycle factory?" "Indeed," Wang Xu nodded. "This is not a difficult task," Hu Baiyan responded with ease. "The key is determining the scale of the factory to be acquired and the acquisition budget. 50 million. The company will allocate a budget of 50 million for you." Wang Xu gestured with his open hand, his gaze unwavering. Chuanxing Technology has no shortage of funds. Chapter 4, Starfire Research Institute. "I will take care of it right away." Without hesitation, Hu Baiyan accepted the directive and rose to leave. His nature was such that he moved with the grace of a gentle breeze, yet acted with the swiftness of the wind. When it came to enjoyment, he was leisurely. But in his work, he was resolute and efficient. Now that he had joined Chuanxing Technology, he was determined to live up to the annual salary of 1 million offered to him. There would be no slacking off. Wang Xu watched him depart, then pressed the call button situated at the upper left corner of his desk. Soon, Wu Xiyun entered the office. "Mr. Wang, what do you need?" "Please have Director Mo and Director He come in," he instructed. "Understood." 5 minutes later, Human Resources Director Mo Ting and Financial Director He Xinyu entered the president's office together. Mo Ting was a remarkable woman in her 30s who, after her wealthy husband's infidelity, had ejected him from their home with a lawsuit, taking their 3-year-old daughter back to Star City to restart her life. He Xinyu, now 43, has dedicated over a decade to her career at PricewaterhouseCoopers. Due to personal and familial circumstances, she has chosen to return to her hometown, Star City. Retirement is far from her current reality. At her youthful age, she must balance caring for her family while seeking employment. The allure of Chuanxing technology lies in its promise of no overtime, allowing her the opportunity to harmonize her professional and personal commitments. Mr. Mo, Ms. He, we must expedite our recruitment efforts. All departments are in dire need of additional personnel. The human resources and finance departments must collaborate closely on this matter, Wang Xu stated without preamble. Wang Xu, not one for pleasantries, directed Mo Ting and He Xinyu to take their seats before outlining the tasks at hand. Understood, Mr. Wang. With her left hand cradling a notebook and her right clutching a fountain pen, Mo Ting inquired, "What directives do you have regarding recruitment?" He Xinyu mirrored her posture, ready to engage. Wang Xu, having contemplated his strategy beforehand, replied promptly, "The company is financially robust and must not shortchange its employees. Develop a salary framework that exceeds at least the median level of industry compensation. Additionally, ensure that benefits such as Social Security, the 5 insurances and 1 fund, transportation allowances, housing subsidies, and meal allowances are maximized." He paused, emphasizing, "The company will primarily focus its recruitment efforts on individuals aged 35 and above, as well as recent university graduates." "Excuse me?" Mo Ting gasped, taken aback. While recruiting recent graduates is a standard practice, the notion of targeting seasoned professionals over 35, amidst a trend where companies are offloading such employees, seemed paradoxically unwise. Wang Xu, sensing their skepticism, waved his hand dismissively. "I understand you may disagree, but I am not interested in your opinions. I require your execution. Comprehend this. Whether you understand or not, you must implement it. Is that clear?" "Understood." Mo Ting and He Xinyu responded in unison. They exchanged glances, each reflecting a mix of confusion and an indescribable emotion, perhaps admiration intertwined with pride. Ultimately, it was not a negative sentiment. "Proceed with the execution," Wang Xu reiterated, gesturing for them to leave. As they approached the door, he added, "Oh, please have Assistant Wu invite Director Mei and Director Qi to my office." "Certainly, Mr. Wang," they replied in unison, stepping out. Before long, the Director of Network Technology, Mei Zhiren, and the Director of Intelligent Terminal Technology, Qi Wangchun, arrived at the president's office. Mei Zhiren, 37, a graduate of Huazhong University of Science and Technology, acquired both his Master's and doctorate from Stanford. He had held a significant technical position at Facebook until he was abruptly accused of stealing company secrets. Though ultimately exonerated after a 6-month investigation, he lost his stock options and struggled to find suitable employment in Silicon Valley, eventually returning to China in frustration. Qi Wangchun, 38, with both his bachelor's and master's degrees from Northwestern Polytechnical University, left his nearly decade-long tenure at Zoomlion due to a technical dispute. Both men are esteemed in their fields, yet have faced significant setbacks in their careers. Directors Mei and Qi, please take a seat. Wang Xu, who also has a background in technology, expressed his respect for technical personnel. Once seated, he got straight to the point. "Directors, you will coordinate with Ms. Mo regarding the recruitment for the Network Technology Development Department and the Intelligent Terminal Division. I have but one requirement." Leaning forward attentively, both Mei Zhiren and Qi Wangchun signaled their readiness to listen. Wang Xu emphasized, "Swiftly and proficiently." "Swiftly and proficiently?" Mei Zhiren pondered for a moment before asking, "Mr. Wang, may I recommend some candidates?" He elaborated, "There are companies in Silicon Valley currently targeting Chinese and Asian engineers, many of whom, like myself, seek a change in environment due to discrimination." Wang Xu nodded in agreement. "As long as they genuinely wish to return and possess the necessary skills, let them come." "Excellent," Mei Zhiren exclaimed, clapping his hands. "With Chuanxing Technology's competitive working conditions and salaries, we will undoubtedly attract a wealth of talent. I will reach out to my contacts immediately." Qi Wangchun chimed in. "Mr. Wang, I also have like-minded friends seeking a new environment. May I recommend them as well?" He believed that the era of intelligent technology was imminent, and even engineering machinery should evolve in that direction. However, with Zoomlion's revenue and profit plummeting, funding for research and development had tightened. "Absolutely," Wang Xu replied decisively, but added, "However, the only smart product we are currently developing for market release is a smart lock with positioning capabilities. Other products and technologies will remain in reserve until the opportune moment arises." It would be impossible for Qi Wangchun not to feel disappointed. The transition from large machinery to small locks was a stark contrast. Yet, he astutely grasped the core of Wang Xu's message and asked with a hint of excitement, "Technical reserves? Mr. Wang, could you elaborate on that?" Wang Xu replied calmly, "The company intends to venture into the Internet of Things, smart home technology, and new energy vehicles. I have decided to establish the Spark Research Institute to engage in relevant technical research and product pre-development. A single spark can ignite a prairie fire." Spark Research Institute. Both Mei Zhiren and Qi Wanshan exclaimed in unison. Their astonishment stemmed not from ignorance. Both had worked at companies with research institutes, but rather from the realization that a nascent company like Chuanxing Technology planned to establish such an entity from its inception, signaling a profound commitment to research and development. For technical professionals, a company's stance on R&D is crucial. It suggests that they can not only earn a salary, but also explore innovative ideas. If they could achieve results backed by the company's R&D funding, they might enjoy lifelong dividends as renowned experts. Recognizing the establishment of the Spark Research Institute ignited a fierce ambition within both men. They locked eyes, each seeing the fiery determination mirrored in the other. "Mr. Wang, I formally request to join the Research Institute," they exclaimed in unison, driven by enthusiasm. "Very well. The establishment of the Spark Research Institute will proceed systematically, but let us first discuss our immediate tasks," Wang Xu interjected, redirecting their focus. He picked up a few bound A4 sheets and handed them to Mei Zhiren, stating, "Director Mei, this outlines my vision for the company's official website and the Xuanlian travel app. Please take a look." In the forthcoming month, the Development Department of Network Technology is tasked with bringing their projects to fruition. Mei Zhiren promptly took the A4 sheets, meticulously perusing the contents. Inscribed upon the paper were Wang Xu's designs for the company's official website and the Xuanlian travel app. Having transitioned through numerous departments at Bear Paw Factory and interacted with no less than 30 product managers, Wang Xu had garnered a modicum of understanding regarding product design. After all, a programmer who does not deride product managers as fools is not a true balding individual. Wang Xu's submission of this product design was not an attempt to assume the role of product manager at Xuanxing Technology, but rather to establish a broad framework and maintain directional oversight. The content on the paper was not extensive, and Mei Zhiren swiftly absorbed it. His extensive experience in product development allowed him to discern that, despite its rough edges, this design was purposeful, and he promptly declared, "President Wang, I understand. I will implement this upon my return." "Excellent." Wang Xu nodded gently, then picked up several other A4 sheets and handed them to Qi Wanshan. "General Manager Qi, these are my conceptualizations for the smart lock and electric-assisted bicycle. Please organize a team to deliberate on them and expedite a technical proposal that aligns with this vision, along with a feasible production plan." "Understood, President Wang," Qi Wanshan affirmed as he accepted the A4 sheets. Wang Xu nodded in response, glancing at his phone to check the time. Mei Zhiren and Qi Wanshan exchanged knowing looks and rose to take their leave. "It seems I ought to find time to purchase a watch," Wang Xu pondered, watching them depart. As the owner of the company, he felt an oddity in lacking a watch on his wrist. Wang Xu quickly resolved that once the first month's salary was disbursed, he would indeed procure one, not necessarily an extravagant or lavish piece, but at least something to wear. He then redirected his attention to the company's affairs, ringing the bell to summon his executive assistant, Wu Xiyun, instructing her to bring in marketing director Lu Daqiang and legal director Zhang Wei. Shortly thereafter, the two arrived together. Lu Daqiang, a 37-year-old male, graduated with a bachelor's degree in marketing from Fudan University, with a minor in psychology. He earned his master's degree from Northwestern University's Kellogg School of Management, specializing in marketing and strategic management. Initially serving as a senior marketing manager at Coca-Cola's Southeast Asia division, he later became the regional sales general manager for South China at Procter & Gamble. Due to personal and family reasons, he left PG and spent 3 years recuperating at home before being recruited by Xuanxing Technology. Zhang Wei, a 42-year-old male, completed his undergraduate studies at Tsinghua University's law school and earned his doctorate from Harvard Law School. He previously held positions as a lawyer at Baker McKenzie's Hong Kong office, a partner in the corporate MA department at King Wood Mallesons in Shanghai, and a partner in the commercial law department at Clifford Chance in Beijing. He is particularly adept at designing tax structures and establishing risk avoidance mechanisms, having participated in numerous multinational mergers and acquisitions. Similarly, he left major cities and large corporations to return to Star City due to personal and family reasons. "Mr. Lu, Mr. Zhang, please take a seat." Wang Xu courteously welcomed the two directors before swiftly addressing the matter at hand. "Mr. Lu, the company requires you to assemble a sales and operations team capable of covering the 6 provinces and 1 city of central China within a month. You will draft the budget, I will authorize it, and the finance department will disburse the funds. For recruitment, Coordinate with the Human Resources Department. Is that agreeable? Lu Daqiang, a robust man standing at 184 meters tall, exuded an aura of honesty and reliability, making it easy for others to place their trust in him. President Wang. Forming the team is straightforward. The key lies in understanding the project details in advance, enabling targeted recruitment and training. Without hesitation, Lu Daqiang responded, brimming with confidence. Indeed, Wang Xu nodded in affirmation, appreciating Lu Daqiang's assurance. He continued, I will soon establish the Xinglian Travel Division, with the slogan Xinglian All Things, Travel Freely, primarily focusing on bike sharing and ride-hailing projects. Initially, we will concentrate on bike sharing, and once the team is well coordinated, we will venture into the ride-hailing industry. Thus, the company needs a robust ground promotion team and a reliable operations team. Lu Daqiang seized the opportunity to inquire. For covering the 6 provinces and 1 city in central China, should we first secure the entirety of Xiangnan, and after honing the team's capabilities, gradually expand outward? Wang Xu replied, Mr. Lu, how to build the team, cultivate its synergy, and capture the market is your responsibility. The company sets the goals and focuses solely on the results. Process and challenges are of no concern. After a brief pause, Wang Xu emphasized, Mr. Lu, the company will provide social security and comprehensive benefits for every ground promotion and operations employee, along with competitive salaries and perks. Do you understand what I mean? Absolutely. Lu Daqiang straightened up, striking a pose reminiscent of a commander pledging an oath, and declared, the marketing department guarantees to fulfill all tasks assigned by the company. His exclamation was heartfelt. After all, this involved social security and comprehensive benefits. Moreover, with competitive salaries and perks, who wouldn't he be tempted to strive for outstanding performance? Wang Xu was immensely satisfied with Lu Daqiang's spirited response. A strong leader begets a formidable team. With Lu Daqiang at the helm, the marketing department staff would undoubtedly be a pack of ravenous wolves. In due course, the bike-sharing and ride-hailing services under Xinglian Travel would surely seize a substantial market share, accelerating the pace of expenditure with remarkable efficiency. Chapter 6. Getting on track. The marketing department had a month to prepare. While pleased, Wang Xu refrained from any celebratory indulgence. He earnestly instructed, in this month, Mr. Lu, your marketing department must conduct thorough research on the foot traffic and vehicle flow at universities, office buildings, communities, and residential areas across the 6 provinces and 1 city of central China. Based on the research findings, devise a deployment and operations plan for the bike-sharing initiative. Once the Xinglian Travel app launches and the bike-sharing project commences operations, this plan must be ready for immediate implementation, yielding effective results. Lu Daqiang once again pledged his commitment. Understood. Wang Xu nodded and then turned his attention to the return talent, legal director Zhang Wei. He solemnly reminded, Mr. Zhang, as you have heard, the forthcoming Xinglian Travel Division will primarily engage in bike sharing and ride-hailing. The relevant laws and regulations in this sector are still evolving. It is imperative for your legal department to devise and implement risk avoidance mechanisms to ensure that the company can conduct its business efficiently while steering clear of legal infractions. Zhang Wei adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses and replied nonchalantly, this is the duty of the legal department. Please rest assured, President Wang. Additionally, Mr. Zhang, please speak candidly. Sushing Technology values openness and equality. As long as it does not involve personal attacks or violate public morals, everyone in the company is welcome to express their opinions. Noticing Zhang Wei's hesitation, Wang Xu promptly reassured him. In truth, he genuinely intended to foster such an environment. In his previous life at Bear Paw Factory, he had found the pervasive bureaucratic decay utterly detestable. This stifling atmosphere made everyone cautious in their speech, fearing that a misstep could offend a superior and lead to retribution. In this new life, as he established his own company with a robust safety net, he was unafraid of financial loss and was determined to pursue happiness unfettered. For someone who had once toiled as a mere cog in the machine, the most gratifying endeavor was to dismantle the very burdens that had once impinged upon his joy. As a lawyer, Zhang Wei was particularly skilled at reading the room and could discern sincerity. He immediately set aside his reservations and candidly remarked, moreover, establishing relevant risk avoidance mechanisms solely through the legal department is insufficient. Collaboration with the government relations and public relations departments is also essential. Upon hearing this, Wang Xu contemplated. So, Mr. Zhang is suggesting that the company expedites the formation of these 2 departments, correct? Precisely, President Wang, Zhang Wei affirmed. Very well. Wang Xu responded affirmatively and decisively pressed the call button. Within a minute, the assistant to the president, Wu Xiyun, entered the office and gently inquired, President Wang, what instructions do you have for me? Wang Xu replied, please notify General Manager Mo and contact the headhunting company to expedite the recruitment of the directors for the government relations and public relations departments. Once they are successfully hired, assist both directors in swiftly establishing their respective departments. Understood, President Wang Xu acknowledged, jotting down the order in her notebook with a pen before asking, "Do you have any other instructions?" "No, that will be all. You may go." Wang Xu shook his head and glanced at Lu Daqiang and Zhang Wei, saying, "You two may also get back to work." "Yes, President Wang," they replied in unison, exiting the president's office in a line. After their departure, Wang Xu rose and approached the floor-to-ceiling window, gazing down at the Xiang River, contemplating the series of arrangements he had just made. He lacked experience in managing a company in his previous life, merely applying the knowledge he had acquired from leading teams in project development. Thus, he was uncertain whether his arrangements were reasonable or if there were any oversights. After a moment of deep thought, a self-mocking smile crept onto Wang Xu's lips. After all, with the system as a safety net, the more the company lost, the more he personally profited. Why bother with such concerns? What a foolish self-infliction. Whether the company thrived or faltered, his only pursuit was to find joy. With that thought, Wang Xu felt a sense of liberation, as if the shackles had been cast away and clarity emerged within his heart. "I am but a tiny bird, yearning to soar yet unable to rise high." Suddenly, his phone rang, signaling an incoming call. Wang Xu fished his phone out of his pocket, glancing at the caller ID, which read Teacher Li. After a moment's hesitation, he answered the call. "Hello, Teacher Li, is there something you need?" "Wang Xu, I see that you've submitted your internship preferences, but why did you choose Star Technology? Didn't we agree that you'd go to Huawei Information to help me complete that project?" Came the slightly hoarse voice of a middle-aged man from the other end. Wang Xu paused for a moment before responding with a hint of sarcasm. "Teacher Li, I inquired and found that the graduate school recommendation quota does not include me. It's gone to Li Tian." With that, he hung up the phone and blacklisted Teacher Li's number. Let the matters of the past drift away with the wind. If an opportunity arises to take revenge, he would do so mercilessly. However, there was no need to waste time and energy on such distasteful individuals. Meanwhile, on the other end of the line, Teacher Li, with a troubled expression, embraced a graceful young woman. "Is something wrong, teacher?" The girl, the designated candidate for the graduate school recommendation, Li Tian, inquired in confusion. "Nothing," Teacher Li replied, putting down his phone and burying his face amidst the soft curves of the young woman's figure, concealing his emotions. In a moment of contemplation, he devised a strategy to cope with the unexpected turn of events. He had no intention of confronting Wang Xu, nor did he dare to. After all, should this matter come to light, it would have no impact on Wang Xu but would jeopardize his own reputation and well-being in his later years. "It seems I must find someone else to help me complete that project," Teacher Li thought absently as he squeezed some facial cleanser. Meanwhile, in the office of the president of Star Technology, just after Wang Xu had blacklisted Teacher Li's number, he received another call, this time from Huang Bo Su Ge. "I'm leaving." Huang Bo's voice, a mix of excitement and melancholy, came through as soon as the call connected. "Where to?" Wang Xu asked with concern. "Pingcheng." "To the Goose Factory," Huang Bo replied. After a moment of thought, a smile graced Wang Xu's lips as he wished. "I wish you a smooth transition in your new role at Goose Factory and a future full of promise." "Huh." Huang Bo paused, quickly catching on and chuckling. "If that's the case, does that make me Huang Xiling and Pony my mentor? Once I get there, I'll be like the reverse of Tian Gang, battling against Ma Bangda. But who would be Zhang Matzi?" Wang Xu laughed. "Guess." The two bantered playfully, dispelling the subtle sadness of parting, and ended the call amidst laughter. With the departure of his closest roommate, Wang Xu felt little attachment left to the school. He then dedicated himself wholeheartedly to the work at Star Technology. Writing code was out of the question. It would cause hair loss. He could only adopt the demeanor of a president, sternly prohibiting employees from working overtime without authorization. Anyone who dared to do so would see their salary raised. Chapter 7. Acquisition of Jinmin Feech. Work is over. Shut down your computers, quickly. On September 29, 2012. At precisely 5:00 p.m., Wang Xu stepped out of the president's office, loudly proclaiming, after more than 2 weeks of adjustment, all employees of Star Technology, occupying the entire 44th floor, had become accustomed to their president's eccentric working style. In this world, aside from Star Technology, which president would urge their employees to leave work punctually every day? Such a dereliction of duty. Volunteering to stay late was not enough. One had to submit a formal request and obtain joint approval from their department head and the HR department to work overtime. One particularly bold employee, having been groomed by a prominent company, bravely inquired, "President Wang, other companies practically beg their employees to work overtime. Why are our company's regulations that you can't arrive more than 15 minutes early and can't leave more than 5 minutes late?" Wang Xu replied with a smile, referencing a meme that had yet to gain widespread popularity. "For a few $100 a month, why risk your life?" This exchange quickly spread within the company. It was only then that the employees, many of whom had previously experienced the harsh realities of the corporate world, began to believe that the company's commitment to an 8-hour workday, double weekends, mandatory holidays, and overtime pay was not mere rhetoric. Realizing this, the employees, who had all faced the rigors of corporate life, became fervently motivated. Particularly, the motley crew of keyboard warriors in the network technology development department not only hammered away at their keyboards with fervor, but also thumped their chests in jubilation, mimicking gorillas while roaring with excitement. Had Star Technology not rented an entire floor of office space, they would undoubtedly have faced complaints from other companies. Each time Wang Xu witnessed this spectacle, he felt grateful for heeding the advice of marketing director Lu Daqiang, who had suggested renting an additional space elsewhere for the marketing department's external team. Otherwise, housing both departments together would have led to complaints of pyramid schemes. Wang Xu vividly recalled visiting the external team's site and witnessing Lu Daqiang train the grassroots and operational teams he had assembled. It was a bright and sunny day, with clear skies. Lu Daqiang stood on a small platform, his neck veins bulging as he bellowed, "Brothers, how much is your guaranteed monthly salary from the company?" The members of the grassroots and operational teams, who were about to embark on a journey across the 6 provinces and 1 city of central China, shouted back in unison. 6,000. Have you been provided with social insurance? Yes. Have you received the 5 insurances and 1 fund? Yes. What about housing, transportation, meal, and high-temperature subsidies? Yes. Does your contract promise substantial bonuses? Yes. What will you offer in return to the company to capture the national market? X400. Wang Xu would never forget the sight of 400 voices raised in unison, proclaiming their intent to seize the national market. Damn it, they're all too naive. Only 6,000 a month. What is the point of risking it all? From that day on, Wang Xu was reluctant to visit the marketing department's external team site, fearing he might wake up to find himself surrounded by a throng of people, draping him in royal robes and chanting loyalty. That would certainly be troublesome. Having been startled by the delegation from the marketing department, Wang Xu felt an unsettling discomfort and decided to stir up the headquarters, which he deemed to be rather ineffectual. He could hardly believe that a group of personnel engaged in human resources, finance, legal affairs, public relations, and investment, together with a multitude of keyboard warriors, could operate so audaciously. As anticipated, despite many feeling disgruntled at being hastily urged to leave work each day, few dared to voice their grievances. Those who truly wished to remain at work complied dutifully with the procedure to apply for overtime. Wang Xu had long instructed the human resources and finance departments to collaboratively implement a trial management measure entitled Guidelines for Overtime Requests and Overtime Compensation Calculation. According to these guidelines, overtime could not exceed 2 hours daily. Compensation for overtime would double or triple, depending on the employee's rank. The higher the rank, the lesser the multiplier for overtime pay. For instance, Wang Xu, classified as an M10 president, would not receive any multiplier, instead earning a flat rate of 0 for overtime. Conversely, several directors of functional departments, temporarily classified as M7, would enjoy a double pay for overtime. However, should their monthly overtime exceed 6 hours, they would face a reduction of 20 in their bonuses for that month. Similarly, several directors of technical departments, classified as P7, would see their overtime pay rise by 1.5 times, but would incur a 20 bonus deduction if their monthly overtime surpassed 8 hours. In summary, Qixing Technology firmly opposed overtime, particularly for its management team. Thus, upon hearing Wang Xu's raucous exclamations, the presidential assistant Wu Xiyun, human resources director Mo Ting, financial director He Xinyu, legal affairs director Zhang Wei, government relations director Xia Wenfeng, and public relations director Li Yi, all hastened to conclude their workday. They were not inclined to see their earnings diminish due to an overzealous work ethic. After confirming that their accumulated overtime had reached 8 hours for the month, the network technology director Mei Zhurin and intelligent terminal director Qi Wanshun reluctantly exited their offices. Strangely, the previously uninvolved strategic investment director Hu Baiyan remained silent. Unable to resist, Wang Xu approached and asked at the doorway, "Old Hu, are you not heading home to prepare dinner for your beloved wife?" Hu Baiyan raised his right hand in a slight wave, replying, "President Wang, I have already submitted my request. I will be working an additional hour today." Astonished, Wang Xu gasped, "You truly intend to work overtime? The matter must be quite significant." "Very well, I shall not disturb you further. If anything arises, we can discuss it tomorrow. I shall take my leave now." As he turned to exit, he muttered to himself, "Why does everyone seem so fond of working overtime? This company is not your home. It's incomprehensible." The following day, at precisely 8:55 a.m., Wang Xu entered the company to find Hu Baiyan waiting at the door of the presidential office. As he pushed the door open and stepped inside, he jested, It seems Director Hu is indeed preparing for a significant undertaking, waiting for me even before the workday begins. Hu Baiyan, however, nodded solemnly. Indeed, there is a substantial matter at hand. I have come to report a proposed acquisition to President Wang. And only upon your approval can we proceed with the necessary processes in finance. Acquisition? Upon hearing this, Wang Xu's eyes widened with intrigue. This was a significant endeavor potentially costing tens of millions. He had to support it. The company still had over 90 million in its accounts, a figure that was rather glaring and needed to be expended promptly. Thus, with a hint of excitement, Wang Xu inquired, which company does Director Hu intend to acquire? Hu Baiyan responded, the Tianjin municipal government is promoting mixed ownership reform of state-owned enterprises, and the Tianjin Flying Pigeon Bicycle Factory, a venerable state enterprise, has seen a decline in revenue and a high debt load, making it an ideal target for our acquisition. Wang Xu pressed, what is the plan? What are the expected costs? Hu Baiyan replied succinctly, the company can acquire 85 equity from the Flying Pigeon Group via the Tianjin Property Rights Exchange, retaining 15 of state-owned shares for policy support. The proposal involves a cash payment of 42 million, which includes assuming 20 million in debts, with an additional 8 million allocated for employee relocation compensation. Furthermore, within the 200-acre production base located in Jinghai District, 10 acres are designated as industrial allocation land, necessitating an additional 12 million to convert to transfer land. During the acquisition negotiations, it may be necessary to commit to future investments for operational improvements and production expansion, with total expenditures estimated at 62 million in cash, alongside a commitment for future investments ranging from 30 million to 80 million. Excellent. Wang Xu clapped his hands decisively in agreement. I will instruct finance to allocate a special budget of 70 million to your strategic investment and mergers department. Go forth and ensure success. Yes, President Wang, I guarantee the task will be completed. With the assurance received, Hu Baiyan strode out with renewed vigor. Curiously, despite having previously overseen investment and acquisition cases worth hundreds of millions, he had never felt as exhilarated as he did now. Why was that? Chapter 8. Launching Shared Bicycles. Hu Baiyan, filled with curiosity, returned to his department. The Strategic Investment and Mergers Department was small, consisting of just 3 individuals aside from Hu Baiyan himself. But each was an elite with a minimum annual salary of 300,000. Upon witnessing their spirited director enter the office, the 3 chorused, Director Hu, did President Wang approve the proposal? How much budget was sanctioned? With a grand gesture, Hu Baiyan proclaimed, 70 million. President Wang has granted us 70 million, urging us to proceed. Wonderful, echoed the 3 in unison. Having joined the company for over 2 weeks, they had watched their colleagues in other departments bustling with activity while they had little to do, which left them feeling somewhat discontent. Now, the opportunity had finally arrived, and they were determined to seize it. It was time to showcase their capabilities to President Wang, who had been generously funding the Strategic Investment and Mergers Department with 200,000 each month, proving they were worth the investment. I will book the tickets for a direct flight to Tianjin this morning. I will contact the Tianjin State-Owned Assets Supervision and Administration Commission and the Tianjin Flying Pigeon Bicycle Factory to schedule a meeting. I will also seek the legal department's support for legal matters. Without needing Hu Baiyan to assign tasks, the 3 elites independently took the initiative to find work for themselves. Hu Baiyan watched this unfold with satisfaction, realizing why a relatively modest acquisition deal could evoke such fervor within him. It was the sense of belonging. Despite Qixing technology being less than a month old, it had already fostered a familial work environment and generous compensation and benefits, instilling a profound sense of belonging among its employees. Simultaneously, a natural sense of urgency arose within them. In the event that such an excellent company were to falter due to poor performance, where would they find another similar opportunity? Qixing technology must thrive and expand. This sentiment resonated among the employees. Thus, Hu Baiyan, as an executive, turned a blind eye to the Strategic Investment and Mergers Department's members, tacitly allowing them to utilize their mandated 7-day vacation under the guise of tourism to work in Tianjin. The personnel from the Tianjin State-Owned Assets Supervision and Administration Commission, the Tianjin Property Rights Exchange, and the Tianjin Flying Pigeon Bicycle Factory were also highly cooperative, mobilizing essential staff during the holiday to engage in acquisition negotiations with Qixing Technology's Strategic Investment and Mergers Department. Of course, equity acquisition is not a straightforward matter. By the end of the 7-day holiday, both parties had merely reached a consensus in principle without signing any memorandums or formal agreements. In fact, Qixing Technology was not alone in circumventing overtime regulations. The marketing department's external teams, namely the ground promotion and operations teams, swiftly completed their deployments across various cities in Xiang Province during the National Day holiday. The developers in the network technology department privately agreed that since President Wang prohibited overtime in the office during the holiday, they would work from home instead. After all, most of them had experience working on open-source projects on GitHub. The absence of a shared workspace did not impede project progress. The director of the Intelligent Terminal Division, Qi Wanchun, led his elite team to Pingcheng, where they located BYD Electronics to commence small-scale trial production of their newly developed XLZS01 smart bike lock. Consequently, on October 8th, the first day back to work after the holiday, Wang Xu received a series of jubilant reports. What? The acquisition of Tianjin Fige is progressing exceptionally well, with only a few details remaining before the company secures controlling and operational rights over the bicycle factory. What? The development of the Xinglian travel app has entered a multidimensional testing phase and is ready for deployment upon completion. What? The prototype small-scale trial production of the Xinglian Smart Lock Model 01 has been successful, with all product parameters meeting design specifications. Does this imply that once the acquisition of Tianjin Fige is finalized, our company could launch its shared bicycles to the market within a fortnight? Upon hearing these jubilant news, Wang Xu was elated and waved his hand grandly. Please ensure the finance department issues a post-holiday red envelope to all employees. Understood, President Wang. Financial Director He Xinyu had already adapted to the president's lavish spending habits and readily agreed without a hint of hesitation. After all, the company had ample funds on hand, and President Wang had hinted that the second round of investment was imminent. It was rumored that this investment could reach tens or even hundreds of billions. With such substantial backing, the forthcoming shared bicycle project and the ongoing research into the ride-hailing project appeared promising. What of President Wang's penchant for spending a little more? As the financial director, her only responsibility was to ensure that the funds disbursed by the company were not misappropriated and that the accounts and taxes were managed appropriately. Everything else was perfectly fine. Returning to the finance department, He Xinyu promptly set to work with commendable efficiency. Soon, every employee at Chuanxing Technology, including those from the marketing department stationed across various cities in Hunan province, received their post-holiday red envelope. Though modest in amount, each received 200 yuan. The impact was profound. Employees' motivation surged, invigorated as if they had been imbued with newfound energy. Who had heard of a post-holiday red envelope after the National Day holiday? And according to President Wang's modus operandi, would this not imply that the company would distribute red envelopes after every statutory holiday in the future? Such a financially generous and employee-friendly company was bound to thrive. Consequently, employees across departments enthusiastically advanced their work. Even the legal, government relations, and public relations departments sprang into action, forging connections with municipal, transportation, public security, urban management, street offices, and sanitation departments across various cities. Their singular aim was to ensure the smooth launch of the Xinglian travel shared bicycles. Amidst this industrious atmosphere, President Wang Xu found himself with little to do. While it couldn't be said he was idle, aside from approving a few documents, there was little else to occupy his time, perhaps due to a lifetime of relentless toil. After a few days of idleness, Wang Xu could no longer sit still. Damn it, I truly am a useless wretch. He scolded himself fiercely, before promptly initiating the establishment of the Xingho Research Institute. Since it was to be a research institute, a conducive research environment was essential. While the Wanda International headquarters was excellent, it was unsuitable. A new location must be sought. Wang Xu contemplated that renting was inferior to purchasing, and purchasing was inferior to constructing. Chuanxing Technology should perhaps acquire a plot of land to build its own research institute, even a headquarters park. This endeavor involved not just financial considerations, but also the company's reputation. Otherwise, local governments would be less inclined to cooperate. Wang Xu pondered, prepared, and awaited developments. Time passed, and by October 21st, everything was in place. On this day, the official website of Chuanxing Technology Company Limited went live. The Xinglian travel app was launched in both iOS and Android app stores, and 30,000 bicycles from the Tianjin Fige factory, previously unsold, were transformed into the XLDC01 model and transported to various stations of the Xinglian Travel Division across Hunan Province. All was ready, awaiting but a command. Chapter 9, A Day and a Night, covering Hunan Province, Part 1. I hereby declare, in the conference room, as the owner and president of Chuanxing Technology, Wang Xu issued his command with great authority. The shared bicycle project of the Xinglian Travel Division is officially operational today. Applause erupted from the gathered executives around the conference table. Once the applause subsided, Marketing Director Liu Daqiang promptly picked up his phone and sent a unified message to all city-based operational groups. The boss has prepared bonuses. Is everyone ready to seize the opportunity? Ding, ding, ding. Always prepared. X400. In an instant, over a dozen groups echoed back 400 identical replies. Let us commence." The two succinct words were transmitted across the network, immediately inciting a flurry of activity. Across the cities of Hunan province, trucks departed from the Xinglian Travel Division station points, heading towards designated areas. Upon arrival, uniformed operations personnel, clad in vibrant red with golden star embellishments, began unloading the shared bicycles from the trucks and neatly arranging them in predetermined locations. The XLDC-01 shared bicycles featured a simple design with a bright red finish, prominently displaying a dazzling golden pentagram at the front, making them highly conspicuous on the streets. The marketing department selected locations, while the legal department finalized arrangements. And the government relations and public relations departments collaborated to determine placement areas for the shared bicycles, either near universities, around office buildings, or in proximity to bus and subway stations. In simpler terms, these were locations where people found taxi fares exorbitant yet considered walking too far. Before 10 a.m., the sudden influx of striking red bicycles on the streets captured the attention of the public. An extroverted elderly gentleman approached an operations staff member, inquiring curiously, "Young man, what are you all doing?" Trained in professional responses, the operations staff smiled and replied, "Sir, we are launching Xinglian shared bicycles. Please hold on a moment. I'll call someone over to give you a detailed introduction." Without waiting to see if the old gentleman was genuinely interested, the staff member beckoned to an accompanying salesperson. "Chiogu, could you please come over and explain to this gentleman?" "Absolutely." Chiogu responded decisively, rushing over. He did not start by promoting the service. Instead, he pulled out a flyer detailing the process of unlocking the bike via a QR code and handed it along with a vacuum-sealed bag containing 2 eggs to the elderly gentleman, enthusiastically saying, "Sir, this is a shared bicycle. You can unlock it with your phone and ride wherever you wish." As Chiogu elaborated, numerous elderly men and women emerged to purchase groceries, exercise, or stroll, encircling the sales team. Even if these seniors were not the primary target audience for shared bicycles, the sales representatives remained exceedingly enthusiastic, providing thorough explanations of what shared bicycles were, how to use them, pricing information, and available benefits. Throughout this introduction, flyers and eggs were distributed like water. After the presentation, the elderly departed joyfully, clutching their eggs and flyers. Some discarded the flyers after a few steps, while others took them home. This was precisely the outcome the sales team sought to achieve. The elderly may not have been the end users, but their families surely included younger individuals or middle-aged persons receptive to new ideas. Once they glimpsed the flyer, they would form an initial impression of Xinglian shared bicycles, and customers would eventually follow. However, these were merely peripheral efforts. The true battleground for sales resided within universities, office buildings, and industrial parks. In Xingqing, Tianjin District, at the Jinpenling campus of Xingqing Institute of Technology, Li Shutong donned the distinctive red uniform of the Xinglian Travel Division as he returned to his alma mater after more than 4 months. Following graduation, he had secured a position with a company aligned with his field of study, only to resign in frustration over the unbearable behavior of his repugnant boss. While quitting provided a momentary sense of relief, the aftermath was far from satisfying. A commendable job is not easily found. After encountering several setbacks, Li Shutong fortuitously stumbled upon a recruitment advertisement from Chuanxing Technology. He vividly recalls the moment he beheld the compensation for a ground sales position, which included a base salary of 6,000, comprehensive social security, various allowances, bonuses, and commissions. His eyes widened in astonishment. Initially, he harbored skepticism regarding the authenticity of this remuneration, suspecting that the company, Chuanxing Technology, might be luring individuals only to exploit them later. However, upon realizing that he was unable to secure alternative employment in a timely manner, he reluctantly decided to apply. Li Shutong successfully passed the recruitment process and joined the marketing department of Chuanxing Technology as a ground sales representative. On his very first day, his doubts about the company dissipated. The owner and president of the company personally addressed the team, stating that the nature of ground sales and operations would require them to be outdoors daily, enduring the elements, and that it was indeed arduous work. To compensate, the probation period was reduced from 3 months to 1, with an additional half-month as salary issued. What did this half-month salary entail? The cohort of ground sales and operations personnel had joined the company around September 19th, yet they received a full month's salary for September, with various allowances included. Li Shutong found himself earning a post-tax income of 6,400 for less than 2 weeks of work. The company was indeed generous. Li Shutong no longer doubted the company's seemingly extravagant salary and benefit system. He resolved to strive for the substantial commission bonuses that Director Lu frequently mentioned. Upon returning to his alma mater, Li Shutong promptly made a flurry of calls, inviting fellow students with whom he had fostered good relations during his studies to learn about their bike-sharing service, Xinglian. He enthusiastically distributed flyers, passionately elaborating on the merits of their offerings. During his time at school, Li Shutong had been something of a prominent figure, at least within his department. A younger student, who admired him, was taken aback to see his senior engaged in what seemed to be a low-skilled task of distributing flyers. The student, unabashed, pulled Li Shutong aside and, blushing, inquired, "Tango, weren't you working as a client manager at Heshuan? Why have you transitioned to ground sales?" Recognizing the young man's concern was well-intentioned, Li Shutong responded candidly and robustly. "I am now a ground sales representative for the Xinglian Mobility Division at Chuanxing Technology, responsible for promoting our bike-sharing service. We advocate for a low-carbon lifestyle, aiming to address the last-mile transportation challenge with our dockless bikes. By scanning a code and paying a deposit of 99 yuan, one can obtain a month of complimentary riding experience, after which usage is charged at 1 yuan per hour." Lowering his voice intentionally, he continued, "Our company is well-funded. As a frontline ground sales representative, my monthly income is no less than 8,000. What? 8,000 a month? The eyes of the admiring younger student widened in disbelief, exclaiming with astonishment. For students at Xinjiang Institute of Technology, landing a job with a monthly salary of 8,000 upon graduation is a rare opportunity. Li Shutong emphasized this point, knowing that the rarity would pique their curiosity. Indeed, the attention of the other students was captivated. "Yes, I have a base salary of 6,000. With the company covering Social Security, the 5 insurances, and 1 fund, along with housing, transportation, meal, and heat allowances, plus bonuses and commissions. All in all, I can take home at least 8,000 each month." As he surveyed the increasingly intrigued faces of his peers, Li Shutong chuckled inwardly, convinced of his success. Seizing the moment, he added, "For instance, during this visit to the school, for every individual who registers on the Xinglian Mobility app through my referral, I earn a commission of 20 yuan. What? 20 yuan per person?" The younger student gasped again. "If 1,000 people register, wouldn't that amount to 20,000 yuan? Li Gu, can your company afford such a sum? Why not?" Li Shutong waved dismissively. "Our boss is quite affluent. The company rents an entire floor at the Wanda International headquarters." As he gestured with the flyer in hand, he asserted, "I believe that under our boss's leadership, the bike-sharing project will thrive. Do you know how many bikes we launched in our first batch?" The younger student, eager to play along, asked with perfect timing, "How many?" With a serious expression, Li Shutong replied, "A staggering 30,000 bikes, and that's just the initial batch. It's worth noting that our company has acquired a factory capable of producing 800,000 bikes annually. In reality, the acquisition of the Tianjin Fige bicycle factory by Chuanxing Technology had not yet been finalized. Given the complexities surrounding state-owned enterprise reforms, the Tianjin State-Owned Assets Supervision and Administration Commission would not allow the matter to be settled lightly. Verification of funds was necessary, along with considerations regarding the factory's sustainable development. Chuanxing Technology's funding for the acquisition was reliable and readily available, posing no issues for verification. What remained was an assessment of Chuanxing Technology's operational capabilities post-acquisition of Fige, as, despite its declining revenue and rising debt, the factory had not reached a state of bankruptcy. The goal of the Tianjin SASAC in promoting the reform of Fige was to revitalize the factory, ensuring that workers would not face unemployment and to stimulate the local economy by providing job opportunities. The processing of the 30,000 bikes in inventory served as a challenge posed by the Tianjin SASAC to Chuanxing Technology, primarily because it was a startup. Returning to the topic. Upon hearing about the acquisition and the annual production of 800,000 bikes, the younger student and others felt a sense of awe and unwittingly began to form a favorable impression of Chuanxing Technology as a formidable company. Seeing that the atmosphere had been perfectly set, Li Shutong finally unveiled his ace. "Oh, by the way, the company's policy stipulates that new users registering on the app not only receive a month of free riding, but also a 15 yuan bonus that can be used for biking or withdrawn as cash." All his previous statements had been meticulously crafted to lead to this moment. The students were now thoroughly convinced of Li Shutong's claims. However, one curious younger student voiced a lingering question. "Li Gu, what does it mean to withdraw this bonus? Will I lose my deposit once I withdraw it?" "Not at all." Li Shutong confidently waved his hand, lifting his chin slightly with pride. "Our boss declared from day one of the bike-sharing project that the deposit is not given to the company, but placed in a third-party account supervised by the government, thereby eliminating the risk of the company misappropriating users' deposits." "Government oversight?" The younger student gasped in astonishment once more. Li Shutong explained, "The company voluntarily applied to the government, and after discussions among the leaders, it was decided that the People's Bank of China's Xi'an Province branch would supervise this third-party account. Deposits can only be refunded to users via the original route and cannot be used for any other purpose. What are we waiting for? Let us get registered, Li Go. The younger student could no longer contain his enthusiasm, exclaiming, "Hey, I'm just a shill." Yet, the distinction of being a shill was of little consequence. What truly mattered was that Li Shadong had successfully captivated the hearts of several students involved in student government and various associations. As he instructed them to scan the QR code on the flyer or search for Trillion Mobility in the App Store to download the app, they sprang into action. With the deposit refundable at any time, a month of free riding, and a 15 yuan bonus available for withdrawal, what more could they desire? Well, they still wanted the bikes. Shared bicycles primarily emphasize the convenience of accessibility, addressing the challenge of the last-mile commute. All employees at Trillion Technology have been assigned employee numbers. When new users register for the app and enter Li Shutong's employee number, he receives a commission. The launch of the Trillion Travel app at Xinjiang University of Science and Technology marks the beginning of this initiative. A similar scenario unfolds at various universities across Xiang Province. During the establishment of the ground promotion team, marketing director Lu Daqiang focused specifically on recruiting fresh graduates from universities, leveraging their connections to swiftly gain traction. Among these graduates, 31 have previously held positions in student councils, associations, or clubs, effectively encompassing nearly all universities in Xiang Province. The approach for promoting in office buildings is distinctly different. Each small team of 3 sales representatives comprises one individual responsible for fostering rapport, another for distributing flyers and explaining the download and registration process, and the third for handing out gifts to maintain relationships. The gifts, meticulously curated by the marketing department, range from anime figurines and plush toys to mugs, keychains, and mobile stands, ensuring high quality over cost. With a dual strategy of promoting within universities and office buildings, while simultaneously engaging in street-level marketing, the ground promotion for shared bicycles progresses fervently. The download and registration numbers for the Trillion Travel app soar. With over 60,000 registered users and more than 12,000 having claimed and utilized a 1-month free riding experience, this marks a promising start. Wang Xu expresses great satisfaction with the performance of the marketing department and, before the end of the workday, instructs the finance department to issue a token of appreciation in the form of a red envelope for the hard-working ground promotion and operations teams. Understood, President Wang. Responds Finance Director He Xin smoothly, taking immediate action to ensure the timely distribution of the envelopes. Over time, the monthly cap of 6 hours has already been exhausted. She is keen to avoid any deductions from her bonus. Thus, as the ground promotion and operations teams, weary from a day's toil, yearn for respite, the red envelopes arrive. Though modest in amount, 200 yuan each, they invigorate the teams, sparking a renewed fervor for their work. Rest? How could one rest when the company has graciously bestowed such funds? Consequently, the teams double their efforts, resulting in a remarkable achievement. Within just the span of 1 day and night on October 21st, Trillion shared bicycles have established a presence near every university, office building, and major thoroughfare across Xiang Province, with rows of bright red bicycles standing out prominently. Chapter 11. The Gaze of Capital. Time races forward like a wild donkey, seemingly slipping away in the blink of an eye, a week having passed. Thanks to the diligent efforts of all ground promotion sales and operations personnel, the Trillion Travel app and its vibrant shared bicycles have captured a significant portion of the attention of the people of Xiang Province. The app's download and registration figures continue to escalate, and the utilization rate of shared bicycles rises correspondingly. On Friday, October 28th, at 4:30 p.m., Marketing Director Lu Daqiang reports to the President's office. President Lu, the marketing department has performed exceptionally well, and the team has worked diligently. After hearing the report, Wang Xu acknowledges the effort but refrains from mentioning the red envelopes this time. It is not the scarcity of resources that breeds discontent, but rather the inequity of distribution. The ground promotion and operations teams indeed work hard, and the issuance of 2 red envelopes has not led to any grievances among employees. However, the practice cannot be repeated indefinitely. To do so might cultivate adverse sentiments. Wang Xu contemplates an opportunity to distribute a red envelope to all departments to uplift morale. Only by elevating the spirits of the employees can the company thrive and the capital burn rate accelerate. Today, Finance Director He Xin reports that, aside from the earmarked 70 million and the salaries, subsidies, and bonuses scheduled for disbursement on November 5th, only 6 million remains available. She inquires when the promised influx of funds, amounting to tens or hundreds of billions, will materialize, as preparations must be made in advance. Sitting across from Wang Xu, Lu Daqiang's face radiates with enthusiasm as he exclaims, "Thank you for your concern, President Wang. The team will be thrilled to hear this." Wang Xu nods slightly. Dismissing the pleasantries to address the core issue, the shared bicycle project, while not particularly technologically complex, is easily replicable due to its innovative model of dockless sharing, allowing for flexible use and return. Wang Xu's gaze sharpens as he articulates this truth. Lu Daqiang, eager to impress, interjects, "I wanted to inform you, President Wang, that the marketing department is already assembling ground promotion and operations teams for the remaining provinces and cities in central China." Excellent. Wang Xu responds, pleased with the marketing department's initiative. He gestures expansively. "I will instruct finance to allocate 6 million to your department. Expedite the team formation and training. Once the acquisition of Tianmin Fij Bicycle Factory is finalized and the second batch of Xinglian bicycles is ready, we will launch a broader market invasion." At this juncture, Wang Xu pauses, gazing intently into Lu Daqiang's eyes, and solemnly states, "Chuanqing Technology will undoubtedly evolve into a conglomerate, and the Xinglian Travel Division will operate as a wholly owned subsidiary. The company, as well as I, require a trustworthy and capable general manager. Do you understand? A subsidiary general manager." Lu Daqiang's ambition ignites as he responds, "Rest assured, President Wang, the marketing department and I will not fail in our responsibilities to the company and to you." Good. Wang Xu praises this bold declaration, engaging Lu Daqiang in further discussion before glancing at his newly acquired watch. As the company president, he is entitled to a salary, and while he cannot afford a luxury timepiece worth hundreds of thousands, he can certainly manage a few thousand. Lu Daqiang takes the hint and rises to take his leave. As he watches the excited marketing director depart, Wang Xu seizes the moment to summon strategic investment director Hu Baiyan through his assistant, Wu Xiyun. "Hu, what progress has been made on the acquisition of Tianmin Fij?" Upon Hu's seating, Wang Xu immediately inquires with concern. "Once we secure the 70 million required for the acquisition, I can fulfill the first task of burning through 100 million within 3 months. The sluggish pace of the strategic investment and mergers department has severely hampered the task's completion timeline." Unfazed by the president's slight dissatisfaction, Hu Baiyan smiles reassuringly, "Rest easy. President Wang, we are in the final stages. The Tianmin State-Owned Assets Supervision and Administration Commission is very pleased with our company's sincerity and strength and is actively facilitating the acquisition process." Wang Xu furrows his brow. "The Tianmin SASAC is pushing for what exactly?" Hu Baiyan replies, "I have had several dealings with the Tianmin SASAC in the past and maintain a decent rapport. On behalf of the company, I requested that they clear out any incompetent personnel who merely occupy positions without contributing before the acquisition is finalized. Had it not been for the necessity to proceed with caution to avert any unnecessary complications, the acquisition of Tianmin Fij would have been concluded long ago." After hearing this explanation, Wang Xu comprehended Hu Baiyan's rationale, but could not acquiesce to the sluggish pace. It was far too slow. After a moment's contemplation, Wang Xu spoke earnestly. "Mr. Hu, I implore you to devise a means to expedite this process. I wish for the 70 million to be utilized before next Wednesday, enabling Tianmin Fij to finalize the acquisition." He paused briefly, providing a compelling justification for his request. "We have already made preliminary inroads into the market of Xiang province. The next step involves our company vigorously developing the market across the 6 provinces and 1 city of central China. This is no trivial endeavor and will inevitably attract the attention of capital and various interested parties. Before we know it, we could find ourselves facing a surge of 10 to 20 new competitors overnight." As he spoke, Wang Xu leaned slightly forward. "Mr. Hu, we must act swiftly. All departments must mobilize with alacrity to secure our position in the impending fierce competition." After absorbing these strategic insights, Hu Baiyan nodded earnestly, his expression grave as he assured, "Rest assured, Mr. Wang, the acquisition of Tianmin Fij will be completed by next Wednesday." "Good," replied Wang Xu, a satisfied smile gracing his face. "Now, Mr. Hu, please return to your duties. I only require results." "Understood," Hu Baiyan responded as he rose to depart. Once back in his office, he stood by the floor-to-ceiling window, gazing down at the Xiang River for a moment before checking the time, which read 5 o'clock p.m., and promptly left for the day. Working overtime was out of the question. Wasn't it merely a matter of completing the acquisition before next Wednesday? A trivial task. He could return home to tend to his beloved wife and ask her to call her mother to resolve this matter, couldn't he? The mere thought of his wife ignited a warmth in Hu Baiyan's heart. Meanwhile, in the distant capital city, another heart was ablaze with excitement. Zhu Xiaohu, the managing director of Jinsajiang Venture Capital, had recently visited Xiang province to inspect a startup company and had serendipitously encountered a row of neatly arranged crimson bicycles on the street. Shortly thereafter, a uniformed promotional team entered the startup he was assessing, promoting an app called Xinglian Travel and a dockless shared bicycle service. As an investor with a keen eye, Zhu Xiaohu immediately recognized a blue ocean market and a company worthy of attention and investment. He swiftly arranged for his team to gather all pertinent information regarding the Xinglian travel app and its parent company, Chuanxing Technology. Upon returning to the capital, he eagerly perused the report presented by his staff. After finishing, he was struck with exhilaration. This project, I, Zhu Xiaohu, shall invest in. That same evening, Jinsajiang Venture Capital acted promptly. Zhu Xiaohu acquired the mobile number of Wu Xiyun, the assistant to the president of Chuanxing Technology. Initially, he had sought to contact the company's founder and president, Wang Xu, but alas, Wang had not made his contact information public, leaving Jinsajiang Venture Capital with no recourse but to employ less conventional means, which could easily provoke resentment. Noticing it was still early, barely 10 p.m., Zhu Xiaohu personally dialed Wu Xiyun's number. Given his understanding of startups, he presumed that Chuanxing Technology, aggressively penetrating the Xiang province market, would be exceedingly busy. Not only were they working late, but it was common for them to spend entire nights at the office. After several rings, the call was finally answered, and a cool voice emanated from the receiver. Hello. However, the other party fell silent, neither introducing themselves nor inquiring about the purpose of the call. Zhu Xiaohu was momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained his composure and cheerfully responded. Greetings. Are you Ms. Wu Xiyun, the assistant to the president of Chuanxing Technology? I am Zhu Xiaohu, the general manager of Jinsajiang Venture Capital. I stumbled upon your company's shared bicycle project and found it immensely promising. I wish to lead an investment in your angel round or series of funding to collaboratively expand the market and strengthen your company. I would like to arrange a meeting with your president, Mr. Wang, to discuss this further. Upon concluding his statement, he was met with a prompt reply from the other end. Hello, Mr. Zhu. I am Wu Xiyun. I apologize, but it is currently after our working hours, and I cannot reach Mr. Wang. However, I will report this matter first thing Monday morning and will contact you once I have a definitive response. Next Monday, Zhu Xiaohu's voice rose in pitch, filled with confusion. Even if tonight is not feasible, surely tomorrow would work? Wu Xiyun pursed her lips and explained, I apologize, but tomorrow and the day after are the weekend. Our company observes a 2-day break, and Mr. Wang will not be in. Rest assured, I will ensure to relay this matter first thing on Monday. After her words, she hung up the phone and sat on her chair, her gaze filled with concern for her mother, lying frail on the hospital bed. In her memories, her mother had always been robust, able to carry heavy loads of rice across the fields with remarkable agility, despite her petite stature. Yet now, her mother appeared haggard and in pain. Curled up on the bed, so small and helpless, Wu Xiyun took a gentle breath, stifling the tears welling in her eyes, and picked up her phone to send a WeChat message to the company's strategic investment director, Hu Baiyan. Mr. Zhu Xiaohu from Jinsajiang Venture Capital just contacted me, expressing an interest in investing in our company. I informed him that I would report to Mr. Wang on Monday morning. Please keep the strategic investment and MA department informed to follow up promptly. Before long, Hu Baiyan replied, do not concern yourself with him. Given my understanding of the boss, he is unlikely to accept Jinsajiang's investment. Why is that? Wu Xiyun inquired. Because the company is not in need of funds, and the boss certainly isn't either. Didn't he Xinyu mention that the boss is expecting a substantial influx of funds amounting to tens of billions soon? He assured her to confidently approve budgets for all departments. Very well. However, please keep an eye on this matter. I will also inform Zhang Wei from the legal department. Understood. After a brief exchange, they shifted their focus from work back to their respective lives, aware that discussing business after hours could provoke Mr. Wang's ire, leading to threats of withholding bonuses. Alas, dealing with such an erratic boss was truly a bittersweet experience. While Hu Baiyan wore a pleasant smile, Zhu Xiaohu's mood was anything but cheerful. What is this nonsense? A startup that cannot contact its boss after hours and observes a 2-day weekend? What kind of startup is that? Zhu Xiaohu's breathing grew heavy as he paced around his office, struggling to quell his frustration. After some time, he forcibly calmed himself, formulating a plan in his mind. He would still contact them on Monday, regardless, and discussions would proceed as planned. If a financing agreement could be reached, it would be a guaranteed profitable venture. He could then promote the concepts of shared economy, advocate for low-carbon living, and amplify Chuanxing Technology's slogan addressing the last-mile transportation dilemma, thereby expanding the market. Whether through increased investment or timely withdrawal, substantial profits could be made. Of course, he also had to prepare for contingencies. If Chuanxing Technology declined the financing or demanded exorbitant sums for a small equity stake, he would need to withdraw promptly and seek similar entrepreneurial opportunities in the market. After all, a shared bicycle, no matter how innovative, remained a bicycle. Aside from integrating the internet and shifting from dock to dockless, the technological barrier was minimal, making replication exceedingly simple. At worst, he could cultivate 1 or 2 analogous companies to compete against Chuanxing Technology in the marketplace, essentially creating another pair of competitors akin to Didi and Kuaidi. Driven by Zhu Xiaohu's resolve, Jinsajiang Venture Capital's employees quietly set their plans in motion, preparing for both scenarios. As time gallops forth like a wild donkey, we find ourselves on October 31st, the final day of this month, yet paradoxically, the dawn of a new week. Having luxuriated in his rental abode for 2 days, Wang Xu arrived at the office radiating vigor, standing before the floor-to-ceiling window of the CEO's office. Gazing down at the Xiangjiang River, his heart swelling with excitement. Within this week, he would expend the system's 100 million, subsequently acquiring another 100 million for personal indulgences, a delightful prospect indeed. At precisely 9 o'clock, Wu Xiyun knocked on the door with impeccable timing. "Enter," Wang Xu called without turning. Responding promptly, Wu Xiyun stepped inside, positioning herself 3 paces behind Wang Xu, and softly reported, "President Wang, last Friday evening, Mr. Zhu Xiaohu from Jinjiang Venture Capital reached out to express his desire to lead our company's Angel or Series A financing round. He wishes to arrange a meeting with you to discuss this further." "What? Jinjiang Venture Capital? Zhu Xiaohu?" Wang Xu turned in astonishment, his face a canvas of confusion. He fixed a steady gaze upon his assistant, questioning, "Who suggested that our company requires financing? How did he even become aware of us? And why is he so eager to approach us? What happened to the dignity of investors?" Wu Xiyun, undeterred by these irrelevant inquiries, seized the crux of the matter and inquired, "President Wang, do you wish to meet with Mr. Zhu to discuss financing? If so, I can arrange an appointment. If not, I will provide him with a timely response." "Absolutely not," Wang Xu declared with unwavering resolve. "Convey my message to him." After a brief pause, he enunciated with clarity, "I have ample funds. To hell with financing. Do you wish for me to relay that verbatim, President Wang?" Wu Xiyun calmly sought confirmation, having absorbed her boss's audacious proclamation. The world of business is not merely a battlefield. It is a realm governed by human emotions and relationships. There exists no conflict between Qianxing Technology and Jinjiang Venture Capital, nor between Wang Xu and Zhu Xiaohu. Even in decline, there is no need for such brusque refusal. To relay his words as they would utterly offend the other party. Realizing the impropriety of his earlier remarks, Wang Xu reflected. In his past life, he had indeed been swindled by 0F0 for a deposit of 299, which had fostered a profound resentment towards the investment institutions that had abetted 0F0's chaotic expansion. As a victim, his logic had merit. However, in this life, he could not perpetuate that victim mentality. A man must possess a broad mind. A leader must aspire to lofty ideals. Thus, exhaling a breath of resignation, Wang Xu asserted, "Relay my words exactly, without alteration." At this, Wu Xiyun felt a twitch of her facial muscles. Her boss was undeniably singular in his character. Nevertheless, should the revelations from Director He of the Finance Department prove true, with the company poised to receive tens to hundreds of billions, Wang Xu certainly possessed the confidence to make such a declaration. Worst case, his reputation in the venture capital sphere might suffer. Yet, if the company harbored potential and the project promised prospects, would investors not line up overnight at the company's doorstep upon the whisper of a financing opportunity? Understanding this, Wu Xiyun cast aside her concerns and, without hesitation, retrieved her phone, dialing in front of President Wang. The call was quickly connected. "Hello, Mr. Zhu. This is Wu Xiyun, the executive assistant to the president of Qianxing Technology. Our President Wang has instructed me to relay a message. I have ample funds. To hell with financing." Without waiting for Zhu Xiaohu's response, she abruptly ended the call. In the capital, at Jinjiang Venture Capital, Zhu Xiaohu stood frozen, utterly dumbfounded, gripping his phone. Who were these people? They were far too brash. Where was the decorum expected between a CEO and an executive assistant? Since joining Jinjiang Venture Capital and establishing himself as a prominent investor in the country, he had never encountered such indignity. Indeed, it felt like an affront. Very well. A fine establishment, Qianxing Technology, and a commendable President Wang. I shall see for myself whether you truly possess such wealth that financing is unnecessary and how liberally you intend to spend. With heavy breaths, Zhu Xiaohu's nostrils flared, as if breathing fire. He clenched his teeth, a cold smirk creeping across his face, his eyes glinting with a chill. He swiftly dialed another number. Once connected, he coldly instructed, "Spread the word. Both LDG Capital and Hongshan China have expressed strong interest in the shared economy, particularly in shared bicycles that align with the low-carbon lifestyle and address the last-mile transportation dilemma." On the other end of the line, silence reigned before the call was terminated. Within 3 days, whispers circulated among investors and entrepreneurs in the 4 major cities of the capital, suggesting that both Director Xiong of LDG and Director Shun of Hongshan China were keen on the shared economy, especially shared bicycles. Suddenly, the concept of the shared economy became exceedingly trendy. The promising project of shared bicycles captured the attention of numerous investors and entrepreneurs, some ready with capital, others with business plans, eager to secure funding. Yet, the very individuals at the heart of this rumor, directors Xiong and Shun, were left scratching their heads. When did I express interest in the shared economy? Shared bicycles, no less. Wait, this project does seem to have considerable market potential. Perhaps we should investigate further. Arrange it. As other investors and entrepreneurs noted LDG and Hongshan's newfound activity, they felt compelled to keep pace. Thus, the concept of shared bicycles serendipitously entered the public consciousness years ahead of schedule. It was entirely foreseeable that following group buying and ride-hailing, a fierce battle for dominance in this emergent market was on the horizon. Meanwhile, at Chuanxing Technology, Strategic Investment Director Hu Baiyan and 3 elite members of the Strategic Investment and Mergers Department, well connected within the domestic investment sphere, were among the first to catch wind of the burgeoning rumors. Yet, with their focus entirely on facilitating the acquisition of Tianmen Fij, they lacked the bandwidth to delve deeper into these developments. Hu Baiyan dutifully reported to the company, President Wang, I anticipate that within the next 1 to 2 months, we will face at least 3 formidable competitors. While we enjoy a first-mover advantage, early preparation is essential. What preparations do you suggest? Wang Xu inquired calmly. In a small conference room at Tianmen Fij Bicycle Factory, Hu Baiyan, who was reporting alone, allowed a faint smile to grace his lips. Based on my understanding of capital, they will soon initiate a cash-burning war, incurring losses to capture market share. Only by enhancing market share can they secure successive rounds of financing. Akin to a game of hot potato, culminating in an IPO to reap profits. Wang Xu asked, what is your recommendation for this situation? Hu Baiyan replied, my sole advice is simple. Let them play their game while we play ours. Our company should adhere to its established strategy and pace, advancing steadily without blind expansion, until we achieve our strategic objectives. Understood. Wang Xu concurred wholeheartedly, promptly instructing, expedite the acquisition of Tianmen Fij. It is crucial for maintaining our first-mover advantage. We shall discuss the rest upon your return. Very well, President Wang, Hu Baiyan acknowledged before disconnecting the call. After a brief moment of reflection, Hu Baiyan organized his thoughts and returned to the conference room where acquisition negotiations were ongoing. The 3 elites from Chuanxing Technology's Strategic Investment and Mergers Department were engaged in detailed discussions with officials from the Tianmen State-Owned Assets Supervision and Administration Commission and representatives from the Tianmen Fij Labor Union, meticulously finalizing the various details, particularly concerning the placement of workers. 20 minutes later, consensus was reached among all parties. Consequently, 85 of the shares of Tianmen Fij Bicycle Factory were transferred to Chuanxing Technology. The factory management retained only a pragmatic deputy factory manager and a chief engineer, while the rest were dismissed. Workers willing to continue their employment were fully integrated into Chuanxing Technology, receiving benefits aligned with the headquarters, including Social Security, 5 insurances and 1 fund, and various subsidies. Thank you for your assistance, Hu Baiyan expressed his gratitude, warmly shaking hands with the officials from the Tianmen State-Owned Assets Supervision and Administration Commission. The official from the State-Owned Assets Supervision and Administration Commission was a composed middle-aged individual, who replied in a steady voice, this is our obligation. I hope that the Fij Bicycle Factory can flourish under your stewardship at Chuanxing Technology. And I also wish for the employees of the factory to enjoy enduring job security and a stable quality of life. You may rest assured about this. With unwavering confidence, Hu Baiyan responded, Chuanxing Technology will soon place the 2nd, 3rd, and even more batches of shared bicycle production orders. An annual output of 800,000 bicycles is merely insufficient to meet the demands of Chuanxing Technology. And what else? The official from the State-Owned Assets Supervision and Administration Commission inquired with concern. Hu Baiyan smiled slightly. A fierce, cash-burning battle for market dominance is about to ensue. In this battle, bicycles serve as ammunition. Just wait and see. The Fij Bicycle Factory is on the verge of soaring. Chapter 14. The funds are in place. President Wang, it's all set. After seeing off the official from the Tianjin State-Owned Assets Supervision and Administration Commission, Hu Baiyan promptly called the president to share the good news. Good. Wang Xu indeed appeared pleased for a moment before instructing, I need you and your team to remain in Tianjin for a while longer. Upon your return, I will host a celebration for you. The acquisition is not akin to a mere banquet. It does not conclude with the signing of an agreement and the acquisition of shares. Chuanxing Technology must deploy a team to take over the management and operations of the Tianjin Fij Bicycle Factory to stabilize confidence, restore production, and expand profitability. Adhering to the principle of not burdening 2 masters with 1 task, Wang Xu assigned this responsibility to Strategic Investment Director Hu Baiyan, along with a team composed of over 20 key members from the legal, government relations, and public relations departments. To ensure his will was carried out, Wang Xu further emphasized, Director Hu, I have but 1 requirement of your team. As long as you can strengthen and expand the Fiji bicycle factory, do not hesitate to spend money. Do you understand? If the production line is outdated, then procure a new one. If there is insufficient technological reserve, then invest generously in research and development. In short, do not skimp on expenses. Rest assured, President Wang, I guarantee the completion of this task, Hu Baiyan declared over the phone before hanging up. Everyone at Chuanxing Technology is well aware that President Wang takes great pleasure in having employees declare their commitments to him, especially concerning financial matters. Hu Baiyan's actions were not mere flattery. He found it quite entertaining. He was eager to see just how much money President Wang was willing to spend so liberally and, more importantly, how much profit could be generated after such expenditures. In the office of the president of Chuanxing Technology, there was a knock at the door. Come in. As the words left his mouth, Chief Financial Officer He Xinyu entered and reported solemnly, President Wang. The 70 million has already been transferred to the account of the Fiji bicycle factory. Upon confirming that the acquisition of Tianjin Fiji was fully completed, she had rushed over. After all, with significant funds being transferred, it was imperative to ensure procedural perfection. Excellent. Wang Xu nodded with a smile, internally elated. Earlier that morning, he had learned of a specific hidden clause by persistently submitting requests for early settlement determinations. As long as the system's funds were transferred from the public account of Chuanxing Technology in a reasonable, legal, and compliant manner, and guaranteed for commercial activities, it would be deemed a successful cash burn. What did this clause imply? It meant that Chuanxing Technology had spent 70 million in a single stroke for the acquisition and integration of Tianjin Fiji. And even if a substantial amount remained in Fiji's account post-acquisition, it would still be recognized as a successful cash burn of 70 million by Chuanxing Technology. It seems I must develop, operate, invest, and acquire concurrently in the future. Only then will the cash flow be abundant and swift, Wang Xu mused before inquiring. Director He. Has the 6 million earmarked for the marketing department been transferred? He Xinyu nodded in response. Yes, President Wang, it was transferred this past Monday. The company's account is nearing depletion. When can we expect the funds you mentioned to arrive? Wang Xu refrained from answering directly, instead countering with a question. What is the expenditure situation for that 6 million in the marketing department? He Xinyu pursed her lips before replying. Money is flowing like water. Nearly 4 million has been spent in just 3 days. Wonderful. Upon hearing this delightful news, Wang Xu clapped his hands excitedly, exclaiming, the marketing department is spending wisely and effectively. This is precisely how it should be done. He Xinyu was puzzled as to why her president was so exuberant, so she chose to remain silent. Fortunately, after his outburst, the president returned to his usual demeanor. Director He, you may return now. The funds should arrive either this Friday or next Monday. Understood, President Wang. He Xinyu left the president's office, satisfied with his confirmation. Before long, word spread throughout the company that a substantial capital injection would occur this Friday or next Monday. Curiosity piqued many, with questions about the scale of the funds. The finance department discreetly circulated the information, tens to hundreds of billions. This announcement sent a wave of excitement throughout the entire company. The ground promotion and operations teams, setting out from Hunan province towards the 6 provinces and 1 city of central China, were particularly electrified. What does a capital injection of tens to hundreds of billions signify? It means that the guaranteed monthly income of 8,000 is sustainable. It signifies that the promotional activity offering 20 yuan commission for each person who registers on the Xinglian travel app will not conclude anytime soon. It represents the present, as well as the future. Marketing Director Lu Daqiang had infused a culture of tenacity into both the ground promotion and operations teams from their inception. What transformations would ensue from a pack of eager wolves charging into the market? Firstly, the Xinglian shared bicycles continued to dig deep in Hunan province, expanding app registrations and bicycle usage. Secondly, the establishment of external marketing department posts and the formation of teams in Hunan, Hubei, Anhui, Jiangxi, Jiangsu, and Shanghai progressed at breakneck speed. Lastly, the pace of cash expenditure accelerated once more. After all, establishing external marketing posts is not merely a matter of marking a point on a map. It involves renting venues, purchasing vehicles, paying salaries, providing benefits, and distributing bonuses. All of these entail substantial expenditure. On November 3, 2012, a Thursday, Chief Financial Officer He Xinyu delivered more good news to Wang Xu. President Wang, the marketing department is spending too quickly. The 6 million you authorized has already been exhausted in the company's account. To be frank, she was somewhat concerned about the company's cash flow. The company was in a phase of rapid expansion, and expenditures were already flowing freely, compounded by President Wang's incessant calls for cash burning. Should the cash flow become strained, it would spell trouble. Thus, she felt it necessary to ascertain when the promised tens to hundreds of billions would arrive, allowing her to prepare contingency plans. such as promptly reallocating funds sent to the Fiji bicycle factory back to headquarters to guard against unexpected circumstances. However, before He could finish her sentence, Wang Xu raised his right hand to interrupt her calmly, saying, "Director He, please return for now. I will summon you shortly for a detailed discussion." "Understood, President Wang." He nodded and swiftly departed, her expression remaining unchanged. Wang Xu paid little heed to this, quickly summoning the system, settlement. With a chime, the semi-transparent system interface began scrolling text. Detected that the host has reasonably, legally, and compliantly burned through 100 million in system funds within 3 months. Task 1 successfully completed, settlement allowed. Rebate of 100 million yuan into the host's personal account has been completed in a reasonable, legal, and compliant manner. Task 2 initiated. Task 2. Burn 10 billion yuan within 3 years. Do you accept? What is there to hesitate about? Wang Xu decisively made his choice. Accept. Task 2 accepted. 10 billion yuan in system funds has been injected into Trillion Technology Limited. Please check promptly. Upon reading this notification, Wang Xu closed the system interface, his spirits soaring. He quickly picked up his phone to check his personal account. 1, 10, 100, 1,000. 10,000, million, 100 million, billion. 100 million. Indeed, 100 million. This is truly 100 million. I am now a billionaire. Wang Xu clenched his phone tightly, overwhelmed with excitement to the point of being speechless. Meanwhile, He, back in the finance department, gazed at the sudden influx of 1 billion into the company's accounts and felt equally tongue-tied with exhilaration. When Wang said he had money, he truly meant it. 1 billion transferred to the company account in less than 2 minutes. She could hardly contain her desire to shout, "Mr. Wang, you are amazing." Chapter 15. Wealth brings grandeur. Once the initial excitement subsided, He snapped a photo. Soon, this image appeared in the group chat of the executives at Trillion Technology, accompanied by a message. 1 billion has been credited. Everyone, please feel free to sprint ahead. This was a resolution to the recent financial confidentiality breach. Received. Regardless of their current tasks, the 9 executives outside of He immediately responded in the chat. Subsequently, they hurried to relay the good news to the employees in their respective departments. In no time, Trillion Technology was engulfed in jubilation. There was no need for motivational boosts. Everyone was fervently engaged in their work. Back in the finance department, He put away her phone and patiently awaited Mr. Wang's summons. After a full 20 minutes, she finally received a call from the president's assistant, Wu Xiun. "Ms. He, Mr. Wang requests your presence in conference room 1. "Understood, I'll be there shortly." He grabbed a pen and paper, swiftly making her way to conference room 1. Upon entering, she noticed that the directors from the Human Resources, Legal, Government Relations, Public Relations, Network Technology Development, and Smart Terminal RD departments, who remained at headquarters, were already present. He took her seat and nudged the president's assistant next to her, whispering, "Has Mr. Wang mentioned what this meeting is about?" Wu Xian shook her head, indicating she was unaware. Seeing this, He decided against pressing the matter further. The meeting would soon commence, and all would be revealed. Wang Xu did not keep his executives waiting long. He entered conference room 1 and took his place at the head of the long table. Without preamble, he addressed the group directly. "You all must have heard that the 100 billion I promised has been credited. The purpose of this meeting is to discuss how to allocate this sum." After a brief pause, he continued, "I have drafted a plan for this 100 billion. I want you to listen and reflect. If you identify any issues, please voice them promptly. Understood?" "Understood," the executives responded in unison. Wang Xu proceeded, "Ms. He, please note that the finance department is to allocate 5 billion first as a security fund for employee salaries and benefits. This amount is strictly for payroll, allowances, and bonuses. It cannot be diverted for other purposes." "Understood, Mr. Wang. I will ensure this is implemented after the meeting," He replied, her expression slightly animated. With a boss who prioritizes employee welfare, the company is sure to thrive. Meanwhile, she diligently noted this directive in her notebook. "Next, we shall allocate 30 billion to purchase land and construct buildings from the government." "Mr. Wang, may I interject?" Without waiting for him to finish, Majorin, the director of Network Technology Development, raised his hand to interject. "The company is in a rapid growth phase. Both RD and market development require substantial funds. Could we consider postponing the land purchase?" "Indeed, Mr. Wang, the funds needed for RD are considerable. Shouldn't we prioritize that?" Chi Wanchun, the director of Smart Terminal RD, chimed in. Trillion Technology has 6 functional departments: Human Resources, Finance, Legal, Government Relations, Public Relations, and Logistics, along with 3 business departments: Network Technology Development, Smart Terminal RD, and Marketing. Among these, only the Network Technology Development and Smart Terminal RD departments are engaged in technology. If the company had not possessed such abundant funds, Majorin and Qi Wanchun would not have been so eager to contest for resources. However, given the company's financial standing, they felt no need to worry about appearances. Securing R&D funding was paramount. Otherwise, if it went to the marketing department, with their extravagant spending habits, no amount of money would suffice. Allow me to finish speaking. Wang Xu shot a glance at the two somewhat socially inept technical directors. Yet, his tone remained calm as he continued. What I plan to establish is the Spark Research Institute, and eventually, the Tsuxing Technology Park. Upon hearing the names Spark Research Institute and Tsuxing Technology Park, Majorin and Qi Wanchun's expressions ignited with fervor, their breaths quickening as they gazed intently at Mr. Wang, their eyes ablaze with anticipation. Were they truly about to establish the Spark Research Institute? And the initial step was to acquire land and construct buildings. With such a grand commencement, the subsequent investments in funding and equipment would surely reach astronomical figures. Realizing this, Majorin and Qi Wanchun exchanged glances, sensing a competitive spark igniting between them. Oh no, this old fellow intends to vie for the position of director of the Research Institute. Their eyes locked, and the tension between them crackled. Wang Xu, uninterested in the squabbles of these two tech-savvy individuals, turned his attention to the trio of Wu Xiyun, He Xinyu, and Xie Wenfeng, instructing, Wu, He, Xie, you three will lead a team to engage with the government. If you need personnel, hire them. If you need funds, request them. I have one demand. Expedite this process. The sooner, the better. Do not hesitate to spend. Wu Xiyun, He Xinyu, and Xie Wenfeng exchanged glances, quickly reaching a consensus. Mr. Wang is once again ready to invest generously. They unified their resolve and collectively vowed, rest assured, Mr. Wang, we will accomplish the task. Good, Wang Xu nodded, signaling that this matter was settled for the moment. He then surveyed the executives, his gaze settling on Human Resources Director Mo Ting, and spoke with a grave tone. Ms. Mo, coordinate with Liu Daqiang from the marketing department to prepare a proposal for the establishment of the Xinglian Travel Division within 1 week. This proposal must encompass talent acquisition, team building, and also allow for future independence as a subsidiary, understood? Mo Ting contemplated for a moment before tentatively asking, Mr. Wang, will the Xinglian Travel Division be formed around the current marketing department, or will we draw personnel from various departments and supplement them with external hires? In response, Wang Xu promptly clarified, we will form it anew. Employees wishing to transfer may do so directly, while those preferring to remain will stay in their original departments. However, he paused, adding, it must be made clear to the employees that the company will focus on the travel sector for the foreseeable future, and those who choose to stay will also engage in travel project operations for some time. Understood, Mr. Wang. We will ensure the task is completed, Mo Ting affirmed. Her queries resolved as she pledged her commitment. Very well, Wang Xu acknowledged, then continued to steer the meeting forward. Leaning slightly forward, his tone calm, yet filled with determination. He declared, you all should be aware that the bike-sharing project has attracted significant attention from investors, and some ambitious entrepreneurs are actively seeking opportunities. Strategic Investment Director who has predicted that within a month, the company will face 2 to 3 formidable competitors. Therefore, I have decided that the remaining 65 billion will be entirely allocated to the Xinglian Travel Division. Isn't this just a matter of burning cash to seize market share? I have the resources. I can afford to burn. Chapter 16. The frustrating opponent. The movements of capital are swift. As the innovative group Star Technology fervently advanced the takeover of Fiji Bicycle Factory, the expansion efforts in the 6 provinces and 1 city of central China, the establishment of the Xinglian Mobility Division, and the acquisition of land for the Spark Research Institute. 2 nascent companies specializing in shared bicycles emerged in rapid succession in the bustling metropolises of Shanghai and Beijing. The Beijing-based firm, named Xiaocheng Technology, unveiled its project known as Orange Bike, while the Shanghai-based company, Cyber Bike Technology, launched Cyber Bike. Concurrently, numerous investors and entrepreneurial teams in Beijing, Shanghai, Guangzhou, and Shenzhen were actively engaging with one another, contemplating the creation of enterprises eager to venture into the currently uncharted waters of the shared bicycle sector. In Tianjin, Hubeian, the strategic investment director of Group Star Technology was diligently overseeing the restructuring of the Fiji Bicycle Factory team and the integration of its operations, while also devoting considerable attention to the investment sphere. He kept himself well informed of the latest developments, promptly relaying updates to the headquarters. Every day, Wang Xu received reports from the president's assistant, Wu Xiyun, which consistently advised further exploration and reporting. Adhering to the principle they had mutually agreed upon, that each would pursue their own path, Wang Xu continued to advance the company's strategy steadily, undeterred by external fluctuations. What is the strategic vision of Group Star Technology in the mobility domain? Firstly, to prioritize shared bicycles before venturing into ride-hailing services. Secondly, in the realm of shared bicycles, first conquer the entire province of Hunan, then the 6 provinces and 1 city of central China, followed by national expansion and ultimately, international forays. Such a straightforward and unapologetic plan. Thanks to its first-mover advantage, the shared bicycle market in Hunan has largely been claimed by Trillion Mobility. The immediate task is to maintain this foothold and withstand the onslaught of competitors. Presently, Group Star Technology is vigorously striving to capture market shares in Hunan, Hubei, Anhui, Jiangxi, Jiangsu, and Shanghai. Lu Daqiang, the marketing director with aspirations to transition to the role of director of the Trillion Mobility Division, is utilizing the company's substantial funding of 6.5 billion to assemble and train a ground promotion and operational team, akin to a bull with a torch tied to its tail, racing down the path of expansion. In a mere fortnight, while Orange Bike was still in search of suitable bicycle manufacturing partners and Cyberbike was engaged in designing bicycles that align with contemporary ideals of sustainability and low carbon emissions, the vibrant red Trillion bicycles adorned with brilliant stars had already proliferated across the capitals of Hunan, Hubei, Anhui, Jiangxi, Jiangsu, as well as Shanghai. While the 5 provincial capitals were relatively untroubled, the founders and investors of Cyberbike, based in Shanghai, found themselves increasingly anxious as they realized they were being outperformed by Trillion, the proverbial dragon crossing the river. A sense of impatience surged within their ranks. They are moving far too swiftly, lamented Wei Hu, the founder of Cyberbike. Seated across from her was the astute investor, Mr. Xiong from LDG Capital, who had seemingly developed an interest in shared bicycle projects without fully grasping when that interest had emerged. Upon hearing Wei Hu's lament, Mr. Xiong furrowed his brow and remarked pointedly, "I believe it is not that they are too fast, but rather that you are too slow." Wei Hu, immediately aware of Mr. Xiong's insinuation, offered a robust defense. "Mr. Xiong, we don't wish to be this slow. However, we are at a disadvantage, as Trillion was the first to introduce dockless shared bicycles both domestically and globally. They have established a significant first-mover advantage and have effectively occupied the entire market of Hunan, creating formidable competitive barriers." As she spoke, Wei Hu rose, using gestures and body language to enhance the persuasiveness of her lengthy discourse, to prevail against Trillion. Cyberbike must engage in differentiated competition. Our team has identified the main selling points of shared bicycles: low-carbon transportation, dockless sharing, and the resolution of the last-mile travel issue. In truth, riding bicycles more and driving cars less can satisfy all 3 of these points. This implies that any company focusing on shared bicycles can align perfectly with these selling points. Thus, the question arises, what distinguishes Cyberbike from Trillion when both offer free or low-cost rides? The answer is, there is no distinction. Consequently, the shared bicycle market may mirror the trajectory of group buying and ride-hailing services, resulting in a fierce, money-burning battle for market share. Our team believes that while preparing for this financial showdown, we must also cultivate additional advantages for Cyberbike. What advantage, you may ask? It is to be unequivocally aligned with low-carbon principles. Our Cyberbike will be a shared bicycle that is environmentally friendly and low-carbon from materials to production processes, unlike Trillion, which merely applies a coat of paint to traditional bicycles and installs GPS-enabled locks. Mr. Xiong listened with calm attentiveness to Wei Hu's extensive monologue, remaining unfazed. As a seasoned investor of considerable repute, he had encountered many similar arguments. In truth, Wei Hu's eloquence did not impress him. He felt no ripple of intrigue. He simply regarded Wei Hu with a placid expression and gently reminded her, "You are too slow. You must expedite your pace." Wei Hu pressed her lips together, nodding in resignation. "I will convey your feedback to my team and encourage them to enhance their work efficiency." Mr. Xiong nodded in acknowledgement before rising with his assistant to depart. Upon entering the elevator, the assistant promptly pressed the button for the 3rd floor where their vehicle awaited. However, Mr. Xiong interjected, "Let us go to the 1st floor." The assistant complied without hesitation. Soon, the elevator descended to the lobby on the 1st floor. Mr. Xiong strode purposefully from the lobby into the street. After glancing around, he easily spotted a row of strikingly vibrant red Trillion shared bicycles neatly lined up 30 meters away. Clad in uniform, the ground promotion and operational staff of Trillion were actively distributing flyers to passers-by, promoting the Trillion app. As Mr. Xiong lifted his foot to approach them, his peripheral vision caught sight of a trio dressed in Trillion uniforms making their way toward the office building. With a quick twist of thought, he decided to postpone his intention to experience the registration and use of the Trillion app and its bicycles. Taking a few steps sideways, he intercepted the trio and introduced himself. "Greetings, I am the marketing director of Cyberbike. I would like to recruit you to work under me, with the condition of a 20 salary increase. What are your thoughts on this?" The three were taken aback. Recruiting on the street? Moreover, targeting their relatively unskilled ground promotion roles. Such an experience was indeed rare. They exchanged glances and, in silent agreement, the team leader stepped forward to respond. This leader, Li Shutong, had graduated earlier in the year from Xinjiang University of Technology and had been swiftly promoted to manage 20 teams of 3. He was out today to oversee operations more effectively. While ground promotion may appear devoid of technical complexity, it actually involves numerous skills. If one cannot master these techniques and achieve results during outreach efforts, how could they expect to manage others? Li Shutong scrutinized the middle-aged man claiming to be the marketing director of Cyberbike, skeptical of his proposition. Initially inclined to disregard the man and return to work, he reconsidered, deeming it prudent to engage with the inquiry. Perhaps he could sway the man's resolve. With a professional yet approachable smile, Li Shutong exclaimed, "Really? Is it true that you can offer a 20 salary increase? At Chuanxing Technology, we receive a guaranteed monthly salary of 6,000 yuan, accompanied by social insurance and the 5 social insurances and 1 housing fund. Additionally, we enjoy nearly 1,500 yuan in housing allowances, transportation subsidies, meal allowances, high-temperature allowances, and commission bonuses. When all is calculated, we can expect to earn at least 8,000 yuan each month. Can Cyberbike truly offer us a monthly salary of 9,600 yuan? Upon hearing this, Director Xiong was left momentarily speechless. What on earth is Chuanxing Technology doing? An on-ground promoter with a base pay of 8,000 yuan? Are they out of their minds? Chapter 17, Director Xiong, Regrets of a Lifetime. Director Xiong couldn't help but exclaim inwardly in disbelief. Yet, Li Shutong continued to press on relentlessly. Moreover, for every new user that registers on the Xinglian travel app, Chuanxing Technology grants a commission of 20 yuan to the on-ground promoters. Can Cyberbike genuinely raise that to 24 yuan for each new user? What? A commission of 20 yuan for each new user? This is an extravagant approach. Assuming an ideal scale of 300 million users, a mere increase of 20 would result in a commission expenditure of 7.2 billion yuan. Which investor would willingly squander such funds? With that much money, wouldn't it be wiser to invest in advertising and promotional materials? Director Xiong mused internally, struggling to maintain his composure. At that moment, he began to question whether the shared bicycle project was worth investing in. It wasn't that he doubted the market potential of the project. Rather, he felt that with such an eccentric company like Chuanxing Technology meddling in the mix, even if Cyberbike eventually triumphed in competition and emerged as the industry leader, the returns would certainly fall short of expectations. What do investors seek when investing in projects? Certainly, the aim is profit. Now that he had identified such ominous signs, Director Xiong naturally began to contemplate retreat. However, he was not a seasoned member of the retreat club and did not act immediately. Instead, he decided to observe a while longer. Even if he ultimately chose to withdraw, he needed to find a way to inflate Cyberbike's valuation before selling his shares and exiting at a high point. In the blink of an eye, the astute Director Xiong's mind was flooded with numerous ideas. The impetuous Li Shutong, however, was not so contemplative and continued to hammer on a point. By the way, our Xinglian travel division is starting from Hunan province and expanding into Hunan, Hubei, Anhui, Jiangxi, Jiangsu, and Shanghai, with a budget of 6.5 billion yuan approved by Chuanxing Technology. President Wang stated that as long as we can capture the market, spending any amount is worthwhile, urging us to spend without fear. May I ask, how much does Cyberbike currently have to burn? If you don't have 6.5 billion yuan, we won't be switching jobs, lest we find ourselves unemployed in just 2 months. Director Xiong felt an acute pang of distress rising in his throat, almost choking him. How much? Chuanxing Technology intends to spend 6.5 billion yuan just to capture the shared bicycle market in 5 provinces and 1 city? Given such financial resources and their desire to delve into the transportation sector, why not simply enter the ride-hailing industry to reap substantial profits? The Xinglian shared bicycle charges merely 1 yuan per hour. How long must they operate to recoup that 6.5 billion investment? Confounding. This is utterly nonsensical. Director Xiong's composure finally unraveled, his face twitching into an unattractive smile. I apologize, my previous remarks were somewhat presumptuous. Excuse me, goodbye. With that, Director Xiong bypassed the trio of on-ground promoters and hurriedly departed. His assistant shot a disapproving glance at the indiscreet Li Shutong and quickly followed suit. As they turned to watch the two leave, a clean-cut young man from the promoter trio inquired in confusion, "Brother Tang, is this person truly the market director of Cyberbike? I find it hard to believe." Another bespectacled young man adjusted his glasses, revealing a look of insight as he interjected before Li Shutong could respond, confidently asserting, "This person is definitely not the market director of Cyberbike. I deduce that he is an investor in Cyberbike." An investor? Li Shutong and the clean-cut young man turned their gaze toward the bespectacled one. Subsequently, Li Shutong asked gravely, "Are you certain, Lu Bo?" The bespectacled young man, Lu Bo, adjusted his glasses once more, adopting a detective-like pose. Brimming with youthful exuberance as he replied, "Of course, I'm certain, because..." "Because what?" Li Shutong pressed for clarity. Lu Bo elongated his response. "Because I majored in investment studies in university, and our professor showed us a photo of this individual during lectures. I recognize his identity." "What identity?" Li Shutong continued to inquire, simultaneously retrieving his phone to message the market director, Lu Daqiang. Lu Bo responded, "His name is Xiong Xiaoga, the founding chairman of LDG Capital, a legendary investor in the country. This information is highly valuable. I will report it to Director Lu accurately." "The company should reward you for this," Li Shutong remarked while typing to Lu Daqiang. "Reward?" Lu Bo's eyes sparkled as he inquired, "Brother Tang, what sort of reward do you think the company will give me?" The clean-cut young man beside him immediately displayed an envious expression. "The company is generous. When they say reward, they truly mean it. Alas, if only I had also majored in investment studies and recognized that imposter posing as Cyberbike's market director. The reward would have been mine." As the clean-cut young man experienced a mix of envy and subtle jealousy, Li Shutong put away his phone. Striving for calmness while allowing a smile to grace his lips, "Director Lu just informed me to focus on our on-ground work. According to President Wang's established rules, this piece of intel should earn us a reward of 800 to 1, 500 yuan. Pausing, Li Shutong looked into Lu Bo's eyes and asked earnestly, "Director Lu said that by the rules, this reward is allocated to the team and divided among the 3 members. Lu Bo, what do you think?" Without hesitation, Lu Bo replied, "I support the company's decisions wholeheartedly. This is a sincere sentiment, not a facade. A company as exceptional as Chuanxing Technology is hard to come by. If one were to harbor resentment over these principles of fairness, equity, and justice, it would be quite unbecoming. After all, today it is he who has contributed, bringing additional benefits to his teammates. Tomorrow, it may well be another member who brings him rewards. Everything is reciprocal. As long as you can understand and support the company's principles, that is sufficient." Li Shutong patted Lu Bo on the shoulder, encouraging him, "Work hard, and your future will undoubtedly be bright." After that, he patted the clean-cut young man on the shoulder. "You too, keep up the good work." "Yes, manager." They both replied in unison. They were certainly motivated to perform well. Their role model was right before them. Brother Tang is now a regional manager, overseeing 20 teams of on-ground promoters, yet just a month ago, he was merely a newcomer in the company. The company is in a phase of rapid expansion, with the on-ground and operations teams constantly recruiting new members. The sooner they achieve results, the sooner they can climb the ranks. Not to mention, aspiring to be promoted to team leader, even if it's just overseeing 2 individuals, is a commendable achievement. Subsequently, the invigorated trio of on-ground promoters confidently marched into the office building, promoting the Xinglian travel app from company to company. On the other side, the flustered director Xiong suppressed his discontent with unwavering resolve and proceeded to fulfill his earlier decision to experience the Xinglian shared bicycle. However, just as he scanned the code to download the Xinglian travel app and had yet to register, he received a WeChat message. Hu Baiyan, with his audacious words, messaged, "Director Xiong, how much is Cyberbike offering you? I, Chuanxing Technology, will offer 3 times that to recruit you as the market director for the Xinglian travel division." Director Xiong's expression instantly darkened. "You're the one who is a director." Chapter 18, A Surprise Attack. Undisciplined in combat. The investment world is a small circle. Hu Baiyan and Xiong Dong met in a land often deemed unrefined, where they engaged in numerous interactions, cultivating a certain degree of personal camaraderie. Though not the best of friends, their relationship allowed for the exchange of light-hearted jests. Thus, upon hearing from Lu Daqiang about Xiong Dong's audacious street promotion, Hu Baiyan promptly sent a sardonic WeChat message. Xiong Dong took a deep breath and responded with a curt, emphatic, "Scram." Following this, he chose to ignore Hu Baiyan and continued registering for the Starlink bike-sharing app. Hu Baiyan, perceptive as ever, refrained from sending further taunts. With his ears finally at peace and the registration process being relatively uncomplicated, Xiong Dong found his spirits lifted. After paying a deposit of 99 yuan, he unlocked his chosen bicycle and leisurely rode through the streets. His assistant maintained a consistent pace alongside him. The pair, perched on their vibrant red bikes, made a small circuit back to the vicinity of the Cyberbike Company's office. However, they did not return to their original position. Xiong Dong deliberately halted about 30 meters away from the unlocked bikes, on a narrow sidewalk bustling with pedestrians. "Let us go inside for a while," he suggested. After returning the bike, he led his assistant into a nearby CAF, settling at a table by the window. From this vantage point, they could clearly observe the 2 bicycles parked at the roadside. The assistant, perplexed by Xiongdong's intentions, remained silent and dutifully ordered him a cup of his preferred espresso. After some time had passed, she noticed that Xiongdong was fixated on the bicycles, neglecting his coffee. Curiosity got the better of her, and she inquired, "Xiongdong, what are you looking at? Your coffee is getting cold." He replied, unwavering in his gaze, "I'm observing how long it takes for Chuanxing technology to retrieve those two bikes." Upon hearing this, the assistant was momentarily taken aback. Having closely followed Xiongdong's focus on cyberbike, she knew that bike retrieval typically occurred late at night, with no stipulation for daytime collection of bikes that had been utilized by users. Why would Xiongdong spend precious time watching how long it would take Chuanxing technology to recover those two bicycles? As she pondered this, she turned her gaze outside and suddenly realized that Xiongdong had indeed parked the bicycles in a location that obstructed pedestrian traffic. The already narrow sidewalk was further constricted by the two bikes, allowing only one person to pass at a time. If not retrieved promptly or relocated, this could undoubtedly incite the displeasure, if not hostility, of passersby. It might even draw the ire of traffic police and urban management. Xiongdong's actions were nothing short of masterful. He could assess Chuanxing Technology's management capabilities while simultaneously causing trouble for competitors of LDG, the company he invested in. Truly astute. "Xiongdong," the assistant praised. Xiongdong responded, "Are you complimenting me or criticizing me?" Just as he was about to clarify the distinction between being cunning and shrewd with his assistant, who had just returned from abroad, he suddenly spotted two young individuals clad in uniforms resembling those of the street promotion team, hastily approaching the bicycles. These young people had clearly defined roles. One sincerely apologized to the inconvenienced pedestrians, while the other swiftly picked up the two shared bikes and departed. The congestion on the sidewalk was thus resolved. Xiongdong raised his wrist to check the time. Less than 10 minutes had elapsed. "Alan, do you know what this signifies?" he asked softly, pointing out the window at the two young individuals and the bicycles. Alan shook her head, candidly responding, "I do not. Please enlighten me, Xiongdong." He sighed. This indicates that Chuanxing Technology, the pioneer in bike sharing, possesses not only financial resources and a willingness to invest, but also a comprehensive understanding of the project. They anticipated the negative impact of dockless bike sharing on traffic order. It signifies their commitment to mitigating such adverse effects, demonstrating that they genuinely aim to address the last-mile transportation dilemma rather than merely paying lip service. Alan blinked her long lashes, her eyes filled with confusion as she asked, "What significance does this hold?" Xiongdong took a sip of his coffee, uncertain whether the bitterness of the espresso or his own emotions contributed to his frown. He replied, "The significance is that LDG must elevate Cyberbike's valuation promptly, then exit." "Alan, just wait and see. Those eager newcomers hoping to enter the bike-sharing market will be left in tatters by Chuanxing Technology." Alan blinked her beautiful eyes again, her expression still puzzled as she asked, "The first to fall will be Cyberbike?" Xiongdong stared blankly at his assistant across the table, momentarily at a loss for words. Taking a deep breath to quell his frustration, he shifted his focus and pulled out his phone to call the founder of Cyberbike. Once connected, he wasted no time allowing the other party to speak, stating directly, "Mr. Wei, I am representing LDG Capital to inform you that you must take concrete market expansion actions within 2 weeks. Otherwise, LDG Capital will consider withdrawing its investment. I advise you not to squander any more precious time designing low-carbon bicycles. Starlink bike sharing has already claimed the space right outside your office, and you are still caught up in design work. What exactly are you designing?" After delivering this cold admonition, Xiongdong hung up. On the other end, Wei Hu, the founder of Cyberbike, was left stunned. "What? LDG is considering withdrawal? And what does it mean that Starlink bike sharing has taken over right outside our office?" Realizing something was amiss, Wei Hu hurriedly descended to the first floor in her 10 centimeters high heels and stepped outside the building. After scanning the area, she quickly spotted the row of neatly arranged red bicycles, feeling utterly taken aback. Her lips parted in disbelief, as if a whole donut could fit. Just this morning, that area was vacant. How had Starlink bike sharing managed to establish itself so swiftly? Had Chuanxing Technology expanded from Hunan to Shanghai so rapidly? Where did they acquire such funds for expansion? Were they deliberately orchestrating a sneak attack? A cascade of questions flooded Wei Hu's mind. She soon understood why Xiongdong had called shortly after his departure to urge for an accelerated pace. If Cyberbike did not act swiftly to capture the market, not only would they struggle to generate nationwide buzz for subsequent funding, but they might also jeopardize their stronghold in Shanghai. At that point, financial independence would become nothing more than a distant dream. Chapter 19. What a cunning strategist. In contrast to the tribulations faced by Cyberbike, Shaocheng Bike enjoyed a considerably smoother existence. Founded in the capital, its team hails from a prestigious university there. With both the Angel Round and series of funding led by Jinshajiang Venture Capital, In other words, this company was incubated by Zhu Xiaohu, the managing director of Jinshajiang Venture Capital, influenced by Zhu Xiaohu and driven by a pragmatic approach. The founding team of Shaocheng Bike discreetly traveled to Hunan prior to their establishment to personally experience the Starlink travel app and Starlink bike sharing. Knowing both themselves and their competitors, they returned to the capital after comprehensive research, unanimously deciding to replicate all of Starlink bike-sharing strategies. This included, but was not limited to, defining the product for smart locks on traditional bicycles, targeting promotions primarily at university students and office workers, establishing external teams for on-the-ground operations, and offering new users free registration for the first month. In just a fortnight, Shaocheng Bicycle has successfully established its presence across major universities in the capital city, while also promoting its services near several office buildings. Although constrained by limited funding that has prevented Shaocheng from expanding beyond the capital and into North China, the company is undeniably on an upward trajectory. Jinshajiang Venture Capital is already contemplating facilitating Shaocheng Bicycle's Series A financing. Numerous investment institutions, optimistic about the shared bicycle project, have reached out to Jinshajiang and the founding team of Shaocheng Bicycle. At this juncture, the low-profile Tianjin Fige Bicycle Factory, having completed its internal reorganization, proactively approached Shaocheng Bicycle. Hu Baiyan, who temporarily assumed the title of acting factory manager, sat in the reception area of Shaocheng Technology and addressed the founder and CEO, Bao Lei, directly. "Mr. Bao, I am here on behalf of Tianjin Fige to discuss a potential collaboration. Our factory has expanded its production line, increasing our annual output from 800,000 to 1.2 million bicycles. If you could entrust your order for shared bicycles to us, we would ensure the most favorable pricing for your company." The most favorable pricing? Bao Lei raised an eyebrow, calmly inquiring, how favorable? Although he had yet to graduate from university, Bao Lei had been well acquainted with business negotiations from a young age. He understood that inquiries about pricing should be direct, especially when the other party mentions the most favorable pricing, leaving no room for ambiguity. Hu Baiyan replied, "For orders exceeding 10,000 units, the factory price for the basic model is 300 yuan per unit, while the smart model is priced at 800 yuan per unit, with a prepayment discount of 3 available. Basic and smart models? Could you elaborate?" Bao Lei perceptively identified a key point. Hu Baiyan promptly produced 2 documents adorned with colorful images from his briefcase and slid them across to Bao Lei. "Mr. Bao, here you can see that the basic model features a standard mechanical lock, while the smart model boasts a lightweight body, puncture-proof tires, and a GPS electronic lock." Bao Lei immediately grasped the distinction. The smart model, shared by Shaocheng Bicycle, was currently supplied by Pengcheng Zaicheng. Initially, they placed an order for 500 units at a factory price of 860 yuan per unit, later augmenting it with 2 additional orders of 10,000 units at a price of 830 yuan each. The prospect of Tianjin Fige offering the smart model at a factory price of 800 yuan was undoubtedly a compelling proposition. For Shaocheng Technology, saving 30 yuan per bicycle represented a significant incentive. Hu Baiyan, adept at reading the room, quickly discerned that Bao Lei was intrigued and added, "We are sincerely seeking collaboration, hence the pricing offered to you is our absolute best, with no room for negotiation. Furthermore, our factory can extend a highly advantageous commitment to your company." Bao Lei inquired with keen interest, "What commitment? Can it be included in the contract?" Hu Baiyan stated solemnly, "Tianjin has a policy that allows for a manufacturing upgrade subsidy of 50 yuan per unit for local procurement. If Shaocheng Bicycle establishes a branch in Tianjin dedicated to procuring bicycles, we can channel this subsidy through the State-Owned Assets Supervision and Administration Commission, splitting it evenly with your company." Upon hearing this, Bao Lei's pupils dilated. Half of 50 yuan amounts to 25. If this subsidy materializes, it would signify a reduction of 55 yuan in procurement costs per bicycle. Such an enticing offer was hard to overlook. Just in time. Following the completion of Shaocheng Bicycle Series A financing, there would be funds available for market promotion, necessitating the procurement of at least 100,000 bicycles. A savings of 55 yuan on 100,000 units translates to 5 million yuan. Bao Lei's breath quickened slightly. By merely changing the procurement source, he could save 5 million yuan. What could be more advantageous? He could allocate this 5 million to purchase a Tesla for each member of the founding team. In high spirits, Bao Lei summoned his colleagues responsible for procurement. With both parties eager to collaborate, they swiftly reached a preliminary agreement. Once Shaocheng Bicycle Series A financing was completed and the investors' funds arrived, a formal partnership could be established. Hu Baiyan departed from Shaocheng Technology with the preliminary agreement in hand, not returning to Tianjin Fige, but instead flying directly to the Star City. Back to the headquarters of Chuanxing Technology, which he had not seen for 3 weeks. Upon his return, his first task was to request an audience with President Wang through his assistant, Wu Xiyun. Wu Xiyun asked Hu Baiyan to wait briefly before entering the president's office. She softly addressed President Wang, who was diligently working. "President Wang, Hu Hansan has returned." Wang Xu turned his head, diverting his gaze from the computer screen to the beautiful assistant. "You mean Hu Hansan, the manager Hu Baiyan, right? Why do you call him Hu Hansan?" Wu Xiyun, maintaining her composure, explained, "Originally, he should have been called Hu Han Trader, but he found that too personally offensive and rejected it. Thus, we collectively decided to call him Hu Hansan." Wang Xu's interest grew. "Hu Han Trader? There must be a story behind that. Do tell." Faced with the president's eager curiosity, the professionally trained Wu Xiyun replied without flinching, "Mr. who has taken on the title of acting factory manager for Tianjin Fij and has successfully negotiated a collaboration with Shaoqing Technology. Tianjin Fij will supply smart shared bicycles at an exceptionally favorable price. It is estimated that each procurement of 100,000 units could save Shaoqing Technology 5 million yuan. This action equates to a betrayal of the company. What else could we call him if not Hu Han Trader?" Upon hearing this, Wang Xu felt the intrigue was rather lackluster, initially expecting something of greater significance. After a moment's contemplation, he stated earnestly, "Since the company has acquired Tianjin Fij, we must consider its future. From a business perspective, having a stable and substantial procurement partner is beneficial for Tianjin Fij. Mr. Hu has not erred in this matter. Rather, he has excelled." Pausing briefly, Wang Xu issued an instruction. "In that case, draft a commendation notice for Mr. Hu upon your return, recognizing his contributions internally. A bonus of 50,000 yuan should suffice." Wu Xiyun blinked, fully aware that President Wang was once again indulging in his penchant for extravagance. However, she refrained from discouraging him and calmly agreed, as she too believed that Mr. Hu Baiyan's actions warranted commendation. From that point onward, as long as Shaoqing Bicycle remained reluctant to forego procurement discounts, each of its moves would be closely monitored by Tianjin Technology. The nature of business competition is often starkly straightforward. Chapter 20. Starfire Research Institute, Tianjin Technology Park. "Mr. Hu, President Wang requests your presence inside." Wu Xiyun exited the president's office and briefly informed Hu Baiyan about the commendation, adding, "By the way, President Wang awarded you 50,000 yuan. Remember to treat everyone." "Treat? Absolutely." Hu Baiyan readily agreed before stepping into the president's office. At that moment, Wang Xu had moved from his desk to the meeting area, personally preparing tea. Upon seeing the weary Hu Baiyan, Wang Xu promptly rose to greet him. "Mr. Hu, thank you for your hard work. Contributing to the company is no burden." Hu Baiyan replied, exchanging pleasantries as he took a seat opposite Wang Xu. Despite the 3-week separation, their rapport remained unchanged, perhaps even more intimate than at the company's inception. In this era of the internet, even if one is in Star City and the other in Tianjin, they can engage in face-to-face discussions daily through video conferencing. In the past 2 weeks, Tianjin Technology had been simultaneously advancing 4 initiatives, 2 of which pertain to the Strategic Investment and Mergers and Acquisitions Department. One involved the takeover of Tianjin Fij Bicycle Factory, while the other concerned the establishment of the Starfire Research Institute. The former was directly managed by the Strategic Investment and Mergers and Acquisitions Department, while the latter required input on site selection and other matters. Consequently, Wang Xu and Hu Baiyan held a video conference almost daily for an hour and a half to facilitate the progress of these 2 projects. The production line of the Tianjin Fij Bicycle Factory has been expanded, increasing its annual output from 800,000 to 1.2 million units, a decision made by Wang Xu. To achieve this expansion, it necessitates the introduction of new technologies and equipment, which inevitably demands substantial financial investment. Wang Xu is always eager to embark on ventures that require spending money. However, when it comes to profitable endeavors, he seems rather indifferent. This is precisely why Hu Baiyan, under the guise of the Tianjin Fij's director title, has approached the rival Shaoqing Bicycle for potential collaboration, a fact known to the senior executives at Tianjin Technology. Yet unbeknownst to Wang Xu, now, having concluded his affairs in Tianjin, Hu Baiyan has returned to Xinjiang, and without taking a moment to rest, he is ready to devote his time and energy to the acquisition of land and construction for the Xingho Research Institute. After some casual conversation and a few cups of tea, invigorated by the encouragement of his charming wife, Hu Baiyan steered the topic toward business. "Mr. Wang, how did General Manager Xie from the Government Relations Department fare in his discussions with the Liyue district government today?" It turns out that earlier that morning, while Hu Baiyan was negotiating a partnership in the capital with Shaoqing Technology's founder, Bao Lei, a team led by Xie Wenfeng, the director of the Government Relations Department at Tianjin Technology, was formally negotiating with Liyue District regarding the acquisition of land for the Xinghe Research Institute. Formal negotiations imply that both parties have reached an understanding on numerous matters, smoothly transitioning into discussions about site selection, land transfer fees, tax incentives, and whether to negotiate for 3 utilities and leveling or 5. At this stage, barring unforeseen circumstances, it is virtually assured that Qianxing Technology's ambitious project of investing 3 billion yuan to establish the Xinghe Research Institute in Liyue District will be finalized. Yet, an unexpected twist arose. Wang Xu lifted his teacup, sipping leisurely, and casually remarked, "And what was this unexpected twist?" Hu Baiyan inquired with concern. Wang Xu shrugged. The Liyue district government suggested that the name Xinghe Research Institute does not quite befit an investment of 3 billion yuan and strongly recommended renaming the project to Qianxing Technology Park. So that was the scheme of the Liyue district government. A mischievous smile spread across Hu Baiyan's face. If the Fukai district government is aware of this, won't they end up in a legal dispute? I heard it's already escalated to the city government's level, Wang Xu replied with a smile. If I were in the Fukai district government's shoes, I would pursue it as well, Hu Baiyan responded without hesitation. Currently, Qianxing Technology is headquartered in the Wanda International in Fukai district. For various reasons, Fukai district cannot obstruct Qianxing Technology's decision to establish the Xinghe Research Institute in Liyue district, merely forced to watch as the 3 billion yuan investment is allocated to Heshi. Given that top-tier universities are predominantly located in Liyue district, Heshi possesses a significant talent advantage in this regard. Fukai district is left with grievances it cannot voice. However, Liyue district should never have incited Qianxing Technology to rename the Xinghe Research Institute project to Qianxing Technology Park. On the surface, this appears to be a mere change in the project name, yet it harbors sinister intentions from Liyue district. Once the project is named Qianxing Technology Park, it becomes quite reasonable for Qianxing Technology Company Limited to relocate into the park. Reasonable, my foot, Wang Xu exclaimed. This action is essentially a slice of flesh from Fukai district. Not only are you robbing my funds, but you also intend to seize my financial resources? Go to hell. Thus, the two district governments found themselves embroiled in a fierce legal battle, with tensions escalating to a point where the deputy district head responsible for investment promotion even dared to slam the table and curse at the city government. This illustrates just how heated the matter has become. Consequently, the team led by Xia Wenfeng, the director of the Government Relations Department, has become hesitant to continue negotiations with Liyue District. Mr. Wang, I suggest we temporarily suspend negotiations and wait for the city government's resolution, Hu Baiyan proposed after sharing a lighthearted moment. Indeed, negotiations have already been put on hold, Wang Xu nodded. Just as he finished speaking, his phone suddenly rang, displaying Xia Wenfeng's name. Hello, General Manager Xia, what is it? Wang Xu answered the call. On the other end, Xia replied, Mr. Wang, the city government's resolution is out. This project will remain in Heshi, but it will no longer be under the jurisdiction of the Liyue district government. Instead, it will be managed by the Dahuxi Pilot Zone Administrative Committee. The Dahuxi Pilot Zone? Wang Xu's brow furrowed slightly. Are you referring to the future Xianjiang District? Yes, that's correct. And the land? Which plot is the committee planning to allocate for our project? I just inquired. And the committee intends to allocate the L05B21 plot to us. Let me provide the specifics. Very well, Mr. Xia, Wang Xu replied. This plot spans 200 acres, with a floor area ratio of 25, calculating at a preferential rate of 800,000 yuan per acre for research land. The land transfer fee amounts to 1.6 billion yuan. Furthermore, according to the Xingqing Promotion of Research Institutions Management Measures, if the fixed asset investment in research land exceeds 2 billion yuan, 30 of the land transfer fee can be refunded. Thus, the company's actual expenditure on the land transfer fee would be 1.12 billion yuan. Refund? No way. Absolutely no refunds. Wang Xu erupted in anger upon hearing this. What kind of joke is this? That refund amounts to 48 million yuan. Did you consult me about this? I'm already exhausted from burning through cash, and now you want to add another 48 million burden on me? Are you trying to kill me? Consequently, Wang Xu asserted firmly, Mr. Xia, please convey to the government that land is a state-owned resource, a resource for the people. Qianxing Technology will not take advantage of the state or the people in any way. Xia Wenfeng found himself at a loss for words in response to this statement. Following Mr. Wang's logic, would that mean the committee's proposed tax incentives and talent introduction subsidies are also taking advantage of the state and the people? Should Qianxing Technology refuse those as well? Mr. Wang, the government has good intentions, he hesitated, attempting to persuade him. After all, everyone in business aims to save where possible. If there is an opportunity to gain something from the government, they certainly wouldn't settle for a meager amount. In fact, many companies resort to tax evasion and avoidance. However, from the inception of Chuanxing technology, Mr. Wang has mandated that the company must operate in a reasonable, legal, and compliant manner, never shortchanging employees or evading responsibilities. This is not merely a slogan, but a principle upheld through action. The company has never compromised on employee welfare and corporate responsibility. Taxes are paid at the highest rates, and evasion is strictly prohibited. Xia Wenfeng believed that achieving this standard was already commendable. Nowadays, the Dahuxi Pilot Zone Administrative Committee voluntarily proposes a 30 refund on the land transfer fee according to relevant regulations, which is also a reasonable and lawful act. The company should accept it rather than push it away. After listening to Xia Wenfeng's words, Wang Xu pondered seriously and realized that if he were to concede on this matter, the committee would undoubtedly escalate their demands. As the 3 billion yuan investment solidifies, and with further financial input and project development, the committee would surely find ways to subsidize the company from various angles. At that point, the refund would likely exceed 48 million yuan and could very well reach hundreds of millions. Realizing this, Wang Xu raised his voice sharply and sternly commanded, "Mr. Xia, I am assigning you a task. You must persuade the committee not to refund this money. Moreover, any tax reduction incentives or talent introduction subsidies, Chuanxing Technology will not accept any of it. Please inform the government that my intention in founding Chuanxing Technology is to contribute to the nation and the people, not to exploit the state and its citizens." With that, Wang Xu abruptly hung up the phone, leaving no opportunity for Xia Wenfeng to offer excuses. Sitting across from him, Hu Baiyan held his teacup, sipping the tea within, maintaining an air of calmness while his mind churned. As the old saying goes, observe the words and actions. After keenly observing Wang Xu's demeanor, Hu Baiyan was convinced that when Mr. Wang spoke about not taking advantage of the state and the people, he was genuinely sincere, not merely hypocritical. This left him somewhat puzzled, yet also filled with admiration. Simultaneously, he couldn't help but ponder just how much wealth Mr. Wang possessed. In his eyes, the sum of 48 million, and even subsequent increments of the same amount, appeared as trivial as a couple of coins, utterly dispensable. However, this is a positive development. Mr. Wang's affluence translates into prosperity for Chuanxing Technology, fostering a sense of ambition among all employees. Who would wish to witness the downfall of such a benevolent company? Everyone yearns for it to expand and thrive, continually achieving new heights. Yet, as the company embarks on its journey into the transportation sector, whether through shared bicycles or ride-hailing services, it is imperative to scale up and capture market share in order to profit from high-volume, low-margin sales. Achieving scale and seizing market share necessitates substantial capital investment. With the company not seeking external financing, it relies solely on Mr. Wang as continual injections of capital. Although 1 billion is considerable, it barely secures a leading position in the shared bicycle market. To venture into the ride-hailing space, an additional 200 to 300 billion is essential, if not more. Does Mr. Wang possess such vast resources? Hu Baiyan pondered silently, though his face betrayed nothing. When Mr. Wang, somewhat irate, tossed his phone onto the coffee table, Hu spoke calmly. "Mr. Wang, I shall take the investment team to assist Mr. Xia and his colleagues." "Very well, Mr. Wang nodded in agreement, then sincerely added, "I appreciate your efforts, Mr. Hu. You've just returned from a business trip without a moment to rest. And now you must attend to company affairs." After a brief contemplation, Mr. Wang made a decision. "Once the matters regarding the Chuanxing Technology Park are settled, I will grant your investment team a week's paid leave to spend quality time with your family." "Thank you, Mr. Wang." Hu Baiyan expressed his gratitude without hesitation and then departed the president's office. Upon returning to the investment team, he promptly gathered the 3 key members who had returned with him from Jinmen. "Let us go find Mr. Xia," Hu commanded directly, foregoing any small talk. The trio, previously engaged in light-hearted banter, swiftly transitioned into work mode, eagerly grabbing their briefcases and following Hu out of the company. Their enthusiasm for work was palpable. They felt no sense of grievance or anger at having to dive back into labor immediately after returning from a business trip. According to the regulations set by Mr. Wang for the finance department, when a department leader receives commendation from the company, the employees of that department automatically receive a 30 bonus. This meant that Hu Baiyan earned a reward of 50,000 yuan, while each of the 3 investment team elites received 15,000 yuan. Although this sum did not surpass their monthly salaries, it was still significant. Additionally, during their 2 weeks in Jinmen, the company had not skimped on their compensation. Beyond their regular salaries and benefits, the company had provided substantial allowances, disbursing over 30,000 yuan to each of them. Coupled with the project bonus from the 005 initiative, amounting to 70 million, their total income for the month had already exceeded 100,000 yuan. how generous the company was. What was wrong with expecting them to work hard right after returning from a business trip? They relished the challenge. Thus, the 4 members of the investment team, fueled by enthusiasm, arrived at the Dehexi Pilot Zone Management Committee and located the conference room for negotiations. Led by the Director of Government Relations, Mr. Xiao Wenfeng, the negotiation team was engaged in discussions regarding the establishment of the Chuanqing Technology Park with a leadership group centered around the Secretary and Director of the Management Committee. Mr. Xia implored in a rather unusual tone, "Esteemed leaders, I represent Chuanqing Technology in expressing our gratitude for the Management Committee's tremendous support. However, our Mr. Wang has issued a firm directive stating that Chuanqing Technology shall not take advantage of the state or the populace. Therefore, esteemed leaders, let us adhere strictly to the predetermined prices. We shall pay exactly what is owed and refrain from any rebates or subsidies." The Secretary of the Management Committee wore a perplexed expression, remarking, "This is the first time I have encountered a company like yours. Other companies are desperate for more funding and policy support from the government, yet you refuse funds. I am at a loss for words." The director added, "I have calculated that, following your approach, your company will incur an additional cost of over 200 million on the Chuanqing Technology Park project. That is a significant amount. Are you not reconsidering? The support from the municipal government and the Dehexi Pilot Zone Management Committee for Chuanqing Technology extends beyond a mere 30 rebate on land transfer fees and tax incentives. It encompasses a comprehensive array of policies and financial support aimed at facilitating the official establishment of the Chuanqing Technology Park project and aiding emerging companies like Chuanqing Technology in their growth. These are tangible benefits, not mere promises." The director's mention of over 200 million is, in fact, an understatement. Mr. Xia, feeling quite helpless, shrugged. "I would also like the company to secure this funding, but Mr. Wang forbids it. What can I do?" The secretary shook his head in disbelief. "This is the first time I have been unable to dispense funds." The director concurred. "Why is it so difficult to offer some financial assistance?" Chapter 22, A Betrayal. Leaders, this issue is not difficult to resolve. Seizing the opportunity, Hu Baiyan quietly entered the conference room, guided by the staff of the Dehexi District Pilot Committee, and addressed the assembly from behind Mr. Xia's team. The secretary and director turned in unison toward the source of the voice. Mr. Xia glanced back and promptly introduced, "Secretary, Director. Let me introduce you to our company's Director of Strategic Investment, Mr. Hu Baiyan, who enjoys the utmost trust of Mr. Wang and recently oversaw the acquisition of the Jinmen Fige bicycle factory." Following this cue, Hu Baiyan stood, slightly bowing, and said, "Secretary, Director, I apologize for my earlier intrusion. I request your understanding." "Not a problem." The secretary waved his hand dismissively, displaying great magnanimity, and then inquired, "Mr. Hu, you mentioned that the issue is not difficult to resolve. Could you elaborate?" "Of course," Hu Baiyan eagerly affirmed, then explained, "Our Mr. Wang is a deeply passionate entrepreneur and a law-abiding citizen. I am confident that if the Dehexi Pilot Zone Management Committee asserts the necessity of adhering to legal regulations, Mr. Wang, despite his reluctance to take advantage of the state and the people, will ultimately accept the goodwill of the municipal government and the management committee." The secretary tentatively asked, "Are you suggesting that the management committee formalize the land transfer fees, tax incentives, and other matters in an official document and notify Chuanqing Technology to accept them unconditionally?" Hu Baiyan smiled faintly and nodded. "Yes, Secretary, that is my humble suggestion. I welcome your critique and guidance. Let us proceed with that." The secretary did not rebuke Hu Baiyan, but instead turned to the director beside him. "Director Liu, please take the lead in implementing this matter. I have another meeting to attend, so I will take my leave." Having said that, the secretary stood and exited. His secretary promptly followed, retrieving the secretary's papers and thermos with efficiency. The director of the management committee, his secretary, and other staff members involved in the negotiations for the Chuanqing Technology Park project remained behind. With a foundation of consensus established, the ensuing discussions progressed smoothly. Chuanqing Technology genuinely desired to purchase land and build facilities, while the Pilot Zone Management Committee was earnest in facilitating the establishment of the Chuanqing Technology Park project. Both sides were in perfect harmony. Soon, a series of details were agreed upon, culminating in a cooperation memorandum. The legal director, Mr. Zhang Wei, verified the contents of the memorandum, and Mr. Xiao Wenfeng and Hu Baiyan jointly signed on behalf of Chuanqing Technology. Following the completion of the necessary public processes, the Chuanqing Technology Park project could officially commence. Moreover, to enhance efficiency, the management committee committed to promptly implementing the necessary infrastructure on the designated land. After signing the memorandum, the management committee delegation warmly escorted the Chuanqing Technology negotiation team. Had the previous customs been followed, this warm send-off would have transformed into a lavish banquet. where both parties would engage in a test of endurance over drinks. However, the 18th National Congress has convened in Beijing, and the newly promulgated 8 regulations reflect the unwavering determination of the central government to purify the atmosphere. The matter of hospitality has thus been set aside. No one dares to make a move at this critical juncture. It would be perilous. On the way back to the company, Xia Wenfeng deliberately requested to share a vehicle with Hu Baiyan. He earnestly inquired, "President Hu, how should I report to President Wang upon our return?" Hu Baiyan, exuding an air of calm, replied, "Of course, you must report truthfully. What? Does President Xia wish to conceal something from President Wang? I would never dare, nor would I ever wish to do so." Xia Wenfeng hastily defended himself, continuing, "The issue is that President Wang has given me a strict order, and I have not fulfilled it. I feel a deep sense of guilt for not living up to his expectations." Hu Baiyan chuckled lightly. "Ah, President Xia, you are truly lost in the fray, failing to grasp the essence of this matter. I humbly seek your guidance, President Hu," Xia Wenfeng replied, maintaining an earnest demeanor. "This matter is straightforward," Hu Baiyan said, not prolonging the suspense. President Wang's original statement was that we must not take advantage of the state and the people. However, the government has its own principles. It cannot yield simply because of President Wang's ideals. Otherwise, future cooperation would become difficult. Our company, Chuanxing Technology, is one that cherishes the nation, society, and its people, and thus we cannot add burdens to the government. At this juncture, Xia Wenfeng's mind began to churn, and he proactively interjected, "Thus, the government's refunds on land transfer fees, tax reductions, and talent introduction subsidies must be accepted by Chuanxing Technology. However, whether this money is utilized for commercial operations or for repaying the nation and its people is open to discussion. Am I correct, President Hu?" Hu Baiyan nodded slightly. "Indeed, President Xia, that is precisely my sentiment." Xia Wenfeng, still assuming the role of a seeker of wisdom, inquired once more, "If President Wang were to ask how we would repay the nation and the people with this money, how should I respond? One person's wisdom may be limited, but collective wisdom is expansive. We shall convene a meeting upon our return, and that will suffice," Hu Baiyan quickly proposed. Xia Wenfeng found this notion agreeable, and his anxiety diminished considerably. However, upon his return to the company, he still faced a stern reprimand from Wang Xu. "President Xia, I have repeatedly emphasized that Chuanxing Technology must not take advantage of the state and the people. Why can't you adhere to this principle? What? You assert that the government has its own principles and cannot easily yield? Are you not aware of how flexible government principles can be? And you, President Hu, I invited you to assist President Xia in communicating with the government to retract this refund and that subsidy, not to boast about myself and the company before government leaders. You too, along with your teams, are hereby suspended for 7 days. Go home and reflect. Did you hear me? Off you go. You truly infuriate me." The president, who had never raised his voice since the company's establishment, suddenly erupted in anger, demonstrating a considerable intimidation factor. Despite both Xia Wenfeng and Hu Baiyan being at least a decade older than Wang Xu, they found themselves chastened, unable to lift their heads, and feeling quite embarrassed. As they exited the president's office, they did so with a sense of defeat, resembling a pair of disheartened brothers. Meanwhile, Wang Xu, having berated his 2 executives who had betrayed him, remained in a foul mood. In the Chuanxing Technology Park project, the Dahuxi Pilot Zone Administrative Committee was prepared to refund and subsidize the company more than 200 million yuan. Can you believe it? How is one to swiftly expend such an amount? Wang Xu stood before the floor-to-ceiling window, racking his brain. Should it be allocated to recruit more senior talents for the Xingho Research Institute, or invested in the marketing of shared bicycles? For a moment, Wang Xu found himself hesitating. Lacking the usual bravado associated with possessing a 10 billion yuan venture capital fund. The reason, of course, was that this more than 200 million yuan belonged to the people, and he could not afford to squander it. One must live with a sense of conscience. Chapter 23. The 3 primary colors of shared bicycles? No. I desire a shade of red. Time slipped away like a thief. It seemed that merely blinking brought the calendar to the end of November 2012. A week and a half had passed since the company finalized negotiations with the Dahuxi Pilot Zone Administrative Committee for the Chuanxing Technology Park project. The committee exhibited remarkable efficiency. Any procedural work that could save time was not deferred until the next day. The groundwork was in full swing. Chuanxing Technology matched this momentum with its own efficiency. As multiple teams advanced concurrently, those handling paperwork proceeded with paperwork, those liaising with design institutes did so diligently, and those assessing construction companies were equally focused. Each task progressed in an orderly fashion, propelled by the speed of a rocket. With 3 billion yuan at stake, no one dared to lag behind. Additionally, due to the company's repeated insistence on not allowing overtime, the staff had to unleash their utmost productivity within the limited working hours. When working, they stood rather than sat, ran rather than walked, and refrained from wasting time on unnecessary words. The committee, Design Institute, and construction companies all commended the vibrant spirit of Chuanxing Technology's employees. Some staff members from various units, intrigued, inquired why the employees of Chuanxing Technology were working so diligently. The responses were often laced with a sense of urgency. If we don't finish quickly, we'll be heading home. This response had a somewhat absurd flavor to it, yet it piqued the curiosity of the staff from these units about Chuanxing Technology. They say curiosity killed the cat, but humans are not so different. Driven by their curiosity, the employees of these units employed every means possible to probe into the realities of Chuanxing Technology. Eventually, they were taken aback. The company operated under an 8-hour workday, enjoyed weekends off, and guaranteed holiday breaks. Any requests for overtime required approval, and the Human Resources Department enforced strict regulations. In other words, not just anyone could earn 2 to 3 times the overtime pay. The most perplexing aspect was that if the monthly overtime exceeded a certain limit, bonuses would be deducted. How could one endure such a situation? Indeed, under the encouragement of the executives, the Human Resources Department implemented a policy that deducted bonuses for excessive overtime from executives, extending this rule to all employees of Chuanxing Technology. This included the extensive ground promotion and operations teams scattered across the vast expanse of 6 provinces and 1 municipality in central China. This approach garnered high praise from President Wang Xu. Each employee in the Human Resources Department received an additional month's salary as a reward for their resolute promotion of the no overtime policy. The team most affected by this policy was not the Chuanxing Technology Park project team or its numerous partners, but rather the Xinglian Mobility Division. With a plethora of tasks to accomplish and strict limitations on working hours, the market director, Lu Daqiang, who was virtually assured of the general manager's position, had to continuously expand the ground promotion and operations teams to ensure the rapid rollout of shared bicycles. By the end of the month, Lu Daqiang was astounded. Unbeknownst to him, the ground promotion and operations teams had added a staggering 800 members in just half a month. This was a considerable scale. Based on an average salary of 8,000 yuan per month, the company would need to disburse 22,400 yuan in base salaries and benefits to the newly expanded ground promotion and operations teams each month, adding in the commission bonuses from app promotions. The total additional expenditure for November was a staggering 48 million yuan. Terrifying. Lu Daqiang compiled this data and hurriedly contacted the president's assistant, Wu Xiyuan, to schedule a time to report to the president. What is the fuss about 48 million? He thought. Upon learning from Wu Xiyuan the reason for Lu Daqiang's request for a report, Wang Xu let out an exasperated huff. It wasn't that the president had become arrogant from his long tenure. Rather, the figure was simply inauspicious. A week and a half had passed, yet he remained at a loss as to how to appropriately allocate the more than 200 million funds returned by the government to Chuanxing Technology, in a manner beneficial to the nation and its people. The origin of this substantial sum was the 48 million returned from land transfer fees. In Wang Xu's eyes, 48 million was an ominous figure, one imbued with negative connotations. This, in turn, had a ripple effect on Lu Daqiang. However, despite his discontent, it was imperative to meet with the executives who had proactively requested a work report. Failing to do so would dampen their enthusiasm, particularly that of a significant spender like Lu Daqiang, making it increasingly difficult to encourage further expenditures. Thus, suppressing his irritation, Wang Xu instructed, "Please invite General Manager Lu over. By the way, he has a penchant for black tea. Prepare a cup of buckwheat tea for him." Wu Xiyun blinked in surprise, nearly taken aback by Wang Xu's abrupt change of tone. After a brief pause, she responded, "Understood, General Manager Wang. I shall prepare it at once." With that, she exited the CEO's office. Shortly thereafter, Wu Xiyun returned, carrying a pot of freshly brewed buckwheat tea, accompanied by Lu Daqiang, the market director, who was holding his briefcase. "General Manager Lu, please take a seat. Let us converse over tea," Wang Xu said, masking his personal feelings with a warm welcome for his executive. "Thank you, General Manager Wang." Lu Daqiang settled onto the sofa, casting a sidelong glance at the golden-hued buckwheat tea in the glass, a slight twitch at the corner of his eye. It was well known throughout Chuanxing Technology that he exclusively favored black tea and never indulged in other varieties. In previous visits to the CEO's office, he had always been offered premium Kimun black tea or the finest Zhongshan Xiaozhou. Being served buckwheat tea today was an unprecedented occurrence. Lu Daqiang pondered. General Manager Wang must be dissatisfied with my work, yet he maintained a composed demeanor and respectfully stated, "General Manager Wang, I would like to report on the various tasks undertaken by the Xinglian Travel Division in November." "That won't be necessary," Wang Xu interjected, raising his glass. I have made a decision. At the management meeting next Monday, December 3rd, I will formally appoint you as the general manager of the Xinglian Travel Division, elevating your rank to M8. Your compensation will be determined after discussions with the human resources and finance departments. Pausing for a moment, Wang Xu, realizing his penchant for granting salary increases, added, all other directors will also have their ranks and compensation raised to M8. Having made this offhand remark, he adopted a commanding tone, emphasizing, you may feel that the expansion of the ground promotion and operations teams is too rapid, with an excessive number of personnel and high salaries, causing some trepidation, which is why you sought my counsel. However, leaning slightly forward, he pronounced each word with deliberation, I do not want your opinion, I want my own. I believe that the size of the ground promotion and operations teams in the Xinglian Travel Division is still insufficient, and their combat effectiveness is lacking. You must strive harder and achieve even greater successes. Do you understand? There are rumors circulating that the domestic bike-sharing market is divided into the primary colors of red, green, and yellow, represented by Xinglian Travel, cyber bikes, and little orange bikes. Does that sound right to you? Let me tell you, General Manager Lu Daqiang, I do not desire mere primary colors. I want the land of our motherland to be resplendent in red. Chapter 24, Blue Star Forest. Lu Daqiang pressed his lips together, swallowing back everything he had intended to say. For reasons unknown, he felt a surge of emotion, a profound sense of camaraderie akin to a soldier's loyalty to his leader. Particularly, the phrase I want the land of our motherland to be resplendent in red struck a chord deep within him, a sentiment resonating with his years of service in the military. He abruptly stood, exclaiming, understood, General Manager Wang. I shall return and expand the team. Starting today, we will venture beyond the 6 provinces and 1 city of central China, seizing the national market and completely rewriting the landscape of domestic bike sharing. I assure you, General Manager Wang, within the year at the earliest, and no later than 3 years, the voice of domestic bike sharing will solely belong to us at Xinglian Travel. Excellent ambition. Wang Xu set down his glass and clapped his hands enthusiastically, praising, this is the Lu Daqiang I value. This is the caliber expected of the general manager of the Xinglian Travel Division. After showering praise, an idea suddenly struck Wang Xu, and he gestured for Lu Daqiang to sit. Please, take a seat. Let us continue our discussion over tea. As he feigned a look of regret, he called out, Wu Xiyun, why have you served buckwheat tea? Are you unaware that our general manager Lu only drinks black tea? Go fetch that tin of Zhongshan Xiaozhong I purchased a few days ago for him to sample. In the office of the executive assistant, which was merely a door away from the CEO's office, Wu Xiyun rolled her eyes. She had anticipated that the blame for the buckwheat tea would fall upon her. However, as the CEO's assistant, it was her duty to shield the CEO from blame. My apologies, General Manager Wang. It was a lapse in my duties. Rising, she took the already brewed black tea and entered the CEO's office. As an exemplary assistant, she could not afford to be unprepared. Look, the previously brewed black tea has now come in handy. After this brief interlude, the atmosphere between Wang Xu and Lu Daqiang became significantly more harmonious. After a few cups, Wang Xu shifted the conversation, inquiring, General Manager Lu, tell me your plans for expanding beyond the 6 provinces and 1 city of central China to the national stage. Lu Daqiang replied confidently, General Manager Wang, the bike-sharing project does not inherently possess a high technological content. To capture a greater market share, there are only a couple of strategies available to us: ground promotion, registration incentives, and riding fee discounts, among others. In essence, it boils down to burning money to seize market presence. Pausing momentarily, Lu Daqiang's expression shifted to one of seriousness as he declared, as we expand nationally, I will certainly amplify these traditional strategies of ground promotion, registration incentives, and riding fee discounts. Simultaneously, I plan to take a contrary approach and emphasize a high-tech concept. Wang Xu, with a hint of surprise, asked, what kind of approach do you have in mind? Will it require funding? How much? Rest assured, the funds are ample. Go ahead and unleash your creativity. Funds are sufficient, General Manager Wang. Indeed, Lu Daqiang quickly affirmed upon hearing Wang Xu's words. Let us not joke around. The Xinglian Travel Division currently has 6.2 billion in funds. Last month, during our frenzied expansion across the 6 provinces and 1 city of central China, our labor costs totaled nearly 50 million, with 200 million spent on acquiring shared bicycles and over 40 million on warehouse rentals and vehicle purchases, totaling only 300 million. Even if we maintain this rate of expansion nationally, we anticipate monthly expenditures of approximately 1.3 billion, and the funds in the division can sustain us for another 4 to 5 months. There is no urgency for General Manager Wang to inject further capital. Moreover, once we secure the leading market share nationally, the revenue stream for the division will be established, even if it does not fully cover expenditures. It will at least mitigate the financial strain on the company. Lu Daqiang, suppressing these thoughts that bubbled up within, refocused his attention and replied earnestly, General Manager Wang, I aspire to promote a high-tech approach to desertification control. High-tech desertification control? Wang Xu furrowed his brow, perplexed. How does bike sharing relate to high-tech desertification control? Furthermore, what prompted you to consider desertification? Lu Daqiang explained, General Manager, as you know, I hail from the Northwest. Ever since the founding of our nation, we have been engaged in afforestation and combating desertification in the vast Northwest. I have always wished to contribute to the fight against desertification in my homeland, but I have yet to find an opportunity. As he spoke, the burly man's eyes glistened with tears. Our Northwest suffers greatly. Arable land is scarce, and deserts abound. It would not be an exaggeration to say we are impoverished by the harshness of our environment. Initially, I thought I might never be able to repay my hometown. However, I am fortunate to have encountered General Manager Wang, the company, and it is a tremendous honor to earn your trust in leading the bike-sharing project. Lu Daqiang's tone grew increasingly fervent. President Wang stated that the purpose of shared bicycles is to address the challenge of the last mile in transportation, to embody the principle of low-carbon travel, and to advocate for an environmentally friendly lifestyle. I have been ruminating on how to intertwine the concepts of cycling, low-carbon, and environmental protection more closely. After much contemplation, I thought of afforestation and combating desertification. Wang Xu listened with growing familiarity, sensing that he had encountered similar ideas before. At that moment, he heard Lu Daqiang continue, President Wang, I have discussed with General Managers Mei and Qi, asking them to develop a new feature for the app, along with an intelligent terminal device that integrates functions like cameras, drip irrigation, and fertilization. The new feature of the app has yet to be named, but its core logic revolves around calculating the carbon emissions saved based on the duration of users' daily rides. Once users accumulate a certain amount of saved carbon emissions, they can plant a tree. After planting, users can monitor the growth of their trees in real time through the smart terminal device linked to the app. Additionally, this intelligent device will provide feedback based on specific conditions, reminding users when to water or fertilize the trees they have planted. Upon hearing this, Wang Xu suddenly had an epiphany. Wasn't this reminiscent of the Ant Forest Initiative, which had once claimed credit for desertification control? Lu Daqiang's idea was indeed commendable. Once the Trillion Travel app launched this feature, it would undoubtedly stand out from the crowd. At that point, what did it matter if there were small orange bicycles or cyber bicycles? They would be left in the exhaust fumes, unable to keep pace with the development speed of Trillion Travel. Excellent. This idea is splendid, Wang Xu exclaimed, slapping his thigh in approval. I propose we name this new feature of the app Blue Star Forest. Users will generate a certain amount of green energy based on their daily steps and cycling distance. And once they accumulate enough green energy, they can plant a tree and nurture it to thrive alongside them. Blue Star Forest. What a wonderful name, President Wang. It is simply marvelous. Lu Daqiang's eyes sparkled, showering praise with fervor. However, what Wang Xu sought was not flattery. He aimed to invest through the Blue Star Forest project. Thus, he declared, Mr. Lu, I have decided to personally oversee the Blue Star Forest initiative, allocating an additional 2 to 3 billion yuan annually to genuinely engage users in low-carbon travel, environmentally friendly living, afforestation, and combating desertification. I am resolute in this investment of over 2 billion. Chapter 25. Let us plant trees in the desert and Gobi. Wang Xu became increasingly animated, raising his voice to shout, Wu Xiyun, notify all department directors and deputy directors to convene a meeting. I have significant matters to announce. The presidential assistant, Wu Xiyun, entered, inquiring, President Wang, is this meeting urgent? If so, we can schedule it for an hour later. If not, we can arrange it for next Monday. Is it urgent, Mr. Lu? Wang Xu did not respond to the assistant immediately, but turned to Lu Daqiang for guidance. As a subordinate, one must be adept at reading the room and discerning the superior's intentions. Lu Daqiang understood deeply that President Wang was particularly attentive to matters involving expenditure. Reflecting on President Wang's earlier remarks about investing an additional 2 to 3 billion into the Blue Star Forest project, it was evident that he was eager to allocate funds. Realizing this, Lu Daqiang promptly replied, it is urgent. We are at a crucial juncture in competing for the national market against cyber bicycles and small orange bicycles. One misstep could lead to persistent setbacks, so we must act immediately. Assistant Wu, did you hear that? Mr. Lu said it is urgent, so please make the necessary arrangements. Satisfied with this response, Wang Xu then gave clear instructions to the beautiful assistant standing at the door. Understood, President Wang, I will make arrangements right away. Wu Xiyun affirmed decisively before turning to leave. President Wang, I must also return to prepare some materials. Lu Daqiang seized the opportunity to request, receiving approval before departing alongside the presidential assistant. As they exited the president's office, Wu Xiyun lowered her voice and asked, "Mr. Liu, why the sudden call for a meeting of all senior executives?" Liu Daqiang reflected for a moment before responding candidly. "A few days ago, I asked the Network Technology and Intelligent Terminal departments to develop some features. When I reported to President Wang just now, he felt this matter warranted significant attention and intends to take charge personally. I remember you mentioned combining desertification control, afforestation, shared bicycles, and low-carbon travel. Is President Wang personally overseeing this project?" Wu Xiyun asked, astonished. Since the company's establishment, aside from overseeing the salary and welfare system and enforcing strict off-duty policies, President Wang had not personally managed any specific projects. Even the shared bicycle initiative, which had already involved several billion in investment and was set to require additional tens of billions, was merely guided at a high level. From this perspective, it was clear that President Wang was placing great importance on the tree planting project. "Indeed, it is this project," Liu Daqiang nodded in affirmation. "President Wang has named it Blue Star Forest." Wu Xiyun was not particularly concerned with the project name. As the presidential assistant, her role was to assist with the president's daily operations and convey his directives. Particularly when relaying his intentions, it was crucial to emphasize priorities. Thus, when notifying senior executives about the meeting scheduled for an hour later, she highlighted President Wang's significant emphasis on this gathering. Upon receiving the notification, the executives quickly grasped its implications, promptly arranging their current tasks to focus on preparing for the meeting. In no time, an hour had passed. In Conference Room 1, department directors and deputy directors gathered together. Wang Xu seated himself at the head of the table and, without further ado, announced the commencement of the meeting, stating, "Mr. Liu presented me with an excellent project an hour ago, which I have named Blue Star Forest, and I have decided to personally drive this initiative." With that, Wang Xu pointed to Mei Zhiren, the director of the Network Technology Development Department, and two deputy directors who had been selected, asking, "Mr. Liu, how is the progress on the new app feature you requested from them?" Mei Zhiren looked up and replied, "President Wang, the new feature is about to enter the testing phase. We will not delay the company's progress." Wang Xu disregarded Mei Zhiren's assurance, solemnly asking, "Can we have a live demonstration?" "Certainly," Mei Zhiren promptly agreed, signaling to the deputy director sitting to his left. This deputy director, He Jing, was a rare female programming prodigy who had previously worked at Microsoft headquarters and returned to the country 2 weeks ago at Mei Zhiren's invitation. Since joining the company, He Jing frequently remarked, "Is this company limited to just one official website and one app? That lacks technical depth." Having heard this repeated often enough, it eventually reached Wang Xu's ears, prompting him to react with displeasure. "If you find our official website and shared bicycle app lacking in technical sophistication, then prove your capability by developing a project with real technical merit, be it big data, cloud computing, or artificial intelligence. I will approve your applications for resources and funding without hesitation. Are you willing to take that challenge?" He Jing, unacquainted with fear, was spurred by his challenge and immediately submitted a request to form an artificial intelligence research and development team with an initial budget of 5 billion yuan, thrusting it onto Wang Xu's desk in his office. Wang Xu, known for his temperament, was unfazed by the expenditure. 5 billion? That's just a small goal. I thought it would be a more significant amount. He readily approved it. Thus, He Jing became the deputy director of the Network Technology Development Department and the head of the Artificial Intelligence Research and Development Team, with her position designated as P7. The incident regarding He Jing, the deputy general manager, striking the president's desk in a fit of anger quickly spread throughout the company. At this very moment, Mei Zhiren decided to hand over the opportunity to demonstrate the new features of the Xinglian travel app to He Jing, with the intention of easing the tension between her and the president. He Jing was fully aware of this underlying motive but did not resist. Instead, she pulled the laptop in front of Mei Zhiren and began her demonstration. As she navigated the app, the large screen in the conference room displayed the newly enhanced features in real time. The app's homepage was remarkably minimalist. The upper half featured a live map powered by Cheta Map, allowing users to find nearby shared bicycles. In the center, there was a button labeled Scan to Ride, which enabled QR code scanning. Beneath this button were several small boxes linking to functions such as billing rules, book a ride, report a faulty bike, and request to return a bike. Further down were the benefit center and an unnamed module. He Jing skillfully maneuvered the mouse, clicking on this unnamed module, which led to a secondary page. A vibrant, verdant tree appeared before everyone. Surrounding the branches of this tree were numerous floating green circles of varying sizes, each containing different numerical values measured in grams. Below the tree were 3 buttons in green and gray: care, water, and fertilize. Underneath was a lengthy slogan: low-carbon travel. Tree planting. Let us plant trees together in deserts and barren lands. Chapter 26. The idea of team building through tree planting. Deputy General Manager He. Please explain this to everyone, Mei Zhiren said, observing He Jing immersed in her presentation yet remaining silent. He felt somewhat helpless and offered a gentle reminder. He Jing smirked slightly, expressing her reluctance. What is there to explain? It's merely a feature that calculates how much energy can be generated based on daily cycling, enabling users to plant trees, water them, and fertilize them. Sighing, Mei Zhiren turned to the president, offering a sincere explanation. President Wang. Deputy General Manager, he does not mean it that way. She. Before he could finish, Wang Xu raised his right hand to interrupt, calmly stating, no need for explanations, Mei. Since Deputy General Manager, he is unwilling to participate in a meeting with limited technical content. She need not attend. As he spoke, Wang Xu slightly tilted his head, locking eyes with He Jing, and earnestly continued, Deputy General Manager He, you may leave now. In the future, if you do not wish to attend similar meetings, you are free to abstain. I have but one request of you. Excel in your work. I have already allocated the necessary personnel and funds for the development of artificial intelligence. You must shoulder this responsibility. Should you require more staff or additional funding, report to me at any time. Do you understand? Yes, President Wang. Upon hearing these words, He Jing's spirits soared. After acknowledging his statement, she eagerly rose and exited conference room number 1. To her, attending such business meetings was a sheer waste of time. Wang Xu watched her depart with a cheerful demeanor and then surveyed the room, asking, is there anyone else who prefers not to waste time in this meeting? If so, you may all return to your posts. The attendees exchanged glances for a moment. Li Yuanheng, another deputy general manager from the Network Technology Development Department, stood up and proclaimed, President Wang, I request permission to return to work. The development of relevant features for the ride-hailing service has reached a critical juncture, and I cannot afford to be at ease. Very well, you may go back, Deputy General Li. Wang Xu approved without hesitation. Shortly thereafter, 2 deputy general managers from the Intelligent Terminal Research and Development Department also rose to request to leave. Wang Xu granted their requests without a moment's thought, maintaining an unperturbed expression throughout. The executives observed the president's behavior, taking note of his approach. President Wang consistently emphasized the necessity for the company to respect technology and its practitioners, and this was not mere rhetoric. It was manifested in practice. This meeting was centered around a project that President Wang personally spearheaded for the first time, after He Jing had labeled it as a minor feature. For technical deputy general managers had departed, yet rather than exhibiting anger, President Wang had smiled as they left. Such composure was truly admirable. The executives resolutely affirmed their commitment to follow President Wang as they navigated through challenges, aspiring to expand and strengthen the company. Wang Xu, however, was indifferent to their resolve. His sole concern was expenditure. Why was he so cordial towards the 4 technically minded deputy general managers, who often lacked emotional intelligence? The reason was clear. They were responsible for research and development, which inherently involved significant financial outlay. Moreover, they could sustain such expenditures. These individuals were invaluable assets, deserving of careful treatment. How could he afford to lash out at them? With the interlude concluded, Wang Xu smiled and redirected the executive's attention back to the meeting's agenda. All eyes turned toward the president, awaiting his directives. As previously mentioned, this feature will be named Blue Star Forest. It is worth noting that the app's functionality serves merely as an interactive interface for users. Its purpose is to enhance user engagement and foster a sense of achievement in riding Xinglian's shared bicycles. Pausing briefly, Wang Xu raised his voice slightly and inquired, from where does this sense of achievement stem? He answered his own question, from the ability to remotely observe and care for the trees one has planted, as well as the option to verify their authenticity on-site. Gazing around at the executives, Wang Xu emphasized, the Blue Star Forest project is about tangible tree planting. We must ensure that for every user who plants a tree on the Xinglian travel app, Suxing technology will plant an equivalent number of trees in the desert and arid regions. Do you understand? Understood. The executives responded in unison. Observing their enthusiasm, Wang Xu bypassed any further platitudes and directly assigned tasks. Director Mei, please lead the team from the Network Technology Development Department to refine the new features on the app. My personal suggestion is to also include walking and public transportation as part of the green actions in Blue Star Forest. Rest assured, we will accomplish this task, Mei Zhiren confidently declared. The feature, indeed, was not technically demanding. It was merely a variation of a social game. He believed that within 2 days, he and his team could perfect it. Excellent. Wang Xu nodded and turned his attention to Qi Wangchun, the director of the Intelligent Terminal Research and Development Department. Director Qi, please lead your team in the continued development of smart terminal devices that will allow users to remotely observe trees, plant them, water them, fertilize them, and even weed. Yes, President Wang. Qi Wangchun promptly affirmed. He then shifted the conversation, stating, President Wang, Our department has assessed that the camera-style terminal device previously envisioned by Director Liu does not perfectly align with the requirements of the Blue Star Forest project. I propose establishing a drone development team focused on large, medium, and small drones for agricultural protection and aerial photography. In this way, we can effectively monitor trees, plant them, water them, fertilize them, and even extinguish fires. Upon hearing this, Wang Xu immediately felt invigorated. Listen, what is this? This is a talent among talents. Another project that could expend substantial funds on research and development. What is there to hesitate about? Wang Xu decisively replied, submit your application, and I will approve it. I hereby announce the establishment of the drone development team effective today. Thank you, President Wang. Qi Wangchun exclaimed, gratitude lighting up his face, wrinkled with joy. Wang Xu, equally pleased, turned to Zhang Wei, the director of the legal department, Xia Wenfeng, the director of government relations, and Li Yi, the director of public relations, and gently articulated. Director Zhang, the legal regulations concerning the Blue Star Forest project will be the responsibility of your department to finalize. Director Xia, I am aware that since the founding of our nation, large-scale afforestation and desertification control efforts have been underway in the Northwest. Hundreds of thousands of selfless individuals toil on the front lines of sand control. Please lead the Government Relations Department to proactively engage with the government to discuss Tsuxing Technology's support in national sand control efforts, seeking related policy assistance. Mr. Li, I kindly request you to lead the Public Relations Department in preparing for an extensive promotion of the Yellow Sand Governance Initiative in the Northwest. Following the Starlink Travel Division's strategic encroachment on the national market concerning the Blue Star Forest project, the focal point of this publicity must undoubtedly illuminate the tireless contributions of the dedicated sand control workers who have devoted decades of their prime years, laboring diligently on the front lines. I must reiterate, any press release must refrain from suggesting that Galaxy Technology is usurping the commendable efforts of these admirable sand control personnel. At this juncture, a spark of inspiration flickered in Wang Xu's mind, and he excitedly exclaimed, Eureka! Our company has yet to initiate any team-building activities. Let our inaugural team-building event be a collective tree-planting expedition in the Northwest. This will also allow us to live-stream the event to all app users, enabling them to witness the saplings, adorned with their user ID plaques, being planted. The senior executives exchanged bewildered glances, incredulous at the audacity of the proposal. Really? Are we to plant trees in the desert in Gobi? Mr. Wang, in disbelief, interjected. Chapter 27. Did you plant trees today? The meeting concerning the Blue Star Forest project concluded successfully, with Wang Xu being the first to exit conference room number 1, his face brimming with uncontainable joy. After articulating his tree planting idea, he added 3 more statements. The first was a promotion for all departmental executives, elevating directors to M8P8 and deputy directors to M7P7. With this elevation in rank, salaries and benefits would naturally see a corresponding increase, allowing for a slightly more generous expenditure, he chuckled. The second statement mandated the Human Resources and Finance departments to collaboratively establish a salary increase task force to assess employee performance company-wide for appropriate salary adjustments. This would indeed entail further expenditure. Finally, he declared that henceforth, any funds returned to the company by the government in any form must not be allocated to daily management or commercial operations, but rather invested in projects like the Blue Star Forest, which benefit the populace and give back to the nation. In this manner, Wang Xu felt he could align his actions with his conscience. Of course, his ability to make such decisions was intricately linked to his income sources. Following the president's departure, the executives gradually left the conference room in small groups. Congratulations, Mr. Liu. Mei Zhiren, the Director of Network Technology Development, and Qi Wangchun, the Director of Intelligent Terminals, congratulated Liu Daqiang on his appointment as the General Manager of the Starlink Travel Division. Thank you, Liu Daqiang responded with evident delight. Indeed, it was a shared joy, as all executives were promoted, maintaining their relative levels, albeit Liu Daqiang's position had been adjusted, steering him toward the CEO role of the subsidiary. By the way, who will take over as market director now that you have transitioned to the travel division? Qi Wangchun suddenly recalled and inquired. I have yet to consult with Mr. Wang regarding that, Liu Daqiang replied candidly, then countered. Do you have someone in mind for the position? Not at all. Qi Wangchun hastily dismissed the notion. Surely, I wouldn't interfere with personnel adjustments across departments. After denying the suggestion, Qi Wangchun shifted the topic, saying, regarding that little gadget your department developed for us, while it may not be entirely suitable for a large project like the Blue Star Forest, it still holds some market potential. I assumed your marketing department was too preoccupied with seizing the bike-sharing market to attend to this product, so I didn't bring it up. Now that the travel division has officially been established, the marketing department cannot remain dormant, it must undergo reorganization. I was considering collaborating with the restructured marketing department to explore this product's market potential. After listening to Qi Wanchuan's lengthy discourse, Lu Daqiang paused for a moment before responding. I will promptly consult Mr. Wang regarding the selection of a market director and the restructuring of the marketing department, and I will inform you as soon as there is definitive news. Thank you, Mr. Lu, Qi Wanchuan replied with satisfaction. Subsequently, Majoran took the opportunity to engage Lu Daqiang in a discussion about the interaction mechanisms between the Network Technology Development Department and the Starlink Travel Division. Should the Travel Division form its own network technology team, or would the Network Technology Development Department periodically coordinate the rotation of programmers? This required in-depth communication and consensus between the heads of both departments. Mr. Xia, would you care to join me in my office for a moment? On the other side, Li Yi, the Public Relations Director, extended an invitation to Xia Wenfeng, the Government Relations Director. Clearly, she wished to discuss the Blue Star Forest project and its liaison with relevant departments in the Northwest, as well as matters concerning publicity. Certainly, Xia Wenfeng readily agreed. The two exited conference room number 1, walking side by side toward the Public Relations Department. I shall join you, Zhang Wei, the Legal Affairs Director, hurriedly interjected, joining their small group. The legal department ought to have a voice in liaising with government entities and external publicity. Mo Ting, the Human Resources Director, glanced at Li Yi passing by and turned to He Xinyu, the Finance Director, saying, I will visit your office. We need to discuss how to formulate the salary increase plan. Indeed, we must deliberate thoroughly. He Xinyu sighed deeply. The company's salary and benefits system is already quite favorable to employees, and with Mr. Wang advocating for salary increases for everyone, it raises concerns. While salary increments are beneficial, cost control must also be diligently managed. Balancing salary and benefits with cost control is indeed a challenge. Who could disagree? Mo Ting echoed. The two then fell silent, continuing on their way. Before long, the spirit of the Blue Star Forest project meeting permeated throughout the company, prompting various departments to spring into action. Motivated by the prospect of promotions and salary increases, employees ranging from M8P8 directors to M1P1 regular staff exhibited heightened enthusiasm. Most tasks were completed proactively, meeting quality standards and efficiency without the need for reminders. This effect resonated externally. Within a week, the Starlink travel app had updated the Blue Star Forest module. Both online and offline promotional activities surged forth with vigor. The primary online promotional platforms included major portal websites and various apps, while offline efforts concentrated on bus stations, subway stations, street walls, office building elevators, and distribution of flyers. Slogans like urban cycling, desert tree planting, low-carbon travel, and Gobi afforestation incessantly bombarded the senses of the populace, akin to a relentless mantra. The greeting, "Did you plant trees today?" swiftly gained traction in the realm of social media. On platforms such as Tianya Forum, Baidu Tieba, and Sinablog, a plethora of users began posting such remarks beneath various threads. Meanwhile, under Wang Xu's suggestion, the Starlink travel app launched a familiar promotional tactic, inviting friends to cut a slice. Naturally, the phrasing was adapted to fit the current focus on the bike-sharing app. But the core strategy remained identical: viral marketing and exponential promotion. In a flash, the dynamics of the bike-sharing sector shifted dramatically. What was once a burgeoning triadic landscape transformed within a mere week into a vibrant and flourishing red, while yellow and green faded into obscurity. The newly inaugurated Starlink Travel Division, under the exuberant leadership of General Manager Lu Daqiang, successfully expanded its ground operations and maintenance team to over 4,000 personnel. They assembled elite task forces, comprising 10 rapid response teams, to aggressively penetrate major cities across the nation, including Beijing, Tianjin, Guangzhou, Shenzhen, Linnan, Chongqing, Chengdu, and Xi'an. The production lines at the Tianjin Fiji Bicycle Factory operated around the clock in 3 shifts to meet the demands of the Starlink Travel Division. One after another, the vibrant red Starlink shared bicycles appeared on street corners, and consequently, across the nation. People of all ages became familiar with the striking red bicycles and the resounding slogan, "Eliminate the desert," starting with Starlink shared bicycles. Chapter 28, I simply made a minor gesture. In the capital city, at Xiaocheng Technologies conference room, Zhu Xiaohu, the managing director of Jinshajiang Venture Capital, sat across from the founding team of Xiaocheng Bicycle, his demeanor stern and unyielding. "Everyone, please leave. I need to speak with Director Zhu privately." Bao Lei, the founder and CEO of Xiaocheng Technology, spoke up, shattering the oppressive silence. The founding team members hesitated for a moment, but upon seeing that Zhu Xiaohu did not object, they rose and exited in succession. Moments later, only the 2 men remained in the conference room. Zhu Xiaohu broke his silence, his voice deep as he inquired, Now that Xinglian Travel has penetrated the Shanghai market, they are also vying aggressively for the Beijing market. How do you intend to respond? Bao Lei opened his mouth to speak, but Zhu Xiaohu raised his right hand, preemptively setting the stage. Let us skip the grandiose rhetoric. I have no interest in that. What I require is substance. After a pause, Zhu Xiaohu casually remarked, for instance, Xinglian Travel's Blue Star Forest. They are utilizing this variant social game to continually attract new users while simultaneously fostering user engagement. Do you have any innovative ideas? At this, Bao Lei fell silent, pressing his lips together. The core of the bike-sharing business is, after all, the ability to ride at any time and return the bike anywhere, right? If we simply ensure a vast distribution of bikes and entice users with free rides or discounted fares, wouldn't that suffice? What a ridiculous gimmick they employ with their variant social game. This is merely complicating matters for their competitors, suppressing the rising tide of complaints and resentment within. Bao Lei maintained his composure and replied calmly, I have monitored Xinglian Travel's Blue Star Forest module. Their methods of energy collection and user interaction, designed to mimic a social game, are rather unremarkable and lack significant technological novelty. Even if they temporarily attract attention, a single scandal, or even just the unveiling of the truth, would deter users from that app. What scandal? What truth? Zhu Xiaohu raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Bao Lei responded without hesitation. Didn't they claim that for every user who plants a tree in the app, they would plant a tree in the desert or on barren land? They could easily incite a frenzy among those eager to see their planted trees by orchestrating a few posts. Hearing this, Zhu Xiaohu's eyes sparkled with interest as he picked up the thread. Are you suggesting that you plan to tarnish Xinglian Travel's reputation with false advertising? False advertising, you say? That's rather unjust, Director Zhu, Bao Lei retorted, his tone darkening. But who can blame me when Xinglian Travel sets their sights so high? I estimate that if 50 million users are engaged with the Blue Star Forest social game, Xinglian Travel would need to spend at least 2 billion to fulfill their promise of 1 tree per person. As he spoke, Bao Lei's voice rose dramatically. 2 billion. Regardless of whether Xinglian Travel has that kind of capital, would they dare to expend such an amount? They wouldn't. And how can you be so sure that Chuanxing Technology would hesitate? Zhu Xiaohu's expression remained impassive as he pressed on. What if Chuanxing Technology is not just making empty promises, but genuinely intends to plant trees? That's not as simple as it sounds. Bao Lei waved dismissively. I only need to secure 2 to 3 months to gather momentum. By then, Xiaoqing Bicycle will have successfully completed its Series B financing, allowing us to seize a larger market share and reverse our current downturn. Zhu Xiaohu regarded Bao Lei with a penetrating gaze, his tone flat as he inquired, So, you still plan to adopt a cash-burning strategy to capture the market, correct? Indeed, Bao Lei asserted with conviction. I believe that talk of trees and social games is mere illusion. Only the tangible act of spending real money to capture the market is genuine. Understood, Zhu Xiaohu nodded, offering no further comment as he rose to leave. As he walked out, he remarked, Prepare for your Series B financing. This round, Jinshajiang Venture Capital will not participate. Should your founding team or other investors have any proposals, given suitable conditions, Jinshajiang Venture Capital may dilute its shares or even gradually withdraw. Director Zhu, what do you mean by that? A flicker of panic crossed Bao Lei's face, but he quickly suppressed it, forcing calm as he questioned. What do you mean? What do I mean? Zhu Xiaohu halted, turning to fix Bao Lei with a cold stare. Is there any issue with an investment firm activating its exit mechanism? And no, none at all, Bao Lei stammered, taken aback by Zhu Xiaohu's sudden ferocity. Good. Then, Zhu Xiaohu replied, his tone unyielding, before departing. However, as he left Xiaoqing Technology, his mood was far from pleasant. He settled into his car, driving out of the underground parking lot while dialing a number. Before long, the call connected, and a slightly hoarse voice greeted him. Oh, isn't this Director Zhu? What brings you to call me today? Zhu Xiaohu disregarded the casual banter and stated directly. Director Xiong, I just left Xiaoqing Technology. The voice on the other end belonged to Xiong Xiaoga from LDG Capital. After a brief silence following Zhu Xiaohu's blunt declaration, Xiong Xiaoga returned to a normal tone, inquiring, What did they say at Xiaoqing Bicycle? Any thoughts? Zhu Xiaohu responded icily, Financing, burning cash, capturing market share, it's the same old routine. After a moment, he probed further, What about you, Director Xiong? What's the plan for Cyber Bicycle? I met Wei Hu once. Though a journalist by trade, she has some interesting ideas. Has she devised any strategies to break the deadlock? To Bao Lei, the founder of Xiaoqing Technology, Xinglian Travel's Blue Star Forest was a trivial matter not worthy of excessive concern. However, in the eyes of seasoned investors like Zhu Xiaohu and Xiong Xiaoga, Xinglian Travel's move was nothing short of brilliant. Why is the government willing to tolerate the inevitable impact on city aesthetics and pedestrian traffic caused by dockless shared bicycles? It is not merely because shared bicycles address the last-mile transportation dilemma. Rather, it is because shared bicycles advocate for low-carbon travel and an eco-friendly lifestyle, aligning with the nation's grand strategy in energy and environmental protection. The slogans of carbon peaking and carbon neutrality may merely be rhetoric in the West, but in China, they represent a political mission, a century-long national policy. Now, as a pioneer in dockless shared bicycles, Xinglian Travel has introduced the Blue Star Forest Initiative, promoting cycling over driving to plant trees and forests, thus perfectly resonating with the country's strategy. Moreover, Chuanxing Technology is a rather unconventional company. It does not regard money as a constraint. Both Zhu Xiaohu and Xiong Xiaoga firmly believe that Chuanxing Technology was genuinely committed. They would indeed venture into the deserts and barren lands of the Northwest to plant trees. At that point, would the government not favor such a dutiful and conscientious son? A simple policy initiative, such as urging public officials to commute via Xinglian shared bicycles, would send the user numbers of the Xinglian travel app soaring. Xiaoqing Bicycle and Cyber Bicycle would hardly stand a chance. Of course, the caveat is whether Chuanxing Technology is willing to invest substantial funds to plant these trees. So, the question arises, would Wang Xu, as the company's owner, be inclined to allocate such funds? Wang Xu replied, "How much are we talking about? Submit your request, and I shall approve it. The more, the better. There are no limits." Chapter 29. Advancing into the ride-hailing market. She had not. After a considerable pause, just as Zhu Xiaohu thought the call had ended, Xiong Xiaoga's voice returned, low and measured. "Not at all." Zhu Xiaohu's tone slightly elevated as he pressed on. "Then how does Cyber Bicycle plan to compete with Xinglian Bicycle in the future?" Xiong Xiaoga scoffed. "Compete? With what? A so-called high-tech, eco-friendly bicycle that costs nearly 200 yuan at factory price? That is absurd." The founder of Cyber Bicycle, Wei Hu, hails from a journalistic background. It would be an understatement to say she lacks proficiency in commercial operations. Rather, she simply has never engaged in such endeavors before. Under her stewardship, Cyber Bicycle has carved out a niche as a high-tech, environmentally friendly bicycle brand, with features like carbon fiber lightweight frames, solid tires, and an impressive lifespan exceeding 10 years for each bike. The aim is to minimize depreciation and thus reduce environmental pollution. These attributes are certainly captivating enough to catch the attention of investors during funding presentations. The essence of entrepreneurship and investment lies in storytelling and evoking a sense of passion, igniting the investor's imagination regarding market potential. However, when it comes to the tangible realm of commercial competition, this approach falls short. Users seek the simplicity of cycling and the convenience of travel, even if they are somewhat motivated by the ethos of low-carbon and ecological living. It is fundamentally rooted in the enjoyment of prompt and accessible services. Xinglian Bicycle excels in this regard, seamlessly integrating the principles of low-carbon travel and sustainable living into the daily lives of its users, enabling them to notice a mere 5 pence on the ground while simultaneously gazing at the resplendent moon above. Thus, will Cyber Bicycle continue its current strategy of burning cash to seize market share? Zhu Xiaohu paused for a moment before posing the question. Su Xiaoga emitted a sound through his nostrils. Despite the distance separating them, Zhu Xiaohu could discern the resignation etched on Su Xiaoga's face from that simple utterance. He harbored similar sentiments, particularly when departing from Xiaoqing Technology earlier. Alas, Zhu Xiaohu sighed deeply, then continued, "Old Su, it's time to concede. If we surrender now, we can still withdraw gracefully." "I share the same sentiment," Su Xiaoga replied. "Then perhaps you could reach out to that fellow Hu Baiyan and pass along a message?" Zhu Xiaohu suggested tentatively. "Why should it be me? Haven't you also dealt with him?" Su Xiaoga retorted in confusion. Zhu Xiaohu chuckled silently, having resolved not to engage with Hu Baiyan. He had heard of Su Xiaoga masquerading as the market director for Cyber Bicycle, attempting to poach a regional manager from Xinglian Bicycle's promotion team, only to be ridiculed by Hu Baiyan. Given the prime opportunity at hand, it was only fair to let Su Xiaoga take the lead. This would also serve to curry favor with Hu Baiyan, who relished deriding competitors. Perhaps if Hu Baiyan was pleased, he might even persuade the owner of Chuanxing Technology to open the financing channels. In that case, not only would a single Xiaoqing bicycle be worth it, but even if 10 were to be lost, it would still be a worthwhile venture. Both seasoned strategists. Su Xiaoga was certainly aware of Zhu Xiaohu's ulterior motives. He promptly retorted, "In any case, I will not reach out to that Hu Baiyan. Let anyone else do it." Zhu Xiaohu chuckled again and inquired, "Then what shall we do?" Cyber Bicycle has been persistently suppressed by Xinglian Bicycle in the East China market, which is untenable. Which investment institution would be willing to take over? Su Xiaoga replied with a grin, "That is a matter for LDG Capital. You need not concern yourself." Upon hearing this, Zhu Xiaohu's guard instantly heightened. Had LDG Capital already secured a successor? Who could it be? Just as Zhu Xiaohu was about to probe further, Su Xiaoge abruptly stated. Enough of this. There's no point in further discussion. Not a single truth has been spoken here. With that, the call was abruptly terminated. Beep, 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 beep. As the phone emitted a busy signal, Zhu Xiaohu's expression turned grave. If LDG Capital had likely found a successor and intended to sell its shares in Cyber Bicycle, then Jinshajiang Venture Capital could not afford to lag behind. It was imperative to expedite the B-round financing for Xiaocheng Technology and cash out. Otherwise, holding on to so many shares would lead to disastrous losses. Although Xiaocheng Technology's valuation had skyrocketed from 20 million during the angel round to 600 million now, a successful exit for Jinshajiang would yield over 100 million in cash. However, for investors and investment institutions, a failure to achieve anticipated profits equated to losses. Zhu Xiaohu had initially set a minimum profit target of 5 billion for the shared bicycle project. It's all because of Tsuxing Technology. Zhu Xiaohu suddenly cursed through gritted teeth. After venting his frustration, he accelerated back to the office. Simultaneously, as if in sync, both Xiaocheng Bicycle and Cyber Bicycle hastened their B-round financing efforts. Originally hesitant, Jinshajiang Venture Capital and LDG Capital opened the channels, vigorously assisting the founding teams of both Xiaocheng Bicycle and Cyber Bicycle in connecting with other investment institutions. Concurrently, Xiaocheng Bicycle and Cyber Bicycle embarked on an aggressive campaign of burning cash to seize market share in response to the formidable threat posed by Xinglian shared bicycles. Far away in Star City, when Wang Xu, the president of Tsuxing Technology, received a report from Lu Daqiang, the general manager of Xinglian's mobility division, he did not even raise an eyebrow, dismissively stating, "If it rains, it rains. If a daughter needs to marry, she marries. If they wish to rely on burning cash to seize the market, then let them burn. Not only should they burn, but we shall burn alongside them." Lu Daqiang proposed an alternative perspective, President Wang, based on market feedback, since the introduction of the Blue Star Forest project. Public recognition of Xinglian shared bicycles has been steadily increasing, along with user retention. Coupled with the viral promotion strategy you initiated, we need not engage in such a costly burn. Short-sighted, Wang Xu immediately countered this lackadaisical mindset. What kind of absurdity is this? If we do not burn money, when will I ever amass my 2 trillion in personal assets? We must burn, and burn vigorously. Wang Xu understood that such sentiments could not be shared with the company's executives and employees. A plausible rationale must be presented to garner their support for this expenditure. He needed them to willingly engage in the financial burn. Thus, Wang Xu, with a flicker of cunning in his eyes, solemnly addressed Lu Daqiang. "Do you recall the business plan I laid out for the Xinglian Mobility Division?" "Of course," Lu Daqiang quickly replied. "You mentioned that the Mobility Division would first tackle shared bicycles and then expand into ride-hailing services." "Good. I was beginning to worry you had forgotten." Wang Xu shot Lu Daqiang a sidelong glance before slamming his hand on the table and bellowing, "In such a trivial shared bicycle market, if we do not secure it promptly, when will the Mobility Division ever progress into ride-hailing services? Answer me." After his outburst, Wang Xu pivoted his office chair 180 degrees, turning his back to Lu Daqiang, his voice cold and commanding. "In 1 month, I expect to see tangible actions from the Mobility Division towards entering the ride-hailing market. Remember, you only have 1 month. Chapter 30. The artillery strikes at Didi headquarters. Lu Daqiang exited the president's office with a tumultuous mind. "Oh, isn't this Director Lu? What's the matter? Did you get scolded by President Wang?" He encountered Hu Baiyan, the strategic investment director, who delivered the remark with a hint of sarcasm on his way back to the Xinglian Mobility Division office. Lu Daqiang did not bother to defend himself, adopting a demeanor of acceptance, honestly admitting to having been reprimanded. Sincerity is always a powerful tactic. This posture, in fact, left Hu Baiyan at a loss for words regarding what he had intended to say next. Consequently, Hu Baiyan decisively altered his approach, lowering his voice to inquire, "Is President Wang dissatisfied with your proposal to reduce the burn rate?" Lu Daqiang simply nodded without elaboration. Hu Baiyan pursed his lips. Finding it challenging to engage with this unyielding individual, he abandoned his premeditated KTV strategy and directly addressed the matter. "Director Lu, according to intelligence, Jinshajiang Venture Capital and LDG Capital are inclined to exit Xiaocheng Technology and Cyber Technology, cashing out. The Strategic Investment and Mergers Department assesses that the Mobility Division can maintain the cash burn for another 2 months to secure over 70% market share in the shared bicycle sector." After a brief pause, Hu Baiyan added, "Certainly, the validity of this judgment hinges on the successful realization of the Blue Star Forest project." After listening, Lu Daqiang nodded and remarked, "I am filled with confidence in General Manager Wang's personal oversight of the Blue Star Forest project, and I hold the assessments of the Strategic Investment and Mergers Acquisitions Department in high regard. However, The current issue is that General Manager Wang has instructed the mobility division to embark on an endeavor in the ride-hailing sector within a month. Indeed, Hu Baiyan clapped his hands, a radiant smile illuminating his face. Our department's judgment was correct. General Manager Wang is indeed poised to enter the ride-hailing market. Otherwise, he would not be personally overseeing the Blue Star Forest project. Lu Daqiang was left with a myriad of questions. What connection does General Manager Wang's direct involvement in the Blue Star Forest project have with venturing into ride-hailing? Hu Baiyan, discerning this confusion, immediately transformed his smile into an expression of exasperation, reproaching, Lu, Blue Star Forest is a project under General Manager Wang's direct supervision. How could you not stay abreast of its progress? I am aware, Lu Daqiang replied, skepticism lacing his tone. Was it not reported that the project is advancing smoothly? The governments of several provinces, Shan, Gan, Qing, and Xian, have welcomed our company's collaboration for large-scale reforestation and desertification control activities. In fact, a certain city's top official in Gan province even personally invited us for an inspection. And then, Hu Baiyan queried, still wearing that frustrated expression. This left Lu Daqiang feeling quite perplexed. Sensing his confusion, Hu Baiyan dispensed with further preamble and stated directly. When President Xie and Director Li led a team to inspect Shan province, they encountered the CEO of BYD Auto. They learned that BYD's Qinchuan plant is vigorously establishing a production line for the BYD Qin model, which is expected to officially roll out in 2013. BYD Qin? Upon hearing this, Lu Daqiang immediately grasped the significance. This model was unveiled at this year's auto show in the capital, boasting a design, performance, and price that are highly competitive in the market. It is a plug-in hybrid vehicle equipped with a 1.5T turbocharged engine and an electric motor, with plans for a pure electric version in subsequent iterations. From every perspective, the BYD Qin is exceptionally well suited for operation as a ride-hailing vehicle. Especially with the impending release of the pure electric version, it aligns perfectly with the low-carbon travel and environmentally friendly lifestyle initiatives championed by the Trillion Mobility Division. It could also synergize with the Blue Star Forest project. Connecting these dots, Lu Daqiang suddenly understood. So, General Manager Wang intends to leverage this opportunity to forge a strategic partnership with BYD Auto to penetrate the ride-hailing market? No, there is no consideration for a strategic partnership. Hu Baiyan waved his hand dismissively. General Manager Wang has indicated that our relationship with BYD should remain strictly transactional. Lu Daqiang pondered. So, General Manager Wang plans to adopt a model where the company purchases vehicles and recruits drivers externally for the ride-hailing sector? Essentially, yes, Hu Baiyan nodded. Earlier that morning, during a conversation with General Manager Wang, this information had been revealed. Knowing that Lu Daqiang from the Mobility Division was coming to report, Hu Baiyan wanted to communicate in advance to ensure that the Mobility Division would be adequately prepared when General Manager Wang intended to push for their entry into the ride-hailing market, particularly in terms of mindset. Indeed, this approach yielded commendable results. Lu Daqiang had been singularly focused on capturing market share in the bike-sharing sector, neglecting to align with General Manager Wang's strategic adjustments. Thank you, Hu, Lu Daqiang expressed, finally comprehending the purpose behind Hu Baiyan's intervention. Hu Baiyan waved his hand. No need for thanks. The true measure lies in executing our work well. With that, Hu Baiyan pivoted and headed towards the finance department, stating, I have matters to discuss with Director He. Lu, upon your return, swiftly rally your colleagues and prepare accordingly. Understood, Lu Daqiang responded, striding away. At that moment, his reservations regarding General Manager Wang's decision to venture into ride-hailing within a month dissipated, replaced by vigor and determination. Upon returning to the half-floor office space rented by Trillion Mobility Division, Lu Daqiang methodically organized the promotional efforts for the bike-sharing initiative before secluding himself in his office. He began to thoroughly investigate the current state of the ride-hailing market through various channels. In terms of policy, the government currently maintains a position of ambivalence, neither prohibiting nor endorsing, but rather adopting a wait-and-see stance. In certain locales, taxi companies have lobbied local governments to classify ride-hailing services as illegal, leading to varying degrees of crackdowns. This is primarily due to the aggressive strategies employed by two prominent companies in the ride-hailing sector, Didi and Kuaidi, which have both pursued a model of recruiting private vehicles. General Manager Wang's decision to purchase vehicles and recruit drivers externally could indeed circumvent the risk of being classified as illegal vehicles. The caveat is that the company must establish or acquire taxi companies in various regions, which is no small feat. Reports indicate that both Didi and Kuaidi are engaging with investment institutions, hoping to leverage substantial financing to initiate a more extensive subsidy war for market share. Uber also has intentions of entering the Chinese market, having found success in North America by adopting a similar subsidy strategy. This approach lacks technical sophistication. It's merely a matter of burning cash. General Manager Wang is particularly fond of spending. So it's no wonder he is so eager to enter the ride-hailing market. A month is ample time to prepare. 3 hours later, as the workday drew to a close, Lu Daqiang emerged from his office holding an A4 sheet and approached a clerk. Xiaoli, please find someone to make a plaque. It needs to be hung at the entrance tomorrow. Certainly, General Manager, the clerk Xiaoli replied briskly, taking the A4 sheet. He glanced at the content and couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. General Manager Lu was truly audacious. The document read, bombard the command headquarters of Didi, Kuaidi, and Uber. Chapter 31. Is Xinglian Mobility entering the ride-hailing business? Pay social insurance. Comrades, this is significant. The clerk Xiaoli immediately pulled out his phone to snap a photo of the A4 sheet and shared it in a group chat for employees of the mobility division. Soon, the image garnered attention. What is happening? Clarify the situation. Whoever is cryptic can leave. Whoa, I've heard the company has a strategy of bike sharing followed by ride-hailing. Are we really about to enter the ride-hailing sector now? Now, are you kidding? Our Xinglian bike sharing is currently expanding across the nation. Isn't rushing into ride-hailing just scattering our forces? Indeed. Setting aside staffing issues, can the company sustain such extensive operations financially? Absolutely. We mustn't take on too much at once. I don't believe I can find a better place than this company, or a better job than I have now. It's so comfortable here, high salary, excellent benefits, and no pressure to work overtime. What is the use of discussing this here? Quickly mobilize your connections to gather information. Yes, inquire. Everyone, go and find out. By the way, who posted this photo? Xiaoli from the general manager's office. Come here and speak. At that moment, Xiaoli was en route to a nearby shop that specializes in crafting various plaques. Watching the rapid surge of messages in the group chat and the increasing number of private messages directed at him, Xiaoli felt overwhelmed. He knew the photo would create a stir, but he hadn't anticipated it would cause such a significant uproar. His phone was nearly rendered inoperable by the flood of incoming messages. Wiping the sweat from his forehead, Xiaoli decided to post a simple message in the group chat before exiting QQ entirely. General Manager Lu has instructed me to have the content of this paper made into a plaque for him by tomorrow. This statement immediately sparked an even greater uproar. The employees of the Xinglian Transportation Division, whether stationed in the offices of Xingqing, the Network Technology Team, the Logistics Group, the Dispatch Room, the Coordination Office, or scattered across the nation in ground promotion and operational roles, have been made acutely aware of a significant announcement. The company has resolutely decided to venture into the ride-hailing sector in the near future. Furthermore, the objective is unequivocally clear: to topple the 3 leading ride-hailing companies, Didi, Kuaidi, and Uber. It must be said that once the employees of the Transportation Division accepted the reality of this foray into ride-hailing, they could not help but feel a surge of exuberance. Aside from Tsuxing Technology, which other company would dare to proclaim such a bold challenge against the titans of a nascent industry? Such audacity is not merely rare, it is virtually unparalleled. According to the theory of 6 degrees of separation, there are no secrets on the internet. Soon, this photograph and the news of Tsuxing Technology's impending entry into the ride-hailing market became widely disseminated. Not only did curious netizens receive this information, but investors and entrepreneurs within the venture capital realm also became privy to Tsuxing Technology's latest maneuvers. This included Zhu Xiaohu and Xiong Xiaoga, who were in the process of facilitating the gradual exit of Jinsajiang Venture Capital and LDG Capital from the shared bicycle sector. Upon learning the news, Zhu Xiaohu promptly called Xiong Xiaoga. Hello, Director Xiong. Have you heard the latest? Xiong Xiaoga replied in a deep tone. With such a commotion, of course I've heard. Zhu Xiaohu inquired. Director Xiong, what are your thoughts on this matter? Xiong Xiaoga, with a voice devoid of any emotional fluctuation, responded, what else can one deduce from a computer? Zhu Xiaohu, with a hint of impatience, remarked, I'm speaking of serious matters, Director Xiong. Only then did Xiong Xiaoga dismiss his nonchalant demeanor and replied earnestly, I am pondering a question. What question? Zhu Xiaohu asked with concern. How much capital does Tsuxing Technology possess, without external financing, to support simultaneous ventures in both the shared bicycle and ride-hailing sectors, both of which are notorious for their cash burn? Xiong Xiaoga's voice was low and his tone exceedingly grave. Zhu Xiaohu felt a chill at his words and responded candidly. Director Xiong, you may not be aware, but just over a month ago, when Tsuxing Technology began promoting their shared bicycles, I was conducting a project evaluation in Xi'an Province. Upon returning to the capital, my first action was to have an analysis conducted on the prospects of the shared bicycle project, and my second was to contact Tsuxing Technology to express Jinsajiang's investment intentions. And then, it was now Xiong Xiaoga's turn to inquire with concern. Then I was ruthlessly rebuffed. President Wang Xu of Tsuxing Technology explicitly stated, To hell with financing. I have plenty of money. Zhu Xiaohu's expression remained neutral, though a hint of displeasure seeped into his tone. This incident had not garnered a whisper of attention within the venture capital circle, and this was the first time Xiong Xiaoga had heard of it. Clearly, both parties had intended to keep this matter under wraps, preventing any news from leaking. This, in some measure, preserved Zhu Xiaohu's dignity. After a moment of silence, Xiong Xiaoga remarked, "It seems that Sushing Technology's foray into ride-hailing is not a whimsical folly, but rather a strategically confident move." However, Zhu Xiaohu queried, "However what?" Xiong Xiaoga sighed softly. "I simply cannot comprehend why they would choose this particular moment. If they focused solely on shared bicycles, with a little more effort, they could easily secure the leading position in that market. I cannot fathom it either." Zhu Xiaohu concurred, then shifted the conversation, "But it matters not. We shall wait and see. Time will reveal all." "That shall have to suffice," Xiong Xiaoga sighed again. Thus concluded their exchange, and after hanging up, they returned to their respective endeavors. However, Sushing Technology's momentum would not be halted. Driven by Wang Xu's determination, Sushing Technology dispatched a team led by Strategic Investment Director Hu Baiyan to engage in in-depth discussions with BYD Automotive. The two parties entered into multiple rounds of negotiations regarding the bulk purchase of the BYD Qin model. Faced with a major client, BYD Automotive exhibited considerable goodwill, expressing its willingness to offer the most substantial concessions on price. However, Sushing Technology unequivocally stated that there was no need for BYD to reduce prices. They merely required a guarantee that all BYD Qin vehicles would be prioritized for supply to Sushing Technology. Such advantageous terms left BYD Automotive perplexed, making them hesitant to accept outright. Indeed, they were apprehensive. Accustomed to conventional business practices, they found themselves wary of this unconventional approach, fearing they might be dealing with a scam. Ultimately, Hu Baiyan, in a moment of exasperation, sought guidance from President Wang, suggesting they propose a more challenging condition to BYD. Otherwise, BYD might genuinely hesitate to sell such a large quantity of vehicles at full price. Wang Xu, incredulous, retorted, "Is this company out of its mind? Do they not know how to make money?" In a similar vein of frustration, Wang Xu reluctantly proposed a new condition, that BYD assists Sushing Technology in coordinating relationships with various local governments. Thus, the collaboration between Sushing Technology and BYD Automotive was established. Meanwhile, the Xinglian Transportation Division, after an intensive period of preparation, initiated a prelude to their venture into the ride-hailing market within just 2 weeks, issuing a recruitment announcement across the internet. "Would you like to drive for Xinglian Transportation? Social insurance provided." Chapter 32. Does he have excess cash to burn? A stone cast into a pond creates ripples. This recruitment announcement instantly sparked widespread discussion online. What the hell? Am I seeing things, or has Sushing Technology been slandered? They are actually providing social insurance for ride-hailing drivers. It was unheard of for Didi, Kuaidi, or Yubu to offer social insurance to their drivers. They may have been fervently engaged in subsidies, but working part-time as a ride-hailing driver could yield a significant income, rivaling the benefits of social insurance. I heard that Didi and Kuaidi are concocting a 100 billion subsidy plan to ignite a new round of subsidy warfare. Where did you hear that? From your uncle's second aunt's neighbor's fifth cousin's elementary school classmate? Wow, that's quite a convoluted connection. Get lost with your nonsense. What about Yubu? Isn't it going to make an appearance? Yubu has just entered China, and they haven't even started their official promotion yet. What is the hurry? By the way, did you take a closer look at Sushing Technology's recruitment announcement? The provision of social insurance is merely the most basic benefit they offer. What? There's more to it? I need to check this out quickly. Holy cow. Social insurance is indeed just the foundation. Sushing Technology is recruiting 2 types of drivers. One is full-time ride-hailing drivers, for whom Sushing Technology provides vehicles and insurance, offering a guaranteed monthly salary of 6,000, along with social insurance, meal allowances, heat allowances, fuel allowances, and other benefits. They enforce a strict 8-hour workday, with weekends off, mandatory holidays, and overtime pay of 2 to 4 times the regular rate, although prior application is required. The second type is part-time ride-hailing drivers, who must provide their own vehicles and insurance, with no guaranteed salary. But they do receive social insurance and the same benefits as full-time drivers. Their working hours should not exceed 10 hours a day, and they must take at least 4 days off each month, with commissions per ride exceeding those of full-time drivers by 12. I'm a bit confused. What is unclear? What is not understandable? Is Sushing Technology in the business of commerce or charity? How can they offer such generous conditions? They can't possibly be a scam company, right? Naysayers, get lost. Look closely at the entity issuing the recruitment announcement. Sushing Technology Company, Limited, Xinglian Transportation Division. Did you get that? So it's the same company that launched the Xinglian shared bicycles. I even downloaded the Xinglian transportation app on my phone. I originally registered just for that cashable 10 yuan red envelope, but the Blue Star Forest on it is quite interesting, so I never uninstalled it. I still ride the little red bike from time to time. What little red bike? You should call it the little train. The Blue Star Forest on the Xinglian transportation app is indeed fascinating. Cycling in the city and planting trees in the desert. Do they really plant trees? Absolutely. I hail from Zhangye in Gansu province, and there exists a Sanbei engineering site near my residence. Just last week, a team from Chuanxing Technology arrived, delivering 2 truckloads of essential supplies to the site, and engaged in discussions with the local government regarding collaboration to fund the Sanbei project. As for the esteemed Zundu Jidu on the upper floor, I reside in Qinghai, where a similar Sanbei engineering site is also located, and I encountered a comparable situation. Reporting from Shaanxi province. Reporting from Xinjiang province. Reporting from Inner Mongolia. This is a dedicated channel for off-topic discussions. Let us not deviate from the subject. We are discussing ride-hailing services, not tree planting. Indeed, let us converse about ride-hailing services. What is there to discuss about ride-hailing? Are you a driver? I am 35 years of age, a programmer for the infamous 40 Thieves factory, and I have been thrust into society, perpetually searching for my ideal job. Upon seeing the recruitment announcement from Chuanxing Technology, I felt a flicker of interest. Brothers, allow me to scout the situation. If it proves genuine, I shall return with good news. The stirrings on the internet have not escaped the attention of the Public Relations Department at Chuanxing Technology, which has been monitoring developments from the outset and has adeptly guided the conversation on pertinent topics. Otherwise, there would not be so many individuals providing personal testimonies to validate the authenticity of the Blue Star Forest project. This strategy was devised in concert with the Strategic Investment and Mergers Department and the Public Relations Unit, who by-in remarked that the compensation structure for the ride-hailing services, as established by General Manager Wang, is remarkably advantageous, almost too good to be true, thus necessitating the company to possess an exceptionally high level of credibility to ensure that this recruitment announcement garners widespread belief, thereby enhancing the company's reputation and momentum in entering the ride-hailing market. Projects like the Blue Star Forest, akin to a nationwide charitable initiative, can effortlessly elevate the company to the status of a national brand once they gain traction. Consequently, the hurdles and challenges associated with entering the ride-hailing sector would be significantly diminished. Upon hearing Hu Baiyan's assertions, Wang Xu found no reason to impede the initiative, nor did he intend to do so. He even allocated 10 million in funding to the Public Relations Department, instructing General Li Yi to cultivate a wave of online support as the company's voice. In the era of mobile internet, traditional media is destined to decline, while self-media is poised to rise. The company must adopt a forward-thinking approach, proactively constructing a self-media matrix under its control. After absorbing General Wang's remarks, Li Yi felt as though she had unlocked a door in the realm of public relations, resulting in an epiphany. This recruitment announcement for ride-hailing services was the manifestation of her newfound insight. The effectiveness of this strategy was soon evidenced, as within a remarkably short period, the news of Chuanxing Technology's entry into the ride-hailing market stirred a considerable uproar, becoming widely known across the internet. Both drivers and passengers began to harbor a sense of anticipation, particularly those aspiring to join the ride-hailing industry. The actions of the Xinglian travel division were equally swift. As the internet buzzed with excitement, Lu Daqiang mobilized elite members from the shared bicycle promotion team to commence outreach to potential drivers. Lu Daqiang planned to launch Xinglian's ride-hailing services first in the capital cities of the 6 provinces of central China. 10 elite promotional teams swiftly deployed to these 10 cities, vigorously advocating for Xinglian's enticing offers, generous benefits, and robust guarantees. In a flash, the yet-to-launch Xinglian ride-hailing service overshadowed the burgeoning Didi Chuxing and Kuaidi Dach. The much-anticipated Yubu, set to enter China, also found itself at a disadvantage in terms of momentum. In the capital, Jinshajiang Venture Capital, an investor that simultaneously favored both Didi and Kuaidi and had previously invested in Didi, was acutely aware of the vast market potential and promising prospects within the transportation sector. Zhu Xiaohu felt considerable frustration. His heightened vigilance regarding Chuanxing Technology's sudden announcement of its foray into ride-hailing was palpable. He even resorted to self-deprecating humor in front of LDG Capital's Xiong Xiaoga to gauge the latter's perspective on Chuanxing Technology's intentions. Following that exchange, Zhu Xiaohu cautioned the founding teams of Didi Chuxing and Kuaidi Dach to remain vigilant, warning them not to be complacent while the two companies were fervently competing, as a third party might exploit the situation. Indeed, Chuanxing Technology executed a cunning maneuver by proposing remarkably high salaries and benefits for ride-hailing drivers. Who could withstand such a test? Zhu Xiaohu slammed the table and shouted, "Does he have so much money to burn? Chapter 33. Xiao Cheng. Saibua, we're in the game again. I am eager to see just how wealthy you truly are. After his outburst, Zhu Xiaohu quickly regained his composure. Though his expression remained dark and brooding, he picked up his phone and dialed a number. Moments later, the call was answered. Hello, Lao Zhu. Have you been particularly idle lately? Came the voice of Xiong Xiaoga from LDG Capital. Zhu Xiaohu, lacking the spirit for banter, replied solemnly, Lao Xiong. I've changed my mind. Jinshajiang Venture Capital will not withdraw from the Series B round for Xiaocheng Bicycle, but will instead increase our investment. Will you join me? Join you in what? LDG hasn't invested in Xiaocheng Bicycle, Xiong Xiaoga chuckled. We invested in Saibua Bicycle, remember? Zhu Xiaohu continued unabated. What I'm asking is whether LDG will continue investing in the next round for Saibua Bicycle, so we can unite and challenge Xinglian Shared Bicycle. Ignoring Xiong Xiaoga's playful tone, Zhu Xiaohu spoke earnestly. This candid approach rendered Xiong Xiaoga momentarily speechless. After a moment of contemplation, Xiong Xiaoga responded cautiously, Lao Zhu, the funds at LDG Capital are not mine. They belong to the investors, and I must be accountable to them. I cannot arbitrarily change our strategy. Undoubtedly. This was a rejection. However, Zhu Xiaohu was undeterred, urging, Lao Xiong, listen to me. Initially, I believed that in the shared bicycle sector, Xuanqing Technology would undoubtedly secure the leading market share due to its financial strength and strategy, potentially capturing over 70% of the market share. That's why I considered exiting in the Series B round. However, here, Zhu Xiaohu paused, his eyes aflame with anger, panting as he continued. However, Xuanqing Technology has gone too far. They brazenly embark on the ride-hailing venture before solidifying their position as the leader in the shared bicycle market. What is this? It is a blatant disregard for their competitors, for us investors. Lao Zhu, Xiong Xiaoga gently reminded. You weren't saying this a few days ago. That's irrelevant. Zhu Xiaohu waved his hand forcefully. What matters is that Xuanqing Technology's ostentatious entry into the ride-hailing market, coupled with such outrageous offers to drivers, will surely require substantial financial resources. I estimate they will burn through over 15 billion in a year. Does Xuanqing Technology truly possess such wealth? I have my doubts. Xiong Xiaoga cautioned. I've heard that Xuanqing Technology's funding sources are quite mysterious, but they are indeed financially robust. In Xiang Province, Xing City, they have a 3 billion tech park project that has already broken ground. That's not the point. Zhu Xiaohu gestured emphatically once more. What's crucial is that even if Xuanqing Technology has ample funds, their focus will inevitably shift towards the ride-hailing sector, leading to a slackening in the shared bicycle market. Xiaocheng Bicycle and Saibua Bicycle can certainly seize this opportunity to grow stronger and capture market share. How will you capture it? Xiong Xiaoga countered. If you resort to the same old tactic of burning cash, it 1T work, you certainly 1T outpace them. Zhu Xiaohu asserted, Lao Xiong, are you pretending not to understand? What I desire is not for Xiaocheng Bicycle and Saibua Bicycle to jointly defeat Xinglian Shared Bicycle, but to leverage this maneuver to elevate the valuations of both companies. In that case, when Jinshajiang Venture Capital and LDG Capital exit in the Series C or D round, we can reap greater profits. Xiong Xiaoga remained unyielding, coolly replying, that's the ideal scenario. What if, during the process, neither Xiaocheng Bicycle nor Saibua Bicycle can withstand the onslaught from Xinglian Shared Bicycle? By then, don't even dream of the Series D round. You might not even secure funding for Series C. You still want to exit? You'll be left holding the bag. Zhu Xiaohu snorted. In any case, I have conveyed my intentions to you. Whether you follow through is entirely your concern. With that, he hung up the phone with a resounding click. His expression returned to its usual composure. Rising from his seat, he paced the office thoughtfully. The market potential for ride-hailing services far surpasses that of bike-sharing. Since Jinshajiang Venture Capital has already established an investment foothold in Didi Chuxing, it is naturally not inclined to relinquish it easily. Therefore, in the face of the formidable Xinglian travel, Jinshajiang Venture Capital must exert its influence to assist both Didi Chuxing and Kuaidi Dach in successfully countering the onslaught of Xinglian travel and even surpassing it in competition. This necessitates a multifaceted approach. Firstly, it is imperative to facilitate financing for both Didi Chuxing and Kuaidi Dach, securing additional capital to seize market share. Secondly, there is a need to forge connections, assisting the founders of both companies in assembling a more formidable team. Thirdly, it is essential to help coordinate relationships with governmental and corporate entities. Lastly, Zhu Xiaohu's previous strategy of undermining Xinglian travel from other fronts must continue. Under the powerful offensive of Xinglian's bike-sharing initiative, the once inconsequential Xiaocheng Bicycle has become an excellent tool for achieving this fourth objective. As long as Xiaocheng Bicycle does not concede defeat, Xinglian's bike-sharing service cannot afford to halt its market encroachment. Consequently, Xinglian bike sharing will become a financial drain for Chuanxing Technology, continuously depleting its resources. This, in turn, indirectly reduces Chuanxing Technology's investment in the ride-hailing project. If Cyber Bicycle can be brought into the fold, and both companies can jointly inflict financial strain on Chuanxing Technology, the outcome would be nothing short of perfect. However, the enigmatic Xiong Xiaoga is too composed and astute to be easily provoked into joining the bloodletting effort on a mere whim. Benefits must be presented. Zhu Xiaohu clenched his right fist and struck his left palm, making a decisive resolution. He then picked up his phone and sent a message to Xiong Xiaoga. Jinjiajing Venture Capital will advocate for the introduction of LDG Capital in the upcoming financing rounds for Didi Chuxing. Will you join us, Director Xiong? Xiong Xiaoga promptly replied, Old Zhu, you could have said this earlier. Why go around in circles? Zhu Xiaohu huffed. Xiong Xiaoga chuckled. Thus, the two major investors reached a consensus. Jinjiajing Venture Capital and LDG Capital immediately sprang into action. The founding teams of Shaocheng Bicycle and Cyber Bicycle were unexpectedly delighted to find that the investment institutions, which had initially planned to gradually exit from the Series B funding, were now opting to stay on and even expressed a willingness to continue investing, actively attracting other investment firms. Naturally, the founding teams of both companies welcomed this development. Securing investment from institutions is notoriously challenging. However, when institutions seek out other institutions, the process becomes significantly easier. With the backing of Jinjiajing Venture Capital and LDG Capital, both Shaocheng Bicycle and Cyber Bicycle successfully completed their Series B financing rounds. The financial resources in their accounts suddenly became exceedingly abundant. With newfound capital, the resolve of both companies strengthened. One descended from the capital city while the other ventured westward from the Magic City, synchronously targeting Xinglian's bike-sharing initiative and launching an aggressive cash-burning war. Xinglian bike-sharing offers the first month for free. Shaocheng and Cyber, we offer the first 2 months for free. Xinglian bike-sharing discounts the second month by half. Shaocheng and Cyber, we offer half price for the first quarter. In summary, we have the funds, and we provide better deals than you. Chapter 34. No, you cannot. Xingqing. Chuanxing Technology. The shifts in Shaocheng Bicycle and Cyber Bicycle were swiftly reported to the Strategic Investment and MA Department. After all, financing matters are only kept confidential during the initial stages of secret contact. Once negotiations over pricing begin, information spreads like wildfire. Oftentimes, the circulation of rumors serves as a tactical manifestation of negotiation strategies. The Strategic Investment and MA Department promptly relayed this information to the president and informed the Xinglian Travel Division. Lu Daqiang, the general manager of the travel division, immediately sought an audience with the president. President Wang, after Shaocheng Bicycle and Cyber Bicycle secure financing, they will undoubtedly take significant actions. How should we respond? Should we slow our advance into the ride-hailing market? Wang Xu erupted in anger. Slow down? Nonsense. Do you not see who is facilitating the financing for Shaocheng Bicycle and Cyber Bicycle? Lu Daqiang scratched his head, responding. I heard from Director Hu that it is primarily Zhu Xiaohu from Jinjiajing Venture Capital pushing this matter. Exactly, Wang Xu said, spreading his hands. Jinjiajing Venture Capital is currently Didi Chuxing's largest investment institution, and Chuanxing Technology's foray into ride-hailing directly opposes both Didi and Kuaidi, making them mortal enemies. Zhu Xiaohu, not wanting to see his investment falter or his returns fall short of expectations, will undoubtedly take action against us. At this point, Wang Xu tapped a recently acquired first edition of the selected works of Mao Zedong, stating sternly, the instructor has long taught us that whatever the enemy opposes, we must support. Whatever the enemy supports, we must oppose. What does this mean? Lu Daqiang tentatively replied, if Jinjiajing Venture Capital opposes our entry into the ride-hailing market, we should intensify our efforts to penetrate that market. If Jinjiajing Venture Capital supports Shaocheng Bicycle, we must strive to eliminate it. Precisely. Wang Xu nodded appreciatively. But not just eliminate it, we must obliterate them. Shaocheng Bicycle, Cyber Bicycle, Didi Chuxing, Kuaidi Dach. Let us eradicate them all. Understood. I will ensure we accomplish this mission. Lu Daqiang, invigorated, pounded his chest and vowed to uphold the military order. He then returned to the Xinglian Travel Division to convey President Wang's directives. As is well known, President Wang is incredibly generous. As long as you are willing to work hard, can perform, and deliver excellent results, money will flow in like a river. Now that President Wang has declared a mission to obliterate Shaocheng Bicycle, Cyber Bicycle, Didi Chuxing, and Kuaidi Dach, it signifies that the company is prepared to allocate several trucks of money to reward those who make outstanding contributions in this effort. The employees of the Xinglian Travel Division, having tasted the sweetness of success, felt their enthusiasm soar without the need for further motivation. whether they remained in the bike-sharing project or were reassigned to the ride-hailing project. They were eager to seize every opportunity to excel. Therefore, when Xiaocheng Bicycle and Cyber Bicycle launched an onslaught against Xinglian bike-sharing by offering massive subsidies to app users, the founding teams of these two companies were astonished to discover that they had been outmaneuvered. In the capital city, near the Wadaiku Vocational and Technical College, a group of individuals dressed in bright red vests from Chuanxing Technology encircled several people who were promoting the generous subsidy activities of Xiaocheng Bicycle to students at the technical college. Yes, we are from Xiaocheng Bicycle. You are from Chuanxing Technology, right? Why are you surrounding us? What do you intend to do? The leader of the group stepped forward, sternly asserting, "Let me remind you, this is the capital city, Wadaiku, and the police can arrive at any moment." Misunderstanding. Misunderstanding. The regional manager of Chuanxing Technology's promotional team replied with a smile. "We are not here to cause trouble. We just want to have a chat." The small leader of Xiaocheng Bicycle scoffed. "Chat about what? What is there to talk about?" The regional manager of Chuanxing Technology cheerfully produced a slip of paper and pulled out his phone to display a text message, presenting it to the small leader. "Here, brother. Take a look at my salary slip from last month, and this is the notification of my salary deposit. What do you want me to do with this?" The small leader furrowed his brow, displaying impatience. However, after glancing at the paper and the text message, all traces of annoyance vanished from his face, leaving him aghast. His mouth agape as if 2 eggs could fit inside. After a moment, the small leader regained his composure from the shock. "You really earn over 20,000 every month?" The regional manager of Chuanxing Technology chuckled. "Not every month, but last month I earned 46,000. "What? 46,000? The small orange bicycle's local team leader gaped in astonishment, his mouth agape wider than ever. Behind him, several local minions were equally bewildered, utterly lost in their shock. The area manager of the local promotion team, clad in a fiery red vest, seized the moment to deliver a cutting remark. "Given how diligently you're all working, I suppose you're earning more than us each month?" As soon as he finished, other local promoters in red vests chimed in with agreement. "Indeed, they must be earning considerably more than we do. We can only work a maximum of 10 hours a day, and the company strictly mandates that even meal and restroom breaks be counted within that time. They manage to toil for 14 hours daily, 6 hours of overtime beyond the basic 8 hours, with an hourly wage of 2 to 3 times the regular rate. Goodness, the earnings must be astounding. Yes, it amounts to them working 1 day and equating to us working 2 to 3 days." Listening to the local promoters from Galaxy Technology, who spoke in a tone reminiscent of a 375-gram scale, the small orange bicycle's promoters were utterly stunned. "What on earth is going on? Who informed you that the small orange bicycle offers overtime pay? What do you mean by 1 day of work equating to 2 or 3 of ours? Clearly, one of your day's efforts is worth at least 5 of ours." At that moment, the small orange bicycle's team leader began to grasp why he and his colleagues had been surrounded, forcibly subjected to a pitch about Galaxy Technology's salary and benefits. Thus, with a glimmer of hope, the team leader tentatively inquired, "Hey there, are you still hiring? Do you think we might catch your eye?" The Galaxy Technology area manager chuckled, revealing a bright smile. "Yes, of course we are. However, I must clarify that the company guarantees a minimum salary of 6,000 yuan per month. With benefits and allowances, you might take home around 8,000 yuan monthly. If you wish to earn more, you must find ways to maximize your productivity within those 10 working hours." Understood. The team leader, overwhelmed with excitement, instinctively blurted out, then promptly took out his phone to resign. This scene unfolded not only in the capital city, but also in Shanghai, Tianjin, Nanjing, Guangzhou, and Shenzhen. Wherever the small orange bicycle and cyber bicycle's local teams were dispatched, they were being aggressively poached by Galaxy Technology. Why do we work? To earn money. A group of local promoters without company equity will naturally work for whoever offers the highest pay. In less than 3 days, the ambitious founders of the small orange bicycle and cyber bicycle were astonished to discover that while the company's account had indeed swelled, there was no one left to work. What is the point of this? Chapter 35, Internal Strife at Small Orange. Unprincipled. Galaxy Technology is despicable. In the north and the south, in Shanghai and the capital, the founders of Cyber Bicycle, Wei Hu, and the founders of Small Orange Bicycle, Bao Lei, simultaneously erupted in outrage. What does it mean to undermine the foundation? Galaxy Technology's strategy of luring away local promoters from both companies with high salaries and benefits is precisely that. Without local promoters, Cyber Bicycle and Small Orange Bicycle can only rely on advertisements and online traffic to attract new users. While this approach is feasible, it is exceedingly inefficient and slow. Both companies were already at a disadvantage in the competition against Galaxy Technology, and such ineffective and sluggish promotion would undoubtedly seal their fate. Consequently, Wei Hu and Bao Lei convened an executive meeting to discuss how to counteract Galaxy Technology's unscrupulous tactics. In the capital, at Small Orange Technology, as a lead investor from the Angel Round in Series A and a participant in Series B, Jinshajiang Venture Capital certainly had the right to send representatives to this executive meeting. To underscore its importance, the managing director, Zhu Xiaohu, decided to attend personally. However, it remained unclear whether his presence was due to a genuine concern for Small Orange Bicycle or if he had ulterior motives, a mystery to the other attendees. Let's discuss how the company should respond to Galaxy Technology's counterattack, proposed Bao Lei, the founder and president, as he took the head seat at the long conference table, lightly tapping the surface. Awkwardly, no one spoke up. Bao Lei turned to his left, casting a glance at the company executives seated there, his expression growing increasingly grim. To his right sat representatives from investment institutions monitoring the flow of funds, as well as heavyweight investors like Zhu Xiaohu. While they could remain silent on specific business matters, that was understandable. After all, the day-to-day management and operations of the company were not their domain. However, you are the executives of the company. You were brought on board precisely to exercise your abilities during critical moments like this. Now, with everyone tight-lipped, what is the meaning of this? Have you all lost your voices? Since you all choose to remain silent, I shall call on each of you individually. Seeing that his withering glare had no effect, Bao Lei's expression darkened further, his tone laced with suppressed anger. The lineup of Small Orange Technology executives instantly felt a surge of anxiety, fearing they might be called upon to respond to this challenging question, especially the marketing director responsible for local promotions. However, Murphy's Law never fails to materialize. Amidst the tension, the marketing director heard his name called. Mr. Huang, please share your thoughts on how the marketing department believes we should counter Galaxy Technology's poaching efforts. Bao Lei fixed a cold stare on Huang Tianxiu, the marketing director, who was desperately trying to become invisible. Am I going first? All right then, Huang Tianxiu conceded, having anticipated he could not evade this. Despite his lingering hope, he had prepared a response to address the current situation. After a brief hesitation, Huang Tianxiu decided to be forthright. In my personal view, there are two methods to counter this wave of impact. One is to fully align our compensation and benefits system with Galaxy Technologies, thus nullifying their advantage in poaching our local promoters. The downside is that it would drastically inflate our labor costs. The other is not to align with Galaxy Technologies' compensation and benefits, but to enhance the commission ratio for local promoters. For instance, offering a cash reward of 30 to 40 yuan for each new user successfully acquired. This way, many salespeople would be attracted by the high commission and would reject Galaxy Technology's overtures. After finishing, Huang Tianxiu reverted to his previous state of attempting to blend into the background. After all, Bao Lei had asked him to speak, and he had done so. Whether his suggestions were accepted was beyond his concern. Upon hearing the marketing director's words, Bao Lei felt a sharp throb at his temples. A headache was setting in. To be frank, both methods could theoretically address Galaxy Technology's aggressive poaching. However, theory is merely that. There is often a disparity between it and reality. Enduring the ache, Bao Lei turned to a poised female executive and asked, Ms. Chiu, could you elaborate on whether the funds in the company's account, after reserving adequate market promotion expenses, can cover the labor costs of adopting either of these methods? The finance director, Chiu Yi, replied without hesitation. There is absolutely no possibility of covering that. Under the current promotional strategy, the funds in the company's account can barely cover less than 6 months of expenses. If we were to adopt any method proposed by Mr. Huang, the significantly increased labor costs would compress that time frame to just 2 to 3 months. After hearing this, Bao Lei was left utterly stunned. The company had just completed its Series B funding, and now he was being told there wasn't enough money? What is going on? This question echoed in the minds of other executives present, as well as the investors and representatives of investment institutions seated opposite them. With a light tap on the table, Zhu Xiaohu drew everyone's attention before speaking. Ms. Chiu, please explain why, right after securing funding, the finances are already tight. Chiu Yi hesitated before looking to CEO Bao Lei for approval. Bao Lei gritted his teeth and nodded. Even if they chose to be evasive or conceal the truth now, the investors and representatives would have 1,000 ways to uncover the facts after the meeting. Rather than allowing the relationship to deteriorate, it would be more prudent to engage in some candid dialogue at this juncture. In doing so, upon identifying the issues, we may perhaps retain a modicum of trust that could aid in resolving the perplexing financial strain we are currently experiencing. Having secured the CEO's consent, Chiu Yi lowered her gaze and perused her notebook, her expression neutral as she stated, the day after we secured funding. The finance department received a plethora of requests for funds aimed at improving the work environment, alongside a series of directives intended to incentivize the management team. Within a week, the company's accounts were debited by a staggering 12 million, allocated to these two facets. At this point, Xiao Yuni lifted her gaze to meet the CEO Bao Lei's eyes, which were veiled with barely concealed anger, and calmly articulated, "Regarding these expenditures, I have sought Mr. Bao's guidance no fewer than 5 times. His directive was clear. A comfortable work environment and substantial incentives could effectively enhance the company's cohesion and the management's combativeness. Thus, I approve the utilization of these funds in accordance with Mr. Bao's instructions." With her words, the conference room descended into an eerie silence. The sound of a pin dropping would have echoed clearly among the attendees. Concurrently, the gazes of the executives and investors directed towards Xiao Yuni underwent a notable transformation. It was evident that Xiao Yuni was seizing the opportunity to report on the financial strain as a means to openly accuse CEO Bao Lei of being overly ambitious and misusing funds. This was tantamount to delivering a stinging slap to Bao Lei's face. Look at how Xingxing Technology can afford to allocate genuine resources to provide high salaries and comprehensive benefits for their grassroots promotional staff, alongside generous commissions. And what of you? Indulging in pleasure without the aspiration to progress. No wonder Shaocheng Bicycle, despite completing its Series B financing, is still being overshadowed by Xinglian shared bicycles. Bao Lei, perceptive as he was, grasped this implication and his countenance darkened, deeper than the bottom of a pot. Was it really necessary to be so severe simply because he wished to treat her to a few more drinks last night? Chapter 36, A Cybernetic Shift in Command. Let us adjourn the meeting. Just as Bao Lei ground his teeth in frustration, Zhu Xiaohu interjected. As the company's angel investor and second-largest shareholder, his words carried significant weight. Observing that CEO Bao Lei did not immediately retort, the executives and representatives from the investment firms tactfully pushed back their chairs and rose to exit the conference room. Soon, only Zhu Xiaohu and Bao Lei remained. After a moment of silence, Zhu Xiaohu asked indifferently, "Mr. Bao, do you not wish to explain?" "What is there to explain?" A flicker of anger ignited in Bao Lei's eyes as he spoke in a low tone. "As CEO, I do not believe the recent financial policies were erroneous. The improvements to the work environment and the incentives for the management team have indeed enhanced the company's combat effectiveness." Before Bao Lei could finish, Zhu Xiaohu seized the opportunity to continue. If it weren't for the poaching incident orchestrated by Xingxing Technology, the company would not have been compelled to escalate its labor costs. And the financial situation would not be so strained, correct? Indeed. Bao Lei nodded emphatically, resolutely affirming this point. No matter the circumstances, he would never concede that he had erred. Improving the work environment and incentivizing the management team was, in essence, the correct course of action following the completion of a new round of financing. Otherwise, why would employees and management be inclined to work for you? Simply because you painted a grand picture? Zhu Xiaohu had no intention of dwelling on this matter, swiftly pivoting the discussion to a more pressing issue. "Mr. Bao, please elucidate the actions of your finance director, who undermined you in such a crucial meeting. In a company, while not everyone may be a confidant of the CEO, the finance team must be." The current situation was that Xiao Yuni, who ought to be Bao Lei's most trusted ally, had publicly stripped away his FAAD in front of investors and their representatives. The ramifications of this behavior were substantial. A misstep could result in Bao Lei losing the trust of investors and investment firms. After all, no one wishes to entrust their funds to an individual known for capricious spending without restraint. Bao Lei must provide a forthright explanation regarding this matter and seek the understanding and continued trust of investment institutions centered around Jinsha Venture Capital. Realizing this, Bao Lei felt a wave of regret wash over him. He should not have succumbed to his impatience and base instincts last night, nor should he have attempted to intoxicate Xiao Yuni. Now, it was as if he had stepped in a pile of mud, whether it was excrement or not. It was still a mess. Observing Bao Lei's sullen countenance and prolonged silence, Zhu Xiaohu grew impatient. He pushed his chair back and stood up, coldly stating, "Let us conclude today's meeting. You need to swiftly tidy up your mess and devise a strategy to counter the threat posed by Xingxing Technology. I am indifferent to how you choose to proceed. I only care about the outcome." "Understood." Watching Zhu Xiaohu stride away, Bao Lei opened his mouth, struggling to articulate a response. Zhu Xiaohu was disinclined to indulge Bao Lei's current emotional state. His mind was already drifting southward, fixated on the bustling city of Shanghai. He wondered if Xiong Xiaoga had devised any effective strategies to counteract Xingxing Technology's poaching. In Shanghai, at Cyber Technology, in the conference room, founder and CEO Wei, who was passionately articulating her environmental philosophy, she proclaimed, "Cyber Bicycle is a company imbued with human warmth and social responsibility, a genuine advocate of low-carbon travel and eco-friendly living. Our product, the Cyber High-Tech Eco-Friendly Smart Bicycle, is undoubtedly the most environmentally conscious shared bicycle available in the market. It is precisely this commitment that has garnered the admiration of relevant governmental departments. I firmly believe that driven by the company's pure ideals and noble beliefs, every member of the cyber team will wholeheartedly cherish the company and be genuinely willing to contribute. Interjecting without hesitation was Xiong Xiaoga from LDG Capital, who had whimsically decided to attend the meeting. He raised his right hand and bluntly interrupted, "Your thoughts can wait. What we need to discuss now is how to address Xingxing Technology's poaching initiative." Wei Hu wrinkled her pert nose, gesturing emphatically to bolster her stance, and replied earnestly, "Mr. Xiong, what I just articulated is precisely how we will counter Xingxing Technology's poaching. I believe we must prioritize the promotion of our environmental philosophy within the company, ensuring that every employee embraces our vision. In such a case, no matter how enticing the conditions offered by Xingxing Technology may be, what is there to fear? Even if we lose a few individuals, so be it. Those who depart are merely those who do not align with our company's principles. If they cannot share in our struggles and successes, then their departure will ultimately benefit the company without any adverse effects." This line of reasoning left Xiong Xiaoga utterly dismayed. It was astonishing to realize that an entrepreneur with a journalistic background could engage in such sophistry. While it might work for garnering headlines, it was certainly not a suitable approach for managing a company. Taking a deep breath, Xiong Xiaoga refrained from erupting and instead reiterated, "Wei, do not dwell solely on the abstract. Entrepreneurship requires a greater focus on the pragmatic." Wei Hu waved her hand dismissively, responding nonchalantly, "The abstract and the pragmatic are two sides of the same coin. I do not see any issue with the abstract, nor do I believe I have neglected the practical. I have already instructed that our ground promotional staff undergo ideological education weekly to reinforce our ideological foundation and convey the company's vision." Furthermore, noticing that Wei Hu continued to disregard his advice, persisting in her own narrative, Xiong Xiaoga felt a surge of frustration. Fine. If you refuse to engage in a constructive dialogue, then I shall cease to speak." Thus, with a facade of warmth yet a frigid tone, he declared, "I see no reason to continue this meeting. In 1 hour, if I am still here, I will convene a board meeting to discuss the motion to remove Wei Hu from the CEO position. As the second largest shareholder, I believe Wei Hu is no longer capable of leading cyber technology to triumph over Xinglian shared bicycles in this competition. With that said, who is in favor? Who is against?" The atmosphere in the conference room shifted dramatically upon the conclusion of his statement. Alas, it appears that Chairman Xiong has truly turned the tables. Wei Hu's complexion was particularly striking, alternating between a deep crimson and a pallid shade of blue. His chest heaved with indignation, unable to settle into calmness for an extended period. Yet, in the face of Xiong Xiaoga's seemingly confrontational proposal, Wei Hu found himself incapable of mounting an effective rebuttal. Firstly, the second largest shareholder indeed possesses the authority to call for a board meeting. Although such actions are typically not undertaken with such haste, leaving procedural gaps, the reality remained. Secondly, after several rounds of financing, despite the founding team, with Wei Hu at its helm, still being the largest shareholder, their stake had dwindled below 51%, resulting in a loss of relative control. What was even more disheartening was that the founding team had failed to sign a concerted action agreement with any investment institutions. This predicament thrust Wei Hu into an exceedingly awkward position. The influential Xiong Xiaoga's proposal to dismiss Wei Hu would likely pass with the board's vote. Over an hour later, Wei Hu's fears materialized. He was forcibly removed from his position as CEO. Chapter 37. The transformation of the marketing department into a military academy. Bad news travels fast. Soon, Hu Baiyan learned from the venture capital circle about the events transpiring at Xiaoqing Technology and Cyber Technology. Considering that, while these two companies may be lacking, they nonetheless serve as competitors, he relayed the information to the president, finding amusement in the situation. Upon hearing Hu Baiyan's report, Wang Xu was far from pleased. In fact, he was quite irate. What a pair of imbeciles. I haven't even exerted myself yet, and they've already collapsed. Humph. After venting his frustration with that remark, Wang Xu's anger subsided a little. Indeed, they were rather inept. Hu Baiyan wholeheartedly agreed with this sentiment, especially when it came to Xiaoqing Technology's founder and CEO, Bao Lei, who, for the sake of meager benefits, had aligned himself with the Jinmin Fige bicycle factory, relinquishing the most crucial data of his company to a competitor. Such short-sightedness was beyond comprehension. And then there was the founder and CEO of Cyber Technology, Wei Hu. Was it merely a reluctance to part with funds? An unwillingness to grant raises to the grassroots marketing personnel? As CEO, he could have straightforwardly articulated his stance. Who could fault him for that? At worst, he would be labeled as stingy. Yet, he made the grievous error of attempting to play both sides, being evasive in front of Xiong Xiaoga, and ultimately offering a lackluster resolution. Who was Xiong Xiaoga? A godfather-like investor in the domestic scene. Not to say he has consumed more salt than Wei Hu has rice. but he has certainly encountered thousands of entrepreneurs. Did Wei Hu believe he could con Xiong Xiaoge with such antics? Absurd. And now, he had been dismissed. Truly, he had shot himself in the foot, an act of self-sabotage, deservedly so. After mentally berating the situation, Hu Baiyan smiled and inquired, President Wang, shall we stoke the flames for them? Wang Xu displayed a keen interest in this matter, raising an eyebrow as he asked, how do you propose we do that? Hu Baiyan replied, since the travel department is already aggressively poaching their marketing personnel, why not expand the scope of our recruitment to include their operations staff as well, thereby crippling them further? Excellent, let's proceed with that. Wang Xu readily agreed without hesitation. The more personnel they recruited, the higher the company's monthly labor costs would rise, accelerating the rate at which they burned through capital. No matter how one looked at it, this was a venture with nothing but benefits and no drawbacks. Of course, it was to be done, and the sooner, the better. I will return to discuss this with Mr. Mo and Mr. Liu, Hu Baiyan asserted, fully embracing the initiative. Very well, Wang Xu nodded in agreement. Just then, there was a knock at the door. Moments later, the president's assistant, Wu Xiyun, entered and reported solemnly, President Wang, Li Yunrui from the marketing department wishes to report on his work. Upon hearing this, Hu Baiyan stood up and walked towards the exit. President Wang, please carry on. I shall return to implement that matter. Wang Xu nodded in acknowledgement and then addressed Wu Xiyun, please invite Mr. Li in. Li Yunrui was the marketing director who took over after Liu Daqiang transitioned to the general manager of the travel department. His educational background, experience, and work capabilities were on par with Liu Daqiang's. The smooth development of Xinglian shared bicycles owed much to Li Yunrui's contributions. After officially taking up the role of marketing director, he completed the restructuring of the marketing department in less than a week. The purpose of this meeting was to report on the functional adjustments within the restructured marketing department and the forthcoming work. Wang Xu placed great importance on this matter and promptly set aside time for the meeting. Soon, Li Yunrui entered the president's office. Mr. Li, please have a seat. Wang Xu gestured to the chair opposite his desk, warmly inviting him. Thank you, President Wang. Li Yunrui responded graciously as he took his seat. After a brief moment of contemplation, he formally began his report. President Wang, the marketing department has completed its restructuring from 3 aspects: personnel, functions, and future work direction. We currently have 67 staff members, and our functions have been adjusted to encompass the current Network Technology Development Department and the Smart Terminal Research Department, as well as the Future Spark Research Institute, to explore and cultivate new technologies and products. Wait, Wang Xu interjected, raising his right hand to halt Li Yunrui's discourse. Curious as he asked, is it solely market exploration and cultivation? What about market promotion? Li Yunrui's mind was exceptionally quick, and he immediately clarified, indeed, President Wang. In the future, the company will likely operate mainly in the form of business units. I believe that rather than repeatedly embarking on new business ventures and reallocating personnel to establish new business units followed by further restructuring, it would be more prudent to adjust our positioning from the outset, focusing solely on market exploration and cultivation. Once a certain business is determined to possess significant market potential, the company can then commence incubating a business unit. Wang Xu pondered for a moment and queried, are you suggesting that we transform the marketing department into the company's military academy? Li Yunrui smiled and replied earnestly, that is indeed the idea. Excellent. Wang Xu clapped his hands, praising loudly. This concept is remarkable. Pursue it without hesitation. As I have said before, I do not concern myself with the process, only the outcome. Should you require personnel, you shall have them. Should you require funds, they shall be provided. Thank you, President Wang. A flicker of excitement crossed Li Yunrui's face, quickly tempered into composure. He continued his report. The marketing department believes there is currently a product worthy of market exploration. What product? Wang Xu inquired with interest. Li Yunrui responded, the remote smart tree planting terminal commissioned by Mr. Liu. After the Smart Terminal Research Department developed this product, they deemed drones more suitable for the Blue Star Forest project and applied for the establishment of a drone research team at the last meeting. However, Mr. Xi did not abandon this product and organized a team to improve it, enhancing its modular and multifaceted functionalities, making it highly suitable for home cultivation of fruits and vegetables. As he spoke, Li Yunrui unlocked his tablet, opened a video, and presented it to Wang Xu. President Wang, take a look. This is the prototype developed by Mr. Xi and his team. Through app operation, it can intelligently and remotely manage watering, fertilizing, pest control, and more. If paired with a small greenhouse, it can also adjust for light and temperature. Wang Xu took the tablet, glanced at it, and incisively asked, who is your target customer demographic? Li Yunrui promptly replied, individuals living in steel forest cities but yearning for a pastoral lifestyle. Wang Xu pressed further, have you researched how many people would be willing and able to purchase such a device? Not everyone has a patch of land suitable for fruit and vegetable growing equipment. A confident smile emerged on Li Yunrui's face as he responded. The marketing department's strategy is not to sell the equipment, but to utilize this device to establish a large-scale fruit and vegetable planting base. Then collaborate with the network technology department to launch a gardening game. In this way, everyone can experience remote intelligent planting through gameplay, as well as harvest the fruits and vegetables they grow within the game. Upon hearing the proposal for establishing a large-scale fruit and vegetable cultivation base, Wang Xu wholeheartedly embraced the project. From land acquisition to equipment procurement and operational costs, the financial implications were substantial. Consequently, he did not hesitate to consider the project's profitability and promptly responded, "Very well, let the marketing department proceed. I fully support you on behalf of the company." Simultaneously, he cast a highly approving glance at Li Yunrui. Employees who could effectively manage expenditures were undoubtedly valuable assets. Chapter 38. Back to Alma Mater. Gentlemen, President Wang is immensely supportive of our endeavors. Moments later, Li Yunrui exited the president's office with a flushed countenance, bringing this delightful news back to the marketing department. Fresh from a reorganization and poised for transformation, the marketing team was in a state of uncertainty. This encouraging announcement served as a potent morale booster, swiftly stabilizing the team's spirits. With a newfound sense of assurance, the cohesion fostered by the compensation and benefits system at Sushing Technology ignited an extraordinary level of enthusiasm and vigor among the marketing staff. Without the need for Li Yunrui to rally them, they promptly contacted the Intelligent Terminal Research and Development Department to finalize product specifications and translate laboratory techniques into practical applications. Coordinated with manufacturing partners to streamline the supply chain of raw materials and components, and liaised with the Network Technology Development Department to create a vegetable growing minigame. Each task, propelled by the marketing department's remarkable initiative, progressed rapidly in an orderly and methodical fashion. As the marketing director, Li Yunrui merely needed to steer the direction without much concern for the details. In less than 2 weeks, everything was ready. The social gaming app named Xingyu Farm was completed and tested. 5 intelligent farms were established on the outskirts of Xingqing, Jiangqing, Yangqing, Jinmen, and Chang'an. And 5 specialized cold chain transportation fleets were being hastily assembled, awaiting a suitable opportunity. The marketing department's transformation into a training ground for talent was set to propel the project to market. Naturally, both Li Yunrui and the marketing team felt a palpable tension. The success or failure of their transformation hinged on the performance of the project post-launch. To uplift the spirits of the marketing staff, Li Yunrui yearned to invite President Wang for a motivational meeting to address them. However, this aspiration fell short. Wang Xu had received an invitation from his alma mater to deliver a lecture sharing his entrepreneurial experiences and was preoccupied with drafting his speech. He even neglected the burgeoning recruitment and training of ride-hailing drivers within the Xinglian Transportation Division. How could he spare time to address the marketing department? The company has ample resources. We are not fearful of failure. Just go ahead. Wang Xu declined Li Yunrui's request, instructing him to relay this sentiment to the marketing team before returning to his writing. Understood, President Wang. Li Yunrui refrained from insisting further, acknowledging the response as he departed. For the vast majority, one's alma mater holds a uniquely significant place in their hearts. Few can resist an invitation to speak at their former school. Much like the allure of returning home in glory, Li Yunrui recognized that not only was it impossible for the marketing department to engage President Wang, but the Xinglian Transportation Division and the Strategic Investment and Mergers Department would likely face the same challenge. Even though rumors circulated that the Strategic Investment and Mergers Department was in close discussions with Wanxiang Group regarding a potential joint acquisition of A123 Systems in the United States, known for its world-leading lithium iron phosphate battery technology, which excels in extreme temperatures and is ideally suited for the frequent charge-discharge cycles of electric bicycles. This critical matter could not capture President Wang's attention, underscoring his deep regard for the invitation from his alma mater. However, back in the marketing department, Li Yunrui refrained from disclosing the full context, instead opting to convey President Wang's confidence in the team's capabilities. This undoubtedly served as a motivational boost. The employees of Sushing Technology, with an affinity for President Wang's inspirational words, found renewed vigor. The atmosphere of uncertainty dissipated, replaced by steadfast resolve as they propelled the Xingyu Farm project towards launch. In 2009, the game Happy Farm introduced the concept of vegetable theft, captivating the nation. The Goose Factory swiftly adopted this game, producing a self-developed equivalent at lightning speed to secure its standing in QQ space, successfully fending off challenges from campus networks. As the timeline approached 2013, Happy Farm was nearing the countdown to server shutdown. However, The game mechanics of vegetable planting and stealing remained resilient across major platforms. The Goose Factory further developed a series of social mini-games around this concept, such as QQ Ranch and QQ Restaurant, to bolster retention on QQ Space. Years later, Alipay also launched the minigame Ant Manor to enhance user engagement. This trend indicates a profound yearning among the Chinese populace for a pastoral lifestyle centered around activities like farming, animal husbandry, and cooking. The forthcoming slow-paced variety show The Life We Long for on Mango TV exemplifies this sentiment. Thus, Xingyu Farm inherently possessed the potential for immense popularity. Initially, Li Yunrui intended to operate Xingyu Farm as a standalone game, bridging online and offline interactions. However, upon hearing the news, Liu Daqiang persuaded the marketing department to integrate Xingyu Farm into the Xinglian transportation app, standing alongside Blue Star Forest. The slogan for low-carbon travel and eco-friendly living evolved into a call for sustainable travel and green living. The Network Technology Development Department invested heavily in cloud computing and cloud storage technologies to accommodate the integration of the Xingyu Farm game with the Xinglian transportation app, while enhancing the user experience of Blue Star Forest. Upon learning of this development, Wang Xu inadvertently remarked, "No need to download, easily accessible, and use it as you please. That sounds just like a mini program." At that moment, engrossed in refining his lecture notes, he paid little mind to his comment. The network technology director, Mei Zhiren, found this insight inspiring and, upon returning, promptly initiated discussions around the concept of mini programs. Deputy Director He Jing astutely pointed out, for a mini program that is easily accessible and requires no downloads to thrive, it necessitates a massive user base in the hundreds of millions, akin to a national platform. After a brief pause, He Jing bluntly stated, "As far as I recall, only Facebook abroad and WeChat domestically possess such potential. The Xinglian transportation app does not qualify. Unless we also launch an application in the instant messaging or mobile social networking space and capture a certain market share." The reality was objective, unyielding, and harsh. Sushing technology currently lacked the conditions to develop a strategy centered around mini programs. It could only serve as a technological reserve for future exploration. Who knows when it might prove useful one day? Wang Xu remained blissfully unaware of the ripples caused by his unintentional remark, as he was engaged in discussions at the Network Technology Department while already back at his alma mater. Xiangnan University dispatched a distinguished team to warmly welcome Wang Xu upon his arrival at the school gate, including Teacher Li, who had once promised him a postgraduate recommendation. Observing Teacher Li standing among the crowd, striving to diminish his presence, Wang Xu felt a wave of nostalgia wash over him. "Here I stand before you. How much do I resemble my former self?" Chapter 39, Entrepreneurial Experience Lecture. By no means should one embark on entrepreneurship. Welcome back to campus, President Wang. The Dean of the School of Computer and Communication extended his right hand from afar, warmly welcoming Wang Xu back to Xiangnan University with great enthusiasm. "Dean, you flatter me." Wang Xu replied, "You may call me Wang Xu, or simply Xiao Wang or Xiao Su." He hastily jogged forward, grasping the dean's hand with both of his, sincerely expressing, "I am still a student of our esteemed college and have yet to graduate. I truly apologize for making you wait here." "Haha," the dean laughed heartily. "What is there to apologize for? If you truly feel that way, make sure to share some valuable insights with your classmates and juniors later." The dean's command was one to be obeyed, and Wang Xu readily acquiesced, showing no reluctance. This response brought the dean a sense of pride. "Come, Mr. Wang, allow me to introduce you," the dean said, taking Wang Xu by the hand and enthusiastically presenting him to those who had come to welcome him. Among them were representatives from the Student Union, the Student Affairs Office, the Technology Office, as well as the college's vice deans and department heads. Overall, the reception was of a notably high caliber, reflecting Xiangnan University's serious regard for Wang Xu's invitation to return and give a lecture. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Wang Xu, surrounded by the dean and his entourage, made his way into the university. The campus was vast. It took nearly 20 minutes to walk from the gate to the auditorium where the lecture would be held. However, as they were all leaders, walking was not an option. After a symbolic short walk upon entering the campus, the group boarded a minibus to travel to the auditorium. A few minutes later, the minibus came to a steady stop outside the auditorium. As soon as Wang Xu alighted, he was met with the warm enthusiasm of his fellow classmates and juniors. The auditorium was packed to the brim. Even those pushed to the entrance were reluctant to leave, creating a situation where it was almost impossible to enter. Fortunately, Wang Xu and his party entered through a side door, where student leaders were maintaining order, making it less crowded. "Wang Xu, look how enthusiastic everyone is. Make sure to share plenty of insights. They are here to hear from you, this rising star of the business world, so don't hold back," the dean earnestly reminded him, pointing to the multitude of eager faces below. This time, having heeded Wang Xu's earlier request on the minibus, The dean adopted a more familiar tone. Yes, Dean, I will certainly not disappoint your expectations or those of everyone here. I will share substantial content and refrain from empty rhetoric, Wang Xu assured confidently, thumping his chest. The dean nodded approvingly, gently nudging Wang Xu's back. Go on, speak well. All right, Dean, Wang Xu replied, moving towards the stage under the dean's encouragement. The host of the lecture quickly stepped forward to guide him. Typically, such lectures aimed at students feature hosts selected from student council members, and this occasion was no exception. To Wang Xu's surprise, the host turned out to be Li Qian, the very person who had almost secured a spot for him in graduate school. This added an intriguing twist. Logically, Li Qian would not have arranged this knowing Wang Xu was aware of her previous underhanded intentions. She should have aimed to minimize her presence to avoid provoking him and potentially causing an uncomfortable situation. However, here she was, standing before Wang Xu as the host of the lecture. The significance of this lecture was not lost on Xiangnan University, from top to bottom. Although the secretary and the president did not personally greet Wang Xu at the gate, they were indeed present for the lecture, seated prominently in the front row. A luncheon had also been arranged to honor Wang Xu, underscoring the university's emphasis on this event. After all, Wang Xu's current status was exceptional as the founder and president of Star Technology. Not to mention, the company's valuation had soared to several hundred billion. Even the initial investment of $3 billion for the Star Technology Park warranted Xiangnan University's attention. Public information indicated that out of the $3 billion, land and construction costs accounted for only around $2 billion. The remaining $800 million would be allocated as research funding for purchasing equipment, attracting talent, and establishing cooperative laboratories with universities. As Wang Xu's alma mater, it would not be unreasonable for Xiangnan University to secure $500 million from this $800 million for collaborative research initiatives, right? Of course, this was neither excessive nor unreasonable, provided that Wang Xu held Xiangnan University in high regard. The principle of reciprocity applied here. The university's higher-ups believed that they must convey their esteem for Wang Xu to elicit his appreciation for his alma mater. Thus, the entrepreneurial experience sharing lecture was conceived. It is often said that to achieve wealth without returning to one's hometown is akin to wearing fine clothing in the dark. After this lecture, it was anticipated that Wang Xu would clearly perceive the university's importance and warmth towards him. Therefore, the university's administration was determined to ensure that no mistakes marred this lecture, especially any that might displease Wang Xu. Preparations for the lecture were undertaken with utmost caution. Nevertheless, Li Qian had still managed to secure the position of host. What did this indicate? It suggested either that Li Qian's capabilities were exceptionally outstanding, and the person responsible for selecting the host was unaware of the tensions between Wang Xu and Li Qian, or that Li Qian had climbed the ranks beyond just Li Qian's influence, having secured connections within the university that made any attempt to halt this arrangement impossible. What a spectacle! Wang Xu mused, his mind racing with speculation and sarcasm, while maintaining a composed exterior as he approached the podium. Li Qian intended to extend her hand to Wang Xu in welcome, but as he breezed past her, she felt a flicker of annoyance. Yet, she dared not betray any inappropriate emotion, instead holding the microphone with a smile, delivering her meticulously prepared opening remarks. After a beautifully articulated introduction, Li Qian passionately announced, "Now, let me invite our distinguished alumnus from the class of 2009 in Computer Science and Technology, founder and president of Star Technology Company, Wang Xu, to share his entrepreneurial experiences and insights with us." With that, she bowed slightly and gracefully stepped aside, granting the stage entirely to Wang Xu. Thunderous applause erupted, the sound resonating so powerfully it nearly overturned the auditorium. After a considerable duration, the applause finally subsided. Wang Xu gently lifted the microphone and seized the moment to speak. "Hello everyone, I am Wang Xu. It is an honor to receive an invitation from my alma mater to share some insights on entrepreneurship. Indeed, I have much to discuss." Pausing momentarily, he gazed into the expectant eyes of the audience before solemnly declaring, "Above all, do not venture into entrepreneurship." Chapter 40. Entrepreneurship is a treacherous path, fraught with peril. This declaration sent shockwaves through the auditorium. The leaders and students of Xiangnan University were collectively taken aback, especially the university officials. Although they had invited him to speak to foster mutual communication and strengthen their relationship, they genuinely sought to have him share his entrepreneurial wisdom. Instead, he opened with a resounding admonition against entrepreneurship, a proclamation that was nothing short of shocking. While the leaders felt bewildered, the students were utterly stunned, brimming with curiosity about what Wang Xu would say next. Wang Xu wasted no time in delivering his next point. Entrepreneurship is a path where, despite giving your all, you may not reap any rewards. To put it bluntly, it resembles gambling. Employment, on the other hand, he continued, pausing for emphasis, is different. If you are willing to put in the effort, you are guaranteed to see results. Regardless of the magnitude of this harvest, let us simply assess its existence. Hence, in comparison to entrepreneurship, I would more fervently advocate for employment post-graduation. Then why did you not choose this path? Suddenly, a student in the audience boldly questioned. A hum of commotion erupted throughout the auditorium. With some leading the charge, students could no longer contain themselves and began to vociferously shout in unison, "Indeed. Why not seek employment? If it is so favorable, why venture into entrepreneurship? Please, enlighten us. Are you perhaps afraid that we might establish our own enterprises and compete with you?" Wang Xu raised his hands in a placating gesture, urging the students to calm down. And he boomed. "That is an excellent question. A truly commendable inquiry. If I believe employment to be so advantageous, why then pursue entrepreneurship?" With a commanding presence, he continued, "The essence of a venture lies in the resources one possesses. Since the establishment of Chuanxing technology, a mere 3 months ago, our workforce has already surpassed 10,000 individuals. As the president overseeing such a vast number of employees, I am frequently engaged in projects amounting to hundreds of millions. Naturally, I have cultivated a demeanor befitting a formidable leader." Thus, my resounding exclamation quelled the students' unrest. In the ensuing silence, Wang Xu surveyed the audience from left to right before articulating his rationale. "My motivation for entrepreneurship is quite straightforward. I have investors who provide me with substantial capital, immense sums that I can afford to lose. My initial funding from investors amounts to 100 million. What does 100 million signify, dear students? The volume of a 100 yuan note is approximately 1,194 cubic millimeters, weighing about 115 grams. Therefore, 100 million would occupy a volume of 1194 cubic meters and weigh 115 tons, sufficient to fill 2 to 3 double-door refrigerators." Moreover, Wang Xu leaned forward. Hands resting on the podium, "My investors have assured me not to worry about losses, placing no pressure for profitability upon me. Do you comprehend the implications of this, students?" "Senior, what does this imply? Please enlighten us." The first student who had questioned Wang Xu interjected eagerly. Wang Xu replied solemnly, "It means I am unencumbered by concerns. I can experiment freely, and even if my venture fails, it bears no consequence. Do you have such advantageous conditions?" "No." The students echoed in unison. Wang Xu seized this opportunity to conclude, "Thus, I firmly believe that until you possess solid connections, ample funds, and formidable capabilities, the most prudent choice is to seek employment. Entrepreneurship is fraught with peril, a path riddled with obstacles and pitfalls, where a single misstep could lead to downfall. Some may be fortunate enough to stumble lightly, suffering only momentary discomfort. Yet, there are always those who suffer grievously, never to recover." Such alarmist rhetoric. Suddenly, a student clad in a suit and donning gold-rimmed glasses stood up, exclaiming, "Senior, your assertions are alarmist, emphasizing only the risks of entrepreneurship while neglecting its potential rewards." Adjusting his glasses, the student passionately declared, "Bill Gates dropped out of university and founded Microsoft in a garage. Larry Page and Sergey Brin created Google in a garage in Silicon Valley, and Jack Ma launched Alibaba as an English teacher. The Pony team amassed 500,000 yuan to establish Tencent in Huiqiangbai. Countless successful entrepreneurial examples exist that could easily refute your claims." As his words echoed, the auditorium buzzed once more with chatter. Students whispered among themselves, deliberating the glasses wearer's assertions. School leaders turned their heads, assessing who had the audacity to so openly challenge Wang Xu. Meanwhile, many anticipated how Wang Xu would respond to such direct opposition. In response to the scrutiny, Wang Xu smiled faintly and gently inquired, "Since you mentioned Tencent, shall we use it as a case study for discussion?" "Certainly," the bespectacled student replied. Wang Xu then earnestly stated, "Do you know how much 500,000 yuan in 1998 equates to today as currency? From the perspective of money supply, it is approximately equivalent to 14 million yuan today. In terms of the increase in first-tier housing prices, about 11 million, and considering wage growth, around 7 million. In summary, in terms of actual purchasing power, 500,000 yuan in 1998 corresponds to between 7 million and 14 million today. Let us take a middle value of 10 million. I pose this question to you all. How many of you can produce 10 million in cash or secure 10 million in investments as startup capital for entrepreneurship? If you believe you can, please raise your hand." Upon this declaration, a profound silence enveloped the auditorium. Students exchanged glances, uncertain of how to respond. After 2 or 3 minutes, only a handful of hands were raised. 1, 2, 3, 7, 8. Wang Xu counted and then chuckled. 8 students claim they can produce 10 million or secure that amount for startup capital. To be honest, this outcome somewhat surprises me. I anticipated a dozen or more. After all, The national economy has been in rapid development, and people are wealthier than in the past. As he spoke, Wang Xu's smile faded, his expression turning serious as he continued. In 1999, Tencent launched OICQ, which later became QQ, swiftly attracting a massive user base with its offline messaging, free strategy, and user-friendly interface, thereby competing with MSN domestically. However, the exorbitant server costs led to a financial crisis for Tencent. Many of you are likely aware of what transpired next. The Pony team attempted to sell Tencent for 600,000 yuan, yet no one was willing to take it on. Students, Wang Xu elevated his voice. In retrospect, Tencent is undoubtedly a resounding success. However, if we place ourselves in the mindset of 1999, when the Pony team faced a financial crisis and could find no solution, what would have happened had they not secured that $2 million investment from IDG and Inca? His tone grew somber and cold. The 500,000 yuan in 1998, now equivalent to 10 million, could result in total ruin. This is no alarmist rhetoric. Similar financial crises have befallen countless companies. Surviving such trials is a matter of chance. Succumbing to failure is the norm. Students, do not only witness the thief feasting, but remain oblivious to the thief being beaten. Entrepreneurship is indeed a treacherous path. Chapter 41. What does Chuanxing technology have? Wealth. Once more, the auditorium fell into a profound silence. The students' minds were reeling with the hypothesis that had been presented. Had Tencent not secured that crucial $2 million investment, the Pony team would have faced utter ruin. A mere $2 million, compared to Tencent's current valuation, is but a drop in the bucket. Yet, it became the pivotal factor in determining Tencent's fate. At this moment, students began to grasp the arduousness and peril associated with entrepreneurship. Their perceptions of Wang Xu, who, at a similar age, held the title of founder and president of a company valued in the hundreds of billions, shifting significantly. This was the first instance someone had doused their entrepreneurial fervor with cold water. Many, who had recently heard of a senior student from their university establishing a company valued in the hundreds of billions and were eager to embark on their own entrepreneurial journeys, began to temper their enthusiasm. Entrepreneurship, perhaps, might not be as simple as they had imagined. Seizing the moment, Wang Xu continued, "Of course, my intent in sharing all of this is not to extinguish your entrepreneurial dreams, but rather to counsel you. Aspiring to entrepreneurship is commendable, yet one must possess commensurate abilities, networks, and funds, and be mentally prepared to accept failure. Above all," Wang Xu's voice took on a grave tone, "do not, as I have seen in others, be unable to accept failure and leap from a high building to escape it." As the word death echoed through the hall, the atmosphere grew increasingly somber. A multitude of university students, drawn by the entrepreneurial insights of a president valued at billions, lowered their heads in disappointment, resembling frostbitten eggplants. The university leaders seated in the front row held differing opinions regarding Wang Xu's approach. Some expressed support for his cold water remarks, preferring to see their students tread steadily in government departments, enterprises, or private sectors rather than impulsively diving into entrepreneurship and risking their futures. They believed it better to take small steps than to lose much. Conversely, others were quite displeased with Wang Xu's comments, questioning why he could pursue entrepreneurship while others could not. Was there some hidden agenda behind his words? Did he fear the emergence of someone more capable? Various speculations circulated. Wang Xu was well aware that his stance would elicit dissatisfaction and criticism, but he remained unfazed. He understood that the time for encouraging university students to innovate and start businesses had not yet arrived. It was still a few days before 2013. Thus, he deemed it prudent to temper their enthusiasm in advance, rather than face repercussions later for advocating cautious entrepreneurship when the moment was ripe. Shaking off irrelevant thoughts, Wang Xu raised his voice slightly, adopting a more passionate tone. "All right, I shall cease my admonitions regarding entrepreneurship here. Should any student possess differing views or steadfast support in this regard, please feel free to reach out to me." With that, he pressed a button on the laser pointer resting on the podium. Instantly, an email address appeared on the large screen behind him. Wang Xu gestured towards it, stating, "This is my personal email. Students may jot it down, and if you have any inquiries or ideas related to entrepreneurship, do not hesitate to email me." A buzz of excitement erupted among the students, who eagerly pulled out their phones to capture the email address or noted it down. From this moment onward, they could confidently recite "My billionaire president senior" upon leaving school. Suddenly, a realization dawned on one student. A tall, graceful girl stood up, her voice ringing clear. "Senior Wang Xu, by providing us with your email and encouraging us to reach out regarding entrepreneurship, are you suggesting that you could be our connection and potential investor? If we present you with promising business ideas, might we seek your investment, thereby fulfilling the criteria of capability, connections, and funding that you mentioned?" As her words resonated, hundreds of eager, albeit naive, eyes fixated on Wang Xu. The university leaders in the front row were momentarily taken aback before exchanging knowing glances at their exceptional student, who was stirring the business world even before graduation. One leader thought, "I knew that a billionaire like him wouldn't merely discourage his peers' confidence. There must be a strategy behind this." They felt a sense of pride in their student, certain he would be a strong contender for the title of one of Hunan Province's top 10 university students this year. Setting aside the leader's thoughts, Wang Xu's face lit up with a radiant smile upon hearing the girl's question. He replied warmly, "Indeed, you are absolutely correct. My decision to share my personal email aligns with the 3 essential elements of entrepreneurship I previously mentioned: capability, connections, and funding. Your skills must be robust, your network sufficiently expansive, and remember that in the business realm, connections often lead to funding. I believe that the most valuable networks one can access in life are cultivated during university. Your professors may be academicians, Yangtze River scholars, or distinguished talents. Your alumni could be billionaires or multimillionaires. The challenge lies in transforming these elite connections into support for your career and life. A consideration that every aspiring achiever among you should ponder seriously. With my email now public, everyone present is aware of it. What do you think, my dear junior? How should aspiring entrepreneurs proceed?" After this heartfelt discourse, Wang Xu tossed the question back to the girl. Quick-witted, she replied, "Senior Wang Xu, I believe that students eager to start their ventures should send their business plans to your email, seeking your guidance and investment." Applause erupted, with Wang Xu clapping enthusiastically, stating, "You articulated that perfectly. Those among us who wish to embark on entrepreneurship should indeed do this. They should seize the opportunity to attract my investment. As you all know, our galaxy technology may lack in certain areas, but we are certainly affluent. It's often said that one should utilize investors' funds to build their own businesses. So, students, do not hold back in seeking my financial support." A thunderous round of applause filled the hall, so vigorous that it threatened to shake the very ceiling. After several minutes, the applause gradually subsided. Wang Xu lifted his hands, gesturing for silence, and managed to restore calm. Turning to the still-standing girl, he gently asked, "Dear Junior, do you have any further questions? By the way, may I ask your surname? I apologize for my rudeness." "Senior, my name is Jiang Yunxuan," she replied, her voice lively. "I do have another question. May I ask?" "Of course." Wang Xu extended his right hand invitingly. "Please feel free to ask any questions you may have. I will answer to the best of my ability." "Thank you, Senior Wang Xu," Jiang Yunxuan said, bowing slightly in gratitude. "I would like to inquire about the fields in which you prefer to invest and under what capacity, personally or through galaxy technology." "An excellent question," Wang Xu responded, taking a moment to appreciate the inquiry. His pause was not due to social niceties or a delay in thought. Rather, he recognized the significance of the question. In life's journey, effort is indispensable, but the direction of that effort is paramount. It is far more beneficial to identify the right course than to strive blindly. This question sought to clarify that direction. While not all students present grasped the depth of this inquiry, many were keenly attentive. After all, Hunan University is a prestigious 985 institution, boasting commendable student quality and educational standards. Thus, numerous students eagerly awaited Wang Xu's answer. Without keeping them in suspense, he replied, "First, let me address the question regarding the capacity in which I invest. Galaxy Technology has a department called Strategic Investment and Mergers Acquisitions. As the name suggests, its role is to identify companies, studios, and teams worthy of investment and acquisition. Therefore, for projects that can complement Galaxy Technology's commercial ecosystem, I will invest under the company's name, with the Strategic Investment and Mergers Acquisitions Department overseeing the project and team. Additionally, outside of Galaxy Technology, I operate another company named Xinghan Capital. For projects that hold investment value yet are unrelated to Galaxy Technology's commercial framework, I will invest through Xinghan Capital. This epitomizes the essence of angel investment and venture capital. The fundamental aim is to nurture team growth and enhance project value, with the ultimate objective being the creation of industry unicorns." At this juncture, Wang Xu paused momentarily, raised his right hand, splayed his fingers, and gestured emphatically, proclaiming, "I am a person of utmost sincerity, disinclined to utter empty or grandiose rhetoric. Here, I solemnly announce that Qixing Technology will allocate a special fund of 100 million yuan to invest in the entrepreneurial projects of Xiang University students." 100 million. A special fund. The entrepreneurial projects of Xiang University students. As these 3 phrases escaped Wang Xu's lips, the auditorium erupted once more. Thunderous applause reverberated throughout the hall, accompanied by whistles and cheers. Numerous voices exuberantly declared, "Senior, you are so handsome. I love you, Senior. I want to bear your children." The graceful Jiang Yunyun felt a rush of color to her cheeks, overwhelmed with excitement. She had not anticipated that her singular question would elicit such a thrilling response. This was indeed a special fund directed towards the entrepreneurial projects of Xiong University students, amounting to a staggering 100 million. Coincidentally, she and a few classmates were in the throes of brainstorming an entrepreneurial project, hampered by a lack of funds that had delayed their official launch. After the lecture, she resolved to promptly email Senior Wang Xu. However, she realized that he had yet to specify which fields he was inclined to invest in. Just as Jiang Yunyun pondered this, Wang Xu had already tapped the microphone several times, urging the students to quiet down. Gradually, the restless audience regained their composure. Ceasing their applause and shouts, Wang Xu earnestly continued. Similarly, Xinghan Capital will also allocate a special fund of 100 million yuan to invest in the entrepreneurial projects of Xiong University students. With the previous 100 million as a foundation, the students present maintained their composure this time. Despite their palpable excitement, they restrained their fervor, refraining from further outbursts. Wang Xu seized the opportunity to elaborate. As for the sectors I am inclined to invest in, I wish to convey that the currents of the times are vast and inexorable. Those who align with them prosper, while those who resist face demise. What is the prevailing trend of our era? It is high technology, the internet, and the vast expanse of the cosmos. Therefore, I personally lean towards investing in high-tech sectors such as mobile internet, the Internet of Things, smart terminals, and intelligent manufacturing. Jiang Yunyun bit her lip and boldly interjected, Senior, could you be more specific? Wang Xu cast a thoughtful glance at this astute and daring junior, a smile gracing his lips as he replied, to be more specific, I refer to the internet based on mobile internet and smartphones. For instance, internet travel includes shared bicycles, ride-hailing services. Internet shopping encompasses online purchasing. And internet leisure involves group buying, among others. More specifically, it pertains to big data, cloud computing, and artificial intelligence. Furthermore, it includes new energy vehicles, drones, intelligent robots, rockets, and satellites. In essence, it encompasses all high-tech endeavors. Jiang Yunyun was oblivious to how others reacted to this discourse. She was acutely aware, however, that her heart surged with exhilaration. The entrepreneurial project she and her classmates envisioned centered on intelligent robots. This venture demanded substantial investment, had prolonged cycles, uncertain returns, and was fraught with high risks, necessitating profound technical expertise and exceptional creative ingenuity. Despite her attempts to engage several investment institutions through connections, she had failed to garner their endorsement. A few investors had even derisively remarked that if the Japanese and Americans had struggled for decades to grasp such projects, what could a handful of Xiong University students possibly achieve? Jiang Yunyun had been harboring a sense of indignation. If the Japanese and Americans could not succeed, then surely we, as Chinese, must prevail. Yet, the lack of funds and support had stymied her ambitions, and this frustration had festered for months. Now, the clouds had finally parted, revealing the moonlight. She mused that with Senior Wang Xu's integrity and Qixing Technology's commitment to investing $3 billion in a tech park, he would undoubtedly consider her team and project worthy of investment. Upon returning, she would meticulously organize her materials and promptly reach out to Senior Wang Xu to seek funding. Many shared Jiang Yunyun's sentiments. Even some of the university leaders and faculty seated in the front row were tempted. The government demonstrated considerable generosity in its funding for research in higher education, yet not everyone could secure sufficient research funds. For these leaders and educators, while 200 million seemed substantial, it was not exorbitant. Ultimately, who in research would ever deem financial support inadequate? Wang Xu, with a smile, observed the undercurrents stirring in the audience, feeling particularly elated. Merely 200 million. What a bargain to win the hearts of a prestigious 985 university. Chapter 43. Starlink Travel takes on the three ride-hailing giants. An hour later, a lecture filled with numerous discounts finally came to a close. The speaker, Wang Xu, president of Qixing Technology, and the audience, comprising students from Xiong University, along with various faculty members, all gleaned significant insights. For Wang Xu, the most substantial gain was the imminent emergence of a new cohort of potential investment targets, promising a renewed era of financial triumph. For the university students, their fervent desire to embark on entrepreneurial ventures had cooled, leading to a more tranquil and prudent attitude towards employment and entrepreneurship. Moreover, they now possessed the contact information of a wealthy alumnus investor and the opportunity to vie for a 200 million special investment. This was a form of entrepreneurial support unprecedented outside of government and academic circles, an invaluable resource that many students from rival institutions could only dream of acquiring. For the Xiong University leaders and some faculty members, they had discovered an exemplary student who contemplated giving back to their alma mater even before graduation. As long as they maintained this relationship, with Qixing Technology's flourishing growth and continued successes, the returns to the university would only amplify over time, benefiting students, faculty, and leaders alike with unparalleled rewards. In summary, this lecture was resoundingly successful. Of course, nothing in life is devoid of imperfections, and there will always be discontent. Teacher Li, the deputy director of the Computer Science and Technology Department, observed with disdain as Li Tian, who sought to leverage her role as the lecturer to ascend to the lofty branches of Qixing technology, was met with indifference. Li Tian, with her striking figure and stunning appearance, belonged to the echelon of campus beauties. While not the pinnacle of academic allure, she certainly ranked among the top tier. Having already seized the opportunity to accompany Teacher Li to an academic banquet, she had successfully endeavored to climb to a privileged position within the university. Yet, despite reaching this level, she was unwilling to settle and sought to ascend even higher. How amusing. Her previous tactics of leveraging her looks had finally backfired, hadn't they? Mr. Wang couldn't even be bothered to glance in her direction. What use were her flirtatious glances and poised demeanor? For reasons unknown, Teacher Li felt inexplicably elated. Casting a glance towards the vice director of the Student Affairs Office, a glimmer of concealed delight in her eyes. That old fool would eventually find himself in a precarious position. Wang Xu remained blissfully unaware of the petty intrigues at play and had no desire to delve into them. As the lecture concluded, it was nearly noon, coinciding perfectly with mealtime. The Xi'an University leaders extended sincere invitations, and Wang Xu, unable to decline, accompanied his executive assistant Wu Xiyun, strategic investment director Hu Baiyan, and public relations director Li Yi to the banquet. After a round of toasts and convivial exchanges, the bonds between Xi'an University and Qixing Technology, as well as those between the university leaders and the exemplary student Wang Xu, and the mid-level managers of the university and the Qixing Technology executives Wu Xiyun, Hu Baiyan, and Li Yi, grew closer, solidifying their partnership through the test of alcohol. Wang Xu's tolerance for alcohol was reasonably good, and he did not overindulge. Wu Xiyun, Hu Baiyan, and Li Yi took turns toasting on behalf of the president. Especially Li Yi, this petite southern woman, consumed nearly 2 gin of white liquor and yet appeared utterly unaffected. On the journey back to the company from Xi'an University, Wang Xu genuinely expressed his gratitude to her, saying, "Thank you so much, General Li. If it weren't for your intervention, I might have ended up completely inebriated." At this point, he shivered at the thought. The university leaders were excessively enthusiastic, each one insisting on toasting. Their seasoned tongues made it nearly impossible to find a reason to refuse their libations. Had he indulged freely, Wang Xu mused, he would likely have lost consciousness today. Fortunately, he had General Li accompanying him. With a silent sigh of appreciation, Wang Xu gave a thumbs up, exclaiming, "General Li, you truly exemplify the strength of a woman. I admire you." After this compliment, Wang Xu turned to the equally formidable assistant Wu Xiyun and instructed, "Wu, please make a note of this. Once we return, inform General He in Finance to issue a red envelope for the 3 of you. General Li, 80,000, you and General Hu, 50,000 each, and Yang, 30,000. Yang, the driver currently behind the wheel, had recently retired after 12 years as a driver in a Highland unit. As for driving skills, he was both swift and steady. After acquiring personal assets amounting to 1 billion, Wang Xu began seeking a dedicated driver and a personal bodyguard. While he had yet to find a bodyguard for personal safety, his dedicated driver was Yang, whose full name was Yang Xuejuan. "Thank you, President Wang," Yang Xuejuan, with a square jaw and an air of integrity, replied, keenly aware of Wang Xu's words as he navigated the road. "No need for formality, Yang. This is well-deserved," Wang Xu assured him. Regardless of how other executives were treated, Wang Xu adhered to a single principle with those around him: maximum benefits. "Thank you, President Wang," echoed Wu Xiyun, Hu Baiyan, and Li Yi in unison. The Mercedes-Benz Viano smoothly traversed the Orange Bridge and entered the underground garage of the Wanda Headquarters International amid a harmonious atmosphere. The 5 of them took the elevator directly to the 44th floor, returning to the company, settling into the luxurious chair of the president's office. Wang Xu intended to take a moment to recuperate from the energy expended during the morning lecture and the midday drinking session. However, Lu Daqiang, who was eager to elevate the Xinglian Travel Division to a wholly owned subsidiary and upgrade his title to CEO, intrusively requested a work report. Even with the intoxicated president's assistant, Wu Xiyun, repeatedly declining the request, Lu was relentless. Reluctantly, Wu Xiyun acquiesced and entered the president's office to deliver the report. Considering that the Xinglian Travel Division was currently the most financially draining department, Wang Xu suppressed his fatigue and met with Lu Daqiang. "Good news, splendid news, President Wang." Lu Daqiang, aware that his insistence might be inappropriate, burst into the office with enthusiasm. Without waiting for Wang Xu to speak, he brightly proclaimed, "President Wang, BYD is placing great importance on our collaboration and has moved the planned mass production of the BYD chain from April 2013 to mid-January 2013. This means that soon, we will officially enter the ride-hailing market. It was already the end of December 2012. If there were no unforeseen issues with BYD, Trillion Travel's ride-hailing service would soon launch. Hearing this news, Wang Xu's spirits soared. This must be why I heard magpies singing in the trees when I left this morning. Today is a fortuitous day, and my aspirations will come to fruition. First, he had opened a lucrative venture at Xi'an University, and now another brilliant opportunity loomed on the horizon. Wang Xu burst into laughter. After finally regaining his composure, he announced with excitement, "General Liu, place an order for 10 billion with BYD immediately." After a brief pause, he solemnly added, "To alleviate BYD's financial strain and aid our partner in enhancing production capacity, we will retain 10% as a quality assurance deposit, sending the remaining 9 billion in one lump sum." "Understood, President Wang. I will take care of it at once." Liu Daqiang acknowledged and promptly exited. His purpose for this report was to secure approval for a large-scale purchase. Now, without Liu needing to request it, Wang Xu had proactively approved a 10 billion procurement order. There was no time to waste. Upon returning to the Trillion Travel division on the 45th floor, Liu Daqiang immediately set the wheels in motion. Before long, BYD received the 10 billion order. Across various internet platforms, a proclamation from the Trillion Travel division announcing its assault on Didi's Yubu sparked discussions. The 10 billion auto order sounds the charge. Our battle objective, to topple Didi's Yubu. Chapter 44, Injustice. The battle proclamation ignited fervent discussions online. What is Trillion Travel thinking? Spending 10 billion on cars. And it's just the first batch. Indeed, Trillion Travel had gone mad. No other ride-hailing company had ever purchased vehicles themselves, right? The top-tier companies, including Didi and Yubu, require drivers to provide their own cars, thereby shifting costs that should be borne by the ride-hailing companies onto the drivers. I recall that Shenzhou Car Rental was contemplating entering the ride-hailing market with a similar model, reportedly naming it Shenzhou Special Car. But let's forget about Shenzhou Special Car. That project is merely an idea and hasn't even been discussed at a meeting yet. It may take 2 to 3 years before it materializes. While I have heard that Chuanxing Technology's Trillion Travel division is venturing into the ride-hailing sector, I had never seen their vehicles on the market. I thought it was all hype until they suddenly dropped 10 billion. I must be out of the loop. As a student of Xi'an University, let me share a piece of news that hasn't spread widely. Chuanxing Technology has a 30 billion Chuanxing Technology Park project underway in Star City, which has already broken ground. And what else? Don't keep us in suspense. Hurry up and tell us. Riddler, get lost. Wishing the fisherman forever in the Air Force. Stop teasing me. All right. No more off-topic chatter. I will continue. The president of Chuanxing Technology is our Xi'an University alumnus, a senior who won't graduate until next summer. This morning, he returned to the school to give a lecture, sharing his entrepreneurial experiences. That's not the main point. The highlight is, without batting an eye, he took out 2 billion as dedicated funding for Xi'an University students' entrepreneurial projects. What are they talking about upstairs? I can't see a thing. Yes. I haven't seen a single word. The air is thick with envy. Why doesn't our Central South University have such a remarkable senior? We are so close. Others alumni series. Avi, senior, I'm all set. Come and collaborate with me. The online discourse in this section quickly veered off course. However, discussions on other platforms and sections remained focused on Chuanxing Technology and the Trillion Travel division, delving into the implications of the battle proclamation. Resourceful netizens sought confirmation of the 10 billion order's legitimacy from BYD, headquartered in Pengcheng, and BYD Auto in Chang'an. Wang Chuanfu, the head of BYD Group, personally addressed reporters from Zhaoling. When asked about the collaboration with Chuanxing Technology, Wang Chuanfu stated, "Indeed, Chuanxing Technology has placed a total order of 10 billion with BYD for the BYD chain, which will be launched at the Beijing Auto Show in April. By the way, Chuanxing Technology is one of the most prompt payers among the companies I've worked with. Besides the standard 10% quality assurance deposit, they have already transferred 9 billion to BYD's account." Due to Wang Chuanfu's exceedingly packed schedule, the interview with Zhaoling.com was merely a simplistic exchange of questions and answers. However, this seemingly straightforward dialogue incited a considerable uproar across the internet. Those who have worked in Fortune 500 companies are well aware that in substantial order collaborations, a conscientious payment structure typically comprises a 30 advance, 60 upon delivery, and a 10 retention payment. Companies like Chuanxing Technology, which offer a staggering 90 advance, are not entirely absent, but rather, they are exceedingly rare. Astonishing. I was left utterly bewildered. What is Chuanxing Technology aiming to achieve? While they may possess wealth, such lavish expenditure seems quite imprudent, does it not? What is their objective? They aspire to establish a significant persona. What persona, you may ask? A persona of affluence and promptness in payments. It is only natural that some may wonder why a company would seek to cultivate such a persona. This leads us to the distinctive characteristics of the transportation sector that Chuanxing Technology is currently delving into. Setting aside discussions on shared bicycles, Chuanxing Technology has undeniably cemented its position as the unassailable leader in the South Bay. Let us focus on ride-hailing services. Those who have ventured into entrepreneurship understand the concept of first-mover advantage in commercial competition. Didi and Kuaidi, as the pioneering entities in the ride-hailing arena, while still expanding their territories and engaging in fierce rivalry, have undeniably established a certain degree of first-mover advantage. This advantage manifests primarily in driver resources, familiarity with business models, and the development of talent pools. Although Uber has yet to fully penetrate the Chinese market, merely establishing a foothold, it is thriving in the United States. In terms of prestige, Didi and Kuaidi combined cannot rival Uber. Confronted with the three incumbent giants of ride-hailing that possess first-mover advantages, how should Chuanxing Technology, as a newcomer, contend with Didi, Kuaidi, and Uber? The answer is simple: seize. What should they seize? Drivers and users. How will they seize? With great fervor. A 10 billion order, with a 9 billion prepayment, communicates to all, including but not limited to drivers, users, automobile manufacturers, central and local governments, and major investment institutions, that Chuanxing Technology is not only affluent but also generous in its dealings. Once this persona is established, following the listing of Xinglian ride-hailing, regardless of the promotional slogans it announces, both drivers and users, as well as government entities, will instinctively believe in it. Imagine yourself as a ride-hailing driver, faced with four companies: Chuanxing Technology, Didi, Kuaidi, and Uber, all competing fiercely with high remuneration and benefits. Which company would you instinctively trust first? The answer is self-evident. At this juncture, Chuanxing Technology, with vehicles in one hand and a multitude of recruited ride-hailing drivers in the other, complemented by attractive fare discounts for passengers, stands poised to break free from the encirclement of Didi, Kuaidi, and Uber. I firmly believe it is entirely feasible, should Chuanxing Technology possess even greater financial strength. Dominating the ride-hailing market would not be an unattainable dream. This lengthy post from the internet sage swiftly gained popularity online. Meanwhile, in the presidential office of Chuanxing Technology, Wang Xu, having indulged in a delightful afternoon nap and shaken off the remnants of intoxication, was alerted by his assistant Wu Xiyun to this very post. Upon reading it, Wang Xu was left utterly flabbergasted. What? Establish a persona? I merely wished to expedite the expenditure. I never intended to establish any persona. This is outrageous. Chapter 45. The Power of a Non-Mainstream Check-in System. Something is amiss. A feeling of injustice washed over Wang Xu as he suddenly detected an anomaly. It is still only the end of 2012. How has Uber already entered China and been dubbed one of the three giants of ride-hailing alongside Didi and Kuaidi? Although it has merely set up an office to continuously amplify its presence and has yet to genuinely commence operations in China, this timeline diverges significantly from that of the past. Furthermore, Didi and Kuaidi should still be confined to their respective strongholds, struggling to validate their mobile-hailing business models. Yet how have they commenced their nationwide market encroachment and even begun brewing a subsidy war worth billions? Even if one sold them at this current timeline 100 times over, they couldn't possibly conjure up 10 billion. Clearly, something has gone awry, and I have failed to recognize it in time. A flicker of insight gleamed in Wang Xu's eyes as he pressed the call bell on his desk. Moments later, his assistant Wu Xiyun entered the presidential office, carrying a freshly brewed cup of tea. Mr. Wang, please have some tea to clear your head, she said, setting down the cup. After a brief pause, she inquired, is there something you would like me to attend to? Thank you, Wang Xu replied, lifting the appropriately cooled tea to his lips for a hearty sip. Indeed, there is a matter. Please notify Mr. Hu Baiyan, Mr. Lu Daqiang, and Ms. Li Yi, requesting them to collaborate on a report. I need to comprehend the detailed situations of Didi and Kuaidi, particularly their financing milestones and developmental trajectories. As he noted the time, 5:15 p.m., he emphasized, tell Mr. Hu, Mr. Lu, and Ms. Li not to work overtime on this report. Just have it ready for me by Saturday. Understood, Mr. Wang, Wu Xiyun acknowledged, promptly exiting the presidential office. The efficiency of the presidential assistant was remarkable. In under 10 minutes, the Director of Strategic Investments, Hu Baiyan, the Director of the Xinglian Transportation Division, Lu Daqiang, and the Director of Public Relations, Li Yi, convened in Conference Room 3 at Chuanxing Technology. Wu Xiyun presided over this impromptu meeting, gravely stating at the head of the long table, just now, Mr. Wang requested that the three of you prepare a report on Didi and Kuaidi, detailing their developmental histories and financing milestones, assessing their team capabilities, financial pressures, and analyzing their threats to the Trillion Transportation Division. After presenting the meeting agenda, Wu Xiyun paused to allow the three executives to absorb the information before continuing. I should remind you that Mr. Wang issued this directive after reviewing the network discourse triggered by the battle proclamation from the Trillion Transportation Division. By the way, Mr. Wang has requested that you not work overtime. Simply have this report ready by Saturday. With that, she fell silent, relinquishing the floor to the three executives. Lu Daqiang, general manager of the Trillion Transportation Division, was the first to speak. As our department spearheads the company's foray into ride-hailing, we have been diligently gathering all information on our competitors since we announced our entry into the ride-hailing market. We have also compiled some documents, which I will share with you shortly. The Director of Public Relations, Li Yi, followed suit. Our department has been actively collaborating with the Transportation Division to guide and streamline online discourse. We have conducted targeted investigations into Didi, Kuaidi, and Uber. I will also send you the relevant findings once I return. Finally, Hu Baiyan, the Director of Strategic Investments, concluded, we have been monitoring the financing situations of Didi and Kuaidi, and I will also forward the relevant materials to you. The three executives succinctly exchanged their insights before turning in unison to look at the meeting convener. Assistant Wu Xiyun stood up. Well, I ask that all three of you and your departments work closely together to deliver this report by the end of tomorrow. Understood. No problem. We will ensure completion. The three executives responded in their own manners. The impromptu meeting concluded within a mere 5 minutes. For senior executives successfully completed their day's work just before 5:29 p.m., clocking out punctually at 5:30 p.m. Beep. As the time clock emitted a sound, indicating no late departure was detected, a collective sigh of relief escaped the four executives. Indeed, at the insistence of the president, the Intelligent Terminal Research and Development Department had embarked on the creation of a specialized time clock for Galaxy technology, complemented by an internal clocking system developed by the Network Technology Department, aimed at curbing the persistent issue of employees arriving late and leaving early. The introduction of this unconventional time clock and system incited considerable upheaval within the company, particularly among the travel department's ground promotion and operations teams, which were scattered across the nation. The company's stringent enforcement of the 8-hour workday further bolstered the cohesion and loyalty of the ground promotion and operations teams towards the organization. With such generous compensation and a human touch, who wouldn't wish to remain with the company? Each individual grew increasingly apprehensive about the potential closure of the company due to substantial losses. Consequently, an intense fighting spirit emerged once more, leading to remarkable progress in the bike-sharing, Blue Star Forest, and Star Language Farm projects. The daily cash flow from the bike-sharing initiative had impressively reached 14 million yuan. This was indeed a remarkable achievement. Blue Star Forest had successfully negotiated assistance agreements with 6 farms, channeling over 20 million new users to the Star Union travel app. The Star Language Farm, an online and offline social gardening game, quickly gained popularity. Several farms had been established, with the first batch of crops already planted, attracting over 8 million new users to the Star Union travel app. Simultaneously, the smart terminal for the home version of the Star Language Farm had begun limited sales. Wealthy individuals, either awakened to their gardening instincts or simply eager to join in the excitement, eagerly placed orders. The 500 yuan price tag seemed negligible to them. In summary, the unconventional clocking system championed by Wang Xu successfully ignited a wave of competitiveness within Galaxy technology. This wave ultimately washed over Wang Xu himself. The following day, at 10 a.m., in the president's office, Wang Xu stood habitually by the floor-to-ceiling window, gazing down at the Xiang River when he suddenly heard a knock at the door. "Come in," he called without turning around. The door creaked open, and the president's assistant, Wu Xiyun, entered, clutching a stack of freshly printed A4 documents. "President Wang, the report you requested is ready. Here is the hard copy, and the electronic version has been sent to your email." "So soon?" Wang Xu turned in surprise, asking sternly. "Who? Lu and Li haven't been working overtime in private, have they?" Wu Xiyun smiled slightly. "Rest assured, President Wang, I have already checked, and they only began working on this after arriving at the office this morning." Hearing this, Wang Xu let out a slight sigh of disappointment. An opportunity for substantial overtime pay had just slipped away. What a pity. Put the report there. I will look at it shortly. Wang Xu waved his hand dismissively, signaling the assistant to attend to her own tasks. "All right, President Wang," Wu Xiyun replied, placing the documents down before exiting the office. Wang Xu lingered at the window for a moment before returning to his desk to examine the stack of A4 papers closely. Those who frequently draft reports for leaders understand the necessity of including a concise summary at the forefront of lengthy documents. This allows leaders, when pressed for time and energy, to grasp the essence of the extensive report through the summary. The report presented before Wang Xu jointly compiled by 3 departments, included such a summary. After several minutes, Wang Xu finished reading the supplementary summary, held together by a paperclip, and furrowed his brow slightly. This is the butterfly effect, he thought. He set down the report and raised his hand to cover his mouth, fearing he might laugh aloud and attract the attention of Wu Xiyun. The summary read as follows. 1. Establishment. Founded in June 2012 by Cheng Wei, a sales executive from the notorious 40 Thieves. The Didi Dash app was officially launched on September 9th. 2. Early challenges. Of the initial 500 taxis in Beijing that installed the app, only 16 drivers were willing to use it. The app was riddled with bugs, and there was a severe shortage of funds, only 800,000 in the angel round. 3. Turning point. On October 21st, 2012, the Star Union travel app launched, drawing the attention of the investment community to the bike-sharing project, prompting the Didi Dash founding team to rethink their strategy. On October 22nd, following a day-long closed-door meeting, the founding team decided to learn from Star Union Travel, rebranding Didi Dash as Didi Travel. Cheng Wei personally led street initiatives, offering drivers a 20 yuan bonus upon registration, with a 100 yuan minimum withdrawal. Users enjoyed their first ride free, with discounts for subsequent rides. By October 25th, daily orders surpassed 100. By October 27th, they exceeded 500, validating the mobile ride-hailing model. And by October 29th, daily orders exceeded 1,000 amidst a financial crisis. Following advice from angel investor Wang Gang, Cheng Wei initiated Series A financing, and on November 3rd, Zhu Xiaohu from Jinxinjing Venture Capital approved a 6 million lead investment in Didi Travel's Series A round, assigning a valuation of 20 million. Zhu suggested focusing resources on a concentrated breakthrough instead of nationwide expansion, along with offering high salaries to the ground promotion team. Cheng Wei fully adopted and diligently executed these recommendations. By November 25th, Didi Travel's daily orders surpassed 3,000. By November 27th, they exceeded 5,000, and by December 1st, they expanded beyond Beijing into North China, with daily orders exceeding 10,000. On December 3rd, Zhu Xiaohu prompted Didi Travel to commence Series B financing, successfully attracting strategic investment from Tencent, facilitating a partnership with WeChat. 4. Rapid ascendancy. On December 6th, Tencent led Didi Travel's Series B financing with a 40 million investment. By December 9th, Didi Travel experienced explosive growth, expanding its city coverage from 12 to 37, launching a promotional cashback initiative for WeChat bank card payments, with daily orders surpassing 50,000. On December 10th, Uber established a wholly owned subsidiary in China, setting up an office to prepare for its entry into the Chinese market. On December 16th, Galaxy Technologies' Star Union Travel Department was established, targeting Didi Travel, while the competition between Didi Travel and Uber ignited intense interest within the investment community. As for Kuaidi, 1. Establishment, briefly noted. 2. Early challenges, briefly noted. 3. Turning point, briefly noted. 4. Rapid ascendancy, briefly noted. With its establishment in July, Kuaidi's development mirrored that of Didi Travel, particularly in its embrace of the 40 Thieves investment and the entry point through Alipay, directly paralleling Didi Travel's strategy in securing investment from Tencent. The widely circulated rumors of an impending billion-yuan subsidy war between Didi and Kuaidi are not without foundation. The ongoing Thousand Group war is fundamentally a contest between the two capital factions of the 40 Thieves and Tencent. This time, Tencent's discreet WeChat bank card initiative has undoubtedly struck a chord with the heart of the 40 Thieves. The infamous 40 Thieves would undoubtedly not permit my bank card to transition smoothly into WeChat Pay, since your company intends to foster the development of WeChat's banking system through a profound integration with Didi Chuxing. I, as one of the 40 Thieves, shall champion Kuaidi Taxi to deliver a counterstrike. Given the current scale of the 40 Thieves, it is impossible to remain confined to e-commerce and payments. We must vigorously expand our ecosystem. Fortunately, the local lifestyle market and transportation sector, projected to reach $1 trillion scale, are domains where the 40 Thieves plan to invest heavily. Coincidentally, Kuaidi Taxi's headquarters is also located in Hangzhou. Thus, Wang Xu perceives that, in contrast to the tumultuous development of the past, this time Didi Chuxing and Kuaidi Taxi appear to have been injected with growth hormones, advancing prematurely from infancy into adolescence. In terms of promotion, both companies benefit from the shared bicycle project of the Xinglian Travel Division of Starry Sky Technology, which serves as a guiding beacon with ample precedents to emulate. Each possesses the channels and resources of both your company and the 40 Thieves. Financially, Didi is supported first by the discerning investor Zhu Xiaohu from Jinxinjing Venture Capital, and subsequently by the affluent investment arm of your company, the founder of Kuaidi, Chen Weizheng. is himself an investor and actively seeks to attract capital from the 40 thieves via Matrix partners. In terms of popularity, Didi and Kuaidi have recently reaped several waves of online traffic benefits initiated by Starry Sky technology. Considering all these factors, the precociously developed Didi Chuxing and Kuaidi Taxi are now well-positioned to act as formidable obstacles to Starry Sky Technology's foray into the ride-hailing market. Otherwise, following the trajectory of the past, Didi and Kuaidi would undoubtedly meet the same fate as this era's Xiao Orange Bicycle and Cyber Bicycle, easily swept away by the financially reckless Starry Sky technology. What would be the point of that? Heh. Wang Xu lowered his hand from his mouth, abandoning all pretense, and laughed heartily with his hands on his hips. He relished the butterfly effect he had instigated. The precociously developed Didi and Kuaidi, along with the anticipated market entry of Yubu, are indeed worth the full effort of Starry Sky technology. Reflecting on the previous era of the ride-hailing market, where the battle between Didi and Kuaidi burned through 3,220 billion renminbi, followed by the merged Didi Kuaidi and Uber's clash that consumed 5,670 billion renminbi. Wang Xu could hardly contain his delight. However, the joys and sorrows of individuals do not resonate universally. Chen Wei, the founder of Didi Chuxing in the capital, and Chen Weizhong, the founder of Kuaidi Taxi in Hangzhou, found no joy in the fervent online discussions sparked by the battle proclamation issued by the Xinglian travel division of Starry Sky Technology. They felt as if a thorn was lodged in their throats, pricked by needles, and seated on a bed of nails. Chapter 47. How to Alleviate Woes. Only through financing and mergers. In the capital, at Didi Chuxing's presidential office, Chen Wei sat with a stern expression before his computer, perusing the online discourse meticulously filtered by his assistant. His brows knitted into a furrow, he sighed deeply. The intentions of our visitors do not bode well. Knock, knock, knock. Just then, his assistant entered after knocking, softly announcing, President Cheng, Director Xu from Jinsajiang has arrived and is about to reach the company entrance. Please, allow me to greet him personally. Cheng Wei replied quickly, rising to meet him. For Cheng Wei, Director Zhu Xiaohu of Jinsajiang Venture Capital is a person of immense significance. When Didi Chuxing faced a financial crisis, Cheng Wei had visited 20 venture capital firms in a matter of days, only to be met with disappointing outcomes. The VCs were either unimpressed by Didi's app, which was riddled with bugs and poor user experience, and preferred Kuaidi's superior dispatch algorithms developed by their CTO Wen Cheng, or they were skeptical of Cheng Wei himself, expressing doubts about trusting a mere insurance salesman, fearing he might abscond with their funds. In any case, they were unwilling to finance Didi Chuxing. It was not until Cheng Wei encountered Director Zhu that fortunes began to change. In less than 10 minutes, Director Zhu sanctioned an investment of 6 million at a 20 million valuation for Didi Chuxing's series of funding. Following the investment, Jinsajiang Venture Capital not only ensured the swift disbursement of funds, but also provided comprehensive support for Didi's growth. From helping to assemble a technical team for app development to establishing sound financial and legal teams, as well as offering strategic advice for subsequent development and facilitating a Series B funding round to attract your company's capital and resources. These combined efforts instilled in Cheng Wei a profound respect for Director Zhu. Welcome, Director Zhu, Cheng Wei exclaimed, extending his arms to greet Zhu Xiaohu as he emerged from the elevator. President Cheng is being overly courteous, Zhu Xiaohu replied, shaking Cheng Wei's hand firmly while lightly patting the back of his hand. Let us dispense with pleasantries and proceed to a meeting. Zhu Xiaohu has always been characterized by his decisive style. It was his promptness in reaching out to the assistant to express investment interest upon discovering shared bicycles that demonstrated his proactive nature. Similarly, after realizing he could not invest in Starry Sky Technology, he swiftly established Xiao Orange Technology to launch Xiao Orange Bicycles to compete with Starry Sky's Xinglian shared bicycles. Director Zhu, please come inside. Cheng Wei, prior to his entrepreneurial journey, had worked in sales for the 40 Thieves and was adept at discerning character. Faced with the assertive Zhu Xiaohu, Cheng Wei would naturally not exhibit any hesitance. The teams from Didi Chuxing and Jinsajiang Venture Capital followed their respective leaders into a large conference room and took their seats. Cheng Wei and Zhu Xiaohu naturally occupied the central positions. As the host, Cheng Wei spoke first, inquiring, Director Zhu has come regarding the battle proclamation from Xinglian Travel, correct? Zhu Xiaohu nodded without hesitation. Indeed, it is precisely about that matter. To be candid, I have invested in a company called Xiao Orange Technology, which has faced several encounters with the Xinglian travel division of Starry Sky Technology and has never emerged victorious. Thus, upon seeing this proclamation and the ensuing online discourse, I rushed here. Cheng Wei replied sincerely, I appreciate Director Zhu's concern for Didi Chuxing. Might I inquire if you have any guidance on how to respond to this challenge? Guidance, I wouldn't dare to presume. Zhu Xiaohu waved his hand dismissively and continued. Yet I do have some immature ideas. I wonder if President Cheng would be willing to indulge my musings. How could it be mere musings? Director Zhu's willingness to offer guidance is a blessing for Didi Chuxing. Please, do not hold back, Cheng Wei expressed, his face reflecting a genuine eagerness to learn. Indeed, he sincerely sought Zhu Xiaohu's advice. Cheng Wei was a pragmatic individual, caring little for the color of the cat as long as it catches mice. Thus, upon realizing that the promotional strategies employed by Starry Sky Technology's Xinglian travel division in the shared bicycle sector were worthy of emulation, Cheng Wei proactively led his team in studying and adapting the strategies of the Xinglian shared bicycles. It can be said that no one understood the combat capabilities of the Xinglian travel division better than he did. At this moment, having an investor with keen insight, extensive experience, and a vast network willing to offer suggestions was a face-saving opportunity. Zhu Xiaohu was quite pleased with Cheng Wei's attitude. Among company founders, Xiao Orange Technology's Bao Lei pales in comparison to Cheng Wei. The principle of investment being a matter of investing in people was manifest in this moment. Shaking off distractions, Zhu Xiaohu spoke gravely. Before I share my unrefined thoughts, I would like to ask, President Cheng, how do you analyze Didi Chuxing, Kuaidi Taxi, Yubu China, and Xinglian Travel? What do you perceive to be their strengths and weaknesses? This is a rather complex question, one that every company founder must ponder thoroughly. As the saying goes, know yourself and know your enemy, and you will never be defeated. If a company founder cannot discern the strengths and weaknesses of both their own company and their competitors, they are undoubtedly unfit for the role and will surely be overrun by competition. Cheng Wei, being at the beginning of his entrepreneurial journey, may lack experience and have some shortcomings in capability. However, his experience in sales with the 40 Thieves endowed him with the dexterity to adeptly analyze both clients and competitors. With the assistance of Jinsha Jiang Venture Capital and the strategic investments from the Goose Factory, Didi Chuxing swiftly established its foothold in the capital, solidifying its presence in North China and extending its reach nationwide. Concurrently, Kuaidi Dash, having similarly secured its position in Hangzhou and East China, has emerged as its most direct competitor. This rivalry is further intensified by the establishment of an office by Uber, which is preparing for a comprehensive entry into the Chinese market, creating a potential threat. Consequently, Cheng Wei had long since commenced a thorough analysis of Kuaidi Dash and Uber, particularly focusing on the former. Regarding Xinglian Chuxing, which has been rumored to pivot from shared bicycles into the ride-hailing sector, Cheng Wei positioned it as both a mentor and adversary, engaging in extensive research and learning. Therefore, upon hearing Zhu Xiaohu's inquiry, Cheng Wei promptly delivered a substantive response. He elaborated on the composition of Kuaidi Dash's founding team, potential strategies they might employ, the inevitable challenges Uber would face in China, as well as the formidable strengths of Xinglian Chuxing's extensive grassroots team and ample financial resources. In conclusion, he summarized, I harbor no concerns regarding competition with Kuaidi Dash or Uber China. I am acutely aware that the rivalry among our three companies will fundamentally revolve around competing for drivers and users to capture market share, leading to a protracted and costly war reminiscent of the fierce group buying battles. After a brief pause, Cheng Wei's countenance turned serious as he intoned, I believe the threat posed by Xinglian Chuxing far surpasses that of Kuaidi Dash and Uber China. Through their ventures in shared bicycles, Blue Star Forest, and Xingyu Manor, they have cultivated millions of highly engaged users. Their foray into ride-hailing is not akin to our three companies' ambiguous tactics of converting private vehicles into operational cars, but rather involves the acquisition of their own automobiles, including plans to introduce a fully electric BYD Qing. It is easy to envision that when Xinglian Chuxing champions the slogans of eco-friendly travel and green living, local governments will not impose the same stringent regulations they currently apply to Didi Chuxing and Kuaidi Dash. Their foundation is deeply rooted in red, very, very red. This competitor is truly formidable. Zhu Xiaohu, having attentively absorbed Cheng Wei's extensive discourse, asked gravely, in your view, what measures should be taken for Didi Chuxing to prevail in the competition against Xinglian Chuxing? Cheng Wei inhaled deeply, raised his right index finger, and stated solemnly, there is but one path, securing financing and burning capital. We must seize at least half of the market share before Xinglian Chuxing can fully realize their electric BYD Qing and leverage the environmental card, and then acquire Kuaidi Dash. Chapter 48. Let us together forge a brighter tomorrow. Ambition. In Cheng Wei's eyes, Zhu Xiaohu discerned unbridled ambition. However, for investors, as long as the individuals they invest in possess the requisite capabilities, greater ambition is always preferable. Despite the skepticism of other investors, Zhu Xiaohu held Cheng Wei in high regard, repeatedly asserting that entrepreneurship necessitates the tenacity embodied by Cheng Wei. What kind of tenacity? The relentless spirit of someone who has sold insurance, worked in foot massage, and has still fought valiantly to emerge from the mire of setbacks. As long as this spirit remains, Zhu Xiaohu believes Cheng Wei is deserving of his ambition. Thus, Zhu Xiaohu repressed his advice for Didi Chuxing and earnestly inquired, "When do you plan to seek financing? How much do you intend to raise? And do you have any potential financing institutions in mind?" Cheng Wei shook his head, refraining from answering that question, and instead sincerely requested, "Mr. Zhu, let us postpone the discussion of financing for a moment. I would first like to hear your thoughts and suggestions regarding the company's response to the impact posed by Trillion Chuxing, so I can learn from them." Cheng Wei was acutely aware that Mr. Zhu's sudden visit without prior notice was prompted by the battle declaration from Trillion Chuxing. Clearly, Mr. Zhu harbored some thoughts on this matter. Thus, it was essential to elicit those thoughts from him. Whether or not to adopt them was one issue. Listening to them was another entirely. In the realm of conspiracy theories, ignoring them is far less severe than hearing them and choosing not to implement them. Zhu Xiaohu, fully cognizant of Cheng Wei's cautious mindset, felt no aversion to it. Instead, he found it quite agreeable. After all, who would dislike someone who respects them thoroughly? After organizing his thoughts, Zhu Xiaohu nodded and said, "I do have some suggestions, albeit not fully developed. Consider them and use what is beneficial, discarding what is not." He paused briefly before continuing. "I believe that to excel in mobile ride-hailing, as articulated by Chuanxing technology, there are 3 key points. First, cultivating user habits. Second, optimizing user experience. And third, aligning with government policies. Regarding the cultivation of user habits, this pertains to both drivers and passengers. For drivers, the core model of Didi Chuxing, Kuaidi Dash, and Uber is essentially to have private car owners perform taxi duties. It is clear that the initial approach of having taxi drivers register on the app to accept orders, as Didi Chuxing did in its early days, is not sustainable. Taxi companies will undoubtedly impose restrictions. Therefore, it is crucial to incentivize more private car owners to register as Didi Chuxing's ride-hailing drivers. The foundation of ride-hailing lies in having vehicles available for hire. On the passenger side, it is vital to instill the habit of using mobile phones for ride-hailing among the general populace. It is well known that young people are the quickest to adapt to new phenomena. Thus, how to encourage more university students and young professionals to adopt the habit of using mobile phones for ride-hailing is of utmost importance. I suspect that Trillion Chuxing may employ some creative strategies, similar to their approach with the shared bicycle project, collaborating with Blue Star Forest and Xingyu Farm to enhance user engagement far beyond that of Shaoqing Bicycle and Cyber Bicycle. Perhaps Didi Chuxing should also contemplate innovative methods to foster user loyalty, beyond simplistic incentives like registration bonuses and fare discounts. I personally believe this is quite necessary. This point also relates to my earlier mention of optimizing user experience. I have utilized the apps of Didi Chuxing, Kuaidi Dash, and even Uber during my time in the United States. From my personal experience, there are indeed numerous areas ripe for optimization, such as ride success rates, order acceptance speed, and driver attitudes, among others. This necessitates that your team invest effort in research or solicit passenger feedback, analyzing specific issues in detail and subsequently addressing them. In terms of aligning with government policies, both Didi Chuxing and Kuaidi Dash have fallen short. Thus far, both companies have operated in over 30 cities. However, have they garnered the support of even a single local government? From my observations, the answer is no. In fact, many local governments, after receiving numerous complaints from local taxi companies, have classified ride-hailing services as illegal operations and are either contemplating or have already implemented measures to combat them. At this juncture, Zhu Xiaohu's expression grew increasingly grave as he fixed his gaze on Cheng Wei, emphasizing with weighty intonation, "Mr. Cheng, I believe you should understand that in conducting business in China, it is paramount to secure government policy support. Even if one cannot obtain such support, they must not be opposed to or resented by the government." Upon hearing this solemn and sincere counsel, Cheng Wei nodded earnestly and replied, "Thank you for your guidance, Mr. Zhu. I will promptly urge our newly established Government Relations Department to foster positive relationships with local governments." "Oh, a Government Relations Department?" Zhu Xiaohu exclaimed, intrigued. "What prompted you to establish this department, Mr. Cheng? Did you learn this from the 40 Thieves?" While the 40 Thieves indeed has a department dedicated to managing government relations, Cheng Wei shook his head, his tone somewhat peculiar as he replied, "I learned this from Chuanxing technology." After a brief pause, Cheng Wei inhaled deeply and candidly stated, "To be frank, many of our current practices at Didi are modeled after Chuanxing technology. However, there is a saying that resonates profoundly: those who emulate me shall thrive, while those who imitate me shall perish. At present, I am uncertain about the ramifications of this act of copying assignments, which is why I contemplate seizing the market early on and subsequently engulfing the rapidly advancing competitors, leveraging the strengths of both companies to confront Chuanxing technology." This impromptu meeting has circled back to the topic of financing. Zhu Xiaohu seizes the moment to inquire, "Mr. Cheng, might you share your plans regarding financing now?" Cheng Wei nods in response, stating, "I believe it would be ideal to propel the Series B or C financing within 2 weeks. Naturally, I personally hope that this round will be led by Jinshajiang Venture Capital and Tencent Strategic Investment. Despite Didi's possession of an angel investor, this individual's influence pales in comparison to that of Jinshajiang Venture Capital and Tencent Strategic Investment. His presence is almost negligible. The support from Jinshajiang and Tencent would easily render this angel investor obsolete. In truth, Cheng Wei has entertained such thoughts, as at this juncture in the company's development, this angel investor has ceased to play any significant role. Upon hearing Cheng Wei's sentiments, Zhu Xiaohu assertively declares, "Very well. I shall reach out to Tencent's strategic investment team forthwith. My intention is to amplify Tencent's voice within Didi, thereby attracting more of its resources to expedite Didi's growth. I am confident that Kuaidi will likewise draw in additional resources from the 40 Thieves capital. When the time is ripe, I shall initiate the involvement of an international investment institution, simultaneously investing in both Didi and Kuaidi, laying the groundwork for subsequent mergers." In contrast to Cheng Wei's unabashed ambition for conquest, Zhu Xiaohu's phrasing of merger undoubtedly carries a more refined elegance. Nevertheless, the cold-bloodedness of the business battlefield is an undercurrent that no amount of eloquence can obscure. "Thank you for your support, Director Zhu." Cheng Wei rises, bowing slightly as he extends both hands. Zhu Xiaohu also stands, extending his right hand for a firm handshake, encouragingly stating, "Mr. Cheng, I have always been in your corner. Let us join forces to forge a brighter future for Didi." Silently, Zhu Xiaohu adds in his heart, "A future devoid of Chuanqing technology." Chapter 49, Truly Burning Money to Make a Sound. Zhu Xiaohu acts with remarkable speed. No sooner has he departed from Didi than he contacts the head of Tencent's strategic investment. The two parties engage in an in-depth discussion regarding the facilitation of Didi's Series C financing, reaching a mutual agreement. Jinshajiang Venture Capital and Tencent Strategic Investment are both illustrious names within the venture capital sphere. With these two esteemed institutions backing Didi, it has swiftly become the darling of the investment community. Numerous investment institutions have reached out to Jinshajiang and Tencent through various channels, expressing their desire to co-invest. Some investment firms have also contacted Didi's founding team to showcase their value. The relationship between investors and entrepreneurs is a reciprocal selection process. Typically, by the time a company reaches Series A, funding is no longer the primary concern for entrepreneurs. Instead, resources that can facilitate the company's growth take precedence. For instance, Tencent Strategic Investment brings more than just a 40 million investment to Didi. It also offers a myriad of traffic channels, with Jinshajiang and Tencent providing robust support. Cheng Wei confidently relinquishes the lead on the Series C financing. His only stipulation is that the strategic development of Didi remains under the control of the founding team. Naturally, the composition of the founding team is not static but can be adjusted flexibly. Fortunately, Tencent's investment strategy is not as domineering as that of the 40 Thieves. Otherwise, it is highly likely that Cheng Wei would have been ousted. The investment style of the 40 Thieves can be succinctly summarized in a single phrase: handed over. Similarly, Kuaidi's pursuit of Series C financing has been significantly troubled by this. The founder of Kuaidi, Qin Weixing, along with co-founder and CEO Lu Chuanwei, aspires to introduce an investment institution capable of rivaling the capital of the 40 Thieves in this round. However, due to the overwhelming strength of the 40 Thieves capital and Kuaidi's need for rapid development reliant on Alipay's support, the founding team led by Qin Weixing and Lu Chuanwei has ultimately chosen to compromise, accepting further control by the 40 Thieves capital. Fortunately, the current approach of the 40 Thieves capital is not overly aggressive, allowing the management and development of Kuaidi to remain in the hands of the founding team, while Alipay continues to provide support. Thus, a rather peculiar scene unfolds in the market. As the calendar turns to 2013, just a few days past the new year, while Xinglian Travel is actively recruiting and training full-time rideshare drivers nationwide, Didi and Kuaidi swiftly finalized their respective Series C financing, securing investments of 100 million and 1.2 billion, respectively. On the very day they signed the financing agreements, both companies embark on a frenzied expansion, targeting the same region, particularly the 6 provinces and 1 city of central China, with a keen focus on Hunan province. Wang Xu nearly witnesses an overnight proliferation of private vehicles operating as rideshare cars throughout the streets. "We have been outmaneuvered," he exclaims with a wry smile, pulling out his phone to download the apps for both Didi and Kuaidi. Subsequently, he instructs his assistant, Wu Xiyun, to disseminate an internal open letter throughout the company, urging all employees to utilize Didi and Kuaidi for their commutes over the following week. What is the deeper intention behind Chairman Wang's actions? Inquires Mo Ting, the HR director, with curiosity in the executive group chat. Hu Baiyan, the strategic investment director, who perceives himself as the one with the most profound understanding of Chairman Wang after months of interaction, responds, knowing oneself and knowing the enemy. One need not fear the outcome of 100 battles. Didi and Kuaidi have become our primary competitors. Experiencing their products firsthand to identify their shortcomings is not only necessary, but also profoundly significant. As the general manager of Xinglian Travels Division, Lu Daqiang steps forward to contribute, asserting, whose assessment is accurate, and I wholeheartedly concur. Furthermore, I believe Chairman Wang intends to awaken a sense of vigilance within the company. Recently, when I reported to Chairman Wang, I noticed he was reading the section on strategic disdain for the enemy while tactically respecting them from the works of Mao Zedong. In our division, the soldiers have become overly confident, believing they can easily overpower Little Orange Bike and Cyberbike in the bike-sharing sector, and thus can surely vanquish Didi and Kuaidi in the rideshare arena. I surmise that Chairman Wang is conveying the spirit of strategic disdain yet tactical respect for the enemy through this call to action. Excellent point, Lu. Chairman Wang possesses remarkable foresight. The executive group quickly transforms into a forum for praising Chairman Wang. Fortunately, the discussion soon shifts back to pertinent topics, as Xia Wenfeng, the director of government relations, interjects, Chairman Wang indeed possesses remarkable foresight. Based on our department's recent interactions with various government entities, we have discovered significant inconsistencies and perspectives regarding the emergence of rideshare services, from the central government down to local levels. Numerous influential departments and powerful individuals staunchly believe that private car drivers operating for profit constitute illegal taxis and should be firmly suppressed. Thus, Chairman Wang's initial push for the company to purchase vehicles and train drivers aligns seamlessly with government sentiment, allowing us to preemptively mitigate potential policy backlash. Following closely, Li Yi, the director of public relations, adds, Chairman Wang certainly possesses remarkable foresight. Under his directive, our public relations department has established a matrix of self-media channels. While we may not claim to control public opinion, we can easily guide it. Our department is currently devising a strategy to leverage the company's tree-planting team-building event to vigorously promote the National 3 North Shelter Forest project, honoring the silent contributions of generations of tree planters. The assistant to the president, Wu Xiyun, promptly announced, the team-building tree-planting event has been scheduled for March 12th, Arbor Day. I will coordinate with the logistics department to ensure that all employees are transported to various afforestation sites of the Sanbei project in advance. The Network Technology Development Department and the Intelligent Terminal Research and Development Department must begin preparations for the live broadcast immediately. We anticipate that between 80 million to 100 million users of the Starlink travel app will tune in to this event. Measuring. The director of the Network Technology Development Department expressed his understanding, assuring the company, rest assured, the Network Technology Department will fulfill its obligations. Qi Wanshun, the director of the Intelligent Terminal RD Department, was equally eager to demonstrate his commitment, stating, you can count on us, Mr. Wang. The Intelligent Terminal Department will accomplish its tasks. Just as the conversation in the group chat was shifting toward pledging loyalty to Mr. Wang, the financial director, He Xinyu, interjected, the finance department has just received orders from Mr. Wang to allocate the daily cash income from Starlink's shared bicycles, distributing it in an 11 ratio to the employee salary reserve account and the RD funds reserve account. Furthermore, we are to mobilize all available funds into the travel department, establishing a special fund account aimed at outpacing Didi. Mr. Wang has declared that with the new year approaching, we should engage in a financial battle, creating a festive atmosphere for the nation by expending all available funds before the holidays. Chapter 50, Money Flows Like Water. The above command, coupled with the ensuing frantic activity, triggered the entire organization of Chuanxing Technology into a whirlwind of action. The finance department was the first to mobilize, tasked with consolidating all company funds for strategic allocation. The 3 billion earmarked for the Chuanxing Technology Park was off limits. The 500 million reserved for employee salaries would gradually be replaced with the daily cash flow from the shared bicycles. Additionally, the various RD teams, such as the Artificial Intelligence Group, would also see their funding substituted with the same cash flow. This situation tested the financial staff's accounting skills and their ability to manage fund transfers and balances. He Xinyu, as the financial director, took the lead, selecting competent personnel to execute these financial transfers. Establishing the special fund account to challenge Didi was comparatively straightforward. Just 3 steps: account creation, fund allocation, and bookkeeping. Beyond the finance department, the most affected was the Starlink travel department. After concluding a group chat with other senior executives, General Manager Lu Daqiang quickly convened an internal rally. When the employees of the travel department learned of Mr. Wang's orders, their eyes blazed with fervor, their spirits soaring. They were more invigorated than ever, especially those already assigned to the ride-hailing project group. Mr. Wang had allocated all available company funds to establish a special account to compete with Didi. This was not merely a frivolous expenditure for the sake of noise. It was a clarion call. Mr. Wang intended to vanquish the three formidable adversaries, Didi, Kuaidi, and Uber, as soldiers under Mr. Wang's command. The travel department knew what they had to do to charge forth. Didi and Kuaidi should prepare themselves for a thorough cleansing. Oh, but Uber had yet to officially enter China. Those foreign interlopers would have to wait until we dealt with the domestic rivals. In the bustling metropolis, Li Shutong ended his remote video call, a fierce determination igniting within him. Having graduated merely 6 months ago, he had rapidly ascended from a humble ground sales position to the role of regional manager for the shared bicycle project, and then to the operations director for ride-hailing in the Magic City, not by mere personal merit, but by the visionary guidance and nurturing of Mr. Wang and the company's swift ascent. In any other organization, a novice like him, fresh out of university, would not even dream of managing a team of over 400 people, let alone hold the title of operations director in such a vast region. Thus, Li Shutong firmly believed that only by adhering to Mr. Wang's strategic vision could the company flourish, and in turn, his position would rise in tandem. Sighing deeply, Li Shutong exited his office and drove to a driving school. He approached the responsible party there with concern, inquiring, "How many individuals do you anticipate will pass the assessment and obtain their taxi driver qualification certificates before the new year?" Unlike Didi and Kuaidi, which operated under a light asset model by encouraging private car owners to drive for them, Starlink Travel adhered to a heavier asset model akin to Shinjo's B2C approach, striving for reasonable, legal, and compliant operations. First, the company invested significantly in acquiring BYD chain vehicles, registering them as operational vehicles with rental licenses. Secondly, all full-time drivers joining Starlink Travel must pass the National Taxi Driver Qualification Exam and undergo company service training certification. Finally, prior to commencing work, they must undergo background checks and psychological evaluations to ensure they have no history of violent crime or potential harm. Many investors viewed this approach as arduous and thankless. However, Starlink Travel remained resolute in its commitment. Li Shutong did not concern himself with the company's overarching strategy. His responsibility lay in selecting, training drivers, and maintaining operations. After more than half a month of effort, the Magic City region had identified over 500 drivers willing to join Starlink Travel for ride-hailing. Currently, these drivers were at the driving school, receiving training in preparation for the taxi qualification examination. Upon hearing the inquiry from the operations director, the training supervisor at the driving school promptly replied, after several mock exams, "The pass rate hovers around 87. With a month remaining, I'm confident we can achieve a 100 pass rate, provided the drivers do not falter." "Excellent," Li Shutong said, patting the supervisor's shoulder before stepping aside to make a phone call. Before long, the call connected. "Hello, General Liu, this is Li Shutong, the operations director for the Magic City region. I would like to report on our progress." Liu Daqiang's slightly hoarse voice came through the line. "Go ahead, I'm listening." Li Shutong continued, "General Liu, we anticipate that at least 500 drivers will obtain their taxi driver qualification certificates before the new year." "However," Liu Daqiang interjected, "however." "What?" With a determined bite of his lip, Li Shutong replied, "But having drivers without vehicles and licenses is ineffective." Liu Daqiang reprimanded, "The vehicles and licenses are not your concern. Just focus on your responsibilities." Yes, you are absolutely right, General Liu. I overstepped," Li Shutong quickly acknowledged. Then shifted the conversation. "So, it's settled then. The company will allocate 500 vehicles bearing rental licenses to our Magic City region before the new year." "That's a firm agreement." With that, he swiftly hung up the phone. 1,000 miles away in Star City, Liu Daqiang, hearing the beeping of his phone, widened his eyes in disbelief. "When did I agree to allocate 500 rental vehicles to the Magic City region?" he thought, feeling a mix of anger and amusement. "So, he thinks he's got some authority now, does he? I'll show him next time." Although momentarily irked, Liu Daqiang chose not to express his frustration. He set down his phone, picked up 2 documents from his desk, signed his name, and stamped them with the official seal of the Starlink Travel Department. With the signing of these documents, the newly established special fund account to challenge Didi promptly allocated 500 million to resolve the licensing issue. The Government Relations Department had caught wind of the situation. Learning that the central government was preparing to suspend the issuance of new taxi licenses in first-tier and major cities like Magic City. In response to this, Liu Daqiang's strategy involved establishing and acquiring car rental companies across various regions to apply for additional rental licenses and secure existing ones. The latest market trend reveals that the transfer fee for a single rental license in the bustling metropolis has soared to a staggering range of 100 to 150,000. This constitutes a monumental expenditure. Even 500 million may prove insufficient. Leaning back, Lu Daqiang let out a deep sigh, lamenting, money truly never seems to suffice. Chapter 51. As time swiftly passed, it was already late January 2013. The approach of the Lunar New Year brought the familiar strains of Lu Tianwang's congratulations and prosperity resonating through shopping malls once again. The employees of Chuanxing Technology, stationed on the 44th floor of the Wanda headquarters, found themselves daily serenaded by President Wang's renditions of this tune. Congratulations on your wealth. I congratulate you on your brilliance. It seemed that President Wang, compelled by a sense of urgency, must enter the company at precisely 8:55, all the while beaming and humming this song as he strode towards the president's office with an air of indifference. Good morning, President Wang, greeted Wu Xiyun, the executive assistant, as she slightly inclined her body in acknowledgement and opened the door to the office for him. Good morning, Wu. What are today's arrangements? Wang Xu inquired, making his way towards the desk. General He from the finance department has scheduled a report for 9:15, and General Li from the marketing department will present at 9:40. That's the agenda for the morning, Wu Xiyun dutifully reported, holding a tablet in her hands. In the afternoon, the secretary of the Daxihai Pilot Zone Committee will be inspecting Chuanxing Technology Park and has specifically requested your accompaniment. Wang Xu settled into the executive chair, his brow furrowed. Is it absolutely necessary for me to attend this afternoon? Wu Xiyun shook her head, her tone peculiar as she responded, if you choose not to attend, it would complicate matters for General Xie from the Government Relations Department regarding your negotiation with the committee. Is that so? Wang Xu's mouth slightly agape. He expressed genuine surprise. Indeed, the secretary is the head of the committee. If you do not extend him due respect, he may very well find ways to obstruct matters upon his return, Wu Xiyun explained matter-of-factly. Very well, then. I shall go, Wang Xu conceded reluctantly, as he had never been fond of engaging with high-ranking government officials. However, the feasibility of the impending matter outweighed his personal preferences. What matter? This led back to the divergences in routes between Xinglian Travel and Didi, Kuati, and Yubu. The drivers of Didi and Kuati had not signed formal labor contracts. Even if they attempted to purchase their own social insurance, it proved exceedingly cumbersome. Conversely, Xinglian Travel employed both full-time and part-time drivers. While full-time drivers did not directly sign labor contracts with Chuanxing Technology, they could establish contracts with the vehicle rental companies that Chuanxing was forming and acquiring in various cities. Through labor dispatching, these drivers could provide ride-hailing services for Xinglian Travel. In this model, app users placing orders would be considered as renting vehicles, with the platform assigning drivers as chauffeurs, thus splitting the fare into rental fees and chauffeur fees. All rental fees would accrue to the platform, namely Xinglian Travel, while the chauffeur fees would be shared between the platform and the drivers. This operational model was devised by the legal department of Chuanxing Technology to best circumvent illegal operations within the current legal framework. To successfully navigate this capital-intensive model, 3 conditions must be met: a sufficient number of vehicles, an ample supply of drivers, and a considerable user base. The foundation of these 3 prerequisites hinges on substantial financial investment. Wang Xu was notably willing to invest heavily. Under his direction, Lu Daqiang's Xinglian Travel had already funneled 1.7 billion into this model, comprising 1 billion for BYD chain orders, 500 million for rental licenses, and 200 million for various expenditures. 1.7 billion was indeed a significant sum. Even the combined sale of the current Didi and Kuati services would not yield such an amount. Of course, this was only applicable in the present context. The 1.7 billion investment raised questions about other companies' reactions. As a supplier to Chuanxing Technology, BYD was compelled to ramp up the production lines for the BYD chain, striving to deliver the first batch of DM hybrid models before the Lunar New Year. After persistent negotiations led by Lu Daqiang, BYD agreed to aim for a production target of 5,000 units in Q1, 8,000 in Q2, and 12,000 in Q3, making significant strides forward. Concurrently, they intensified their research and development for the pure electric version of the BYD chain, hoping to complete all R&D by Q4 of 2013 and launch test models. Upon learning of these developments, Wang Xu instructed Lu Daqiang to sign a memorandum of intent for procurement with BYD, assuring that Chuanxing Technology would commit to purchasing an additional 2 billion worth of DM hybrid BYD chains following the launch of the pure electric version, thus alleviating BYD's concerns. The heavy asset model for full-time drivers was well on its way to being fully realized, barring any unforeseen circumstances. Consequently, Wang Xu shifted his attention to the light asset model involving part-time drivers. Part-time drivers were required to provide their own vehicles and insurance. While Wang Xu mandated that part-time drivers, despite lacking a guaranteed salary, would enjoy the same benefits as full-time drivers and receive a 12 commission on each ride, resulting in significantly higher costs for Trillion travel compared to Didi and Quadi. It could not disguise a stark reality. Each additional part-time driver would incur at least 150,000 in expenses, covering vehicle purchase and operational insurance. Wang Xu pondered how best to allocate this 150,000 multiplied by N into productive expenditure. Contemplating this, he turned his attention to the Daxahai Pilot Zone. This future national-level new district, established with the approval of the central government and vigorously promoted by the provincial and city governments, bore a heavy historical responsibility. The committee, as the direct governing body of the Daxahai Pilot Zone, was equally laden with significant political duties. Attracting investments was one aspect, while fostering local enterprises, especially high-tech firms, was another. Coincidentally, Wang Xu had made waves by investing 200 million into entrepreneurial projects initiated by students and faculty from Hunan University during a recent lecture, prompting considerable excitement among several prominent universities in Hunan, who lamented the lack of equally generous alumni. Wang Xu contemplated whether he could leverage the connections with the Daxahai Pilot Zone Committee to establish a venture capital fund aimed at all universities in Hunan, utilizing the surplus funds from the light asset model for part-time drivers. Upon hearing this proposal, the committee was intrigued. Such an opportunity exists? We must pursue it. To demonstrate their commitment, the committee secretary personally became involved. Armed with Wang Xu's affirmative response, Wu Xiyun exited the president's office to finalize the arrangements. At 9:15, after the departmental morning meeting, He Xinyu entered the president's office, her eyes betraying an uncontainable worry. General He, please take a seat, have some tea, and let us converse. Wang Xu offered. Following his acquisition of 1 billion in personal funds, he had moved into a villa, purchased luxury cars and watches, and developed a fondness for incense and tea. Strangely, he found little interest in indulgent pursuits such as yacht parties, and he held a vehement disdain for gambling and drugs. Thus, he had cultivated a few refined hobbies. President Wang, I lack the inclination to partake in tea. He Xinyu coolly declined his invitation, her voice filled with concern. President Wang, the travel division plans to expend between 1.8 to 2.5 billion post-New Year to capture market share in the ride-hailing sector. If we continue at this rate, the company's funds will soon be depleted. Wang Xu raised an eyebrow at this revelation. Ah, what splendid news. Chapter 52, Trillion Travel. Happy New Year, Didi and Quadi. Fear not, General He. Wang Xu waved his hand dismissively, speaking with a serene demeanor. I can assure you that the day our original 1 billion is exhausted will coincide perfectly with the arrival of the next round of funding. Preliminary estimates suggest. After a moment of contemplation, Wang Xu, with a hint of uncertainty in his tone, remarked, it is likely to be between 30 billion and 100 billion. In recent days, he had repeatedly probed the system and obtained a clearer response. The funding amount for Task 3 is contingent upon the duration taken to complete Task 2. The shorter the time, the higher the funding amount for Task 3, starting at a baseline of 30 billion. Although Wang Xu estimated that he could complete Task 2 within a year, consuming 10 billion in the process, theoretically, this could secure the maximum funding of 100 billion for Task 3. However, one must not speak too definitively, especially when it pertains to financial matters. Is it reliable, Mr. Wang? He Xinyu's previously furrowed brow was instantly replaced by astonishment, as she found it hard to believe. Of course, I never boast, Wang Xu assured her with conviction. At that moment, He Xinyu felt her apprehensions dissipate entirely. Worry? What was there to worry about? With a financial cushion ranging from 30 billion to 100 billion, the travel department could easily manage to expend 1.8 to 2.5 billion post-New Year, and even double it without batting an eye. To put it bluntly, that money belonged to the boss and the investors. As long as it contributed to the company's growth, any expenditure was justified. Speaking of which, Lu Daqiang was rather stingy. What could be achieved with 1.8 to 2.5 billion? Did he not witness Mr. Wang daring to invest 1.7 billion before the market even saw a single Starlink ride-sharing vehicle? It was high time to give Lu Daqiang a nudge and encourage this miserly fellow to learn from Mr. Wang and adopt a more open-minded approach. Excuse me, Mr. Wang, He Xinyu said, filled with excitement as she closed the leather cover of her tablet and prepared to leave. Wait a moment, Ms. He. Since you are here, I happen to have a matter to discuss with you, Wang Xu called out, halting the financial director. What is it? Please instruct me. With her mindset now adjusted, He Xinyu sat back down leisurely, lifting the teacup placed before her to take a delicate sip. The tea, a fine black variety, was bright and fragrant, refreshing on the palate with a lingering sweetness, leaving a delightful aftertaste. He Xinyu's expression relaxed as she sincerely praised, excellent tea. Wang Xu smiled slightly indeed. It is exquisite tea. This was top-tier tea not available in the market, priced by the gram. He had procured it through connections with a school leader from his alma mater, trading $800 million in research funds for the Guxing Technology Park project, allocating $500 million specifically to Xiangda University. Naturally, the funds could not be deposited directly into Xiangda's account. To access the money, Xiangda needed to present projects with investment potential in exchange. Business is business. The leadership and faculty at Xiangda unanimously agreed to this condition, especially the young scholars who, despite their capabilities, found their progress stifled by their seniority. Project proposals soon flooded the investment incubation inbox of the Guxing Technology Park project, prompting the Strategic Investment and Mergers Department to expand its workforce. Otherwise, they would never manage to sift through the deluge of emails, much less identify projects with investment potential. Returning to the matter at hand, Wang Xu poured his sinew another cup of tea from the purple clay pot and continued, as the new year approaches, the finance department must promptly complete the annual financial review and prepare for the festive benefits. Sinew promptly replied, "Rest assured, Mr. Wang. The finance department has already commenced this task. According to company policy, year-end bonuses, New Year gifts, and Lantern Festival gifts will all be accounted for." "Good," Wang Xu nodded, affirming the finance department's efforts, then added, "My intention is to grant the maximum amount to ensure everyone in the company can joyfully celebrate the new year. By the way, don't forget to prepare the red envelopes for the post-New Year work resumption. Let us say 200 yuan each, treating everyone equally without regard to rank." "Yes, I will ensure the task is completed," Sinew affirmed resolutely. As the financial director, her primary role was to keep accounts. The decisions regarding spending and budget amounts lay with the president. The finance department merely facilitated the disbursement of funds. As long as the accounts were accurate, even if exorbitant sums were spent, she would remain an exemplary financial director, capable of standing her ground wherever she went. "I trust that with your capabilities, Ms. He, and the finance department's expertise, you will execute this matter excellently," Wang Xu remarked with a smile. "After the new year, the company will undergo a personnel adjustment. Be prepared for your promotion to CFO." The title CFO, short for Chief Financial Officer, primarily focuses on strategy, contrasting with the financial director's tactical execution. According to the standards established by the Human Resources Department, the CFO position is classified as M9, just below the founder and CEO, Mr. Wang, who holds the M10 designation. Promotion inevitably comes with a salary increase. Who would ever disdain earning more? "Thank you, Mr. Wang." Upon hearing the good news, Sinew immediately rose, slightly bowing in gratitude. "This is what you deserve, Ms. He," Wang Xu said, modestly shifting aside, refusing to take credit. Subsequently, the two discussed the responsibilities of the CFO briefly, and Sinew requested to take her leave once more. This time, Wang Xu acquiesced. Upon returning to the finance department, the first task Sinew undertook was to sign and stamp the funding usage proposal submitted by Lu Daqiang. With the financial director's signature and the finance department seal, the Starlink ride-sharing division could confidently report to the president's office, indicating financial support for the plan. Rumors always have wings, and it wasn't long before the news of the finance department's endorsement of the ride-sharing division's post-New Year plan for 1.8 to 2.5 billion spread throughout Guxing Technology. Simultaneously, two additional bits of gossip emerged. Firstly, Mr. Wang specifically instructed the finance department to prepare budgets for year-end bonuses, New Year gifts, post-New Year work resumption red envelopes, and Lantern Festival gifts, coordinating with the logistics department to procure the necessary materials. Secondly, there would be a significant personnel reshuffle after the new year, with department directors receiving promotions, such as financial director Sinew becoming the chief financial officer. If the first piece of gossip inspired only the employees of the Starlink ride-sharing division, the latter two pieces invigorated the entire Guxing technology community. For some unknown reason, from executives to mid-level managers to ordinary employees, a sense of camaraderie and loyalty to their benefactors surged within them. Everyone worked with renewed vigor. "You won't let me work overtime easily, huh? Fine. Even if I go to the restroom during work hours, I will be diligent." The competitive spirit surged among them. The result of this fervent work ethic was a significant boost in productivity. Far away in Magic City, Li Shutong was taken aback. He had initially believed that securing 500 vehicles from the first batch of the listed DM hybrid BYD Qin for the full-time driver segment was an impressive feat. Little did he expect that Qin Guofu, who managed the part-time driver business in the Magic City and typically kept a low profile, would deliver an explosive outcome. At 42 years old, Qin Guofu, who had been recruited as a talent by the 40 Thieves over half a year ago, successfully negotiated with the Magic City government to procure a policy specifically for Guxing technology. This allowed the Starlink ride-sharing division to pilot its operations in the Magic City. What did this mean? It meant that while other companies faced penalties for unlicensed ride-sharing, the government had granted Starlink ride-sharing legal status for trial operations. On January 19, 2013, the 8th day of the 12th lunar month, 3000 Starlink ride-sharing vehicles went live in the Magic City, with the first ride free and the first 10 rides half price. A small gesture to greet Didi and extend early New Year wishes. Happy New Year! Chapter 53. The ride-sharing market can only have one sky. What did you say? 3000 part-time ride-sharing vehicles suddenly launched in the Magic City? The government of the magical metropolis has not only authorized a pilot operation, but has also mandated the Transportation Department to launch a rigorous crackdown on the rampant issue of unlicensed taxis in the city. Within half a day, the Transportation Authority confiscated over 600 illegal vehicles. The ride-hailing platforms, Didi and Kuaidi, were left utterly bewildered, thrown into disarray by this sudden turn of events. Who is responsible for this commendable initiative? It is none other than Qin Guofu, the market director for part-time drivers in the magical metropolis. How did he manage to accomplish this? You are unaware? Then what purpose does your role as the general manager of the mobility division serve? Hurry and investigate. When Wang Xu learned of this joyous announcement from Lu Daqiang, he was momentarily taken aback, bombarding him with a slew of questions. The magical metropolis had executed such a significant action without any prior notice, a truly remarkable feat. The headquarters of the company may be oblivious, given the distance, but why was the mobility division, soon to operate as a wholly owned subsidiary, also uninformed? Is it merely a makeshift operation, akin to child's play? It can be said that the actions of the magical metropolis not only left Didi and Kuaidi dizzy, but also caused Lu Daqiang, the general manager of Trillion Mobility, to endure a severe reprimand from General Manager Wang, leaving him in a state of distress. As Lu Daqiang listened to the beeping of his phone, he wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. It was winter, yet his brow was drenched. General Manager Wang, typically jovial and rarely prone to anger, could be terrifying when provoked. Would this affect my promotion during the upcoming personnel restructuring after the new year? Lu Daqiang speculated nervously. The thought of being the only subsidiary manager at M8, while others at M9P9 held a superior rank, was quite humiliating. He hastily dialed Qin Guofu's number. When the call connected, Lu Daqiang greeted warmly. Hello, Guofu. This is Lu Daqiang. A respectful voice responded from the other end. Hello, General Manager Lu. This is Qin Guofu. How may I assist you? Lu Daqiang replied amicably. Guofu, I'm not calling to give orders, but rather to seek your insights on how you managed to persuade the metropolitan government to enact such a policy. I would like to promote this in other regions as well. In the office of the market director for Trillion Mobility in the magical metropolis, 42-year-old Qin Guofu gestured for his 24-year-old assistant, Su Xuefei, to remain silent. He then earnestly explained, General Manager Lu, this situation was unexpected. Had it not occurred so suddenly, I would have certainly reported it to you for approval before proceeding. Oh, unexpected? Lu Daqiang prolonged his tone, feigning curiosity. What kind of unexpected event? Do enlighten me, as General Manager Wang is quite interested in this matter. Qin Guofu shot a glance at Su Xuefei, who was making faces at him, and candidly elaborated. There has been talk within the company about General Manager Wang instructing the finance department to prepare budgets for year-end bonuses, New Year gifts, post-holiday red envelopes, and Lantern Festival presents. Once this news circulated, the morale across the company surged remarkably. Coincidentally, I recently hired a young assistant over a month ago. I was unaware that her family had connections with the metropolitan government. She discreetly submitted a document outlining the projects we at Chuanxing Technology have undertaken. Meanwhile, the government has been considering how to rectify the issues surrounding unlicensed taxis without completely disrupting an emerging market. Ultimately, they communicated that if Trillion Mobility could seamlessly replace the currently operating illegal vehicles without negatively impacting citizens' transportation, they would grant us supportive policies. The urgency of their communication required a swift response. In my haste, I mobilized our part-time drivers who had passed our internal assessments to gather the requisite 3000 ride-hailing vehicles that met the government's criteria, and I inadvertently neglected to inform you and the company about this matter. After listening to Qin Guofu's extensive explanation, Lu Daqiang fell into silence. Was it truly a mere coincidence from beginning to end? And where did Qin Guofu find such a young assistant with such influence to have the ability to submit documents to such a level of government? Lu Daqiang gasped in astonishment, deciding not to delve further into the matter. After all, it was a positive development. Thus, he chuckled, Guofu, I will report this to General Manager Wang faithfully. Rest assured, the company will certainly reward you and your team. And your assistant will undoubtedly receive a generous bonus. After offering his encouragement, Lu Daqiang ended the call. However, he did not report to General Manager Wang immediately. Instead, he He sought to verify the authenticity of the events through other channels. Although he harbored no doubts about Qin Guofu's integrity in this matter, the necessary procedures still had to be followed. In the office of the market director for Trillion Mobility in the magical metropolis, Qin Guofu set down his phone, gazing intently at his assistant before sighing. "Alan, you've put me in quite a predicament this time." Su Xuefei, referred to as Alan by Qin Guofu, cheerfully replied, "General Qin, we have achieved something significant this time. The company will surely commend you." Qin Guofu smiled wryly. "A success is a success, but a fault is a fault. They cannot be equated. Otherwise, the company would struggle to maintain clarity in rewards and punishments, and the staff would lose their sense of fairness. Regardless, my failure to report promptly and taking unilateral action constitutes a grave error. I may not be dismissed, but I might find myself sidelined." "What grave error?" Su Xuefei frowned. Perplexed, shaking his head, Qin Guofu chose not to address the question and instead redirected the conversation. "I have initiated the launch of Trillion Mobility's ride-hailing service in the magical metropolis. Now, it's your turn to explain why you've exerted such effort and leveraged your personal connections to assist the company." Upon hearing this question, Su Xuefei's mind drifted back over 3 months to when she had just returned to the country. Through connections, she entered LDG Capital as an assistant, interning alongside the distinguished investor, Xiong Xiaoga. It was during that time that she first encountered Trillion Mobility and Xuanxing Technology. Subsequently, she accompanied Xiong Xiaoga in promoting cyberspace bikes and Trillion shared bikes, deepening her understanding of both Trillion Mobility and Xuanxing Technology, while also igniting her curiosity. She wondered what motivated the owner of this company to offer such generous salaries and benefits to employees. Was it rooted in moral integrity? Or was it a strategy to compel employees to work tirelessly through financial incentives? She pondered how the employees would reciprocate such high compensation. Would they merely seek to coast along, or would they strive to strengthen the company's position? Thus, driven by her curiosity, she secured a position as the assistant to Qin Guofu, the market director for the ride-hailing project in the magical metropolis, in hopes of uncovering the answers to her questions. After more than a month of exploration, she uncovered some answers and developed a fondness for the company. She genuinely believed that whether in shared bikes or ride-hailing services, there could only be one dominant force, Xuanxing Technology. All others were inferior and deserved to be swept away. I Su Xuefei declare. Chapter 54. Xuanxing Technology is a great company. Because the company is my family. Returning from her reverie, Su Xuefei responded softly, yet earnestly, to Qin Guofu's inquiry. Her answer took him by surprise. Positions such as assistant typically require background checks, and Qin Guofu was well aware of Su Xuefei's credentials. A local of the magical metropolis, she had completed her undergraduate studies at Fudan University and earned her master's degree from Yale University, interning successively at Tiger Global Management on Wall Street and LDG Capital domestically. This sum is indeed quite impressive, although it may not suffice to secure a position in the esteemed Strategic Investment and Mergers and Acquisitions Department. It is more than adequate for a role in the Star's United Mobility Division. Furthermore, as Su Xuefei harbors a singular ambition to work in the vibrant metropolis of Shanghai, the Human Resources Department at Xuanxing Technology has seamlessly transitioned her to the position of Assistant Market Director for the ride-hailing project in the Shanghai region. After a month of collaboration, Qin Guofu recognized Su Xuefei's exceptional personal work capabilities. No matter the task entrusted to her, she managed to accomplish it with remarkable success. Even though these achievements were not within her primary area of expertise, investment, Qin Guofu understood that the ride-hailing sector in Shanghai would likely not retain Su Xuefei for long. Given that the company had yet to establish any substantial branch or research and development base in Shanghai, or even plans for an investment institution, it was probable that Su Xuefei would achieve notable success within the ride-hailing project before ultimately seeking opportunities elsewhere. With this thought in mind, Qin Guofu humorously acquiesced to Su Xuefei's proposal to cultivate relationships with the Shanghai municipal government, while he hastily facilitated the partnership for the ride-hailing service launch. After all, one must seize every opportunity for gain, as everyone is working towards the company's collective success. As long as the outcome is favorable, all is well. Little did he anticipate that amidst his sudden busyness, he would commit the blunder of failing to report to upper management in a timely manner. Such an oversight was inexcusable. After a moment of self-reproach, Qin Guofu redirected his focus to Su Xuefei, cautiously inquiring, "Alan, what do you mean when you say the company feels like home? Are you related to Mr. Wang?" Su Xuefei promptly shook her head, dismissing the speculation, and earnestly explained, "The company provides such generous salaries and benefits, enforces a strict no-overtime policy, ensures every weekend off, and mandates holiday breaks. If overtime is necessary, one is compensated with 2 to 4 times the standard wage. Mr. Wang's genuine concern for employees amounts to a familial care that is quite profound, does it not? If the company extends such familial warmth to me, is it not natural for me to regard it as my home? As a member of this corporate family, should I not devote myself wholeheartedly to its growth and prosperity? Indeed, absolutely. Qin Guofu fervently nodded in agreement, sharing the same sentiments towards the company. In his view, employees who treat the company as their home were certainly not an anomaly, but rather the majority. This was especially true for those over 35, who had been dismissed or pressured to leave by other companies under the guise of contributing exceptional talent to society, and for female employees who enjoyed special monthly allowances and additional vacation days from the outset of their employment. Fueled by this common emotional foundation, Qin Guofu readily accepted Su Xuefei's explanation without further inquiry. After all, a leader must occasionally embrace a bit of blissful ignorance. Let us proceed with our tasks. The launch of the ride-hailing service is merely the beginning, and there is much more for us to accomplish. Gathering his thoughts, Qin Guofu spoke to Su Xuefei in a gentle tone. Very well, Mr. Qin. Should you require my assistance, do not hesitate to call for me. Su Xuefei replied with a bright tone, turning to leave the market director's office. Upon returning to her position, Su Xuefei quickly took out her phone and sent a WeChat message. Uncle, how is it? Our company's service is top-notch, right? I am certain it will meet your expectations. On the streets of Shanghai, an unremarkable middle-aged man, upon reading this message, chose not to respond but instead switched to the newly registered Stars United Mobility app. Ding dong, ding dong. Notifications for new user benefits chimed in succession. Following the app's instructions, the middle-aged man claimed a 20 yuan registration bonus, a free ride voucher for his first order, half-price coupons for the first 10 rides, and a free ride voucher for cycling. Subsequently, he followed the prompts to link his bank card. At that moment, he was astonished to discover that among the various payment methods supported by the Stars United Mobility app, there was an inconspicuous option labeled Luxing Payment. Xiaowang, please look into this Luxing Payment right away, the middle-aged man instructed, gesturing to a 27-year-old secretary standing within 3 steps of him. The young secretary promptly responded, understood. Secretary Su. With that, the young secretary stepped aside, pulled out his phone, and made a call, briefly discussing the matter. Soon, he received a reply. Are you certain? There won't be any mistakes, will there? The young secretary asked cautiously. After receiving confirmation, he hung up the phone and returned to the middle-aged man. Lowering his voice, yet enunciating clearly, Secretary Su, I have verified that Luxing Payment is a payment tool developed by Chuanxing Technology itself, currently utilized exclusively within the Stars United Mobility app and the Intelligent Terminal Ordering section of the Chuanxing Technology official website. It has not been introduced to the market like Alipay. Very well, the middle-aged man responded nonchalantly, his gaze fixated on the phone screen. The young secretary instinctively stepped back, catching a glimpse of 2 text messages that had just arrived on the secretary's phone, indicating that the 99 yuan deposit for the shared bicycle and the 15 yuan registration bonus had been successfully withdrawn. The secretary is conducting an in-depth investigation of Chuanxing Technology. It seems I must pay closer attention to this area of information in the future, the young secretary mused quietly. Meanwhile, the middle-aged man, referred to as the secretary, had already begun operating the app to summon a ride, following the prompts to finalize his destination and pickup point. He noted that the phone screen was predominantly occupied by a real-time map. His location radiated outwardly, while the ride-hailing vehicles within a 3-kilometer radius appeared as car icons. Before long, he observed a driver accept his order and swiftly make their way toward him. Dingling. The phone rang. Hello, the secretary answered, his tone cool and detached. Good day. Are you the passenger with the phone number ending in 4179? This is Wu Wenbao from Stars United Mobility, at your service. Please wait at the pickup point. I estimate to arrive within 5 minutes, came the warm and courteous voice from the other end. All right, the secretary replied succinctly before ending the call. 3 minutes later, a freshly washed white car halted before the secretary and his young secretary. The driver lowered the window and called out, I apologize, but I cannot exit the vehicle to assist you. The back door is already open for you. No worries, the secretary waved dismissively, unconcerned. The young secretary instinctively approached to open the back door for the secretary, waiting until he was settled before entering the vehicle himself. After confirming the order, the driver drove off smoothly. Inside the car, the secretary discreetly observed the environment, noting the clean and tidy interior. The fresh air free of any unpleasant odors, quite a contrast to the black cabs he had previously investigated with Didi and Kuaiti. At the same time, the young secretary noticed something and leaned closer to the secretary, whispering, Secretary, it seems the driver might be a person with a disability. Upon hearing this, the secretary slightly raised his eyelids, his expression contemplative. After gathering his thoughts, he inquired, May I ask, out of curiosity, if Stars United Mobility is indeed open to hiring individuals in your situation. While his wording was not particularly harsh, it was nevertheless a question that might not be well received, as it directly touched upon the driver's sensitivities. Both the secretary and the young secretary braced themselves for potential reprimands or the possibility of being asked to exit the vehicle. However, the driver chuckled cheerfully. Didi and Quiddy would certainly not be inclined to hire us, but Stars United Mobility is different. As long as we pass their character and safety assessments, individuals like us with disabilities can indeed become drivers for Stars United Mobility. Every month, Starlink Transportation grants us a unique subsidy. The secretary, with keen ears, immediately grasped the crux of the matter and inquired, "Driver, did you just say that Starlink Transportation has employed numerous individuals with disabilities?" The driver nodded, affirming, "To my knowledge, there are over 300. After a brief pause, he inhaled deeply and spoke with a complex tone, imbued with both concealed grievances and palpable joy. "At Starlink Transportation, we do not refer to them as disabled individuals or disabled drivers. We call them self-reliant employees." President Wang stated that physical imperfections are not a disgrace, but mental fortitude is what defines a true man. "We are self-reliant employees." The secretary fell silent for a moment, then took out his phone to message his niece. "Chuanxing Technology is an admirable and conscientious company. I will keep a close watch on it." Chapter 55. The Stars Shine Brightly. "Thank you, Secretary," Wang Xu said sincerely, shaking hands with the secretary of the Dehisi pilot zone while visiting the construction progress of Chuanxing Technology Park. During the inspection, the secretary expressed the committee's stance on establishing a venture capital fund aimed at all universities within Hunan province. The committee, in principle, supports the establishment of this fund and will provide certain policy backing. However, they will not interfere excessively in the fund's operations. In other words, the committee has granted a plaque for the Dehisi Pilot Zone University Venture Capital Fund and provided some policy support, allowing Chuanxing Technology to take the lead. This level of support is considerable. After all, in China, reputation is paramount. Without the plaque of the Dehisi Pilot Zone University Venture Capital Fund, Wang Xu would not be able to justifiably allocate the remaining 150,000 from the part-time driver S-Lite asset model under the pretext of supporting research. "Why thank me? I should be the one expressing gratitude on behalf of the government, President Wang," the secretary remarked, patting Wang Xu's hand with a sigh. Entrepreneurs like President Wang, who genuinely support university research, and companies like Chuanxing Technology, which prioritize the development of employees, society, and the nation, deserve our utmost support. "You flatter me, Secretary. I have merely fulfilled my obligations," Wang Xu humbly replied. With a hearty laugh, the committee secretary pointed at Wang Xu, saying with significant intent, "President Wang, do not speak too freely about fulfilling your obligations outside." After saying this, without waiting for Wang Xu to comprehend the underlying meaning, the secretary turned and walked towards the parked coaster, continuing, "I have a meeting to attend. Let us conclude here for today. I hope that when we meet again, you and Chuanxing Technology will have accomplished even more in your obligations." "I will certainly remember your words, Secretary. Please take care," Wang Xu replied, waving goodbye to the secretary and his aides. Once the coaster departed from the construction site, Wang Xu's assistant, Wu Xiyun, approached him and quietly reported, "President Wang, I just learned from the Secretary's aide that the committee has reserved a nearby 600-acre plot for us in preparation for the second phase of Chuanxing Technology Park." "What?" Wang Xu exclaimed in surprise. He was unaware that there was to be a second phase for the Chuanxing Technology Park project. "Wait, why shouldn't there be one? The first phase, covering 200 acres, cost 3 billion. The second phase, at 600 acres, would require at least 9 billion. Adding some high-tech research and production equipment, surpassing 10 billion would be quite simple. A larger area means accommodating more research and production personnel. What does this signify? It implies that the scale of incessant financial investment in research is set to increase." Realizing this, Wang Xu promptly stated, "Please prioritize this matter and ensure that we secure that land. Funding is not an issue. Before long after the new year, the company will receive an investment ranging from 30 billion to 100 billion, so there will certainly be sufficient funds." Although Wu Xiyun appeared to be a passive role in the company's hierarchy, she held significant influence. Officially the president's assistant, she effectively acted as the executive president under Wang Xu's delegation of authority. The day-to-day management of Chuanxing Technology was largely handled by Wu Xiyun, making Wang Xu's decision to assign her to follow up on the second phase land acquisition quite natural. "Understood, President Wang. I will ensure timely follow-up and keep you updated on the progress." Wu Xiyun smoothly accepted the task. She then shifted the conversation, reporting, "President Wang, we have results regarding the ride-hailing sector in the Magic City region. It turns out that the key figure in the Magic City government is Su Xuefei, the assistant to market director Qin Guofu. She utilized her personal connections The reason both the Starlink Transportation Division and the company headquarters were unaware of the part-time ride-hailing service's premature launch this morning was due to the suddenness of the event. Qin Guofu was too busy to report it. Was it a genuine oversight or a feigned lapse? Wang Xu inquired with a slight frown. Despite his intent to operate Chuanxing technology with an aim for significant losses, it did not mean he would neglect daily management. The situation regarding the Magic City region's unauthorized actions necessitated a clear stance and resolution to maintain cohesion among all employees within the company, thereby ensuring the implementation of his will in the company's development. Hence, determining whether Qin Guofu genuinely forgot to report or was using the pretext of forgetfulness to undermine authority was crucial. According to an internal investigation by the Starlink Transportation Division, it was confirmed that there indeed had been an oversight in reporting. Wu Xiyun stated with certainty, "This is the investigation result sent by Lu Daqiang to the presidential office. And as the president's assistant, I naturally accept it." "Very well, I understand," Wang Xu nodded thoughtfully. The ride-hailing project in the Magic City region had yielded impressive results and deserved recognition. However, the procedural lapse in Qin Guofu's failure to report upwards warranted a penalty. The manner of reward and punishment was a matter worthy of contemplation. After a moment of reflection, Wang Xu devised a plan. Have Qin Guofu draft a report as soon as possible detailing the reasons, processes, and outcomes of the successful launch of the part-time ride-hailing service in the Magic City region. Once the presidential office and the transportation division review and confirm its accuracy, distribute it to other regions of the ride-hailing project. Then, encourage other regions to take the Magic City as a benchmark and strive to learn from and surpass it. Since the Magic City region has already launched the part-time ride-hailing service ahead of time, other regions should follow suit. Additionally, award the market department of the Magic City region a collective second prize and grant Su Xuefei an individual second prize, with the maximum bonuses allocated. In his pursuit of increased expenditure, Wang Xu collaborated with the Human Resources and Finance departments to establish a reward system for collective and individual prizes. The maximum bonus for the collective second prize could reach 8,000 per person, which would be well received by the ride-hailing market department in the Magic City region. The maximum bonus for the individual second prize could reach 100,000 for Su Xuefei, which would also be deemed appropriate. Notably, Wang Xu refrained from mentioning Qin Guofu, who should have been credited for the achievement, as a form of punishment. "Understood, President Wang," Wu Xiyun said respectfully, ready to execute the plan. Not long after, Qin Guofu in the Magic City learned from the Transportation Division's General Manager, Lu Daqiang, about President Wang's personal directive. The weight that had been pressing on his heart lifted, and he breathed a sigh of relief. He understood that the company's measured approach to punishment was the best possible outcome, and he held no resentment. The report President Wang requested had long been prepared and was ready to be submitted to the Transportation Division and the company headquarters. Soon, this report was approved by Wang Xu and handed over by Lu Daqiang, disseminated across various districts of the ride-hailing project. A single stone stirred 1,000 ripples. As I pondered how the Shanghai district had quietly navigated its way through the local government to secure pilot operational qualifications, allowing the market directors of the ride-hailing project to boldly launch their services, the realization dawned upon me. It was not that you, Qin Guofu, were exceptionally brilliant. Rather, it was that your subordinates possessed audacious connections. If this was the approach, surely I could do the same. I also had individuals under my command capable of establishing ties with the local government. Thus, one after another, the market directors overseeing part-time ride-hailing began to tap into their internal resources. Brothers and sisters, the exemplary Shanghai district stands as a testament. We cannot fall behind. If we cannot secure the collective second and individual second prizes, can we not at least attain the collective third prize and individual third prize? Even a third prize, with the maximum bonus, amounts to 4,000 yuan per person and 40,000 yuan collectively. What are we hesitating for? Those with connections, rush forth. Chapter 56. Didi, are you playing tricks? I'm in too. It is improbable for every third-generation red to be everywhere. However, within the ranks of Xingxing technology, there are certainly individuals with solid networks. Some are motivated by lucrative bonuses, others seek to achieve results for quicker promotions and salary increases, while some are driven by genuine passion for the company. In any case, countless individuals mobilize their connections, engaging in public relations with local governments. Su Xuefei from the Shanghai district set a precedent. The report indicated that two key factors enabled her to secure the pilot operational qualifications: strong connections and a robust company. The strength of connections is contingent on individual networks, which cannot be forced. Yet, the strength of the company serves as a readily available tool for engaging with the government. Accessible to all. Where does the company's strength lie? First, the company conducted background checks and assessments on all part-time drivers, ensuring no records of violent crimes or DUI offenses before hiring them. Second, the company provided training for all hired part-time drivers, instilling a strong service consciousness to ensure a comfortable experience for passengers. Third, the vehicles of all part-time drivers underwent inspections to confirm that they posed no safety hazards. Fourth, the company placed utmost importance on passenger safety, implementing measures such as allowing drivers access only to the last 4 digits of passengers' phone numbers, providing one-click emergency calls, and recording audio and video throughout the journey, all efforts aimed at ensuring passenger safety. Fifth, the company strives to convert the license plates of part-time ride-hailing vehicles to rental plates, adhering to legal regulations and avoiding conflicts with the government. With a combination of robust connections and exceptional service capabilities, the synergy is formidable. At the opportune moment, a statement regarding the Shanghai municipal government daring to lead the way was made, as they had granted Xinglian a pilot operational qualification, an undeniable blow. The city of Pingqing, in a competitive stance with Shanghai, promptly followed suit, with Yangqing not far behind, and then the innovation-embracing Hangzhou. By the time the municipal government of the capital city, under the diligent public relations efforts of a deputy general manager from Xinglian's division, who graduated from the pioneering Zhongguancun Applied University, expressed consideration for the matter, Didi and Kuaidi, having just resolved the traffic department's vehicle seizure and fine debacle, were left utterly bewildered. What is going on, my friends? Everyone is embracing the innovative business model of mobile ride-hailing. Yet how is it that you, Xingxing Technology, can audaciously secure pilot qualifications while we are branded as illegal operators? Moreover, you are encroaching upon our territory in the capital and Hangzhou. Should we not engage in fair competition? Even a financial battle is permissible. Why resort to such underhanded tactics, calling upon parents for a dimensional assault? In the capital, at Didi's CEO office, Cheng Wei sat in his executive chair, his expression dark enough to draw water. After hearing the report from his subordinate, his eyes brimmed with fury. Although subsequent cities granting pilot operational qualifications to Xinglian did not offer the same level of support as Shanghai, while simultaneously suppressing Didi and Kuaidi, local governments were still combating illegal operators, albeit with less intensity than Shanghai. From the passenger's perspective, both are innovative mobile ride-hailing services offering discounts. Choosing a government-recognized vehicle is undoubtedly safer than opting for a government-rejected illegal one. The first-mover advantage of Didi and Kuaidi was almost instantly obliterated. How do we proceed from here? You may leave, Cheng Wei waved his hand, dismissing the subordinate who had delivered the grim news. Once alone, Cheng Wei lost his composure, his neck veins bulging as he clenched his jaw in rage. He longed to smash something to vent the tumultuous anger boiling within him. Control your fury. However, just as he raised his fists, poised to strike the desk, he took a deep breath, suppressing the violent impulse. At this moment, anger served no purpose. Destroying property would only provide a fleeting emotional release without addressing the underlying issues. Cheng Wei pinched his fingers, producing a cracking sound, gradually extinguishing the anger surging from his chest. After several deep breaths, confirming he could think calmly and engage in dialogue, he dialed a number on his phone. Hello, Director Xu, do you have a moment? I need to consult your opinions and advice on certain matters. Upon connection, Cheng Wei got straight to the point. Is it concerning Xinglian securing the ride-hailing pilot qualifications in Shanghai? I was just about to discuss that with you, came Zhu Xiaohu's voice from the other end. Please hold for 10 minutes. I will coordinate with the investment team at the Goose Factory. This matter requires a collective effort to resolve. Understood, Director Zhu. Cheng Wei hung up, feeling a slight easing of his mood. It's merely about establishing government connections. If Xingxing Technology can do it, so can Didi. Even if Didi currently lacks the capability, my 2 major investors possess it. Their resources equate to mine. With this thought, Cheng Wei patiently awaited the 10 minutes. His mood significantly lighter than when he first received the distressing news. Zhu Xiaohu's punctuality was commendable. As promised, he sent an invitation for a multi-party video conference. Cheng Wei promptly accepted, discovering that the online meeting room included not only Zhu Xiaohu and James Mitchell, the chief strategy officer from Goose Factory, but also 2 others. One was Sun Jingyi from SoftBank, whose voice he had only heard before, and the other a competent young woman with short hair. Likely the top talent Zhu had mentioned during the C-round financing discussions for Didi. Mr. Cheng, allow me to introduce you. This is Mr. Sun Jingyi from SoftBank. And this is Ms. Pei Qing, Managing Director of Goldman Sachs in the Asia-Pacific region. Mr. Sun, Ms. Pei, this is Cheng Wei, the founder of Didi. Zhu Xiaohu, as the initiator of the video conference, made the introductions first. He then delved into the core topic. The sole agenda of this meeting is to assist Didi in winning this battle against Xinglian. As he spoke, Zhu Xiaohu's demeanor grew increasingly solemn. Indeed, a battle. when Xinglian entered the ride-hailing market by securing pilot operational qualifications in Shanghai and other key cities. The competition between Didi and Xinglian escalated into a life-and-death struggle. To emerge victorious, we must be prepared to employ any means necessary. Chen Wei felt Zhu's gaze penetrating through the camera, compelling him to sit up straighter. He then heard Zhu declare, "Mr. Cheng, I recently had the privilege of meeting with James, the Chief Strategy Officer of Goose Factory's investment arm, and we conferred with Mr. Sun, the Chairman of SoftBank. Mr. Sun expressed a keen interest in investing simultaneously in Didi and Kuaidi at an opportune moment, laying the groundwork for Didi's acquisition of Kuaidi. Additionally, James and I visited Ms. Wei Qing, who has graciously agreed to join Didi as we embark on a journey toward a promising future together. I am confident that with the financial and resource support from Jinsha Jiang Venture Capital, Goose Factory's investment team, SoftBank, and other stakeholders, and with the leadership of remarkable individuals like Mr. Cheng and Ms. Wei, Didi will undoubtedly prevail in this fierce battle against Xinglian transportation. Now, may we hear a few words from Ms. Wei?" Confronted by the scrutinizing gazes of Zhu Xiaohu, James Mitchell, Sun Jingyi, and Xing Wei through the camera, Wei Qing, with her neatly cropped hair, exhibited no signs of trepidation. She confidently delivered a brief self-introduction and incisively stated, "The current challenge facing Didi is that Xinglian Transportation has secured trial operation qualifications for ride-hailing services in several cities. While Didi's drivers and vehicles have been labeled as illegal, if they can advance, so can we. If Xinglian has obtained the ride-hailing trial qualifications, Didi can certainly do the same. Mr. Zhu, James, and Mr. Sun, it is time to leverage the governmental relations of Jinsha Jiang Venture Capital, Goose Factory, and SoftBank. What Xinglian possesses, Didi must also have. Otherwise, it would be a blatant encouragement of monopoly by the government." Upon hearing this, Chen Wei promptly slapped his thigh, exclaiming, "Well said. That is precisely what we must do. If Xinglian enjoys playing unfairly, let them. I shall merely follow suit and copy their homework." Chapter 57, Kuaidi, handed over. Hangzhou, Kuaidi's conference room. The founding team, including Chun Weixing, CEO LV Chuanwei, COO Zhao Dong, CTO Wen Cheng, CSO Li Zumin, and Public Relations Director Tao Ran, gathered to discuss strategies for countering the rapid onslaught of Xinglian transportation. Damn it. These guys at Xinglian have been boasting about entering the ride-hailing market for so long without any action. I knew they must be bluffing. And now, they strike with a swift, precise, and ruthless blow. Chun Weixing cursed, opening the meeting. It was futile to vent here. Xinglian wouldn't lose anything by our grievances. So we must think of solutions. CEO LV Chuanwei quickly took the floor, steering the meeting back on track, which was crucial. The purpose of the meeting was to resolve issues, not to hurl insults. Otherwise, it could easily devolve into a cacophony of complaints. Frequent occurrences of such outbursts could deflate team morale. Recognizing this, Chen Weixing immediately acknowledged his misstep. The others also expressed that it was no issue, allowing the meeting to proceed, now quietly led by CEO LV Chuanwei. LV Chuanwei first turned to CTO Wen Cheng, earnestly inquiring, "Has the tech department tested the ride-hailing functionality of the Xinglian app? What was the experience like? Are there any points we can target?" Wen Cheng, with a stiff expression, nodded and then shook his head, responding hesitantly, "We have tested it, and the results were not promising. The Xinglian app is more user-friendly than Didi and operates more swiftly." LV Chuanwei wrapped his fingers on the table, pressing for specifics. Wen Cheng elaborated, "Firstly, their user interface is incredibly streamlined, eliminating all unnecessary steps in the process from calling a ride to completing the order, making it exceedingly user-friendly. Secondly, their privacy protections for passengers are impeccable. Drivers can only see the last 4 digits of the passenger's phone number, and the number dialed is a virtual one. Moreover, they place a strong emphasis on passenger safety, offering features such as one-click trip sharing, emergency calling, and alerting authorities, capabilities that even Uber lacks. Lastly, their dispatch algorithm is remarkably efficient. They have deployed 3,000 vehicles in the main urban area of Hangzhou and can guarantee ride acceptance within 10 minutes. After absorbing Wen Cheng's report, LV Chuanwei pondered. "So, you are suggesting that Xinglian Transportation possesses a more formidable technical team than ours, correct?" Wen Cheng nodded affirmatively. "That is undoubtedly the case. They demonstrated this during their bike-sharing project, which far surpassed our efforts." Disregarding the technician's boastful remark, LV Chuanwei turned to CSO Li Zumin, inquiring gravely, "What strategic recommendations do you have?" Li Zumin shrugged, declaring, "One word, copy." LV Chuanwei pressed further, "Copy what? How do we go about this?" Li Zumin replied earnestly, "We must replicate the trial operation qualifications for ride-hailing, transforming the illegal into the legal. The capital from the 40 thieves has long sought to tighten their grip on us, aiming to reduce us to a mere payment gateway. It is time for them to take action." Let us focus on securing the ride-hailing trial qualifications in Hangzhou, the very stronghold of the 40 thieves. LV Chuanwei chose not to respond to this and silently relinquished control of the discussion to founder Chen Weixing. As the founder of Kuaidi and an angel investor, the connections between the Kuaidi founding team and the 40 thieves would be managed by Chen Weixing. After the meeting, I will immediately communicate with the 40 thieves to urge them to leverage their governmental relations, Chen Weixing promptly declared. Thank you for your efforts, Mr. Chen. LV Chuanwei sincerely acknowledged, subtly reclaiming the reins of the meeting. He turned to Public Relations Director Tao Ran, seriously stating, regarding the trial operation qualifications, we cannot place all our hopes on the 40 thieves. We must also take initiative. Tao, the Public Relations Department, needs to mobilize swiftly and forcefully. In summary, whatever Xinglian possesses, Kuaidi must also have. Understood, Tao Ran responded earnestly, reflecting on why, as the Public Relations Director, he had not considered how to engage with the government to transition from illegal operations to trial status. He contemplated why Xinglian seemed adept at maneuvering government and public relations while Kuaidi struggled. Was it merely a difference in mindset and capacity, or were there other underlying reasons? After receiving an answer, LV Chuanwei did not dwell on the contemplative Tao Ran and tossed the discussion to the previously silent Xiao Zhaodong. Zhao, do you have nothing to contribute? Zhao Dong inhaled deeply, his expression grave as he remarked, I feel it necessary to temper expectations. We must not assume that because Xinglian has secured ride-hailing trial qualifications, we at Kuaidi can do the same. How so? LV Chuanwei inquired, concern evident in his voice. The attendees turned their attention to Zhao Dong, eager to hear the insights of the COO responsible for daily operations. Zhao Dong pursed his lips and stated, Xinglian's acquisition of ride-hailing trial qualifications is merely a reflection of their strong governmental relations. The crux of the matter lies in their ability to instill confidence in the government, whereas we cannot. Can you elaborate on how they achieve this and why we cannot? LV Chuanwei pressed. Zhao Dong responded. Firstly, Xinglian's parent company, Chuanxing Technology, has invested $1 billion in purchasing BYD Qin vehicles and another $500 million in acquiring rental license plates across major cities. This investment of $1.7 billion in tangible capital has demonstrated to local governments Xinglian's commitment to operating legally in the ride-hailing sector. Secondly, I have delved into Xinglian's internal categorization of full-time and part-time drivers, discovering certain practices that are entirely unattainable for us at Kuaidi and Didi. For instance, providing drivers with comprehensive insurance and housing funds, conducting meticulous screening, training, and assessments for drivers, as well as proactively hiring individuals with disabilities, whom we proudly refer to as self-reliant employees, are just a few examples. The instances are too numerous to enumerate. Ultimately, Xinglian Travel has garnered substantial goodwill from the government through initiatives such as the Blue Star Forest afforestation efforts and the Xingyu Farm support for farmers. Are there any similar projects within our ride-hailing service that could enhance our goodwill? After a brief pause, Zhao Dong shook his head and sighed. I have a premonition that Didi and Kuaiju's attempts to emulate Xinglian Travel in securing pilot operation qualifications for ride-hailing services may end in failure. Listening to Zhao Dong's lengthy discourse, CEO L. Chuanwei tapped the table to draw the attention of the attendees, smiling optimistically. There are indeed challenges, and difficulties are undeniably present. Regardless of whether they encounter failure, we must exert every effort to accomplish what needs to be done. Thus, we shall adopt a dual approach. On one hand, we will engage in discussions with Director Chen and the 40 thieves to leverage their governmental connections, while also mobilizing General Tao to strive for direct acquisition of pilot operation qualifications. On the other hand, we will have General Zhao oversee our internal improvements by emulating Xinglian Travel's exemplary practices. This entails refining our selection, training, and evaluation of drivers, enhancing passenger privacy protection within the app, implementing one-click trip sharing, emergency alerts, and other essential features. We shall adopt anything we can replicate. After all, in the realm of internet entrepreneurship, it is all about imitation. Upon concluding, CEO L. Chuanwei turned to the founder, Chen Weixing. Director Chen, do you have anything to add? Chen Weixing clenched his fist and struck the table. I would like to add one thing. We are not afraid of any difficulties. Let us all strive with abandon. Meeting adjourned. Chapter 58. What level are you? Let's conduct the same pilot operation. In Star City, within the presidential office of Chuanxing Technology, Wang Xu stood before the floor-to-ceiling window, gazing at the river view. A veil of mist enveloped the water's surface, creating a hazy beauty. His assistant, Wu Xiyun, stood at a slight distance, holding a tablet and reporting with clarity. President Wang, according to reliable sources, Didi and Kuaiju are actively seeking pilot operation qualifications for ride-hailing services in the capital and Hangzhou. Upon hearing this news, Wang Xu was not the least bit surprised. In the realm of business warfare, one must learn from the effective strategies employed by competitors. By exchanging moves, not only can one defend against the opponent's attacks, but also diminish their impact, thus yielding a greater advantage. Wu Xiyun continued. Director Xie from the Government Relations Department inquired whether we should take measures to complicate Didi and Kuaizhu's quest for pilot operation qualifications. Absolutely not. Wang Xu replied without hesitation. It would be absurd if Didi and Kuaizhu failed to secure the pilot qualifications and were forced to continue illegal operations. When local governments clamp down on unlicensed taxi activities, how can Didi and Kuaizhu compete with Xinglian Travel? Drivers are already drawn to Xinglian Travel's generous benefits. If they cannot attain similar treatment from Didi and Kuaizhu, who would want to continue driving under the threat of fines or vehicle impoundment. On one side, we have the government's rigorous enforcement. On the other, drivers abandoning their posts. And then there's the formidable offensive from Xinglian Travel. I cannot fathom why investment institutions would continue to have faith in Didi and Kuaizhu. Without these two robust competitors, can a cash-burning war still be sustained? Wang Xu expressed his skepticism, contemplating a strategic move. Consequently, he resolutely declared, Wu, please relay my message to all employees. Chuanqing Technology shall tread the path of integrity, employing only transparent strategies and refraining from any underhanded tactics or abuse of influence. Understood, President Wang. I will promptly issue an internal memo to communicate your directives. Wu Xiyun affirmed decisively. The duty of the assistant is to implement the president's will, and when it comes to conveying directives, there must be no hesitation. Loyalty must be absolute. Anything less is tantamount to betrayal. Shifting topics. Wu Xiyun continued. Director Liu from the Travel Department requests to reassign the market director for the ride-hailing project in the Magic City region, appointing someone else to oversee the part-time ride-hailing operations there. The failure to report significant matters in a timely manner, whether due to oversight or intentional negligence, constitutes a serious work error. Liu Daqiang, as the general manager of the travel department, possesses the authority and position to make such adjustments to Qin Guofu, the market director for the ride-hailing project in the Magic City, who made this error. It can certainly be seen as a form of punishment to uphold the authority of the department's general manager. Approved. Wang Xu briefly contemplated before consenting to Liu Daqiang's request. All right, I will proceed to execute your directive. With that, Wu Xiyun departed the presidential office. Upon returning to her workstation, she swiftly began her tasks on the computer. In no time, all employees at Chuanqing Technology received the internal memo penned by the president. The government relations and travel departments were also informed of President Wang's response to their inquiries. Having devised a plan to counter Didi and Kuaizhu's public relations maneuvers, Government Relations Director Xie Wenfeng sighed and addressed the poised employees of the department. You all have received the internal memo. President Wang's response is a firm no. The employees of the Government Relations Department felt both admiration and regret. They admired President Wang's vision, generosity, and composure, yet regretted the missed opportunity to easily thwart their competitors. A collective sigh resonated through the room. Xie Wenfeng, pondering briefly, conceived a new idea. He pulled out his phone and sent a WeChat message to Liu Daqiang, the general manager of the travel department. On the 45th floor, within the office of the general manager of Xinglian Travel, Liu Daqiang, who was supported by President Wang and intended to personally visit the Magic City to remove Qin Guofu, suddenly received Xie Wenfeng's WeChat message and opened it to read. Could Zhang Qingshan relay the internal memo and President Wang's refusal to complicate Didi and Kuaizhu's quest for pilot operation qualifications to his connections within the government of the capital? After reading the message, Liu Daqiang furrowed his brow in contemplation. Zhang Qingshan, the deputy general manager of the travel department, had set his sights on the position of COO following the announcement of the travel department's elevation to a wholly owned subsidiary. Consequently, while employees across various regions were leveraging their connections to engage local governments, Zhang Qingshan was also taking action. According to the theory of 6 degrees of separation, any two strangers are connected through at most 6 intermediaries, utilizing both familial and alumni networks. Zhang Qingshan successfully engaged in a lengthy conversation with an unnamed official from the capital's government, persuading them to support the proposal for issuing pilot operation qualifications for ride-hailing services. The proposal had already been introduced in the executive meeting of the city government and garnered some backing. The realization of the pilot qualifications was now within reach. After a moment of reflection, Liu Daqiang grasped Xie Wenfeng's line of thought and excitedly slapped his thigh. This is a splendid opportunity to establish our reputation. Chuanqing Technology possesses the capability to create obstacles but chooses to constrain itself, refusing to misuse its influence. How can we not shine brightly in such a scenario? One Zhang Qingshan is not sufficient, Liu Daqiang muttered, contemplating how to expand Xie Wenfeng's strategy to encompass all employees who had engaged or would engage in public relations with local governments. President Wang stated that we should not misuse the company's influence, but he never said we could not utilize it at all, right? Thus, allowing the officials from various local governments to recognize the cleverness and generosity of Trillion technology does not contravene Mr. Wang's directives, does it? As for any preconceived notions that the local officials might harbor regarding Didi and Kuaidi's practice of copying work, that is purely a matter of governmental conduct and certainly has no bearing on the company, correct? Lu Daqiang chuckled softly and placed a call to Vice President Zhang Qingshan, requesting him to take charge of this matter. This can be seen as a clear signal of delegation. The energy amassed in Zhang Qingshan's hands, with dozens or even hundreds of individuals possessing connections capable of engaging in public relations with local governments, is formidable. As long as Zhang Qingshan exercises prudence and avoids any missteps, his ascension to COO after the new year is a foregone conclusion. As for Didi and Kuaidi, what stature do they hold? They are merely following in our footsteps with a similar pilot operation. Chapter 59. Didi faces a diminishing attack in the capital city. Just as Lu Daqiang boarded a plane heading to the bustling metropolis, Didi's founder Cheng Wei and the newly appointed Chief Operating Officer Wei Qing finally received an audience with a powerful official from the municipal government. Considerable effort was exerted by Didi's investors, including Jinsajing Venture Capital, Goose Factory's investment arm, and the Sino-Singapore Industrial Fund, to facilitate this meeting. Wei Qing, the new COO, also utilized her network to make arrangements. Leader, we are immensely grateful for your precious time amidst your busy schedule, granting us the opportunity to report our work to you. Wei Qing stated, extending her hands to shake the official's hand with utmost respect. Cheng Wei mirrored her gesture, sincerely expressing, we are truly thankful. As my phone has been incessantly ringing, it was imperative for us to meet with you. The official symbolically shook hands with Wei Qing and Cheng Wei before settling comfortably onto the sofa. Both Cheng Wei and Wei Qing, astute individuals, sensed an immediate tension in the air. The leader's demeanor indicated dissatisfaction with Didi's attempts to engage the municipal government through connections. But why was that? It was clearly Trillion Travel that had initiated this endeavor. Any frustration ought to be directed at them. Exchanging glances, Cheng Wei and Wei Qing discerned each other's apprehension, realizing that their objectives for the day might be difficult to achieve. Nevertheless, despite their concerns, they recognized the necessity of proceeding with their agenda. Wei Qing swiftly adjusted her mindset, half sitting on the edge of her chair, leaning slightly forward to adopt a more humble posture as she reported. Leader, Didi is dedicated to providing citizens with more convenient and comfortable travel services, currently operating in 37 cities. During this process, we have identified several internal issues and are actively rectifying them. However, some challenges remain insurmountable without the guidance and oversight of the government, particularly concerning operational qualifications. The current legal framework does not support the commercial activities of ride-hailing services, and various local governments have classified them as illegal operations, subjecting them to significant crackdowns. Didi finds itself among those being targeted. Leader, our aim in seeking this opportunity to report to you is not to lodge complaints, but rather to express Didi's commitment to comply with laws and regulations and transform illegal operations into legitimate ones. However, such transformations are not instantaneous. They require a process of trial and error and a supportive mechanism for tolerance. In light of this, we seek the municipal government's approval for pilot operations of ride-hailing services. We earnestly request that you and the municipal government grant Didi this opportunity. The leader listened patiently to Wei Qing's lengthy discourse, then pondered for a moment before bluntly inquiring. You are here because you heard that Trillion Travel has secured pilot operation qualifications in cities such as the bustling metropolis, Pengcheng, Yangcheng, and Hangzhou, and that the municipal government is considering extending this qualification to Trillion Travel. Is that correct? This question posed a significant challenge to answer. To speak the truth would be to lose face, while evasion or deceit would yield even worse consequences. If the leader did not dismiss them, his secretary surely would take the initiative to act. Didi's future dealings with the leader and the municipal government would be forever marked. It would be a feat to merely avoid harsh suppression, let alone gain governmental support. Cheng Wei and Wei Qing exchanged another glance, resolutely deciding that choosing the lesser of two evils was imperative. Cheng Wei stood up, bowing respectfully to the leader, simultaneously stating, Leader, I must apologize and self-criticize. Our request to meet with you indeed stems from this concern. Straightening his posture, Cheng Wei proclaimed, Leader, I must clarify that Didi had already formulated plans and intentions to amend the situation of illegal operations, only to be preempted by Trillion Travel. The leader remained non-committal to this assertion, beckoning them to sit and continue the conversation. Yes, thank you, Leader, Cheng Wei acknowledged with a slight bow, resuming his seat. At this juncture, the leader inquired warmly, Have you inquired why the municipal government of the bustling metropolis awarded pilot operation qualifications to Xinglian Travel, with other city governments swiftly following suit? Upon hearing this question, both Cheng Wei and Wei Qing felt a jolt of anxiety. Under the robust support from Jinsajing Venture Capital and Goose Factories Investment, Didi's management had evolved from a makeshift team into an elite organization. Cheng Wei possessed substantial capabilities and high aspirations, while Wei Qing's background, education, work history, and personal abilities were impeccable. How could they possibly overlook such a critical issue? Prior to their meeting with the municipal government, they had already gathered insights through various channels regarding the answer to the leader's question. However, knowing the answer made responding even more challenging, as it would equate to belittling themselves while praising their competitor. Noticing the subtle discomfort on Cheng Wei and Wei Qing's faces, the leader chuckled and waved his hand, saying, "If you find it inconvenient to answer, you needn't feel compelled. I merely asked in passing. Let us move past this topic as if I had never inquired. However, for the next question, you must respond thoroughly. There can be no evasion or superficiality, understood?" As the leader concluded this statement, a friendly smile adorned his face, yet an overwhelming aura of authority emanated from him. The pressure caused Cheng Wei and Wei Qing to instinctively straighten their postures. This was the imposing presence of a powerful official responsible for the livelihoods, economy, and development of 20 million citizens. It was intangible, unexplainable, and imperceptible, yet undeniably present. In the shadow of such authority, what significance did the managing director of Goldman Sachs Asia Pacific hold? What weight did the founder of Didi carry? The leader disregarded the visible changes in Cheng Wei and Wei Qing's expressions, gradually retracting his smile and solemnly asking, "How does Didi handle the travel data generated by our citizens, particularly public officials, when utilizing your app?" This inquiry struck like a dragon's claw from the heavens, leaving Cheng Wei and Wei Qing momentarily speechless. Travel data? It is merely data, albeit voluminous. Why would the leader specifically inquire about Didi's handling principles? Once again, they exchanged glances, this time filled with profound unease. Observing their bewilderment, the leader sighed. "You see, your preparatory work has been insufficient. Even if you leveraged connections to meet with me, what does it matter? Return and reflect deeply on the discrepancies between you and Xinglian Travel. Once you have contemplated, investigated, and rectified your shortcomings, then you may return to apply for pilot operation qualifications from the municipal government. Your awareness in comparison to Xinglian Travel falls significantly short. Frankly, I harbor little optimism for your prospects." Chapter 60, a circuitous return to the old path of spending. Let this be the end of today's endeavors. The leader shook his head in disappointment once more before rising to leave the conference room. Cheng Wei, adhering to his previous sales habits, contemplated extending a hand to retain some semblance of dialogue, to negotiate further. In sales, one often clings like a stubborn piece of gum, unwilling to let go easily. However, had Cheng Wei not been shaken by the leader's remark of, "I am not optimistic about you," he would not have acted so rudely. After all, his status had transformed. He was now the founder and president of a company, no longer a sales agent navigating the tumultuous winds of commerce. The leader's secretary responded swiftly, quickly stepping forward to block Cheng Wei's hand. Her gaze towards him was subtly frigid. "I apologize sincerely. We have overstepped," said Qing. Noticing the awkwardness and hastily pressed Cheng Wei's raised hand down, repeatedly apologizing. The secretary cast a lingering glance at Cheng Wei, seemingly committing his visage to memory, before turning to follow the leader, her briefcase in tow. "Did I just make a mistake?" Cheng Wei's expression stiffened as he stammered. It's nothing. Just be more cautious next time," Qing sighed, choosing not to dwell on the matter. The pressing concern was to ascertain the specific nature of the leader's statement regarding the significant gap in awareness. Without understanding this, they could not grasp why the leader held reservations about Didi Chuxing. Consequently, any future competition with Xinglian Chuxing would be rendered moot. Setting aside their discontent, Qing suggested, "Let us return to the office and convene a meeting to further analyze why Xinglian Chuxing managed to persuade the government of the Magic City to robustly combat unlicensed taxis and secure pilot operation qualifications, while also coaxing the relatively conservative government of the Imperial City to relax its stance." Cheng Wei nodded in agreement, and thus, the two departed the Imperial City government empty-handed. During their journey back, both were lost in thought, particularly Qing, who began to question whether resigning from her position as the Asia-Pacific Managing Director at Goldman Sachs to join Didi as COO was indeed the right decision. Simultaneously, she sensed an inexplicable unease within her. Prior to making the leap, she had consulted her elderly father and engaged in in-depth discussions with her cousin, a lawyer in Silicon Valley who provided legal counsel to Uber's founder and CEO, Travis Kalanick, confirming that the transportation sector held immense potential for the next decade. If executed well, she could undoubtedly reach new heights in her career at Didi, loftier than the peaks of her previous role at Goldman Sachs. Why then? Was her initial foray proving to be so unpropitious? Could it be that she was experiencing a bout of bad luck? Shaking her head, Qing cast aside these untimely absurd thoughts and refocused on preparing for the imminent meeting back at the office. Hangzhou. Almost simultaneously with Cheng Wei and Qing's departure from the imperial city government, the founder of Kuai Dash, Chen Weixing, and CEO L. Chuanwei, also left the Hangzhou city government, disheartened. In stark contrast to the imperial city government's indifference towards Didi Chuxing, the leaders of the Hangzhou government exhibited a considerably more favorable attitude towards Chen Weixing and L. Chuanwei. After all, the Hangzhou government has consistently been at the forefront of supporting enterprises both nationally and globally. Upon hearing Kuai Dash's request for pilot operation qualifications for online ride-hailing, the leaders of the Hangzhou government, while polite, candidly informed Chen Weixing and L. Chuanwei, the Hangzhou government ardently supports innovative and exploratory startups. At the same time, it firmly combats illegal operations, which is a matter of principle and stance. Both you and Xinglian Chuxing are in the realm of online ride-hailing. But why has Xinglian Chuxing garnered government support and secured pilot qualifications while you have been categorically denied? There is a profound lesson here, and you must ponder it deeply. If you can grasp this and refine your internal capabilities, you need not apply. The Hangzhou government will undoubtedly grant you pilot qualifications upon witnessing your transformation and improvement. I would advise you on 5 points. First, be patriotic. Second, be legal. Third, be compliant. Fourth, alleviate the burden on the government. Fifth, seek welfare for society and the populace. Reflect on these 5 points once you return. Grateful for the leaders' earnest counsel, Chen Weixing and L. Chuanwei expressed their thanks before departing. Upon returning to the office, they immediately convened a high-level executive meeting to recount their experiences with the Hangzhou government and sought the team's insight into the relationship between the leaders' 5 points of guidance and the qualifications for the pilot operation of online ride-hailing. They also communicated the disappointing news to their stakeholders, including Jingwei Venture Capital, New Tianyu Capital, and the 40 Thieves Group. In the venture capital circle, news can sometimes spread slowly, yet at other times, it travels at breakneck speed. Before long, Zhu Xiaohu of Jinsajiying Venture Capital, James from Tencent Strategic Investment, and Sun Jingyi of SoftBank were all simultaneously apprised of the setbacks faced by both Didi and Kuai in their dealings with the imperial city and Hangzhou governments. Didi and Kuai, fellow travelers in distress. Zhu Xiaohu let out a long sigh, his spirits notably dampened. As a pivotal investor in the domestic landscape, it was disheartening for him to witness his investment projects encountering repeated setbacks in the same company. The bike-sharing project could be excused, after all. The ceiling for customer pricing was apparent, and the market's potential was somewhat limited. Setbacks were merely setbacks. It was inconsequential. He had already devised an exit strategy and would not allow his investment in Shaocheng Bicycle to languish. It was merely a matter of lower-than-expected returns. However, the online ride-hailing project was an entirely different beast. This was a market worth hundreds of billions. At the very least, they needed a significant share. The current situation was utterly frustrating. It was all the fault of Chuanxing technology. Zhu Xiaohu cursed under his breath, forcing himself to quell his anger, and once more organized a remote video conference involving various investment institutions and the management team of Didi Chuxing. Half an hour later, a secured online video meeting commenced. The investors included Zhu Xiaohu from Jinsajiying Venture Capital, James from Tencent Strategic Investment, Sun Jingyi from SoftBank, and Tian Yu, president of the Sino-New Industry Fund. The management team from Didi Chuxing consisted of founder and CEO Cheng Wei and COO Qing. As the initiator of the meeting, Zhu Xiaohu spoke first. Ladies and gentlemen, I have observed that Didi has taken a misguided route and must promptly correct its course. Mimicking Xinglian Chuxing's model does not imply a complete replication. If we cannot secure pilot operation qualifications for online ride-hailing, so be it. Local governments are merely targeting illegal taxis. They have not abolished online ride-hailing. Does the absence of pilot qualifications mean we cannot operate? Certainly not. It merely implies a lack of legitimacy. I assert that as long as we scale up, it matters little whether our operations are entirely above board. With sufficient scale, so many drivers relying on Didi for their livelihood, the government cannot indefinitely deny us pilot qualifications, nor the forthcoming licenses for online ride-hailing. My perspective is this: if one path proves unviable, we need not be inflexible and stubbornly adhere to it. What harm is there in taking an alternate route? A simpler path, indeed an old one. Spend money, expand our scale, and compel the government to enact new laws and regulations. I refuse to believe that the government will permit Xinglian Chuxing to monopolize this sector. We must secure our share of the online ride-hailing pie. Chapter 61. Will this evolve into a prolonged war of attrition? How splendid. A video conference has unified Didi Chuxing's strategy. From this point forward, they will not engage in superficial competition with Xingli and Chuxing. Instead, they will confront them head-on, armed with resources, and fiercely contend. Naturally, efforts to garner support from local governments must persist. Whether they are fruitful or not, one must still endeavor to take a swing. In the event that the government shifts its stance, Didi must be quick to adapt. The movements in the ride-hailing sector of Kwai are akin to those of Didi. After the founding team convened a meeting and conferred with several key shareholders, securing support in terms of resources, they resolutely decided to invest substantial capital into the endeavor. With this determination in place, both Didi and Kwai immediately set their plans into motion. Lu Daqiang arrived in the bustling metropolis, preoccupied with researching the operational conditions of the ride-hailing project in the region, and had yet to engage in a conversation with Qin Guofu. When his secretary reported the latest developments from Didi and Kwai, they aimed to comprehensively enhance the welfare benefits and order-sharing ratios for drivers, as well as increase the discounts and subsidies for passengers. According to the latest algorithms from both companies, for a fare of 20 yuan, drivers would receive 16 yuan, while passengers would only need to pay between 3 to 8 yuan, resulting in a reported loss of 8 to 13 yuan. The actual losses could be as high as 25 to 30 yuan, or even beyond. The disparity amounted to a staggering 40 to 50 yuan. Such intensity was undeniably significant, and the momentum was formidable. After hearing the secretary's report, Lu Daqiang waved his hand dismissively, unperturbed, stating that they could continue their antics while he focused on his own strategy. He then instructed, "Bring Li Shutong to me." The Star Alliance's ride-hailing division had divided the project teams across various regions into operations and marketing departments. The operations department was responsible for full-time ride-hailing services, while the marketing department handled part-time services. Initially, due to the limited number of vehicles purchased by the company, the scale of full-time ride-hailing operations would inevitably be constrained. It was foreseeable that for a considerable period, the full-time ride-hailing business would be characterized by a scenario where investment far exceeded returns, resulting in losses. However, this was an essential path to elevate the ride-hailing division's potential, and despite the impending losses, perseverance was imperative. Li Shutong served as the operations director for the ride-hailing project in the metropolis region. Lu Daqiang summoned him to ascertain the preparations for full-time ride-hailing services in the area. This young man had boldly requested 500 vehicles. How could Lu Daqiang rest easy without clarifying the details? "Mr. Lu, you summoned me." Li Shutong quickly approached Lu Daqiang, adopting a respectful and somewhat apprehensive demeanor. Lu Daqiang scrutinized him, offering a sardonic smile. "Ah, isn't this Mr. Li, who dares to assign tasks to his superior? Why is your voice so faint now? Where has that bravado of requesting 500 vehicles gone?" Listening to Lu Daqiang's teasing tone, Li Shutong offered a sheepish smile and scratched his head, embodying a demeanor of foolish compliance. Lu Daqiang, striking a firm yet unperturbed tone, continued, "I have allocated the vehicles to you. Once BYD rolls them off the production line, they will be arranged for transport. Should you fail to execute this well and tarnish my reputation, your foolish grin won't suffice to cover up the embarrassment." The production of BYD's Qin model had not yet ramped up, with only 3,000 vehicles expected to be rolled out before the new year. Taking 500 vehicles from the metropolis region would surely displease other regions, particularly the capital, Pingqing, and Xingqing. Lu Daqiang had approved the metropolis region's request under significant pressure, with many in the company observing closely. If the metropolis region faltered, it would not only disgrace them, but also undermine Lu Daqiang's authority. Upon hearing this, Li Shutong immediately wiped the smile from his face and replied earnestly, "Rest assured, Mr. Lu, the metropolis region will strive to excel and achieve brilliance, ensuring your reputation remains intact." "Very well," Lu Daqiang waved his hand, refraining from further comment, and then unexpectedly launched into an inquiry. "What is your opinion on the fact that Market Director Qin Guofu has prematurely launched the part-time ride-hailing service without prior reporting?" Li Shutong felt a sudden unease. "Speak plainly. Do not beat around the bush." Lu Daqiang raised his eyebrow, feigning anger. Faced with the overwhelming authority, Li Shutong reluctantly acquiesced. After a moment's contemplation, he cautiously replied, "Director Qin is known for his steadiness and extensive work experience. He does not strike me as someone who would make such a fundamental mistake. Perhaps there are other circumstances at play?" "Other circumstances?" Lu Daqiang echoed this phrase, but chose not to delve deeper, opting instead to shift the topic. "Now, please report on your department's operations." "Certainly, Mr. Lu." Li Shutong felt a wave of relief wash over him. Reporting on his responsibilities posed no issues, as long as the topic of Director Qin was not revisited. Lu Daqiang attentively listened to Li Shutong's report and expressed approval for the operations department's work, offering encouragement. He then summoned Market Director Qin Guofu from the metropolis region for a conversation. Let us speak frankly. What prompted you to act in this manner? Lu Daqiang asked directly and without preamble. As Li Shutong had mentioned, the 42-year-old Qin Guofu was typically composed. It was inconceivable that he would forget to report, indicating that other motives were likely at play. Lu Daqiang's inquiry was aimed at uncovering those motives, adopting a straightforward approach. Qin Guofu maintained a calm demeanor, appearing unperturbed by the inquiry. Yet, under Lu Daqiang's scrutinizing gaze, he refrained from providing an explanation, instead responding with composure, "Mr. Lu, I request to be reassigned from the metropolis." Lu Daqiang furrowed his brow and pondered for a moment before asking, "Who would you recommend to succeed you? Which department do you wish to join?" Initially, Lu Daqiang had planned to transfer someone from Xingqing to assume the role of market director for the metropolis region. However, given the circumstances, he reconsidered. Qin Guofu, who had both heired and achieved significant accomplishments, seemed eager to vacate his position, creating an impression of facilitating a transition. Qin Guofu decisively replied, "I recommend my assistant Su Xuefei to succeed me as market director for the metropolis region. She is, in fact, the key figure who successfully negotiated with the municipal government. As for myself," he paused momentarily before continuing, "I have heard that the company intends to lessen its reliance on public cloud services and is selecting a head for the data center to be established in Xian province. I would like to volunteer for that position." Lu Daqiang tapped his desk thoughtfully, weighing the implications before finally acquiescing to Qin Guofu's request. The subsequent arrangements were straightforward. The marketing department of the ride-hailing project in the metropolis region held a simple yet grand celebration to honor Qin Guofu's promotion from M6 regional director to M7 data center general manager. During the celebration, Qin Guofu bid a heartfelt farewell to the marketing team he had formed. Lu Daqiang then approached the newly appointed market director Su Xuefei, imparting a significant message. "Su, the time has come for you to showcase your talents." Without waiting for Su Xuefei's response, Lu Daqiang departed the metropolis, returning to Xingqing. Upon his return, his first order of business was to report to President Wang regarding the findings and resolutions from his investigation in the metropolis, as well as the latest developments concerning their competitors, Didi and Kuai. Lu Daqiang expressed his concerns, stating, "President Wang, all indications suggest that Didi and Kuai are resolutely committed to a strategy of burning cash to capture market share. The level of capital support they have received far surpasses that of Xiaoqing Bicycle and Cybele Bicycle. This is poised to become a protracted war of attrition." Upon hearing this, Wang Xu chuckled. "A protracted war of attrition? How fortuitous. Let them burn their cash. We shall accompany them to the end." President Wang, "It's not that I am overly anxious, but Star Alliance operates on a heavy asset model, while Didi and Kuai pursue a light asset approach. They can indiscriminately expend funds to subsidize drivers and passengers in their quest for market dominance, as they do not have the burden of purchasing vehicles or leasing licenses. Moreover, devoid of the burdens associated with guaranteed salaries for drivers, vehicle insurance, social security benefits, overtime pay, and other substantial expenditures, our situation at Xinglian Travel is starkly different. Merely in the acquisition of vehicles, we have already invested a staggering 1 billion, with an additional 6 billion anticipated over the next 5 years. Coupled with the requisite leasing permits, our total expenditures soar to between 9 billion and 10 billion. This implies that while Didi and Kuai are prepared to expend 100 billion to capture market share, we must allocate 250 billion to remain competitive. General Manager Wang, the financial pressure is overwhelming." Upon hearing Lu Daqiang's lamentations, Wang Xu chuckled lightly and replied, "Let us be frank, General Lu. What sort of financial assurance do you seek from the company?" Both seasoned players in the game, they were not engaged in mere theatrics. As soon as Lu Daqiang spoke, Wang Xu understood his intentions. It was no secret that the company anticipated a capital influx ranging from 300 billion to 1,000 billion after the new year, prompting Lu to seek a preemptive allocation for the imminent restructuring of Xinglian Travel into a wholly owned subsidiary with independent operations, thus readying for the impending capital-intensive battle. No need for pretense. Let us dispense with the melodrama. Feigning innocence, Lu Daqiang raised his hand to scratch his head and chuckled. "I knew my little thoughts wouldn't escape your keen eyes, General Wang." Having finished his playful act, Lu Daqiang's demeanor shifted to seriousness as he stated, 500 billion. "General Wang, over the next 5 years, Xinglian Travel's investments are projected to reach 500 billion. Agreed. Wang Xu nodded without hesitation. "Prepare the plan. And during the series of meetings where the company is elevated to a group and the travel division is restructured into a wholly owned independent subsidiary, you shall present the report." "Yes, General Wang," Lu Daqiang exclaimed joyfully, his heart brimming with excitement and admiration. 500 billion. And General Wang did not even blink before making such a substantial commitment. This vision, this magnanimity, could only be described as far-sighted and benevolent. Knock, knock, knock. At that moment, a knock echoed at the office door. Lu Daqiang, ready to leave, said, "General Wang, I shall return to implement your directives." Wang Xu waved his hand in agreement and then turned to the assistant, Wu Xiyun, who had just entered, with a questioning glance. The presidential assistant, Wu Xiyun, reported softly, "General Wang, General Hu has important matters to discuss with you. Please, have General Hu enter." Wang Xu consented, then instructed, "By the way, have someone prepare a cup of coffee for General Hu, as he prefers." Wu Xiyun was not merely a figurehead. She commanded a full office of presidential assistants who followed her directives. Tasks such as brewing tea or coffee had long since ceased to require her direct involvement. However, it was imperative that the person serving tea and coffee in the president's office was none other than her. Moments later, Wu Xiyun entered the president's office, carrying a tray adorned with a pot of coffee, 2 cups, and a bowl of sugar, accompanying the strategic investment director, Hu Baiyan. After setting down the tray, she poured the coffee into the cups, filling them to 8/10, and presented them to General Wang and General Hu before stepping back. Taking a gentle whiff of the coffee's aroma, Hu Baiyan felt a wave of sentiment wash over him. Every executive entering the president's office was treated to hospitality tailored to their preferences. Lu Daqiang from the travel division favored black tea, so General Wang brewed black tea. Hu Baiyan preferred hand-ground coffee from Yunnan, and General Wang arranged for that as well. Such thoughtful consideration from their superior could not help but inspire unwavering loyalty among the staff. One might liken this to the benevolence of the great Han emperors, Liu Bang and Liu Bei. After dropping in 2 sugar cubes and stirring thoroughly with a spoon, Hu Baiyan lifted the cup to his lips, savoring the rich and subtly bitter flavor of the coffee, allowing it to clear his mind. With focused attention, he set down the cup and declared, "General Wang, I am here to report on the achievements of the Strategic Investment and Mergers Department." "Oh," Wang Xu responded with a hint of surprise, his expression brightening with eagerness. "Quickly, tell me more. What is the role of the Strategic Investment and Mergers Department?" As the name implies, it involves investment and mergers. These represent commercial actions that can drain vast sums of money in one fell swoop. And in Wang Xu's perspective, their importance ranks just below that of sustainable, substantial spending on research and development. Sensing the weight of Wang Xu's gaze, Hu Baiyan, invigorated, began, "Firstly, the company has successfully completed a joint acquisition of A123 systems from Wanxiang Group. The company invested 800 million yuan, acquiring a 49% stake and securing over 2,000 global patents for civilian business technologies from A123 systems, along with the complete technical documentation for lithium iron phosphate and the transfer permissions for some of its technical researchers. The R&D department for smart terminals has already commenced efforts to adapt A123's automotive-grade lithium iron phosphate battery technology for bicycle applications, with the ultimate goal of developing electric bicycles." "Excellent," Wang Xu exclaimed, applauding. "Listen, this is what defines a commendable employee and a commendable department. The ability to spend 800 million in one go is the hallmark of excellence." Hu Baiyan suppressed a triumphant smile, adopting a serious demeanor as he continued. "However, General Wang, Wanxiang Group has indicated that their acquisition of A123 systems is accompanied by plans for substantial investment focused on research and development. We must either follow suit with additional investment or risk diluting our shares and gradually exiting." "What is their projected R&D investment?" Wang Xu quickly pressed for details. "They anticipate investing no less than $800 million over the next 5 years, Hu Baiyan replied candidly. Wang Xu's face lit up with delight. $800 million equates to approximately 493 million to 500 million yuan, considering fluctuations in exchange rates. "What is there to deliberate?" Wang Xu decisively declared, "Inform Wanxiang Group that regardless of their investment amount, Sushing Technology shall match it. Furthermore, as a gesture of gratitude for their willingness to let us hitch a ride, Sushing Technology is committed to aligning with A123 Systems' future developments." "Understood, General Wang," Hu Baiyan acknowledged without objection. It is worth noting that Wanxiang Group's willingness to allow Sushing Technology to join in was facilitated by an elite from the Strategic Investment and Mergers Department. It is only fitting for the company to reciprocate. "General Hu, you began with firstly, what follows?" Wang Xu, eager for another piece of good news, inquired. "One good piece of news totals 3 billion to 5 billion yuan. What about 2? Surely, it must be doubled." Under the weight of Wang Xu's expectant gaze, Hu Baiyan solemnly stated, "General Wang, the Strategic Investment and Mergers Department has completed the acquisition plan for Kailidi with an anticipated expenditure of 1.8 billion yuan. We seek your approval to proceed with the acquisition." Kailidi is the only privately owned listed surveying and mapping firm in the country, possessing top-tier surveying qualifications. The personnel in the Network Technology Development Department have long complained about the inefficiency of using other companies' mapping APIs, insisting that the company should develop its own navigation system. Upon hearing this, Wang Xu took immediate interest and instructed the Strategic Investment and Mergers Department to devise a plan to discreetly acquire Kailidi, which had a fragmented shareholding structure and dwindling business. He had not anticipated the department's exceptional execution. They had not only formulated the acquisition plan, but were now simply awaiting the necessary funds and the president's command to make Kailidi a subsidiary of Tsuxing Technology. Wang Xu could not help but place his hands on his hips. Behold, this is what defines the Strategic Investment and Mergers Department. Chapter 63, Kailidi, Good Times Ahead. My friends, General He, how much capital can the company currently mobilize? Wang Xu immediately dialed the CFO, He Xinyu, Finance Department. He Xinyu was taken aback by the president's call, yet she efficiently compiled the company's financial status and reported, General Wang. The company currently has available funds totaling 1,246,300,000. Just right. Wang Xu laughed heartily, expressing his delight. Mr. He, please allocate the remainder of 124.63 million for year-end bonuses and festive gifts, and set aside 1.8 billion to establish a dedicated fund account for the Department of Strategic Investment and Mergers. Understood, President Wang. He Xinyu promptly acquiesced to the directive. Having previously experienced a swift influx of capital following the clearing of company accounts, she had already treated herself to a KTV celebration, and thus felt no resistance to this command. Before long, He Xinyu successfully established the dedicated fund account and promptly reported the progress to the president. In the president's office, Wang Xu received the financial director's report and, savoring his coffee, addressed the strategic investment director, Mr. Hu, the funds are in place. You may proceed without hesitation. Hu Baiyan set down his coffee cup and replied solemnly, Rest assured, President Wang. The Department of Strategic Investment and Mergers will closely collaborate with the Legal and Government Relations Departments to ensure that this strategic acquisition is executed without any risks. Indeed, for Tsuxing Technology, this acquisition of Kailidi was deemed of paramount strategic significance. After all, the company has two core businesses, bike sharing and ride-hailing. Both necessitate robust navigational capabilities. As the saying goes, better to rely on oneself than on others. Moreover, other mapping service providers are merely competitors, potential threats lurking in the shadows. Acquiring Kailidi and transforming it from a traditional in-car mapping company into a location-based service, LBS, platform is a crucial step towards self-sufficiency. There is no room for error. Following his solemn pledge, Hu Baiyan took his leave, eager to lead his team of elite professionals in executing a textbook acquisition. However, Wang Xu called him back. Filled with anticipation, Mr. Hu, is there a first, a second, but no third or final? Upon hearing this, Hu Baiyan's eyes widened in disbelief. Oh dear, my esteemed President Wang. The Strategic Investment and Mergers Department just withdrew 2.6 billion from the company. Are you still dissatisfied? Even if you were, we cannot dare to ask for more in such a short span. The team at the newly forming Spark Research Institute has already cast envious eyes upon us. Regardless of how abundant the company has funds, they are finite. The more we invest in mergers, the less we can allocate for research and development. If I were to request additional funds from you today, I might very well find myself ensnared in a sack after work. Thus, Hu Baiyan decisively responded, President Wang, one cannot devour an entire feast in a single bite. Let us focus on completing this acquisition first before considering anything else. With that, he swiftly departed. Upon exiting the president's office, Hu Baiyan resolved not to report back until after the new year. The experience of being pursued by the president for investment and mergers was hardly pleasant. Wang Xu watched him leave, letting out a regretful sigh. Before delightfully communicating with the system, Task 2 submitted. A chime sounded, and the semi-transparent system interface began to scroll with text. Detected that the host has legally and appropriately expended 10 billion in system funds within 3 years. Task 2 successfully completed, settlement allowed. Cashback of 10 billion yuan to personal funds has been legally and appropriately deposited into the host's personal account. Task 3 initiated. Task 3. Burn through 100 billion yuan within 5 years. Do you accept? Accepted. Wang Xu's spirits soared. His joy evident as he eagerly checked his account balance on his phone. The long string of zeros made his heart race. 10 billion. It truly had arrived. He could spend it freely, purchasing whatever he desired. What bliss! Wang Xu exclaimed excitedly. Luxurious mansions, opulent cars, prestigious watches, haute couture clothing, bespoke leather shoes. He would arrange it all. Yacht parties, upscale clubs. Oh, perhaps not that. As Wang Xu was immersed in visions of the extravagant life he could now lead, he suddenly leaned back, feeling an overwhelming emptiness wash over him. After settling Task 1, he found himself with 1 billion in freely disposable funds. He had purchased a villa worth over 10 million, an extravagant car valued in the millions, and a collection of high-end watches worth hundreds of thousands. His wardrobe overflowed with haute couture garments and handcrafted shoes. He had indulged in 5-star hotels and dined at Michelin-starred restaurants. He had experienced every luxury he could envision. Yet, due to his previously limited social exposure, he found himself at a loss. With 100 billion at his disposal, he was unsure how to spend it. What a lamentable state. Wang Xu sighed deeply, covering his face in exasperation at his unsophisticated tastes. After his moment of lamentation, he sat down at his computer, logging into Zhihu, a platform yet to succumb to the sharing of fabricated tales, and posted a query. Title: What is the correct way to indulge in personal enjoyment with 10 billion? Content: Today, I inadvertently earned 10 billion yuan. Reflecting on my entrepreneurial journey. Filled with hardships, it has been a challenging path full of sweat and tears. Now that I possess a considerable sum, I wish to enjoy it. Yet I find myself at a loss on how to spend it. What a profound sorrow this is. I seek the wisdom of the internet's omniscient netizens on how to indulge in the luxuries of high society after purchasing a mansion, luxury cars, prestigious watches, a wardrobe full of haute couture, and staying at 5-star hotels, dining at Michelin-starred establishments. I'm awaiting your suggestions eagerly and urgently. After posting, Wang Xu eagerly awaited the replies from netizens. Having been an invite-only platform before opening to the public, Zhihu was known for its high-quality knowledge-sharing community, frequented by industry leaders and successful individuals. Wang Xu believed that his query would surely elicit fitting responses. Although he was uncertain how to indulge in lavishness himself, he could surely glean insights from others. Moments later, his computer chimed. Wang Xu quickly activated the screen, only to find that Zhihu had blocked his question, citing that it did not align with the community's values. Wang Xu was about to appeal the decision when he discovered that his account had been permanently banned. Upon realizing this, Wang Xu's anger flared. Oh, my temper. Do you dare to cross me? Unfortunately, the Strategic Investment and Mergers Department was preoccupied with the acquisition of Kellide and could not intervene in this matter. Wang Xu had no choice but to endure. Meanwhile, Zhang Wenxing, the chairman and general manager of Kellide, was feeling quite displeased. A relatively obscure domestic company had unexpectedly approached him, demanding to sign a concerted action agreement to obtain 20 voting rights, subsequently initiating a takeover of Kellide. What nonsense! He, who had refused to agree to free mapping, would never allow Kellide to be acquired by capital. Absolutely not. What? They proposed to retain the existing surveying team for independent operations? What? The acquirer would only send a financial director to oversee data procurement and capital flow, making no profit demands of the company, allowing it to focus on research and development? What? The acquirer would establish a new company to handle app development, purchasing encrypted mapping data at market prices? What? They promised to invest at least 1 billion over the next 5 years to maintain and acquire surveying equipment and to fund technological research. What? After the acquisition, management salaries would increase by 12 and technical staff salaries by 30? Zhang Wenxing, enough. I will sign. Chapter 64. Do you use Didi? I don't. The acquisition of Kellide will proceed in 2 phases, comprising a total of 4 steps. Phase 1 is an indirect holding strategy devised to mitigate the risk of qualification freezing, executed in 2 steps, Step 1 and Step 2. Step 1 involves the establishment of a special purpose vehicle, SPV, designed as a risk isolation mechanism to diminish the hazards inherent in securities trading. The operational specifics entail registering a highly confidential holding company, A, in the Cayman Islands, followed by C, an industrial entity, being held by a wholly owned subsidiary, B, in Hong Kong. Step 2 encompasses the agreement to control Kellide. Initially, Company C enters into a concerted action agreement with the founder and chairman of Kellide, securing a 20 voting right. Subsequently, Company C subscribes to a targeted issuance of shares by Kellide under the guise of a strategic investment, acquiring a 15% stake, with an overall cost approximating to 5 billion yuan. The crux of Phase 1 lies in maintaining the original corporate entity and surveying qualifications of Kellide unchanged, without altering the corporate name, registered location, or core surveying team. Phase 2 entails a gradual consolidation, also divided into 2 steps, Step 3 and Step 4. Step 3 involves the incremental acquisition of circulating shares, increasing holdings to 34 through the secondary market and block transactions, thereby becoming the actual controller while circumventing the threshold for a mandatory takeover bid at 30. Step 4 pertains to the transitional integration of operations, which includes allowing Kellide's original surveying team to function independently while appointing a financial director to oversee data procurement and capital flow. A newly established subsidiary, D, lacking surveying qualifications, purchases encrypted mapping data from Kellide for the development of a navigation application. The acquisition was prematurely declared victorious when Kellide's chairman, Zhang Wenxing, signed the Concerted Action Agreement, heralding the success of the Strategic Investment and Acquisition Department at Chuanxing Technology. Wang Xu's role in this acquisition was limited to approving funds and naming Company D. Thus, Xingdo Software Company, Limited was established ahead of Trillion Mobility Company, Limited. Upon learning of this, Lu Daqiang brooded for 3 days. Had they truly lost the leadership position at Chuanxing Technology? How could such a setback occur? It was profoundly frustrating. The news of an additional 100 billion yuan in Chuanxing Technology's accounts did little to assuage Lu Daqiang's ire. If he was unhappy, then no one should be content either. In a fit of anger, he made 2 decisions. First, wherever Didi and Kuaidi operated, Trillion Mobility must also establish a presence. Second, regardless of the scale of subsidies offered by Didi and Kuaidi, Trillion Mobility would always provide an additional 2 yuan, 1 yuan for drivers and 1 yuan for passengers. Upon hearing this, Didi and Kuaidi were utterly bewildered. Brother, is Lian Ganshenma? Your operational costs at Trillion Mobility are already several times ours. And now you want to burn cash like this? Can you sustain it without faltering after a few days? That would be quite embarrassing. Lu Daqiang, having overheard such condescending remarks from an unknown source, in a fit of rage, raised the stakes again. Irrespective of Didi and Kuaidi's subsidy efforts, Trillion Mobility would now offer an additional 4 yuan, 2 yuan for drivers and 2 yuan for passengers. Faced with the outcry from netizens urging Trillion Mobility to relent and at least earn something, Lu Daqiang ostentatiously posted a bank statement on his personal blog, showcasing a balance of 20 billion yuan in the dedicated operating account. The accompanying text was succinct. President Wang has commanded that I expend all these funds to build the nation, give back to society, and serve the people. Such ostentatious displays of wealth ignited a media frenzy, with netizens clamoring in astonishment. How many zeros? I can't count them. Can someone help me? Don't bother counting. It's just 10. Just 10? Who is that up there, looking down upon 10 zeros? By the way, if you were to sell Didi and Kuaidi together, could you fetch 20 billion? Not a chance. Forget 20 billion. They would struggle to sell for 10 billion without the support of Trillion Mobility. Rumor has it that the venture capital circle has gone into a frenzy. Chuanxing Technology has invested nearly 25 billion yuan in the mobility sector, clearly optimistic about the future prospects of this market. What does this signify? It signifies that we are riding the wave of the times. I hear that numerous investment firms are eager to participate in Didi and Kuaidi's Series C financing. Are they foolish? Didi and Kuaidi will soon be flattened by Trillion Mobility. Why would they jump in now? Haha, you're mistaken. The investors aren't foolish, but rather, Trillion Mobility can choose when to strike, and when it does, it astonishes all, gaining a comprehensive advantage over Didi and Kuaidi. However, toppling them is no simple feat. As long as Didi and Kuaidi have capital, they can persist. Even if they cannot seize more market share, as long as they maintain their current holdings. There remains hope for the day when the clouds part and the moon shines bright. To the penthouse. As long as there is hope and market imagination, investors will invest. After all, idle money is still idle. Hey, I must say, how do you manage to earn just enough to afford a tea egg while thinking like a capitalist? The focus should not be on which ride-hailing service provides better service, but rather, how to save money while hailing a ride. Finally, someone expressed my sentiments. To the penthouse. I concur. We are all common folks. Pondering which app to use for the most economical ride is indeed the crux of the matter. On this note, I believe I have a valid point to make. Let me first share screenshots of my ride-hailing orders using 3 different apps: Didi JPG, Kuaidi JPG, Trillion Mobility JPG. In conclusion, I wholeheartedly recommend the Trillion Mobility app for the following reasons. 1. Trillion Mobility not only offers ride-hailing services, but also allows for shared bicycle rentals, providing comprehensive service. 2. This company genuinely practices its environmental philosophy. Their Blue Star Forest project has a site near my home, where they are actively planting trees. 3. The ride-hailing services of Trillion Mobility are highly recognized by government authorities, having secured pilot operation qualifications in multiple first-tier cities, including Beijing, Shanghai, Guangzhou, and Shenzhen, while Didi and Kuaidi have not even secured a single city, including their headquarters. This highlights the disparity. 4. While both companies engage in capital exploitation, customers can reap greater benefits from Trillion Mobility, which also prioritizes safety. The passenger privacy protection features, one-click trip sharing, emergency calls, and the ability to alert authorities are functionalities that Didi and Kuaidi lack entirely. Trillion Mobility is not only making travel more convenient and economical, but is also enhancing safety for all travelers. 5. Trillion Mobility employs numerous diligent staff across the nation. My neighbor is working part-time as a driver with their own vehicle. Although there is no base salary, They receive social insurance and various allowances. Can Didi and Kuaidi boast such compassionate initiatives? They cannot. Thus, how can one not love a conscientious company like Chuanxing Technology and a product as genuine as the Trillion Mobility app? Fellow netizens, compatriots, let us unite and take action to ensure that Trillion Mobility earns a fair profit. The lengthy discourse from above has made me laugh. Can our unity really enable Trillion Mobility to earn something? I remain skeptical. Isn't this merely an opportunity to exploit their resources? Regardless of whether they earn or we exploit their resources, from now on, I shall only utilize Trillion Mobility. Do you use Didi? I do not. Who would choose Didi over a ride-hailing service? That would be disgraceful. Chapter 65. The arrival of electric shared bicycles. Clear the way. The internet buzzes with excitement. Yet, this fervor belongs to the netizens. Wang Xu finds himself devoid of any such exhilaration. Oh, wait. He possesses only a cold 10 billion yuan in his bank account. A trifling sum, indeed. 10 billion. How shall it be spent? Wang Xu, with his hands tucked into his pockets, stood before the floor-to-ceiling window, gazing down upon the northward-flowing Xiang River, his eyes filled with a wistful melancholy, even the stubble on his chin emanating an air of unease. Once the initial thrill of acquiring 10 billion dissipated, he suddenly realized that he had become less concerned about personal indulgences than he had anticipated. The lavish lifestyle he had once yearned for in a previous life seemed rather mundane and unremarkable. With the time and energy at his disposal, he would rather review more documents and scrutinize the project proposals sent to his inbox by alumni. Indeed, Wang Xu had grown accustomed to the fulfilling life of managing a company with nearly 10,000 employees. The thought of casting aside work for hedonistic pleasures made him feel unexpectedly resistant. Damn it, I must be seriously ill. Wang Xu silently berated himself, then returned to his desk, seated himself in the executive chair, and pressed the call bell. Before long, his executive assistant, Wu Xiyun, entered and inquired, "Mr. Wang, what instructions do you have?" Wang Xu commanded, "Assistant Wu, please lead a team to discuss and facilitate the company's elevation to a group after the new year. I have several requirements for you to note." "Understood, Mr. Wang." Wu Xiyun promptly took up her pen, poised over her notebook, awaiting further instructions. Wang Xu, without keeping her in suspense, stated decisively, "First, the headquarters of the group shall establish the Presidential Office, Human Resources Department, Finance Department, Strategic Investment and Mergers Department, Logistics Department, Legal Department, Government Relations Department, and Public Relations Department. The current directors of these departments shall be elevated to M9 level, with specific roles to be agreed upon. The Marketing Department will be restructured into the Starlight Incubation Center, with its head also promoted to M9, tasked with incubating the research projects of the Spark Research Institute. Second, the Network Technology Development Department and the Intelligent Terminal, RD Department, shall be split. A portion of the staff will be allocated to the subsidiary Starry Software and Trillion Travel, tasked with specific operations, while another portion will join the Spark Research Institute, focusing on technological development. Third, Starry Software must swiftly assemble a team to build operational capacity. The Starry Map and Starry Navigation must be developed at the fastest pace to replace the unethical map API currently utilized by Trillion Travel. However, it is imperative to strictly enforce an 8-hour workday, a 2-day weekend, and mandatory holidays. If staffing is insufficient, hire more personnel. I do not wish to see my employees overworking themselves. Fourth, once Trillion Travel operates independently, although the principle encourages substantial expenditure for rapid expansion to compete with Didi and Kuai, it is essential to ensure service quality, passenger privacy and safety, as well as the security of travel data. Fifth, the construction of the data center in Qian province must be prioritized as a key project for next year. With vigorous advancement, resources and funds must be allocated generously. By the way, the head of the Qian province data center, Qin Guofu, should be summoned to see me shortly. I have matters to discuss with him. Have you noted these 5 points? Wu Xiyun scribbled rapidly in her notebook, ensuring every directive was recorded accurately. Meanwhile, she adeptly reiterated the president's orders without missing a single detail. Excellent, proceed. Wang Xu was pleased with his assistant's performance and gestured for her to leave. Wu Xiyun closed her notebook but did not immediately exit the office. Instead, she reported, "Mr. Wang, General Qi from the Intelligent Terminal RD Department is scheduled to report to you in 10 minutes. Very well, please let him in when the time comes." Wang Xu replied without hesitation. What does a president's daily routine entail? Meetings, listening to executive reports, conducting research, contemplating, and adjusting strategies, so straightforward and unembellished. Wang Xu had grown accustomed to the daily reports from executives. 10 minutes swiftly passed. Knock, knock, knock. The office door was rapped 3 times before it swung open. Qi Wangchun rode in on an electric bicycle, exuberantly proclaiming, "Mr. Wang, The game-changing weapon for the bike-sharing project is fresh off the assembly line. Wang Xu suppressed an eye roll, stifling the impulse with a slight tightening of his lips. It was merely an electric bicycle. Having secured the automotive-grade lithium iron phosphate battery technology from A123 Systems, producing it was a trivial matter. Qi Wanchun, as the director of the Intelligent Terminal R&D department and currently an M8-level executive, was making quite the fuss over this. But was it truly the case that this electric bicycle would serve as the ultimate weapon for the bike-sharing project? Nonsense. He merely sought to bolster his visibility. It was a clear attempt to demonstrate that the Intelligent Terminal R&D department was not idly consuming resources. It was a bid for the position of head of the Spark Research Institute. Knock, knock, knock. Just as Wang Xu was about to dismiss Qi Wanchun, the office door was knocked upon again. Subsequently, Mei Zhiren, the director of the Network Technology R&D department, entered, exclaiming, "You, Qi Wanchun, resorting to underhanded tactics, are you? This electric bicycle was not developed solely by your Intelligent Terminal department. Our Network Technology department also contributed to the positioning adaptation work in the one-click retrieval feature. Claiming joint achievements for personal accolades is a breach of integrity and academic dishonor. How can someone like you be worthy of vying for the position of head of the Spark Research Institute?" Upon hearing this, Qi Wanchun scoffed, disdainfully retorting, "Oh, I am unworthy? And who is worthy? You? You are far from it." As the two executives appeared poised to devolve into a verbal brawl akin to squabbling housewives, Wang Xu's anger flared. With a resounding bang, he slammed his hand upon the desk and shouted, "Enough! If you wish to argue, do so elsewhere. What kind of spectacle is this before me? Does it sound pleasant when it gets out? Does it bring us honor?" Mei Zhiren and Qi Wanchun immediately fell silent, refraining from provoking the president further. "Leave." Wang Xu pointed with a frosty demeanor. "Yes, Mr. Wang." They both replied in unison, retreating in a subdued manner. Although they dared not show their teeth before the president, once outside his office, they immediately began to bicker. There was no helping it. After all, within the additional 100 billion in the company's account, 3 billion was earmarked for the Spark Research Institute. The Government Relations Department had already mobilized, negotiating with the Committee of the Great Hushy Pilot Zone regarding the land transfer for the second phase of the Galaxy Technology Park project. The Human Resources Department was also reaching out to various headhunting firms, seeking to recruit technological experts in fields such as intelligent terminals, intelligent manufacturing, the Internet of Things, new energy, cloud computing, cloud storage, artificial intelligence, and quantum information science and technology on a global scale. The company was undeniably poised to invest heavily in research and development. Yet the position of head for the Spark Research Institute remained unfilled. How could Mei Zhiren and Qi Wanchun not be concerned? In their desperation, both resorted to foolish tactics that would become the subject of ridicule. Meanwhile, Xinglian Travel found itself in a position to benefit from the farce. The technology associated with the electric bicycle, designated as Model XLDST-1, was swiftly transferred to the Tianjin Fige Bicycle Factory. The factory promptly adjusted its existing production lines and introduced new ones to manufacture the XLDST-1 electric bicycle. It was anticipated that 30,000 units could be delivered within a month, with a capacity to produce 60,000 units monthly after 2 months. Liu Daqiang planned to roll out 20,000 units before the year's end, deploying 10,000 each in the capital and Shanghai. The targeted deployment area would be strategically located near the headquarters of Shaocheng Bicycle and Cyber Bicycle, announcing to both, "Electric shared bicycles have arrived. All must make way." It was a calculated strike. Liu Daqiang awaited the two companies to follow in Xinglian Travel's footsteps, investing heavily in electric shared bicycles, and then, at an opportune moment, to ignite the issue of deposit refunds. A lethal combination. Chapter 66, Seeking External Aid? Who fears who? No, the face cannot be lost. The position of head of the Spark Research Institute must be secured. Upon returning to their respective departments, both Mei Zhiren and Qi Wanchun independently nurtured this thought. They understood that they did not possess an absolute advantage to outshine one another in technical prowess. After all, they were not on the same path, not within the same field, and therefore could not be directly compared. In order to surpass the competition, one must delve into the management achievements and research outcomes of their respective departments. However, the endeavors of the Network Technology Department in Artificial Intelligence and the Intelligent Terminal Department in Drone Technology are not projects that yield substantial results in a short span of time. This, in turn, eliminates a comparative platform for competition. What course of action should be taken? Mei Zhiren and Qi Wanchun, in perfect sync, began to brainstorm extrinsic strategies that could enhance their standing. As if struck by a spark of inspiration, both simultaneously conceived an idea to break the deadlock: recruitment. The Human Resources Department is actively seeking to attract top-tier talent across various fields, including technical experts and promising individuals, by leveraging my personal network to expedite this process. Would that not be a testament to my capabilities? After all, the primary responsibilities of the head of the Spark Research Institute encompass guiding the overarching direction of research, overseeing daily management, allocating research funds, spearheading technological breakthroughs, and assembling a talented team. Thus, recruitment serves as a potent means of cultivating a capable workforce. With this realization, Majorin and Qi Wanshun instinctively reached for their phones and initiated calls. Majorin: "Hello, Tony. Oh, I mean Li DeLong. Last time you mentioned wanting to return to China for your career. What is your current stance? What? You can't find a suitable job, and the pay is either too low or the company is subpar. Join us. The salary and benefits are excellent, and the company is fantastic. Frankly, with your level of expertise and standing in the industry, earning $2 million a year would be a piece of cake. What currency? Of course, it's RMB. Are you really considering Zimbabwean dollars? Give me a straightforward answer. Will you come? All right, it's settled then. I'll refer you internally. And don't you dare stand me up, or I'll make you regret it. Qi Wanshun, Old Tian, it's Qi Wanshun here. How have you been? I heard things aren't going well for you at your current job. Your latest research direction ISNT being well received, and the funding you received is pitiful. Have you thought about switching jobs? My current company is actively recruiting to build a talent pool for the Spark Research Institute. What? You want to know what's special about the Spark Research Institute? 33 billion. The company has already allocated 33 billion in funding, and more will follow. So, will you come or not? Great, it's settled then. If I refer you and you don't join, I'll be furious. A series of similar calls was made by Majorin and Qi Wanshun, as more and more technical elites began contemplating job changes. They promptly referred their friends and acquaintances to the Human Resources Department, observing 2 emails in her inbox from different senders, yet bearing strikingly similar content. Human Resources Director Mo Ting couldn't help but smile with satisfaction. Let the 2 old-timers compete. In the end, it's I who will reap the benefits. She mused with a grin. As the Human Resources Director, she was well aware of President Wang's vision for the head of the Spark Research Institute. However, she chose to remain silent, allowing them to continue their rivalry. The more fiercely they competed, the greater the influx of talent for referral, thus alleviating the recruitment pressure on her department. What a delightful situation. After indulging in her self-satisfaction for a brief moment, Mo Ting promptly forwarded the 2 emails to her department staff, instructing them to take immediate action and reach out to the referred candidates. Mo Ting felt confident that if these individuals were genuinely considering a job change, the HR personnel from Xingxing Technology would undoubtedly yield significant results. While not necessarily securing all of them, she anticipated capturing at least a majority. Thus, the construction of the talent pool for the Spark Research Institute would not lag too far behind. The actions of the Human Resources Department were overt, without a hint of concealment. Consequently, Majorin and Qi Wanshun became aware that the opposing side was also engaged in referrals, resulting in a stalemate. This could not be allowed to stand. The position of head of the Spark Research Institute must not be relinquished without a fight. In frustration, the 2 exchanged gestures of disdain towards each other's offices before promptly launching a second round of recruitment efforts. In the first round, both targeted industry elites of comparable or slightly lower standing. By bringing them on board, they could enhance the company's research and technical talent while boosting their own reputations without threatening each other's positions, effectively achieving 3 objectives with 1 strategy. However, in the second round, they could not limit themselves to this approach. They needed to aim higher. They sought to invite 1 to 3 heavyweight figures to bolster their own prestige and fortify their claim to the position of head of the institute. Thus, Majorin placed a call to Huazhong University of Science and Technology's Guanshan College of Vocational Technology, although he had only completed his undergraduate studies there. Having graduated with a Master.S and doctorate from Stanford, he had maintained strong ties with his alma mater. Many students who transitioned from Huazhong University to Stanford had benefited from his assistance. With such connections, he swiftly reached the dean of the computer science department at Huazhong University. Thank you so much. Your support means the world to me. I am immensely grateful. After a heartfelt yet discreet conversation, Majorin hung up, his spirits soaring. He gazed towards the intelligent terminal department with a sense of pride, humming a cheerful tune. I've secured this prominent figure. What do you, Qi Wanshun, have to contend with? The position of head of the Spark Research Institute is undoubtedly mine. At that very moment, Qi Wanshun was equally animated on the other end of the line, expressing his gratitude. Dean, I cannot thank you enough for your support. Your assistance is invaluable. After ending the call, he placed his hands on his hips and laughed heartily towards the network technology department. I've secured a specialized recruitment opportunity for these teams. How can you, Majorin, compete with me? The position of head of the Spark Research Institute is certainly mine. Their gazes seem to penetrate through walls, igniting a fierce spark in the air. In the Human Resources Department, Mo Ting observed 2 new emails marked as important and urgent in the internal inbox, her eyes crinkling with glee. One was from Huazhong University, securing a global top-tier expert in cloud computing and big data processing to collaborate on establishing a laboratory. The other was from Northwestern Polytechnical University, securing specialized recruitment for elite student teams in various fields including robotics and mathematical modeling. Ultimately, wouldn't the Human Resources Department be the one to benefit? Hee. I hope you both continue your efforts. Chapter 67. Astonishing. The acquisition of Kellide is not yet complete. Yet restructuring can commence. Mo Ting refrained from stoking the flames of competition. Whether it was liaising with the expert in cloud computing and big data from Huazhong University or organizing a specialized recruitment event at Northwestern Polytechnical University, both tasks required a degree of confidentiality. Thus, Majorin and Qi Wanchun remained unaware of the moves being made by the opposing side. Believing they held the upper hand, they temporarily halted their fervent recruitment efforts. This proved to be a fortunate development for the Human Resources Department. The feast about to be served must first be savored one bite at a time before indulging in another. Once the candidates from the 4 emails were successfully contacted, it would be more effective to slightly provoke the 2 candidates vying for the position of head of the Spark Research Institute. The flow of recruitment is not about racing ahead, but rather about maintaining a steady stream. After all, as the Human Resources Department executed its efficient recruitment efforts for the Spark Research Institute, the Strategic Investment and Mergers Department was also diligently advancing the acquisition of Kellide. Typically, such acquisition cases require over a year to finalize. However, this time, the actions of the Strategic Investment and Mergers Department proceeded remarkably smoothly. After Chairman Zhang Wenxing of Kellide signed the Concerted Action Agreement, a mysterious force subtly emerged. Under the auspices of this enigmatic influence, Chuanxing Technology, Kellide, and the mysterious force convened for a highly confidential trilateral discussion. Following extensive and amicable negotiations, the outcomes of the discussions were as follows. 1. The mysterious force pledged to expedite the qualification review process, aiming to reduce the standard 3-month review period to 1 month. 2. The mysterious force committed to facilitating an exemption from the National Security Review, expecting to compress the usual 2-month review time to 0. 3. Zhang Wenxing and his spouse, the founders of Kellide, along with Kai Yuliang, vowed to sell their entire holding of 942 shares to Chuanxing Technology, provided the price aligns with market conditions. 4. The mysterious force assured the swift advancement of this equity transaction, intending to condense the customary 3-month duration for due diligence, pricing negotiations, and closing documentation to just 1 month. Based on these 4 points, it is anticipated that Chuanxing Technology will require merely 68 months to acquire all shares of Kellide and complete its privatization and delisting. For a takeover involving a privately listed enterprise with Class A mapping qualifications, this pace is undoubtedly astonishingly rapid. Compared to the capital acquisition plan originally designed by the Strategic Investment and Mergers Department, this approach is expected to save 45 months, an exaggeration that raises profound existential questions. Furthermore, spurred by this mysterious force, Kellide's core management team has agreed to embrace guidance from Chuanxing Technology in advance, facilitating a strategic realignment and business restructuring. After a week of intensive negotiations, the members of the Strategic Investment and Mergers Department returned to the company, their sentiments complex rather than elated. Particularly, Director Hu Baiyan felt a mix of emotions. This time, he was poised to demonstrate to President Wang the essence of capital operations. However, the anonymous yet formidable mysterious force rendered such efforts unnecessary, delivering a decisive combination of actions that eclipsed any need for strategy or maneuvering, leaving Hu Baiyan and his team unable to utilize even a third of their capabilities. This sensation was profoundly unsettling. President Wang, here's how things transpired. Although the acquisition of Kellide has not yet been finalized, we have already secured effective control over Kellide, allowing us to initiate strategic adjustments and business restructuring at any time. In the Chuanxing Technology President's office, Hu Baiyan reclined on the sofa in a rather unrefined manner, disregarding the executive image and exuding a lack of elite ambition. Wait a moment while I gather my thoughts. President Wang Xu, equally unrefined, scratched his head and inquired with astonishment. So, Hu, you mean to say that you didn't leverage your wife's familial connections, and instead, the state-owned Assets Supervision and Administration Commission stepped in to assist our company? Hu Baiyan responded with a non-committal grunt from his nasal cavity. What are they after? Wang Xu asked again, bewildered. Upon hearing this question, Hu Baiyan straightened up, casting a discerning gaze at President Wang. his handsome face creased with concern. President Wang, let us dispense with the theatrics. You must be more aware than anyone of why the State-Owned Assets Supervision and Administration Commission chose to assist us. You were the one who decided to establish a data center in Xi'an province. You were the one who invited the national security and cybersecurity agencies to oversee the data center. You were the one who determined to allow these agencies to supervise the travel data of Xinglian Travel. You were the one who decided to employ retired military personnel, particularly ex-military vehicle operators, as full-time ride-hailing drivers for Xinglian Travel. So, why do you think the State-Owned Assets Supervision and Administration Commission is willing to help us? Isn't it because of your sincere dedication and the company's steadfast patriotic stance? Wang Xu opened his mouth, intending to clarify that this was merely a misunderstanding and not his accomplishment, but found himself unable to articulate it. In matters such as these, the outcome speaks for itself. Irrespective of the intentions behind the decisions made, the aid from the State-Owned Assets Supervision and Administration Commission is something Chuanxing Technology cannot afford to dismiss, especially since Wang Xu is eager to embrace it. Thus, he quickly adjusted his mindset and said earnestly, Let's organize a team to be stationed at Kailide and conduct thorough operations there. Upon hearing this, Hu Baiyan immediately shifted into work mode. He retrieved a pen and notebook from his briefcase, preparing to take notes, and responded with a serious demeanor, President Wang, please provide your directives. After a moment of contemplation, Wang Xu solemnly articulated, First, we must transform our role from a traditional vehicle-mounted mapping service to a location-based services, LBS, platform. Second, we will undertake a financial restructuring, eliminating ineffective expenditures such as television advertisements and heavily investing in technological research and development. Third, we shall reconstruct our strategy, transitioning from a fee-based model for pre-installed authorizations to freely offering basic navigation SDKs, prioritizing software subscription services over hardware sales while maintaining a parallel between a closed data system and a crowdsourced data ecosystem, and shifting our focus from mobile platforms to an all-in approach with in-car human-machine connectivity. Fourth, we will initiate a technological revolution, evolving from traditional ground collection to a unified three-source data collection approach, ride-hailing trajectory data, user crowdsourced reporting, and real-time synchronization with traffic platforms. We will upgrade our navigation engine by incorporating reinforcement learning algorithms and constructing a cross-platform architecture, while also betting on commercial vehicle scenarios by developing specialized navigation versions for freight logistics. Fifth, we will foster ecological partnerships, such as signing a wager agreement with BYD to pre-install Kailide SDK for free, with a payment of technical fees should the DAU exceed 1 million. Opening our data to the Ministry of Transportation for free in exchange for national navigation backup platform qualifications, and actively engaging with the Beidou navigation system. For now, let us implement these 5 points and address the rest later. Hu Baiyan scribbled notes furiously, simultaneously expressing, President Wang, this is a significant undertaking, not something easily accomplished. Wang Xu waved his hand dismissively. I only care about results, but I will ensure you receive ample time, funding, and resources to support your efforts. Proceed with confidence. By the way, you and your team executed this acquisition remarkably well. I will instruct CFO He to award the acquisition team a collective first prize, and you and Director Xie from the Government Relations Department will receive individual first prizes, with bonuses at the maximum level. What more could Hu Baiyan say? The maximum collective first prize means each team member will receive 20,000 yuan, while the individual first prize amounts to 150,000 yuan. You are truly a remarkable leader. President Wang. Chapter 68. BYD, will certainly lend a hand. Please have Deputy Director of Network Technology, Li Yuanhing, come in. After sending off the suddenly fervent Hu Baiyan, Wang Xu immediately called for his assistant to issue the latest directives. Understood, President Wang, responded Assistant Wu Xiyun promptly, observing his assistant entering the office. Remaining for less than half a minute before departing to execute orders, Wang Xu furrowed his brow slightly. As the second employee of Chuanxing Technology, Wu Xiyun has always been diligent, not only effectively handling the responsibilities of the presidential assistant, but also fulfilling the role of executive president, despite it being unofficial. In summary, Wu Xiyun has provided considerable support in the daily management of the increasingly growing Chuanxing Technology. It is time to cease treating him merely as a secretary. Wang Xu resolutely made a decision and called out to Wu Xiyun's departing figure, by the way, after the new year, arrange for an administrative secretary for me. You will transition to the executive president role, with your rank elevated to M9, focusing solely on assisting me in managing the company. From now on, delegate tasks such as conveying orders and scheduling to the secretary. Understood, President Wang. Wu Xiyun did not contest this at all. In fact, Wang Xu had been misusing the presidential assistant from the outset. This bears a significant relation to his earlier nonchalant utterances regarding profit and loss, yet subtly leaning towards a mindset of defeatism when it comes to incurring losses. However, Wu Xiyun felt a deep sense of gratitude towards General Manager Wang, who had extended a helping hand during her nadir in life and had thus remained silent all along. She was indeed willing to assist Wang in handling trivial matters. Moreover, she had established a presidential office dedicated to serving the president, populated entirely by capable and talented individuals. Whenever General Manager Wang had a need, he could easily select someone from this pool to serve as his secretary. This arrangement proved advantageous at that moment. Soon, Wu Xiyun, having briefly left the presidential office, returned accompanied by a young woman clad in professional attire, her face partially obscured by a pair of thick-framed glasses. General Manager, this is Li Yun, who will be your secretary starting from the new year. I will take this time before the year ends to train her and facilitate a smooth transition in serving you, Wu Xiyun said, gesturing towards the bespectacled Li Yun. Wang Xu nodded in tacit agreement to the arrangement. Thank you, General Manager. Wu Xiyun expressed her gratitude before turning to Li Yun with instructions. Secretary Li, General Manager wishes to see Li Yuanheng, the Deputy Director of the Network Technology Department. Please notify him to come over. Understood, Manager Wu, Li Yun promptly responded, then turned to Wang Xu, stating earnestly, Please hold on, General Manager. I will inform Deputy Director Li right away. Having exchanged pleasantries, she exited the presidential office to carry out her directive. You've chosen well. She possesses discernment and knows how to navigate situations, Wang Xu remarked seriously once Li Yun had departed. Thus, Li Yun had temporarily secured her position as the presidential secretary. It is due to the excellent leadership of General Manager Wang, Wu Xiyun complimented, before making her exit from the presidential office. As the assistant to the president of a company boasting nearly 10,000 employees, and soon to be promoted to executive president, Wu Xiyun had a multitude of tasks to attend to. The company was not lenient about overtime, necessitating efficiency in her time management. Left alone in the presidential office, Wang Xu did not have to wait long before Li Yun returned, accompanied by Li Yuanheng, the Deputy Director of the Network Technology Department. Deputy Director Li, do you know why I summoned you? Wang Xu asked ambiguously, gesturing for Li Yun to attend to her tasks. He regarded Li Yuanheng, who donned the typical attire of a programmer. Li Yuanheng was a quintessential tech-savvy individual, having departed the project meeting for Blue Star Forest, alongside 3 other technical deputy directors. In the Network Technology Development Department, he was responsible for the development of the ride-hailing segment of the Xinglian travel app. His technical prowess was remarkable. He was not only a full-stack engineer, but also a formidable architect. The seamless transition between bottom-up and top-down programming paradigms was indeed a rarity in him. I am uncertain. Please enlighten me, General Manager. Li Yuanheng responded straightforwardly, disliking evasiveness and riddles. Wang Xu, a former programmer himself, appreciated the directness and replied candidly. Xingdo Software is in need of a CTO with a rank of P8. Your first task would be to assemble and lead a technical team to develop a map application with real-time navigation capabilities within 3 months. I have you in mind for this position. What are your thoughts? Promotion and salary increase are certainly appealing, Li Yuanheng said, unable to refuse such an opportunity. I am willing, General Manager. However, I must first ensure a smooth handover of my current responsibilities before transitioning to the new role. Then it is settled. Await the Personnel Department's notification, Wang Xu decisively concluded. Yes, General Manager, Li Yuanheng affirmed, turning to leave with purposeful strides. Such is the nature of a tech enthusiast, who departed without even the customary farewell. Wang Xu, being broad-minded and empathetic towards the tech-savvy, understood this well. Had he encountered a narrow-minded superior who prioritized face over substance, Li Yuanheng might have found himself facing undue challenges. After finalizing the selection of the CTO for Xingdo Software, Wang Xu turned his attention to the choice for CEO. With a plethora of talented individuals at Xuanxing Technology, there were numerous capable candidates for this position, such as the second market director, Li Yunrui. Faced with such a multitude of options, Wang Xu found himself momentarily overwhelmed. After much contemplation, he devised a plan. Given the abundance of potential candidates, he decided against selecting one outright and instead proposed an internal competition. With this resolution, Wang Xu promptly shared his idea with the Human Resources Director, Mo Ting. She wholeheartedly endorsed the notion, raising both hands in approval. This enthusiastic support was not mere flattery. Internal competitions serve as an excellent method for talent selection. Provided the process remains transparent, fair, and just, it can significantly aid in discovering, nurturing, and utilizing talent, thereby fostering a positive work atmosphere. Consequently, Xuanxing Technology initiated an internal competition for the CEO position at Xingdo Software, comprising 3 rounds: preliminary selection, secondary selection, and final review. A considerable number of candidates registered for this internal competition. The Human Resources Department painfully realized that due to the company's focus on hiring individuals over 35 years old and fresh graduates, the number of applicants meeting the criteria for preliminary selection was alarmingly high, over several dozen. Most were seasoned professionals over 35, with only a handful of younger candidates. This was not to suggest that the younger candidates were less capable, but rather that they lacked sufficient experience, leaving them to lament, "I am not yet mature." Maturity brings change. With the number of eligible candidates for the preliminary selection being excessively high, what was intended to be an internal competition at Chuanxing Technology unexpectedly garnered significant attention. Even Wang Xu, the chairman of BYD Auto, who was stationed in Chang'an ensuring the smooth rollout of the first batch of DM hybrid BYD Qin vehicles, had heard whispers of the event through various channels. Upon inquiring, he discerned that Chuanxing Technology had quietly commenced its acquisition of Kellide, securing actual control and thereby initiating a strategic restructuring and business reorganization. Wang Xuanfu's perspective on the matter shifted entirely. Was this merely about selecting a CEO for Xingdou Software? No. It presented an opportunity to deepen the cooperative relationship between BYD and Chuanxing Technology. After all, every BYD Qin DM and other new energy vehicles must have their in-car systems pre-installed before leaving the factory, whether utilizing products from other companies or those from Kellide post-acquisition. As long as it pertained to Chuanxing Technology, BYD would undoubtedly lend its support. Chapter 69. Xinglian Travel. Can you behave like a human? The bustling winds had swept from Star City to Tianjin. Just as Chuanxing Technology was energetically conducting its internal competition, the Tianjin Fige Bicycle Factory, which had been rapidly expanding its production scale and continuously hiring workers, finally received a shipment of 30,000 sets of lithium iron phosphate batteries from Tianning Power's Huzhou base. Quick! Deliver them to the assembly workshop. Be careful, handle them with care. Under the somewhat contradictory yet unified commands of the production supervisor, the workers in the assembly workshop enthusiastically began their labor. They paired the already assembled 20,000 XLDCD-1 electric bicycle frames with the lithium iron phosphate batteries and conducted factory tests. This task was not technically challenging, but it was urgent, necessitating overtime to complete. Overtime is wonderful. Ever since the factory was acquired by Chuanxing Technology, the overtime pay has been 2 to 3 times the usual rate. Many desire to work overtime to earn extra money, yet the opportunity is scarce. I work overtime, I earn more, I am joyful, I am proud. After tirelessly working for 3 consecutive days, the assembly workshop workers completed the installation of lithium iron phosphate batteries on all 20,000 XLDCD-1 electric bicycles and were greeted with a 2-day compensatory rest. Hey, look, what is this? Money, what else could it be? This is 2,000 in total. I earned it in just 3 days. Impressive, right? Wow, you truly are something. As they marveled, they gave a thumbs up in admiration. Similar dialogues transpire in numerous households. Over the past 6 months, the familial relations among the employees of the Fige Bicycle Factory have been remarkably harmonious, and their domestic lives have flourished splendidly. It is truly a sight to behold. Meanwhile, during the workers' rest periods in the assembly workshop, the recently expanded transport fleet has become increasingly busy. 20,000 XLDCD-1 electric bicycles are divided into 2 batches, one destined for the capital and the other for the bustling metropolis. The former, being closer, is scheduled for a later dispatch. The latter, being farther, embarks on its journey first. The heavy truck fleet, racing against the encroaching night, successfully reaches both the capital and the metropolis with alacrity. The local shared bicycle operation teams have already prepared for the organization of this influx. As soon as the convoy arrives, they promptly unload the cargo and strategically deploy the bicycles at designated locations. Consequently, after a night has passed, the inhabitants of both cities awaken to discover that Xinglian Mobility has unveiled a novel feature for its shared bicycles. In key areas with high demand for bicycles, a fleet of electric shared bikes has been positioned. The quantity of these bicycles varies according to the level of usage in each area, regardless of the number. A maintenance team is stationed nearby, promoting Xinglian Mobility's new products and services to the public. Gone are the days of distributing flyers. We have transitioned to offering paper bags instead. These bags, adorned with the name, logo, and slogan of Xinglian Mobility, alongside an image of a little train, are both aesthetically pleasing and robustly constructed, serving as practical and durable companions for shopping or carrying clothes and books. Of course, the focal point is not merely the bags, but rather the newly launched electric shared bicycles. This marks yet another pioneering achievement for Xinglian Mobility. While the stubborn Xiao Orange bikes and cyber bikes continue to squander resources on mere promotion, Xinglian Mobility has persistently pursued technological innovation in its products. From the initial XLDC-01 to the subsequent XLDC-02, XLDC-03, XLDC-04, and now the XLDC-1, Trillion Mobility has successfully iterated 5 models of shared bicycles. With advancements in lightweight design, miniaturization, modularity, optimized transmission, and ergonomic design, Trillion shared bicycles have become increasingly user-friendly, in stark contrast to the increasingly cumbersome Xiao orange bikes and cyber bikes. While the latter stagnate in progress, Trillion has introduced a pedal-less electric shared bicycle. Remarkably, the operations team of Trillion Mobility has designated a group of burly individuals, each bearing 200 XLDC-1 electric bicycles, to encircle the headquarters of both Xiao orange bikes and cyber bikes. Regardless of the direction from which one approaches these headquarters, one can spot muscular men clad in striking red uniforms standing beside the vibrant red electric bicycles, brandishing small red megaphones, broadcasting fervent advertisements. Trillion shared bicycles. The easiest to ride. Trillion electric shared bicycles, the absolute easiest to ride. There are only 3 types of shared bicycles in the world: Trillion shared bicycles, Trillion electric shared bicycles, and others with names unknown. Trillion shared bicycles, your trustworthy choice, with refundable deposits at any time. Accompanying the megaphone announcements are, of course, the distribution of paper bags, fans, mugs, and lighters. Indeed, Trillion Mobility is employing a strategy of differential treatment. On bustling streets, they distribute paper bags, while in the corporate offices bustling with white-collar workers, they dispense various trinkets imprinted with Trillion Mobility's slogan and app download QR codes. Today, the specially selected operational team has the task of ensuring that every employee at the headquarters of Xiao orange bikes and cyber bikes receives at least one of these small items. This is indeed a bold affront. In the conference room of the Xiao orange bikes headquarters, in response to Trillion Mobility's sudden introduction of electric shared bicycles, the founder, Bao Lei, who was intercepted en route to work by several imposing figures and forcefully presented with a complete set of gifts including paper bags, fans, mugs, and lighters, erupted in fury, exclaiming, "Damn Trillion Mobility, I will not let this go." After a prolonged tirade, with veins bulging in his neck and his face flushed with rage, Bao Lei finally ceased his torrent of invectives. Gasping for breath, he glared menacingly at the collection of gifts before him. The paper bags, fans, mugs, lighters, gritting his teeth as he commanded, "Bay Foam, hire some online shills, issue a press release, and claim that Trillion Mobility, this beyond entity, is failing to serve its users properly and resorting to unscrupulous tactics that are utterly distasteful. Isn't that a bit too harsh?" inquired Bay Foam, the senior vice president of market public affairs, with a hint of skepticism. Bao Lei, now seething with rage, seized the mug before him and hurled it at the conference room door, shouting profanely, "Curse you." Bei Feng's expression darkened, his mood considerably soured. Yet he refrained from speaking further. Meanwhile, the chief financial officer, Chiu Yuni, narrowed her eyes, a glimmer of insight flashing in them, though she quickly concealed it by tucking a stray strand of hair behind her ear. With such an unexpected interlude, the meeting could not continue. Hastily concluding, without even a single proposal to address Trillion Mobility's introduction of electric shared bicycles. However, snippets of the meeting's recording leaked out. The footage of founder Bao Lei's furious mug-throwing action was transformed into a GIF and meme, spreading like wildfire across the internet. Viewers applauded and directed their ire towards Trillion Mobility, exclaiming, "Trillion Mobility, can you act like a decent company? Look at how you've enraged your competitors. Oh, you're not a person, you're a corporation, so it's no problem. Keep it up, vent your frustrations however you like. This beyond entity deserves to be infuriated." Chapter 70, Youthful Zeal. In the age of the internet, information travels swiftly. No sooner had the GIFs and memes emerged than Wang Xu, far away in Star City, was already informed. Prompted by Public Relations Director Li Yi, he meticulously reviewed the relevant discussions surrounding Trillion Mobility's "Can you act like a decent company?" and infuriate this beyond entity. Less than 20 minutes had elapsed. Nonetheless, Wang Xu was unconcerned about the matter, casually instructing, "Just keep the momentum going, don't overdo it, lest it become too obvious." He entrusted Li Yi with managing this wave of public sentiment, while coordinating the Public Relations Department to effectively engage with Trillion Mobility in this minor skirmish against Xiao orange bikes and cyber bikes. With the 100 billion from Task 3 deposited into the company's accounts, Wang Xu had lost interest in the feeble Xiao orange bikes and cyber bikes, fully relinquishing control to Trillion Mobility. However, he remained vigilant regarding the ride-hailing segment, optimistically estimating that it would take at least 2 to 3 years to contend with Didi and Kuaidi. As one was backed by a tech giant and the other by a powerful consortium, both well-resourced and formidable opponents, Wang Xu was prepared for a protracted battle. Presently, He focused his attention on meticulously perusing the operational report for Xingyu Farm, submitted by Market Director Li Yunrui, as well as a corresponding application. The report indicated that, after 2 months of operation, Xingyu Farm has garnered over 20 million registered players, with daily active users hovering around 1.6 million. Among these, approximately 1.2 million overlap with the Xinglian mobility app, Blue Star Forest. Even so, Xingyu Farm has emerged as a resounding success. Should the subsequent promotion be executed effectively, there exists a substantial likelihood of achieving the esteemed titles and honors of top-tier blockbusters, industry benchmarks, and phenomenal works. The application submitted by Li Yunrui is divided into 2 segments. The first segment entails the reorganization of the marketing department into the Starlight Incubation Center following the new year, seizing this opportunity to separate the Star Language Farm project team and establish an independent gaming company. The second segment presents a conceptual proposal from the Star Language Farm project team. Upon a brief contemplation of the first segment, Wang Xu readily consented and designated the new wholly owned subsidiary as Xingyo Entertainment. He instructed that Xingyo Entertainment's scope should not be confined to Star Language Farm, but should actively pursue the development of an array of games. The Star Language Farm project team would thus be restructured as a studio under Xingyo Entertainment, with future developments determining whether it would evolve into a group of studios. Regarding the second segment of the application, Wang Xu deemed it prudent to solicit a report from the applicant, prompting him to press the call bell on his desk. "President Wang, how may I assist you?" Entered Li Yun, the presidential secretary, her face partially obscured by her thick black glasses, as she approached with a tablet in hand. Unlike Wu Xiyun, who preferred the conventional pen and notebook, the younger Li Yun favored the portability of her tablet. Naturally, she utilized a pen and notebook during meetings, but they were less common in her day-to-day tasks. Without lifting his gaze, Wang Xu instructed, "Please notify Marketing Director Li Yunrui to bring the head of the Star Language Farm project team to my office immediately. I have some inquiries regarding their application." "Understood, President Wang. I will arrange that right away," Li Yun noted briskly on her tablet before departing with an efficient demeanor reminiscent of Wu Xiyun. Shortly thereafter, Li Yun returned with Marketing Director Li Yunrui and a remarkably handsome young man. A mere glance at the young man was sufficient for Wang Xu to sense a threat. The level of attractiveness present within Chuanxing technology appeared to rival, if not surpass, his own. How utterly outrageous. Which of you would care to explain why you wish to establish intelligent cultivation bases, numbering between 1,000 to 2,000, within the bustling shopping districts of major cities? With his appearance jeopardized, Wang Xu's tone inevitably adopted a colder edge, causing the atmosphere within the presidential office to drop. A sense of foreboding gripped Marketing Director Li Yunrui as he quickly interjected, "President Wang, my considerations are as follows." However, before he could finish, the young man, Zhou Qiao, the head of the Star Language Farm project team, boldly spoke up, "President Wang, the proposal to construct intelligent cultivation bases in the bustling shopping districts was my idea. Director Li believed it to be overly ambitious, yet conceded to my persistence, which led to its submission to you." Li Yunrui opened his mouth, intending to reclaim credit for the idea and protect his subordinate, but Wang Xu preempted him, raising his right hand to signal silence. He then directed his keen gaze toward the exceptionally handsome and audacious young man, his tone laced with displeasure. "Have you calculated the costs involved in establishing such a base?" "President Wang, I have," Zhou Qiao replied, meeting the president's piercing gaze with unwavering confidence. "Taking into account rent, equipment, design, renovation, labor, utilities, seeds, fertilizers, and so forth, the estimated cost for constructing a base of this scale would range from 60 million to 80 million. Additionally, around 2 million would be required as operational capital. Under ideal conditions, we anticipate a payback period of 5 to 6 years." Upon hearing this report, Wang Xu chuckled softly, his demeanor softening somewhat as he recognized the clarity of the calculations. This was not a whimsical notion. "Please elaborate on your motivations for this proposal." Li Yunrui, having secured his position as marketing director after Liu Daqiang's promotion to general manager of Xinglian Travel, was astute enough to discern the president's shift in tone. Realizing that the matter was likely to be favorably received, not only would they avoid reprimand, but Zhou Qiao would likely win the president's favor, significantly easing his future ascent. Zhou Qiao, an elite talent, was attuned to the nuances of the conversation. Bolstered by his confidence, he responded with clarity. "The rationale behind this proposal stems from numerous players in our gaming community expressing that while growing their own vegetables is enjoyable, nothing surpasses the thrill of stealing from others. Our project team unanimously believes we should develop a feature that integrates both online and offline stealing of vegetables." "I must interject," Wang Xu raised his right hand, interrupting. Your operational report indicates that you have already established 8 large and 24 medium to small intelligent cultivation bases in the suburbs of several logistics-friendly cities for players to engage in genuine cultivation through the game. Even if you were to develop a stealing feature, it could be expanded upon the existing foundation. Why the necessity to establish intelligent cultivation bases in bustling shopping districts? What unique significance does this hold? As he concluded, Wang Xu's expression turned stern, his tone gravely serious. Both Li Yunrui and Zhou Qiao understood that a poor response to this query would undoubtedly result in the proposal's rejection. However, Zhou Qiao, brimming with confidence, smiled as he replied, "The unique significance lies in the publicity it generates, creating a buzz that attracts traffic and enhances brand recognition, much like an Apple flagship store. If executed properly, I am confident we can surpass 60 million registered players and achieve over 5 million daily active users within 6 months." Wang Xu raised an eyebrow, taken aback by the youthful bravado. What does youthful exuberance entail? This is precisely it. Chapter 71. Mischief among the unattractive. 5 billion. After a moment of reflection, Wang Xu extended his right hand, fingers splayed, and stated earnestly, "I shall allocate 5 billion in funding. Aside from standard financial oversight, the company will not interfere with the process, only scrutinizing the results." He paused slightly, leaning forward as the aura of a billionaire president enveloped the room. His voice deep and authoritative. "Should the registered players of Star Language Farm fall below 60 million or daily active users below 5 million within 6 months, regardless of the shortfall, you shall be dispatched to the northwest to plant trees." "Understood. I assure you I will fulfill this task." Zhou Qiao appeared unfazed by the president's threat, his head held high, embodying the spirit of a determined scholar. "Li Yunrui, remain here. You are to prepare and promptly draft a detailed project proposal." Wang Xu waved his hand, dismissing the young man whose unassuming name belied his striking appearance. "Yes, President Wang," Zhou Qiao acknowledged, turning to stride confidently from the room, radiating a vibrant and ambitious energy akin to the sun at 8 or 9 in the morning. "An impressive young man indeed. It is no wonder you sought to protect him," Wang Xu remarked warmly once the office door closed behind them. Li Yunrui, now in the midst of middle age, couldn't help but feel a sense of peculiarity. In terms of status, President Wang was entirely justified in offering such commendation. Yet in terms of age, he, a senior student, was still a year younger than Zhou Qiao, who had just graduated. Was it truly appropriate for him to adopt such an elderly demeanor? Of course, Li Yunrui merely mused in his mind, keeping his thoughts to himself, and even chimed in. "Indeed, he is remarkable, exhibiting strong capabilities in project management and team leadership. Let us not dwell on him," Wang Xu interjected, shifting the topic with a wave of his hand. "Now, regarding you. Following the reorganization of the marketing department into the Starlight Incubation Center, the company has decided to appoint you as the Chief Innovation Officer of the Incubation Center, reporting directly to me. What are your thoughts?" "I fully comply with the company's arrangements and your directives, President Wang," Li Yunrui replied without hesitation. Who would turn down such a fortuitous promotion? He would never act so foolishly. "Very well, it is settled then." Wang Xu nodded, his demeanor notably serious as he inquired, "Please share your thoughts on the functions of the Starlight Incubation Center and your reflections on your future work direction." This was undoubtedly an impromptu interview, designed to assess Li Yunrui's cognitive agility, knowledge reservoir, and foundational capabilities. Upon hearing the question, Li Yunrui's mind raced, and soon he formulated a response, replying earnestly, "Firstly, the Starlight Incubation Center is positioned for strategic-level incubation, with innovation as its core strategy, primarily responsible for pioneering disruptive technologies and products. Secondly, the Starlight Incubation Center does not participate in the group's KPI evaluations. It is allowed a loss period of 3 to 5 years, along with a designated amount of permissible financial losses. Furthermore, the Starlight Incubation Center serves as an internal connector to the Spark Research Institute, facilitating the incubation and realization of the innovative technologies and products they develop. At the same time, it maintains close horizontal ties with the Strategic Investment and Mergers Department, tracking projects they endorse and have invested in. Finally, the Starlight Incubation Center connects with the venture capital fund established by the President and the University Venture Capital Fund in the Greater Hushi Pilot Zone, monitoring and supporting innovation and entrepreneurship projects initiated by faculty and students. Wang Xu listened intently to Li Yunrui's response, feeling quite satisfied. Whether this was a spontaneous display of intellect or a well-prepared answer following the news of the marketing department's reorganization into the Starlight Incubation Center, the response was certainly on point. That was sufficient. Wang Xu nodded. "Very well. With such clarity of thought, I am reassured. Upon your return, please expedite the preparation of a reorganization plan for the Starlight Incubation Center and a 3-year work plan, to be reported to me after the new year." "Yes, General Manager Wang, Li Yunrui replied loudly, his expression solemn, yet unable to conceal the joy sparkling in his eyes. At last, Old Li had attained the title of Chief Innovation Officer. Though Chino may not resonate as loudly as CTO or COO, it was still a title in English. Certainly something to take pride in. Just then, a gentle knock echoed on the office door. After 3 soft taps, the president's secretary, Li Yun, entered, holding a tablet and appearing to have urgent work to report. Seizing the opportunity, Li Yunrui excused himself, and Wang Xu granted his consent. Once Li Yunrui left the office, Secretary Li Yun reported, General Manager Wang, the Public Relations Department has forwarded a video that they believe should be reported to you promptly. What video? Let me see. Wang Xu inquired, raising an eyebrow. The Government Relations and Public Relations Departments had been granted considerable authority. Both could independently handle most matters with the liberty to report back afterward. Thus, the current situation, where a video was formally submitted through the President's Secretary without any mention of handling opinions or measures, was exceedingly rare. Wang Xu's interest in the video surged. Li Yun operated the tablet for a moment and then placed it before the President. General Manager Wang, please take a look. The tablet immediately began to play a segment of a journalist's interview video. The backdrop was a makeshift interview venue. In the center of the spacious room, 2 chairs faced each other, flanked by light-blocking panels and fill lights, enhancing the sense of realism. A stern-looking female journalist occupied the chair on the left, while Cheng Wei, the founder and CEO of Didi Chuxing, sat in the chair on the right. The journalist inquired, Mr. Cheng, Didi Chuxing recently announced the completion of its Series C financing, securing a $200 million investment led by SoftBank. What significance do you believe this investment holds for Didi Chuxing, and what changes might it bring? Cheng Wei replied, in my view, this is primarily an affirmation from investors and investment institutions regarding the overall potential of the ride-hailing market, and secondly, it reflects confidence in Didi Chuxing's future prospects. As for the changes it will bring, the most immediate one is that the company now has more abundant funding, which greatly enhances our confidence when facing competitors who employ dubious tactics. The journalist pressed, dubious tactics? Mr. Cheng, should we reconsider your wording? I worry that our interview, once aired, might bring some negative repercussions for you and your company. Cheng Wei shook his head dismissively. There's nothing to reconsider. I am merely stating the truth. To my knowledge, this particular company employing dubious tactics dispatched 5 or 6 strongmen this morning to besiege the founder and CEO of a direct competitor, forcefully pushing promotional materials upon him. That poor CEO was left with no choice but to accept the materials in humiliation to escape. He then turned his gaze to the camera, his expression a mixture of seriousness and indignation, exclaiming, such behavior, is that what we call honorable? I believe it is not only dishonorable, but also exceedingly despicable, an atrocious means of unfair competition. However, Didi Chuxing is not intimidated by such vile and despicable tactics. No matter what underhanded schemes our competitors devise, we will stand firm and respond accordingly. I hereby issue a warning to that company. Do not persist in your misguided ways. Acting despicably, if you have the guts, come at us with everything you've got. The video concluded. Li Yun then asked, General Manager Wang, should we have the Public Relations Department intervene to restrict the dissemination of this video and mount a counterattack? No need. Let it be. They can do as they please. We will focus on our own work. Wang Xu decisively declined, simultaneously expressing his stance. Just a mere clown causing a ruckus. Let him prance around for a few days. It will be far more satisfying to deal with the aftermath. Moreover, the public's perception is keenly discerning. They can see who is noble and who is base. Justice resides in the hearts of the people. Chapter 72, Annual Meeting? Let us invite celebrities to host a concert. Wang Xu's will is synonymous with that of Chuanxing Technology. Despite many employees in the Public Relations Department wishing to retaliate against Didi Chuxing, once the general manager has spoken, they must comply. In fact, when the Public Relations Director, Li Yi, reported this video through the President's Secretary, she had already anticipated the general manager's stance. After all, the general manager had previously indicated not to overstep boundaries in matters regarding the CEO of Xiaoqing Bicycle through gifts and memes. Therefore, under the permissive atmosphere of Chuanxing Technology's Public Relations Department, Cheng Wei's remarks quickly sparked a considerable degree of debate on the simplified Chinese internet. Is there anyone bold enough to explain which company Mr. Cheng is indirectly criticizing? Who else could it be? It's Xingtong Travel. Didi Chuxing's adversarial relationship had morphed into a tacit alliance against Xingtong Travel. The only company that could evoke such animosity from Mr. Cheng is Xingtong Travel. Xingtong Travel employing dubious tactics? Is this some newfangled joke of the century? Those in the upper floors must be joking. Xingtong Travel is a fantastic company. Their bicycles are the most comfortable shared bikes on the market, and their Blue Star Forest project is genuinely planting trees. There are people from their company actively involved in the Sambay project near my home, contributing both labor and funds. The remarks from those above are somewhat biased. I concede that Xingtong Travel excels in product iteration, writing experience, and public welfare projects, but that does not imply they would refrain from employing dubious means in commercial competition. Either clarify your statements or leave. I've seen enough of this. I simply wish to say those who understand will understand, and for those who do not, I want to elaborate. After all, it's sufficient for me to know. Savor it slowly. Please refrain from asking me what is going on. The stakes are simply too high. Speaking about it would be detrimental to both of us. Just pretend you're unaware. The waters are deep, entangled with many elements. Seeing all of you engaged in such fervent discussions, yet failing to grasp the crux of the matter truly evokes a sense of urgency within me. This situation is, in fact, rather uncomplicated. Starlink Mobility has launched the nation's, and indeed the world's, first electric shared bicycle, prompting them to deploy personnel to vigorously promote it in the vicinity of the headquarters of Shaoqing Bicycle and Cyber Bicycle. Those who enjoy surfing the internet have likely come across the infamous GIF today, depicting a cup being smashed in anger. The individual in the image, furiously shattering a mug, is none other than the founder and CEO of Shaoqing Bicycle, who happens to be the unfortunate fellow referred to by Cheng Dong as being caught in a predicament of romantic entanglement. It appears Starlink Mobility truly resorts to such unscrupulous tactics. In the realm of business competition, such honesty is refreshing. If they have not utterly decimated their competitor's fortune tree, one might consider that quite restrained. Even if Starlink Mobility did engage in such despicable acts, what concern is it of mine? As long as their shared bicycles are enjoyable to ride, and their ride-hailing services are both excellent and affordable, that is all that matters to me. Indeed. The rhythm of public opinion online shifted swiftly. One after another, netizens mocked Starlink Mobility for its playful yet underhanded tactics. Yet they found it difficult to harbor any genuine disdain. Instead, an attitude of admiration and affection began to surface. Conversely, an increasing number of users emerged to share their grievances regarding their experiences with the Didi ride-hailing app. While they might have saved money, their experiences were far from pleasant. Some found themselves in dilapidated vehicles. Others endured cars permeated with the stench of smoke and foot odor. Some encountered drivers deliberately taking longer routes. And some young women faced lecherous drivers who indiscreetly ogled them through the rearview mirror. A few even encountered truly distressing situations, such as being pulled over by traffic police shortly after entering a vehicle, leading to the driver's arrest and the car's impoundment, while they, as passengers, were subjected to inquiries and admonitions against using unlicensed taxis, which ultimately caused them to miss their flights. Cheng Wei had not anticipated that his intention to poke fun at Shaoqing Bicycle's CEO, Bao Lei, who was thrown off balance by Starlink Mobility's abhorrent tactics, would instead rebound upon Didi, swiftly plunging its online reputation into disarray. In the capital city, within Didi's CEO office, upon witnessing a flood of negative reviews directed at Didi across the internet, Cheng Wei erupted in a fit of rage, exclaiming, "Are these people deranged? They take advantage of my services for cheap rides, yet still have the audacity to insult me? How utterly outrageous." Outside, Wei Qing, who had matters to discuss with Cheng Wei, winced upon hearing his outburst. The CEO of Shaoqing Bicycle, Bao Lei, at least had the decency to be wronged by Starlink Mobility, yet here was Cheng Wei, inflicting harm upon himself. What is this? A self-inflicted wound? Shaking her head, Wei Qing abandoned her plan to approach Cheng Wei immediately, opting instead to postpone discussions regarding the promotion of Series D financing. Through her connections, and those of Jin Sha Jiang and the investment channels at Tencent, she learned that international investment firms Temasek and DST were optimistic about the prospects of the domestic ride-hailing market and were inclined to invest. It was well known in the venture capital circle that the parent company of Starlink Mobility, Chuanxing Technology, was not accepting financing. Thus, Temasek and DST had only two potential investment targets, Didi and Kuaidi Dash. With Kuaidi Dash already backed by the notoriously aggressive 40 Thieves Capital, it was clear that Temasek and DST would proceed with caution. This rendered Didi more prominent. Wei Qing was confident that, with the company's proper cooperation, she could secure this financing, estimated to exceed 500 million. However, if the CEO was causing his own setbacks, then all she could do was wait. Star City, Chuanxing Technology, President's Office. Ignoring the snide remarks made by competitors during interviews, Wang Xu had yet to find a moment's respite before being inundated with official duties once more. The president's assistant, Wu Xiyun, along with the human resources director, Mo Ting, and the financial director, He Xinyu, arrived in unison. Mo Ting began by reporting the outcomes of the final wave of recruitment efforts before the year-end, mentioning the unusual competition between Mei Zhiren and Qi Wangshan. He Xinyu followed suit with an update on the allocation of funds for year-end bonuses, Lunar New Year gifts, Lantern Festival presents, and post-holiday red envelopes, assuring that coordination with the bank had been established to ensure adequate cash flow. Building upon the previous reports, Wu Xiyun inquired President Wang, with the year-end approaching. Should we host a year-end party to foster camaraderie and enhance the company's cohesion? A year-end party? Wang Xu raised an eyebrow, suddenly recalling the year-end parties he had experienced in a previous life, and a film he had watched titled The Year-End Party Must Not Stop. To be frank, he had little enthusiasm for such gatherings, especially those requiring employees to perform. Employees neither found relaxation nor received any tangible benefits. It merely catered to the vanity of the management, resulting in a chaotic aftermath. Yet, this annual team-building event could not be overlooked, for otherwise, the company might appear to lack cohesion and resemble a makeshift troop. After some contemplation, Wang Xu devised a plan. The party could proceed, but employees would not perform. Instead, he would hire celebrities to hold a concert, allowing everyone who had toiled throughout the year to enjoy themselves thoroughly. Clapping his hands, he declared, "It's settled then. We shall promptly conduct a survey to let employees vote for 10 celebrities. Who would oversee the logistics, the finance department would handle funding, and the public relations department would be responsible for booking the artists and securing the venue. This concert would be organized by Chuanxing Technology, and of course, we must invite Phoenix Legend. I want to hear Oh Yeah live." Oh Yeah. Chapter 73. Armor Up. Insane armor stacking. Wu Xiyun exhibited exceptional execution skills. Less than half an hour after the president made his decision, she mobilized the resources of the presidential office and the logistics department to initiate a survey within Chuanxing Technology. The logistics department held a unique position within the company's hierarchy. Although it had its own directors and deputy directors, it fell directly under the jurisdiction of President's assistant Wu Xiyun. This arrangement rendered the logistics department director somewhat of a silent figure, unable to wield much influence. The reason for this lay at the feet of the company's president, Wang Xu, who had enlisted Wu Xiyun even before her official employment, to lease office space and procure office furniture during the company's inception. In matters of power, those who seize it first tend to hold it more firmly. For Wu Xiyun, whose mother's medical expenses were a constant drain, this job, offering good pay, minimal duties, and proximity to home, was essential. She needed to assert herself and consolidate her power to underscore her irreplaceability within the company. Thus, the logistics department director had to bear the brunt of any negative perceptions. However, Wu Xiyun enjoyed a stellar reputation within the company, with few harboring any grievances against her. Particularly with this survey regarding which stars to invite for the company's year-end concert, her standing soared to unparalleled heights. Naturally, the employees remained most grateful and loyal to the president. He truly was their benefactor. Moreover, he was an extraordinarily generous benefactor. How could they not feel gratitude and loyalty? Returning to the matter at hand, the internal voting campaign for Chuanxing Technology kicked off with great enthusiasm. Aside from the president's choice of Phoenix Legend, there were 9 additional slots to fill, and which stars would be invited depended on the votes cast. Jay Chou must be included. He is a true deity of the Chinese music scene. In the name of the Father. What about me, Jackie Chung? Do I not deserve a place? She came to listen to my concert evokes memories of my first love at 17, on our first date. Without Su Wei, I would not be satisfied. I once dreamed of wielding a sword and traversing the world, witnessing its splendor, dee-dee-dee-dee-dee-dee-da. I strongly recommend the treasure singer Li Jian. Just because I glanced at you in the crowd, I have never been able to forget your countenance. To be honest, I have a fondness for Gong Lina. The moon rises, casting a luminous glow, and I am reminded of my brother deep in the mountains. Are there any enthusiasts among you who appreciate the art of Peking opera? Wang Peiyu's rendition of the empty city stratagem plays in my mind as I gaze upon the mountain scenery from the city tower, while the sounds of chaos drift in from outside the city walls. If that's the case, allow me to recommend the storytelling from Shanbei, which boasts an extraordinary rhythm. Akin to Chinese rap, one cannot help but be captivated. On the internet, serious discussions are a rarity, while tangents are the norm. A survey regarding which celebrities to invite to a corporate annual meeting has unexpectedly veered into a debate over whose regional arts are superior. The listeners of Kunku and Peking opera have engaged in a heated exchange. Arguments have erupted over whether Xinyianyu or Shanbei storytelling better represents Shanxi province. And the traditional versus innovative discourse surrounding Suzhou and Shanghai storytelling is fervently contested. The intensity of these debates resembles a fierce internal strife within a tech conglomerate. As the president of the company, Wang Xu was promptly informed of these developments. His stance was one of allowing debate, yet discouraging quarrels, to maintain harmony. Complying with this directive, Wu Xiyun swiftly took action to quell the sudden discord. With appropriate guidance, the employees soon refocused their discussions on the matter of which celebrities to invite. Meanwhile, Wang Xu found inspiration from this incident and realized how to allocate his fortune of 10 billion wisely. In the president's office, Wang Xu stood before the floor-to-ceiling windows, gazing out at the statue of the instructors on Orange Isle, his heart swelling with excitement. At last, he had discovered his ambition and unearthed the secret to transcending base pleasures. Who says that affluent men must become debauched, indulging in nightly revelries and carnal pursuits? Such notions are dreadfully mundane. Instead, we must seek pursuits of elegance, indeed, pursuits of great elegance. With his thoughts thoroughly considered, Wang Xu picked up his phone and dialed the Human Resources Director, Mo Ting. Mr. Wang, how may I assist you? Mo Ting inquired directly as the call connected. The recruitment efforts for the Spark Research Institute were currently in their concluding stages before the new year, and the Human Resources Department was exceedingly busy, leaving no room for pleasantries. Wang Xu, too, got straight to the point. I intend to establish a fund to support and promote traditional Chinese cultural arts using my personal funds. Do you have any recommendations for someone to manage the daily operations of this fund? Mo Ting promptly replied, Mr. Wang, I believe you may be mistaken. You should direct this inquiry to Mr. Hu. His lovely wife is involved in traditional Chinese painting, which is indeed a part of our cultural arts. This was a valid point. Thank you for your insight, Mo. Please continue with your work. I will reach out to Mr. Hu. Wang Xu agreed with her assessment, ending the call to contact Hu Baiyan. At that moment, Hu Baiyan was leading a team at Klide, providing guidance on its strategic and business restructuring. Upon receiving the president's call, he promptly set aside his current tasks and answered. After some conversation, Hu Baiyan found himself somewhat speechless. Mr. Wang's call was not regarding the progress of Klide's restructuring, but rather probing whether his wife had any thoughts of changing jobs. A fund to support and promote traditional Chinese cultural arts? After hanging up, Hu Baiyan murmured to himself, that sounds intriguing. If it comes to fruition, the benefits could be substantial for Mr. Wang, the company, and the fund's director. After much contemplation, Hu Baiyan ultimately resolved. If his wife was willing, that would be splendid. If not, he could enlist his mother-in-law to discuss the matter with her. In any case, it was paramount that his wife engage with this initiative, whether she desired to or not. With unwavering determination, Hu Baiyan dialed his wife's number, resembling a stern homeroom teacher preparing to counsel an unruly student. Soon, the call was connected. A charming smile broke across Hu Baiyan's face. Darling, are you busy? Are you tired? Have you eaten well today? Have you missed me? I have missed you so much. I wish I could fly back right now and hold you tight. An elite from the Strategic Investment and Mergers Department, who had stepped out to check on their boss's prolonged absence from the meeting room, nearly retched upon hearing this exchange. How nauseating. Who would have thought that such a serious leader could be so playful in private? The elite was at a loss for words. Hu Baiyan shot a glare at his subordinate, gesturing for him to leave, while maintaining a charming demeanor as he continued his conversation with his wife. Once their affectionate banter concluded, Hu Baiyan shifted to the matter at hand, discussing the fund for traditional Chinese cultural arts and Mr. Wang's invitation. This is an excellent opportunity. I must agree. His wife readily accepted without needing any persuasion. She then posed an essential question. How much is your boss planning to allocate for this fund? I must state in advance that if the amount is insufficient, this initiative cannot proceed. China's cultural heritage is vast and ancient, with countless traditional arts in need of support and promotion. Hu Baiyan replied thoughtfully, our boss is quite affluent and possesses a genuine heart. He plans to start with 500 million to test the waters, with the option to increase if necessary. Upon hearing such a substantial initial investment, his wife burst with excitement. I'm definitely taking on this role, and I will ensure its success. Reviving the glory of traditional culture is our duty. In Chapter 74, this project was officially backed by Chuanxing Technology. It is settled then, Hu Baiyan hurriedly confirmed, fearing that his wife might have a fleeting interest. He quickly reminded her. Remember to report to Mr. Wang tomorrow at 2:10 p.m. Why tomorrow afternoon? Can it be in the morning? His wife asked, puzzled. Hu Baiyan chuckled softly, explaining, Mr. Wang has a 200 million investment fund aimed at students from Xiong University. Tomorrow morning, there will be a specialized project roadshow for Xiong University students to present their projects. All right, it's settled then. This rationale was quite compelling, leaving his wife with no grounds to argue. After chatting a bit longer, Hu Baiyan ended the call and returned to the meeting room. The atmosphere in the meeting room remained unchanged from when he had left. The elite who had witnessed Hu Baiyan's awkward moment refrained from spreading the gossip. Such is the art of social finesse. Hu Baiyan glanced at his seemingly unfazed subordinate and cleared his throat. Let us continue. With that command, discussions regarding Klide's strategic and business restructuring resumed, and time passed swiftly as they remained focused. The following day, at 9:10 a.m., the special project roadshow for Xiong University students commenced in Conference Room No. 1 of Chuanxing Technology. President Wang Xu, Assistant Wu Xiyun, and Director of Government Relations Xia Wenfeng served as judges, or rather, as mock investors. Listening to the presentations of Xi'an University students. Please maintain order in the venue and enter the conference room in sequence to present your projects. Now, please welcome student Ding Yi, number 001, to the stage, while number 002, Zhang Tianhe, prepares. Secretary Li Yun, along with several colleagues from the President's Office and Logistics Department, ensured the orderly conduct of the event. As the announcement concluded, a male student with a neatly combed hairstyle abruptly stood up. He removed his down jacket and confidently strode into the conference room, dressed in a suit. Good morning, esteemed investors. I am Ding Yi, a student from Xi'an University. Class of 2010, majoring in computer science and technology. The entrepreneurial project I am presenting is a shared umbrella service. The inspiration for my project stems from a common experience. When one steps out, all is well, only to be caught in a sudden downpour without an umbrella and unable to return home. It is widely acknowledged that our nation boasts vast expanses, with each province exhibiting distinct geographical and climatic characteristics. However, there are indeed numerous provinces, like Hunan, where rainfall graces the land for as many as 4,070 days within a year. In fact, several regions experience an even greater frequency of rainy days annually. This phenomenon has paved the way for my entrepreneurial initiative involving shared umbrellas. We can establish umbrella racks in public venues, such as the lobbies of office buildings, hospitals, and train stations. Users can simply scan a QR code to complete the rental process and borrow an umbrella. Upon finishing their use, they can return the umbrella, thereby completing the shared experience. Despite being somewhat inexperienced, Ding Yi, a student from Hunan University, presented the project with somewhat convoluted phrasing and a lack of focus on key points. Nonetheless, the project possesses the potential for successful implementation. However, investment is not solely directed towards the project itself. It is equally an investment in the individuals and the team. A commendable project in the hands of a less competent team may falter. After patiently listening to Ding Yi's explanation, Wang Xu was the first to inquire. Ding Yi, how much funding do you anticipate needing for this project? Have you contemplated strategies for promotion and user acquisition? Furthermore, how do you plan to maintain the scattered umbrella racks and umbrellas across the city once promotion is underway? These questions, both practical and abstract, were not overly challenging. If one cannot respond to these queries, it can only be said that they are overly ambitious and require further experience. Fortunately, after a brief moment of contemplation, Ding Yi provided satisfactory responses, demonstrating substance in his answers. Overall, his performance was commendable. Consequently, Wang Xu discreetly sought the opinions of the assistant to the president, Wu Xiun, and the director of government relations, Xia Wenfeng, before addressing Ding Yi. This project has garnered investment from Xinghan Capital. Ding Yi, please refine your project proposal when you return and assemble your team. Thank you, President Wang, Vice President Wu, and Director Xia, Ding Yi replied, feeling a tinge of disappointment, yet maintaining a facade of composure. During a previous entrepreneurial experience sharing seminar at Hunan University, Wang Xu had mentioned that this 200 million yuan venture capital fund consists of two participating entities, the Strategic Investment and Mergers Department of Chuanxing Technology and Xinghan Capital. The former invests in projects that complement Chuanxing Technology's commercial landscape, while the latter focuses on projects with commercial value that do not align with Chuanxing's business scope. Although the project received recognition and investment is undoubtedly a positive outcome, being excluded from Chuanxing Technology's commercial framework left Ding Yi feeling disheartened. Candidate 001, Ding Yi, please exit. Candidate 002, Zhang Tianhe, please enter the venue. Candidate 003, Jiang Yunyun, please prepare. The president's secretary, Li Yun, promptly managed the proceedings. Ding Yi exited conference room 1 with a swirl of complex emotions, brushing past Zhang Tianhe. Noticing Ding Yi's heavy expression, Zhang Tianhe mistakenly assumed the judges had been overly harsh, not only rejecting Ding Yi's project, but also delivering a scathing critique. Anxiety gripped him, causing his nerves to fray. His tension ultimately led to a disastrous presentation, marked by stammering and a lack of coherence. Wang Xu subtly suggested that Zhang Tianhe should enhance his psychological resilience, leading to the project's dismissal. Candidate 002, Zhang Tianhe, please exit. Candidate 003, Jiang Yunyun, please enter the venue. Candidate 004, Liu Yang, prepare. Li Yun once again took control of the situation. Zhang Tianhe, disheartened by the rejection, left the room in a daze. In contrast, Jiang Yunyun, who had previously impressed Wang Xu at the seminar with her succinct remarks that led to a 200 million yuan investment, entered the conference room with a confident stride. Her 7 centimeters heels clicking purposefully on the floor. Unperturbed by Zhang Tianhe's earlier performance, She scanned the room and deftly inserted her USB drive into the laptop on the conference table, projecting her meticulously prepared project proposal PPT onto the screen. She then spoke with poise. Good morning, esteemed investors. I am Jiang Yunyun, a student from the class of 2009 in the Electrical and Information Engineering Department at Hunan University, specializing in automation. Today, I present an intelligent solution to assist the visually impaired in navigation. This solution encompasses three primary products: smart guiding glasses, a smart guiding cane, and a smart guiding robotic dog. The core function of the smart guiding glasses is environmental perception, which comprises four modules: real-time road scanning, dynamic object tracking, voice interaction, and emergency alerts. Utilizing a wide-angle camera and OrCam's image recognition algorithm, we achieve real-time scanning of the environment. Motion detection through optical flow methods and ultrasonic distance measurement facilitates dynamic object tracking. Offline TDS engines enable simple NLU command recognition for voice interaction, and a gyroscope detects falls, triggering emergency alerts. The Smart Guiding Cane's core function revolves around navigation and obstacle avoidance, facilitated by three-dimensional obstacle detection, RFID navigation, remote monitoring, and emotional assessment. Three-way ultrasonic radar technology enables three-dimensional obstacle detection. A low-frequency RFID reader facilitates navigation through blind path tag recognition. GSM modules provide GPS Beidou positioning for remote monitoring. And a grip pressure sensor detects abnormal grip strength, allowing for emotional monitoring. The Smart Guiding Robotic Dog's core function is a versatile mobility platform, comprising four modules: quadruped movement control, intelligent navigation, human-machine collaboration, and emergency guidance. Leveraging Boston Dynamics gait algorithms, or our self-developed adaptive quadruped gait control algorithms, allows for effective quadruped movement. Laser radar and visual SLAM enable intelligent navigation. Bluetooth connectivity facilitates collaboration between the glasses and cane, and high-brightness LED strips with buzzers assist in emergency guidance. Together, these three components form a comprehensive intelligent solution to the challenges faced by visually impaired individuals in their mobility, addressing their difficulties and safety concerns. Moreover, I must emphasize that the research and development costs for this entrepreneurial project will be substantial, while the anticipated profit margins are minimal. Given the current GDP per capita levels in our country, the likelihood of incurring losses is considerable, making this project less than lucrative. If we truly wish to implement it, we must adopt a nearly philanthropic approach, promoting it at cost or even significantly below cost. Otherwise, visually impaired individuals who possess limited earning capabilities will struggle to afford the expensive equipment. That concludes my presentation today. Thank you. I must say, Jiang Yunyun's project presentation was truly distinctive. Although her PPT included sections such as pain points and opportunities, financial planning and funding requirements, and future profit potential and profitability discussions, she chose not to address them at all. Instead, she focused solely on the technical aspects, candidly stating that the prospects for profitability were virtually negligible. Had ordinary investors been present, Jiang Yunyun would likely have been dismissed. However, seated before her were the affluent representatives of Chuanxing Technology, including Wang Xu, who had already achieved financial freedom with a substantial 10 billion yuan at hand, rendering the company's profitability inconsequential. High investment with minimal returns, akin to charitable endeavors? These were not impediments. Wang Xu symbolically consulted with Vice President Wu and Director Xie before decisively proclaiming, "This project will receive investment from Chuanxing Technology." Chapter 75, Making Money? I have no interest in wealth. Jiang Yunyun, positioned to the side of the screen, emitted a startled exclamation. Clearly, she had not harbored high hopes for securing investment in her project. Consequently, Wang Xu's decision took her by surprise. May I inquire why? Jiang Yunyun quickly regained her composure, masking her astonishment, and asked earnestly. Before her arrival, she had actually accumulated two entrepreneurial projects. One was an intelligent solution for guiding visually impaired individuals, and the other was a smart robot. Considering the global state of research on intelligent robotics, which remained in its nascent stages, and her own technical expertise being insufficient to shoulder such a substantial investment, Jiang Yunyun involuntarily abandoned the latter. She chose instead to present the guiding solution, which had a near-zero probability of profitability and investment success. To her astonishment, what began as a 0 transformed into 100. In response to Jiang Yunyun's bewilderment, Wang Xu merely smiled, offering no explanation. The president's secretary, Li Yun, promptly intervened to manage the proceedings. Please have contestant 003, Jiang Yunyun, exit the stage, and contestant 004, Lu Yang, enter. Left with a heart full of questions, Jiang Yunyun exited the conference room. In the corridor, her roommate, core team member of the entrepreneurial project, and dear friend, Yu Mingwei, noticed Jiang Yunxuan's distressed expression and immediately inquired with concern. What's wrong, Yunxuan? Why do you look so pale? Did the project not pass? It's no big deal. We can always return next year and try again with the smart robot project. Upon hearing her friend's concern, Jiang Yunxuan shook her head and replied, the project passed. I am merely pondering a question. It passed? Yu Mingyue exclaimed in surprise, her face lighting up with joy. So, Yunxuan, what are you thinking about? Share it with me. Let's think it through together. 3 zhuge can match a single foolish general, haha. Amused by her friend's playful banter, Jiang Yunxuan chuckled, her laughter bright and enchanting, leaving several waiting young men in the corridor utterly captivated. Yu Mingyue shot a disapproving glare at the boys who were ogling, took Jiang Yunxuan's hand, and led her away from their fervent gazes. Once they were out of sight, Yu Mingyue shook Jiang Yunxuan's hand and urged, Yunxuan, please tell me what you're contemplating. Yu Mingyue, hailing from Zhejiang in Jiangxi province, was petite and youthful in appearance. Her playful demeanor made her seem all the more endearing, transforming the conversation into a plea for Jiang Yunxuan to share her thoughts rather than merely a means to relieve her worries. Jiang Yunxuan playfully pinched Yu Mingyue's chubby cheek, affectionately chiding, you are truly incorrigible. She then added in earnest, I am pondering what kind of company Tsuxing Technology is and what sort of president Wang is. Why did he decide to invest in the Guiding Solution project after I briefly outlined the technology path and stated that the profitability was nearly non-existent? After listening to her friend's musings, Yu Mingyue chuckled, Yunxuan, I think you're overthinking it again. How so? Jiang Yunxuan pulled her sweet friend into an embrace, resting her head on Yu Mingyue's shoulder and softly inquiring in her ear. The gentle breath sent a ticklish sensation through Yu Mingyue, who shifted slightly to alleviate the pleasant tingling before responding. Haven't we already passed the project? There will be plenty of time to understand what kind of company Tsuxing Technology is and what kind of president Wang is. There's no need to dwell on it now. You're absolutely right. Yeah, Jiang Yunxuan agreed, letting out a sigh. What would I do without you? Meanwhile, in conference room number 1, Wang Xu spent the better part of the morning reviewing the entrepreneurial project presentations that had been initially filtered by the Strategic Investment and Acquisition Department. His mood was neither particularly elated nor disappointed. Of the 20 projects, 6 were deemed worthy of investment by Xinghan Capital, while only 3 garnered investments from Tsuxing Technology. The 6 unrelated projects can be set aside for now. The 3 projects that received funding from Tsuxing Technology were the Intelligent Guiding Solution, AR Sign Language Translation Glasses for the Deaf, and Neurosensory Intelligent Prosthetics. These 3 projects shared several commonalities. They aimed to assist marginalized groups. Their public welfare aspect outweighed their profitability. They exhibited a high degree of humanitarian concern, and they required considerable investment with minimal returns. President Wang, may I inquire about the reasons behind your decision to invest in these 3 projects? Asked Xia Wenfeng, the director of government relations, as he organized materials. Seemingly in a casual tone, Wang Xu's assistant, Wu Xiyuan, perked up, eager to hear Wang's response. Wang Xu could easily deflect Xia's question with the company's financial stability, but doing so would be disrespectful to both Xia and to the genuine intent behind his recent establishment of the Traditional Chinese Culture Support and Promotion Fund. Therefore, Wang Xu replied candidly, I believe technology should not solely serve the affluent 10%, but should also address the needs of the 90% at the grassroots level. Since Tsuxing Technology possesses both the means and the intention to cultivate a culture of technological innovation and revolution, why not start with these 3 projects? Xia Wenfeng pondered for a moment before asking again. The government has several support policies for disabled individuals, and these 3 projects meet the criteria for certain technological subsidy applications. Should the company consider applying? Suddenly recalling his past experiences negotiating with the management committee of the Daxahai pilot zone regarding the Tsuxing Technology Park's initial phase, he emphasized, President Wang, I believe it is essential to apply. You may not wish to take advantage of the state and the people, but the government also needs to set an example, encouraging more companies to invest in public welfare projects to enhance the domestic quality of life. Surely, you do not wish to burden the state and its citizens? What a bold move, using Wang Xu's own words against him. Wu Xiyuan raised an eyebrow, silently applauding Xia's audacity. Wang Xu rubbed the back of his head, feeling a pang of frustration as if struck by a boomerang. Observing others face the consequences was amusing. Experiencing it himself was quite another matter. Moments later, left without a rebuttal, Wang Xu begrudgingly nodded. Let us proceed according to government regulations and apply for all that is necessary. With that, he was the first to rise and leave. However, as soon as he stepped out of the conference room, he was met by Jiang Yunxuan, who had been waiting after having sent Yu Mingyue away for a moment. With her tenacious nature, Jiang Yunxuan strode up to Wang Xu and asked earnestly, President Wang, I still wish to know why you chose to invest in my project. Such a project is difficult to monetize. Don't you want to make money with your company? Wang Xu was struck by this inquisitive young woman who seemed determined to get to the heart of the matter. After all, she had managed to extract 200 million from his pocket in just a few exchanges. How could he not be impressed? This time, Wang Xu did not evade her question. With a slight smirk, he replied nonchalantly, money? I have no interest in it. Chapter 76. The fisherman never goes home empty-handed. No interest in money? Jiang Yunxuan felt taken aback. Her face twitched slightly as she swallowed the nearly blurted really, and quickly corrected herself. I apologize, President Wang. I may have spoken too bluntly and perhaps offended you. Well, after a moment of hesitation, Jiang Yunxuan gritted her teeth and said, President Wang, allow me to explain. The reason I have persistently questioned you about why you are willing to invest in the intelligent guiding solution is that I have been rejected by several investors and investment firms. They all claimed my project was impractical. Even if the technology could realize my vision, the commercial viability of this plan is virtually non-existent. Given the current conditions, the cost for the complete set of guiding glasses, canes, and robotic dogs exceeds 25,000 yuan. To achieve profitability, the market retail price must be approximately 75,000 yuan. How many blind individuals in the country can afford such an expenditure? Even disregarding the most expensive guide dog, the retail price of a pair of guide glasses exceeds 6,000 yuan, while a guide cane costs over 1,300 yuan, prices that are simply unaffordable for the vast majority of blind people. Although the government has some policies and funding to subsidize individuals with disabilities, these measures are but a drop in the bucket. They unanimously conclude that this is a project with nearly impossible prospects for profit. Only a fool with ample funds or someone with ulterior motives would invest in such an endeavor. Upon hearing this, Wang Xu pursed his lips, feeling somewhat displeased. So, your reckless behavior today stems from the judgment of certain investors who have condemned this project to near execution, claiming that no rational person would invest? If you have subtly placed your faith in their assessments and prophecies, why still entrust this project to Qixing Technology? Jiang Yunxuan, discerning the confusion from Wang Xu's expression, proactively explained, Mr. Wang, my initial intention was to invest in intelligent robotics. However, my mentor advised me against aiming too high too soon, suggesting that I first accumulate knowledge and skills before advancing the intelligent robotics project. He recommended that I initially test the waters with a smart solution for the guiding issue. Should Qixing Technology invest, it would also allow for the experimentation of some technological concepts related to intelligent robotics. Your mentor? Have you secured a recommendation for graduate school? Wang Xu keenly seized upon the crux of the matter. If memory serves, this reckless girl before him is, like himself, a senior from the class of 2009. It is well known that undergraduates do not have mentors. Yes, Jiang Yunxuan nodded. I secured my place at the University of Science and Technology of China through a recommendation, pursuing a combined master's and doctoral program, with Professor Kang Yu as my mentor. Professor Kang Yu? Wang Xu's eyes brightened. In his previous life, during his time at the Bear Paw factory, he had briefly been involved in a project called Slow Down, Radish. During that period, he had interacted with companies like Keyworth and USDC Xuanfei, inadvertently gleaning some information. He recalled that Professor Kang Yu's team had made significant contributions to the mass production of civil guidance robots. He vaguely remembered that the core research focus of Professor Kang's team in 2013 revolved around robotic environmental perception, SLAM, and low-power embedded systems. Realizing this, he immediately understood why Professor Kang would suggest that Jiang Yunxuan first tackle the smart solution for the guiding issue, because it is directly aligned with her field of expertise. With the theoretical research and technological reserves of the USDC's Intelligent Perception and Embedded Computing Laboratory as a foundation, the likelihood of Jiang Yunxuan's guiding smart solution being realized is exceedingly high. Moreover, once the product reaches fruition, production costs could be minimized through scaling, technological upgrades, component iterations, and material substitutions. In other words, the potential for profitability in the guiding smart solution project is not akin to zero. Rather, it possesses a certain likelihood of achieving profitability. However, this necessitates a commitment to a long-term investment philosophy and a readiness for a period of 5 to 8 years without profit, or even substantial losses. For the majority of investors and investment institutions accustomed to quick returns, short cycles, and high profits, high return rates, Jiang Yunxuan's guiding smart solution may appear to be of little value. No, it should be said that it is less than that, tasteless, yet not regrettable to discard. However, for Wang Xu, none of these shortcomings are detrimental. The sole issue lies in Jiang Yunxuan's allocation of time and energy. Thus, Wang Xu inquired, you will be heading to Luzhou for graduate studies in a few months, and the academic pressure will undoubtedly be immense. Once the project is officially initiated here, the workload will certainly intensify. Will you be able to manage both? This question is crucial and rather unsolvable. After all, Jiang Yunyun is a newcomer to research. Unlike many seasoned professors who possess exceptional time management skills and the ability to allocate their research energy effectively, it is entirely foreseeable that in a few months, the Guiding Smart Solution project, which may have just begun to find its footing, will have to face the awkward situation of its core member being offline for an extended period. Jiang Yunyun wished to confidently assure Mr. Wang that she could manage both responsibilities. However, her rigorous academic integrity and honesty prevented her from making such a statement without substantial confidence. Thus, she could only remain silent for a moment, shaking her head in disappointment. Wang Xu, having anticipated this, felt no disappointment. Rather, he conceived a clever idea. He smiled and said, "How about this? We initiate the project and start preparing everything. We need to identify which patents to acquire, what equipment to purchase, which talents to recruit, and what research and experiments to conduct. All should be prepared in advance. A few months later, when you begin your studies in Luzhou, if you find it challenging to balance your time and energy, we can relocate the entire project team to Luzhou. Worst case, the company can establish a research base there. Problems that can be solved with money are not real problems. By then, if you still find it overwhelming, we can reach out to others, your senior colleagues, your mentor, any other professors and teachers you know at USDC. Anyone who can contribute to the project's realization is welcome to be involved. The company will provide funds, manpower, and connections to facilitate this." As Jiang Yunyun listened, she felt something was amiss. Why did it seem as though Mr. Wang was using her as bait to attract attention to USDC? With this suspicion in mind, Jiang Yunyun cautiously asked, "Mr. Wang, do you enjoy fishing?" Upon hearing this, Wang Xu's expression subtly shifted. He did not possess many hobbies, but he had a fondness for fishing. The experience of holding a fishing rod, sitting by the riverbank, and enjoying the tranquility of nature was a true escape from the hustle and bustle of life. If he could return home with a catch, it would be even more delightful. Alas, some things cannot be forced. With this thought, Wang Xu couldn't help but let out a quiet sigh. Then, regaining his composure, he confidently believed that this spontaneous idea of attracting attention would undoubtedly yield ample rewards. After all, our motto is, never come back empty-handed. Chapter 77. Mr. Wang, I may be clumsy with words, but I must take action. The CEO values his reputation. Wang Xu would certainly not shout slogans about fishing within the company. That would be too embarrassing. Similarly, it would not be appropriate to answer Jiang Yunyun's question truthfully. Thus, he awkwardly shifted the topic and asked, "Are you aware of the difference between investments from Xinghan Capital and those from Qixing Technology?" "I am," Jiang Yunyun replied, having learned to be more prudent this time. She nodded obediently, refraining from probing further into Wang Xu's reluctance to answer certain questions. Xinghan Capital's investments are venture capital. They focus on a particular project, invest a sum of money, acquire a small share, and then assist the founding team in realizing the project. The goal of this investment model is to incubate an industry unicorn or a publicly listed company with market potential. In contrast, Qixing Technology's investment entails the company taking ownership of the project's output and patent rights, while the project team retains only the right to be acknowledged as inventors and receive related rewards. The objective of this investment model is to cultivate technologies, products, and services that can complement and expand the company's commercial landscape. Investment and receiving investment is a reciprocal selection process. Qixing Technology emphasizes the distinction between the two models when sending out invitations for roadshows to startup teams that have passed initial screening through its strategic investment and mergers acquisitions department. In theory, for project initiators and team members, accepting investment from Xinghan Capital offers greater imaginative potential for future development. Accepting investment from Qixing Technology, on the other hand, provides a safety net for the lower limits of future development, while also offering a respectable upper limit. Therefore, the vast majority of students from Xianya University are more inclined to seek investment from Qixing Technology. For instance, Ding Yi, who proposed the shared umbrella project. For instance, there is Jiang Yunyun, who has faced rejection from multiple investment institutions. It suffices to know this. Wang Xu raised his left hand to glance at the Tourbillon series seagull watch adorning his wrist, then remarked, "It's about time. Prepare yourself for a second discussion with the people from the president's office to clarify the investment details." "Understood, President Wang." "I apologize for the interruption," Jiang Yunyun responded obediently, deciding to exit gracefully. However, just as she was about to turn away, Wang Xu suddenly inquired, "When does school break for winter vacation?" Upon hearing this, Jiang Yunyun promptly replied, "Tomorrow." "Tomorrow?" Wang Xu echoed. Since the establishment of Qixing Technology, his life had become completely disconnected from academia, to the point where he was unaware of when the winter holidays began. Now, having received this precise information, he felt a sense of ennui. The academic calendar held no significance for him anymore. Wang Xu couldn't help but feel somewhat disheartened and waved his hand dismissively. I was merely asking casually. You may attend to your matters. Farewell. Goodbye, President Wang. Jiang Yunyun waved back and turned towards her close friend Yu Mingyue, who was peeking from a short distance away. The two fragrant, soft young women embraced and chattered for a while before entering conference room number 1. The second discussion regarding the investment project, undertaken by the President's Office of Chuanxing Technology, was about to commence. They had no intention of being late. Wang Xu had always been generous in delegating authority for such transactional work. Whether it was the 6 projects funded by Xinghan Capital or the 3 projects invested in by Chuanxing Technology, he chose not to concern himself with them. He would only inquire after the preparatory phase had concluded and the projects had made substantial progress. As for the Xiangda Faculty Entrepreneurial Fund, the projects concerning the faculty members of Xi'an University required his full attention. However, this aspect of work was scheduled for after the new year. After all, the faculty members of a double first-class university typically possessed genuine expertise. The projects they proposed warranted significant deliberation and necessitated ample time and a higher level of engagement. Consequently, Wang Xu's tasks before the new year were limited to finalizing the leadership of the traditional Chinese Culture and Arts Support and Promotion Fund, as well as organizing the company's annual meeting. Accompanied by the president's secretary, Li Yun, Wang Xu met with Yang Yuning, the charming wife of General Hu Baiyan, and briefly exchanged ideas about the traditional culture and arts fund. Yang Yuning expressed her eagerness to assume the role of the fund's leader. However, she admitted to lacking in-depth contemplation and comprehensive research regarding the fund's operations. Therefore, she required some time and financial resources to assemble a team to investigate the development of traditional culture and arts across the nation and to propose feasible support and promotion plans. Wang Xu readily agreed to this reasonable request, generously allocating 1 million for preliminary research. Subsequently, he shifted his focus to the annual meeting. After 2 days of surveys, the employees of Chuanxing Technology voted to select 9 singers or groups. President's assistant Wu Xiyun took the lead, integrating the efforts of the President's Office, Logistics Department, Government Relations Department, and Public Relations Department with remarkable efficiency to complete the preparations for the annual meeting. This included, but was not limited to, reporting to the municipal and district governments, renting the Helong Sports Center for the concert, inviting 10 singers or groups, including Phoenix Legend, procuring prizes, and arranging transportation for employees' entry and exit. Wu Xiyun handled these intricate yet critical tasks with exceptional competence. As the time approached February 5, 2013, the 25th day of the 12th lunar month, the annual meeting and the inaugural Shining Stars concert of Chuanxing Technology Company Limited commenced punctually at 7 p.m. The host, Zhao Jiao, who was hired at great expense from Mango TV, took the stage to warm up the audience. After a customary opening speech, Zhao Jiao exclaimed, "Now, let us welcome President Wang Xu to the stage to share his New Year greetings." A thunderous applause resonated throughout the sports arena, as nearly 10,000 employees of Chuanxing Technology clapped vigorously, their eager eyes fixed on the stage, anticipating President Wang's appearance. Zhao Jiao, with extensive hosting experience, had previously witnessed the fervor of the Supergirl phenomenon. Ordinarily, no display of exuberance from the audience could rattle him. Yet this time, he found himself momentarily stunned. He had hosted annual meetings for other companies before, but he had never encountered such heartfelt respect and support from employees for their boss. Curiosity sparked within him regarding the character of Chuanxing Technology's leader, who commanded such loyalty. Just as Zhao Jiao was taken aback and intrigued, Wang Xu, clad in a long, vibrant red-down jacket and holding a microphone, confidently ascended the stage. "Dear brothers and sisters of Chuanxing Technology, I am Wang Xu. Here, I extend my early New Year wishes to everyone. Happy New Year." A wave of even louder and more fervent applause erupted in the arena at the conclusion of his unremarkable opening remarks. "President Wang, I love you. President Wang, you are the most handsome in the world. President Wang, Happy New Year." Various calls rang out alongside the applause. There were brave declarations of love, sincere compliments, and heartfelt wishes. Though the content varied, the sentiment was unanimous, showcasing the employees' affection and respect for their president. Wang Xu patiently awaited the applause and cheers to subside before seizing the opportunity to continue. "Today, I had intended to invite all the brothers and sisters who have been working hard for the company to gather together and celebrate the new year. However, some positions simply cannot be left unattended, so I must express my apologies and gratitude to those brothers and sisters who volunteered to be on duty." He paused. "I am not eloquent with words, so I shall take action. To show my appreciation for those who voluntarily took on duty, I have decided to distribute a small red envelope to them. It's not a large sum, just 5,000,5,000 each." Zhao Jiao quipped. "So when you said take action, you meant to distribute money?" A resounding applause, akin to a thunderclap, erupted once more, nearly toppling the makeshift stage. President Wang is so handsome. He truly gives generously. The sentiment of the audience could hardly be encapsulated by mere phrases. They were ready to go to great lengths for him. Chapter 78. Until next year, at the pinnacle, the internet was abuzz. Even before the internal survey at Trillion Technology regarding which stars to invite for the concert, whispers of the news had already circulated. From the announcement of the world's first dockless bike-sharing initiative to the present slogan, "Have you planted a tree today?" for the Blue Star Forest, to the online vegetable cultivation project that allows for offline harvesting at the Xinyu farm, and to the bold challenges posed to Didi by the Yubu Command Center, along with the enticing offers from Xinjiang Travel, the discussions surrounding Trillion Technology had not ceased online. The company's decision to transform its annual meeting into a star-studded concert quickly captivated a multitude of online observers. Curious internet users were eager to discover if Trillion Technology truly intended to invite celebrities for the employees' concert, and whether they could genuinely secure such high-profile stars. Interest from netizens was swiftly captured by the Public Relations Department. After Wu Xiyun, the actual head of the annual meeting preparations, received a briefing from the Public Relations Department. She decided to make the concert information public. This move aimed to bolster the company's image. Thus, with ample resources, skilled programmers, and a wealth of means, Trillion Technology swiftly added a video module to the company's official website. In ordinary circumstances, the video module could disseminate content such as tree planting and sand control videos from the Blue Star Forest project, as well as vegetable planting and harvesting videos from the Star Language Farm. However, this time, the video module was employed to actively engage with brothers and sisters nationwide who volunteered for duty, broadcasting and recording the annual meeting and the Shining Stars concert of the company. To facilitate this, Wu Xiyun requested an additional budget of $5 million, hiring a professional concert filming team and securing sufficient bandwidth and servers for the live and recorded broadcasts of the concert. Wang Xu possesses an uncommon generosity and open-mindedness when it comes to spending money, particularly when it concerns the company's finances. A mere inquiry of "Is $5 million enough?" was met with the assurance that if it were insufficient, another $5 million could be added, thereby reinvigorating Wu Xiyun's already exceptional enthusiasm for work, which had reached an astonishing level of 200. It was precisely due to Wu Xiyun's remarkable motivation that the eager netizens, upon learning about the live broadcast, flocked to the official website of Star Technology. The concert filming team, hired at great expense, indeed proved to be highly professional. The opening scene featured an aerial shot of the Helong Sports Center, swiftly descending to capture the nearly 10,000 employees, all clad in striking red long-down jackets, before focusing on the host, Zhao Zhao, on stage. At this moment, some netizens began expressing their astonishment, commenting, "Wow, Zhao Zhao. Star Technology is quite impressive to have invited Zhao Zhao as the host for the annual meeting." As the employees applauded fervently, eagerly anticipating the president's entrance, the online discourse erupted. "Is this real? Why are workers so fond of capitalists? One person may be insincere, but nearly 10,000? Can that still be fake? This isn't even as terrifying as a pyramid scheme. Government, investigate. This company must have issues. A thorough inquiry will surely reveal the truth." Stop barking without understanding the situation. If I were an employee of Star Technology, I would behave the same. "Hey, can you elaborate?" "There's nothing much to say. I work in operations for Little Orange Bike." About a month and a half ago, Star Technology launched a recruitment campaign targeting Little Orange Bike and Cyberbike, specifically poaching our ground staff while disregarding us in operations. However, the ground staff from Star Technology were quite ruthless, directly showing our staff their pay stubs. Can you believe a ground staff member earns as much as $46,000 in a month? Although their current income isn't that high, it still exceeds $10,000. Are you serious? Ground staff earning up to $46,000, with a stable income above $10,000. Can these statements even coexist? It's true, I can attest. I was once shown the salary slip by Star Technology's ground staff, but due to a criminal record for burglary, they ultimately did not hire me. Wait, does Star Technology conduct background checks when hiring? I'm not entirely sure, but in the ride-hailing sector, both full-time and part-time drivers undergo background checks, only hiring those with no DUI or violent crime records within the past 3 years, ensuring drivers are of sound character. Don't ask how I know. I can only drive this lousy Didi now because of a fight I had 2 years ago, losing out on all the benefits. As the netizens fervently debated, Wang Xu, the president of Star Technology, made a grand entrance. The audience expected the president to deliver some lofty rhetoric, yet instead, they were met with, "I'm not good with words, so I'll take action. I've decided to distribute a small red envelope, a modest sum of $5,000, to each person." Instantly, the online discussion forums and comment sections related to Star Technology were flooded with question marks. The netizens were taken aback. Is this truly a president? How enviable. A red envelope of 5,000 is considered small. This doesn't even match my monthly salary. And this is meant to express gratitude and apologies to those who volunteered and couldn't attend the concert. Why does my president only pressure me to work overtime, penalize my performance, deduct my salary, and expect me to be thankful? Heavens, please strike me down and let me become an employee of Star Technology. President Wang, look at me. I am your long-lost son. Please accept my bow. I've already bowed. Now where's my red envelope? I'm not greedy. Just a modest 5,000 will suffice. What a fanciful notion. The clamor of the internet failed to penetrate the joyous and vibrant atmosphere of the Halong Sports Center. The performances by renowned singers such as Jay Cho, Wang Lihom, Karen Mok, Liang Jingru, Chui Jian, and Do Wei entranced the employees of Star Technology. Interspersed between the musical performances, the raffle and award segments sent the employees into ecstatic heights. According to unofficial estimates from netizens, including both physical prizes and cash, Star Technology distributed no less than 100 million. Calculated per capita, each individual received over 10,000 in bonuses. The moment this figure was revealed, the online community erupted with excitement. 10,000. I could toil for 2 months and not earn that much. Being an employee of Star Technology is truly blissful. Enjoying a concert while casually participating in raffles and receiving such substantial rewards. I am not envious at all. Amidst the netizens' envy and the jubilant laughter of Star Technology employees, the concert, originally scheduled for 3 hours, was drawing to a close. Jiao Jiao, as the host, skillfully allocated a few minutes for President Wang to deliver his closing remarks. Amidst the roaring applause, Wang Xu ascended the stage once more. Faced with the sea of red and the reverent anticipation of nearly 10,000 employees, Wang Xu felt a surge of emotion, with countless words swirling in his mind. However, as he raised the microphone, all those sentiments distilled into a singular statement. Brothers and sisters, next year, we shall meet at the pinnacle. Chapter 79, Movements from All Sides, Part 1, Meet at the Pinnacle, My Foot. In the capital, at Little Orange Bike's presidential office. As the annual meeting of Star Technology concluded, Bao Lei gazed at the public relations report delivered by the senior vice president, Bei Ling. The report detailed the public relations crisis triggered by Star Technology's star-studded annual meeting, inciting an immediate outrage within him. Particularly upon witnessing the extreme ridicule and disparaging remarks from netizens across various platforms, such as Tianya, Tieba, Hupu, blogs, and Weibo regarding Little Orange Bike's recruitment being undermined by Trillion Mobility just over a month ago, Bao Lei could no longer contain his fury. Look at these impertinent newcomers. Do they even speak human language? The president of Little Orange Bike is nothing more than a miserly, penny-pinching fool who cannot afford to pay ground staff. Trillion Mobility's ground staff earn 46,000 a month, while Little Orange Bike's ground staff barely scrape together 4,006. The disparity between the two companies' owners is no longer a mere gap between individuals. It is the chasm separating deities from monkeys. And I need not elaborate on who the monkey is, do I? Trillion, I operate shared bicycles. Little Orange, so do I. Trillion, I employ ground staff. Little Orange, so do I. Trillion, I pay my ground staff 46,000 a month. Little Orange, I can't even afford that. Find another assignment to copy. Haha. Such is the mindset of the president of Little Orange Bike, incapable of even understanding how to copy assignments. Truly a monkey in a crown. He has yet to master the semblance of a human while retaining the essence of a monkey. The horizontal inscription reads, President of Little Orange Bike. If I were the president of Little Orange Bike, I would have already found a pit to bury myself in and suffocate. Zhongguancun Application Arts and Sciences College. I have never encountered such shameless students. Please do not come near. Little Orange, surrender. The outside world is filled with Trillion. In a fit of rage, Bao Lei once again shattered objects in front of the senior vice president Bailing, unleashing a torrent of invectives. His visage contorted with fury and his demeanor reminiscent of a rabble-rouser on the streets. At that moment, his animosity towards Trillion Travel and Chuanxing Technology reached unprecedented heights. Was there truly no escape for him? If you wish to hold a year-end meeting, then hold it. Why must you also take to the internet to malign me? And with such foul language, no less. Have I provoked you in any way? Indeed, Bao Lei unreservedly attributed this ostensibly minor public relations crisis concerning Xiaocheng Bicycle to the machinations of Chuanxing Technology, viewing it as a personal affront against the president of Xiaocheng Bicycle. In his rage, Bao Lei overlooked a crucial detail. Why was the public sentiment report predominantly filled with insults directed at him, the president, rather than mocking the company itself? He also failed to notice the schadenfreude glances from his own senior vice president after the report was presented. Meanwhile, in the capital, at DD Travel's conference room, CEO Cheng Wei and COO Pei Qing, along with other executives bearing titles with Inursum General, were gathered. their brows furrowed, faces grave, and expressions darkened. The atmosphere in the conference room was remarkably somber and bleak. As the saying goes, amateurs watch the spectacle, while professionals discern the intricacies. Following a star-studded year-end gala by Trillion Technology, netizens were preoccupied with speculating how much the company had spent on such high-profile celebrities and bonuses for employees. Neglecting to ponder the ramifications of such ostentation, the executives at DD Travel, as direct competitors, were compelled to reflect deeply. If they failed to contemplate, the consequences would be alarming. After such a lively and united year-end celebration, Trillion Technology's employees were bound to feel even more inclined towards the company. Their cohesion was like a spark waiting to ignite. Originally, their work enthusiasm and efficiency were already astonishingly high. Now, after such stimulation, could it not soar to celestial heights? Given DD Travel's ground operations team's current state, how could they possibly contend with the transformed employees of Trillion Technology, akin to wolves matured from cubs, without being utterly overwhelmed? Consequently, Cheng Wei was vexed, Pei Qing was vexed, and the other executives were equally troubled. Silence enveloped DD. After an indeterminate period, General Chen, responsible for market communications, shattered the stillness with an exasperated murmur. Damn it, can't Trillion Technology ever remain calm? They're either causing trouble or on the path to doing so. Yet, what good was complaining after the fact? It was imperative to devise a counter-strategy. Cheng Wei rapped his fingers on the table, swiftly extinguishing any burgeoning negativity. Pei Qing then spoke up. The reality is, during this time around the new year, Trillion Travel's combat effectiveness will undoubtedly surge. We must promptly bolster morale to face the imminent challenges. I propose we fully advance the Series D financing. Pei Qing had been tirelessly engaged in this endeavor, negotiating with international investment firms Temasek and DST, successfully pushing the financing amount to $700 million. The delay in finalizing the deal stemmed from numerous executives believing that the Series D financing could be postponed. Although DD and Kuai could not match Trillion Travel's momentum, their business had not diminished. Rather, it had experienced substantial growth. Many executives believed that delaying the Series D financing would allow DD Travel to seize the initiative, thus expanding the equity pool available to the executive team. Pei Qing, still establishing her foothold in DD, faced internal dissent, making it difficult to impose her will. Cheng Wei, considering various factors, tacitly permitted the executive's opposition. Consequently, the progress of DD Travel's Series D financing became stalled at the valuation stage. Temasek and DST, eager to secure a larger stake, were unlikely to provide a high valuation for DD Travel's theoretical worth. Meanwhile, the executive team, intent on maintaining their dominance and protecting their interests, naturally opposed such occurrences. The deadlock placed Pei Qing in a challenging position. Now that she had finally found an opportunity, she had to seize it. In reality, despite her ulterior motives, initiating and completing the Series D financing at this juncture could indeed serve to uplift morale. Thus, when she proposed the comprehensive advancement of the Series D financing, those who had previously opposed it could not refute her. After all, they had no better alternatives to offer. Even if they did, such as increasing commissions for ground staff who recruited new drivers, or providing universal pay raises, or distributing generous year-end bonuses before the new year, they would not dare to suggest them. They could not bear the burden of elevating operational costs. When the time came, the shareholders would direct their ire at the board meeting, and the pressure, accusations, and potential penalties would not fall on Cheng Wei or Pei Qing. Seeing Pei Qing's proposal for advancing the Series D financing met with silence from the executives, Cheng Wei felt compelled to intervene. He surveyed the assembled crowd and solemnly stated, "Since no one can propose a better countermeasure, let us proceed as Pei Qing has suggested, striving to secure the Series D financing before the new year. Furthermore, once the funds are acquired, we will implement widespread salary increases, with an appropriate boost to commissions for ground staff. We must also enhance subsidies and discounts for drivers and passengers. I refuse to believe we will be perpetually outdone by Trillion Travel." Chapter 80, Movements from All Sides, Part 2. Still in the capital, at the municipal government's office of a certain influential official, the lights remained aglow late into the night. The leader, who had previously rejected DD Travel's application for a pilot program regarding ride-hailing services, donned glasses as he read through a document that had arrived on his desk for the third time. It was uncommon for a leader to repeatedly scrutinize the same document, underscoring its significance and the attention it commanded. Upon completing the document, the leader set it down and summoned his secretary, casually inquiring, "I heard Trillion Technology held a year-end gala tonight, featuring not only numerous celebrity singers, but also several traditional cultural performances?" The secretary, taken aback by the leader's sudden interest in a private enterprise, especially one not registered in the capital, was not surprised. He retrieved a notebook, flipped it open, glanced at the key information, confirmed the details, and replied, "Yes, sir." Their presidential assistant, Ms. Wu Xiyun, visited the capital a few days ago and invited singer Do Wei as the main guest for the gala. She also invited Peking opera performer Wang Peiyu and national-level inheritor of storytelling, Lian Liru, to serve as special guests, showcasing excerpts of Peking opera and storytelling performances. As the secretary was keenly aware of the leader's focus on certain individuals, he had taken measures to gather pertinent information and remain prepared for any inquiries. After listening to the secretary's report, the leader unconsciously tapped his fingers on the desk a few times, then pointed to the document on the table, asking gravely, "This document was placed on my desk after passing through your hands. What is your perspective on its content?" The secretary promptly responded, "Sir, I believe it is aptly stated that what is national is also universal. Our Huaxia civilization boasts a rich and profound history, and our culture shines brightly like the stars. However, in recent decades, it has developed sluggishly, appearing dimmed due to historical and economic factors. As the saying goes, a full granary fosters etiquette. Sufficient clothing and food engender honor and shame. Our economic condition has significantly improved. It is time to address historical issues and revive traditional culture." The 17th Central Committee's 6th plenary session has passed the decision of the Central Committee of the Communist Party of China on deepening cultural system reform and promoting major development and prosperity of socialist culture. The 18th National Congress has also reiterated the importance of solidly advancing the construction of a socialist cultural powerhouse. At this juncture, Qixing Technology's initiative to establish a fund dedicated to the support and promotion of traditional Chinese culture and arts is not only in alignment with the prevailing zeitgeist, but also exemplifies their commitment to contributing positively to the nation and its people. However, it must be noted that such a grand undertaking, when entrusted to a private enterprise, may encounter unforeseen challenges. The government, as the representative of the populace, should accord this matter significant attention and engage in vigilant supervision, guidance, and support. Initially, Yang Yuning expressed to General Manager Wang her lack of profound contemplation regarding the operation of the Traditional Culture Fund, suggesting a need for preliminary research before implementation. Yet, she clandestinely drafted a proposal outlining Qixing Technology's intention to establish this fund and discreetly submitted it to a municipal leader in the imperial capital, who had previously shown admiration for the company. According to national regulations, privately established cultural funds must adhere to dual oversight by both a registration authority and a business supervisory body. In practice, government departments generally approach non-public funds with private enterprise backgrounds with caution, wary of potential political, financial, and reputational risks. In summary, while the registration of a non-public cultural fund is relatively straightforward, identifying a suitable supervisory body presents significant challenges. Fortunately, Yang Yuning's approach is sufficiently audacious, and Qixing Technology's reputation is commendable. Otherwise, the influential leaders of the imperial capital's government would not have extended their working hours due to this document. After listening to the secretary's elaborate exposition, the leader adjusted his glasses and inquired with a chuckle, "Do you hold this company in high regard? Please elaborate." The secretary nodded and candidly replied, "Sir, as you know, my family hails from the old revolutionary base in Shaanxi province. Following the establishment of the nation, the government launched the 3 North Shelter Forest Program. Although we still suffer from the scourge of sandstorms, conditions have improved significantly since before the founding. However, public awareness of the 3 North program remains alarmingly low. In this context, Qixing Technology has initiated the Blue Star Forest Project to enhance societal understanding of the program and underscore the importance of afforestation and desertification control. To be frank, sir, there is a 3 North project site near my home, where my father works at the forest farm. Just the other day, he called to inform me that living conditions at the farm have markedly improved. Upon inquiry, I learned that Qixing Technology is genuinely advancing their Blue Star Forest initiative, planting trees for users who accumulate energy through low-carbon lifestyles such as cycling and walking. They are also proactively visiting various forest farms, delivering substantial supplies of necessities. Sir, I must confess that my intention in presenting this document to you was somewhat self-serving. I welcome your criticism." Upon hearing this, the leader appraised the secretary but refrained from reproaching him, instead responding with a chuckle, "It is natural for individuals to have personal motives. However, if such motives serve the nation and the populace, they are commendable." He then shifted the conversation, gesturing to the document on his desk, and instructed, "Xiaotang, return this document with the suggestion to merely amend the name before resubmission and request a comprehensive survey report on the current state of traditional cultural arts across the nation." Understood, the secretary promptly affirmed, then asked, "Sir, what name do you propose?" After a moment's contemplation, the leader replied, "In principle, Privately established non-public cultural funds should not bear prefixes such as state, China, national, or Chinese. It would be prudent to omit support as well. Do what can be done without making unnecessary proclamations. I suggest we rename it the Huaxia Traditional Cultural Arts Promotion Fund. This way, it will be less challenging to secure approval for the fund under the auspices of the Imperial Capital's Cultural Bureau, allowing the government to provide more effective guidance. The secretary promptly responded, "Sir, I will convey your directives first thing tomorrow morning to ensure Qixing Technology implements your instructions with utmost urgency." "Very well," the leader nodded. Rising and gesturing expansively, "It's late. If I don't leave soon, I too shall face reprimand from my superiors." The vehicle was ready and poised for departure. As the secretary hurriedly organized the leader's belongings, the lights in the office dimmed. On the way to the prepared vehicle, the leader suddenly inquired, "Xiao Tang, do you think relocating Qixing Technology entirely to the imperial capital is feasible?" The secretary's heart raced at the question. If he were to affirm this, would he not face the ire of the provincial government of Xiong, the municipal government of Xingqing, the district governments of Liyue and Fukai, and the management committee of the Dehexi pilot zone? Was this even a feasible proposition? It seemed a blatant attempt to usurp another's financial resources and achievements. Chapter 81. You are noble. You are exceptional. The winds of change swirled in the imperial capital, while Qixing Technology flourished in its own splendid realm. Following the conclusion of the annual meeting, Wang Xu, serving as the company's prominent figure, the president, personally saw off the renowned host, Jiao Jiao, who was set to record a program in another city the following day. This gesture left Jiao Jiao profoundly flattered. After a brief conversation, Jiao Jiao, struck by inspiration, tentatively asked the remarkably youthful billionaire president, "Mr. Wang, would it be possible to schedule a time for an exclusive interview? I believe many would like to gain a more comprehensive understanding of you." Wang Xu, taken aback, glanced at Jiao Jiao, pondering when an entertainment show host had taken to conducting personal interviews. Was it possible that Mango TV had imposed KPI requirements on its hosts as well? Nevertheless, he concealed his bewilderment and maintained a composed demeanor, responding, "I prefer not to be overly ostentatious. Perhaps we should forego the interview." Jiao Jiao sighed, "What a pity." Wang Xu smiled, opened the door of the designated car for Jiao Jiao, and shook her hand courteously, stating, "Should our company host similar activities in the future, we would be delighted to invite you again, and I hope you can make time." "Absolutely. Tonight's hosting was enjoyable, and our next collaboration will surely be even more delightful. Qixing Technology will undoubtedly reach new heights," Jiao Jiao effusively praised, accepting the opportunity and sitting in the vehicle while waving goodbye. "Goodbye, Mr. Wang." "Goodbye, Teacher Jiao," Wang Xu replied as he closed the car door and instructed the driver to proceed with caution. After watching the vehicle depart a distance, he finally turned to head back. Jiao Jiao observed this moment and committed it to memory. Henceforth, the esteemed host frequently mentioned a mysterious, approachable billionaire president in various shows. Netizens were filled with curiosity about the billionaire who personally opened and closed the car door for Teacher Jiao. With minimal effort, they uncovered that this enigmatic billionaire was none other than Mr. Wang of Qixing Technology. It was indeed within the realm of possibility for him to perform such a courteous act. Returning to the main narrative, after bidding farewell to Jiao Jiao, Wang Xu warmly welcomed the guests of the concert. He extended special consideration to the traditional cultural arts inheritors who had been invited to perform, providing them with additional funds beyond the agreed-upon performance fee to promote traditional culture. For renowned artists like Wang Peiyu and Lian Yuru, such funds were a pleasant bonus. While for the lesser-known practitioners of Huayin Laoqiang and Henan Bangzi, this financial support was akin to precious rainfall after a prolonged drought. It marked their first time receiving such a substantial donation, an astonishing 1 million. A few elderly gentlemen were moved to tears, their emotions a blend of profound sentiment and poignant sorrow. Wang Xu silently etched this scene into his memory, resolving to urge Yang Yuning to accelerate progress on the revival of traditional cultural arts after the new year. The urgency of this endeavor weighed heavily on his mind. However, that was a matter for later. The present day was upon him. The following day, on the 26th day of the 12th lunar month, at precisely 9:10 a.m., as Wang Xu settled into his work routine, he sought the Council of President's assistant Wu Xiyun and Human Resources Director Mo Ting. "Have the holiday rotation arrangements been finalized for the Spring Festival, Ms. Wu, Ms. Mo? Is it possible for the company to grant a full holiday tomorrow?" As soon as the two executives took their seats before the president, they were met with Wang Xu's inquiry. Upon hearing this, Wu Xiyun and Mo Ting exchanged a knowing glance. Having collaborated for several months, they had developed a tacit understanding. Mo Ting, deciphering Wu Xiyun's unspoken message, spoke first. "Rest assured, President Wang, the Human Resources Department has prepared the rotation schedule, ensuring that every employee will receive at least 15 days of Spring Festival leave. Indeed, at Trillion Technology, the Spring Festival holiday was not limited to the statutory 7 days, but rather extended to 15 days. Wang Xu had explicitly stated, "The new year is not over until after the Lantern Festival. Therefore, the Spring Festival must grant 15 days of leave, no less, by any measure." Wu Xiyun continued after Mo Ting. The ride-hailing project at Trillion Travel is quite unique, as the Spring Festival coincides with a peak demand period for transportation. A considerable number of employees, including those in ground operations, maintenance, and drivers, have proactively requested to work during this time. Shouldn't we consider treating these special circumstances accordingly? Wang Xu immediately grasped the implication behind her words. It was a suggestion to grant overtime privileges to employees of the ride-hailing project. Acknowledging the reality of the peak usage period during the Spring Festival, Wang Xu, adhering to the principle of not adding burdens to the nation, society, and its people, replied without hesitation, "Then let us fully open the overtime permissions for our ride-hailing project employees. They may choose to work additional hours at their discretion." Adhering to a maximum of 10 hours per day, pausing for emphasis, Wang Xu added, "All employees who work overtime during the Spring Festival will receive quadruple their salary and benefits. This directive must be strictly enforced by Human Resources and Finance, with no exceptions." "Understood," Mo Ting promptly affirmed. Wu Xiyun followed suit, stating, "I will convey your instructions to Director He immediately." With that, she retrieved her phone and sent an email to the finance director. In matters of business, particularly those involving finances, it is crucial to maintain a record. Despite the substantial increase in overtime pay for holiday workers, Wang Xu still felt a desire to further invest in this initiative. Contemplating for a moment, an idea swiftly emerged in his mind, and he spoke earnestly. "Ms. Wu, please inform Director Liu that this Spring Festival is pivotal for Trillion Travel to gain a competitive edge over Didi Travel in the ride-hailing market. Since he has publicly showcased a balance of 20 billion, let us make an even bolder statement. We should launch a 10 billion subsidy campaign, providing 10 billion yuan in subsidies to drivers serving Trillion Travel during the Spring Festival and to passengers using the Trillion Travel app. Let us ensure that drivers, who toil during the holiday to support their families, can earn a decent living. Moreover, we aim to provide passengers during the Spring Festival with warm, considerate, and affordable travel services." At this juncture, Wang Xu conceived yet another initiative, his expression growing increasingly solemn. In support of migrant workers returning home for the new year, Trillion Travel should organize a free transportation service. Given that many in ground operations and maintenance have eagerly volunteered for overtime, let us assign them to educate migrant workers on how to use the Trillion Travel ride-hailing service, particularly for those without smartphones. We must ensure they can also benefit from this complimentary service. This issue must be addressed by the operations team. Very well, let us proceed with this plan. With these words, Wang Xu pivoted in his executive chair, offering Wu Xiyun and Mo Ting a rather romanticized farewell from behind. Faced with the unmistakable intention of their president to dismiss them, Wu Xiyun and Mo Ting had little recourse but to comply. They rose to take their leave from the president's office, swiftly implementing Wang Xu's directives. Soon thereafter, both the Trillion Travel official website and app released a joint announcement. During the Spring Festival, 10 billion in subsidies. The brevity of the message belied the magnitude of its implications, creating ripples of excitement across the internet. The first line of the announcement, promising free transportation services to every migrant worker returning home for the new year, rendered netizens momentarily speechless. It even left Cheng Wei, CEO of Didi Travel, who had just secured $700 million in financing from Temasek and DST and was preparing to release an uplifting announcement, utterly astounded. 10 billion in subsidies? Free transportation for migrant workers? You think you're so high and mighty. Chapter 82, Roll Up. Everyone, roll up. This announcement resonated both externally and internally. Moreover, the same announcement, viewed by different individuals, would yield varied interpretations, consequently prompting diverse actions. From the perspective of part-time drivers, the compensation for driving for Trillion Travel was unparalleled. Not only was the commission per ride generous, but various living subsidies were also provided, along with efforts to ensure the purchase of social insurance. If certain part-time drivers already had jobs with employers who provided social insurance, Trillion Travel would find ways to compensate them in other respects. This was not merely a matter of conscience. It was a profound commitment. Now, the prospect of Trillion Travel offering 10 billion in rewards for passengers using the app during the Spring Festival, as well as for drivers, signified a substantial investment. This was no mere publicity stunt. What was there to hesitate about? Let us get to work. As long as the app's driver interface did not indicate that the daily operational limit had been reached, the part-time drivers would not cease their efforts to earn a living. Furthermore, to optimize their earnings, Each part-time driver diligently adhered to the company's customer service training protocols. They were trained in the importance of courteous communication, assisting passengers with luggage when appropriate, and driving safely while yielding to pedestrians. In essence, it was about promoting civilized driving and enthusiastic service. If it meant uttering a charmingly authentic London accented, "May I help you?" they were more than willing. Thus, residents in cities across the nation where Trillion Travel operated ride-hailing services were in for a treat during the Spring Festival. By using the Trillion Travel app, they would not only enjoy affordable fares, but also receive the attentive service typically reserved for private drivers. Some individuals, less inclined to surf the internet and relatively uninformed about the distinctions between Trillion Travel, Didi Travel, and Kuaidi, might assume that any app would offer the same economical and esteemed service, leading them to download both Didi and Kuaidi apps. Others, motivated by a desire to capitalize on the best deals, would do the same. However, upon actually using Didi and Kuaidi, they would soon realize the differences. Why are the fares for Didi and Kuaidi generally higher than those for Trillion Travel? They would exclaim. With Trillion Travel, a mere 3 to 4 yuan could cover a 5-kilometer trip, while Didi and Kuaidi charged an exorbitant 7 to 8 yuan. Unacceptable. Moreover, the drivers at Trillion Travel were consistently polite. In contrast, drivers from Didi and Kuaidi often left much to be desired. Even if we do not expect every ride-hailing driver to exhibit impeccable manners, one would hope for a baseline of civility. However, taking detours, speaking harshly, smoking while driving, possessing unpleasant odors in the vehicle, cutting in line, driving against traffic, and running red lights are behaviors that ought to be condemned, are they not? At long last, everyone comprehends why the rotund orange cat and empresses in the palace was so incensed upon seeing Zhen Huan clad in pure Yungao's garments. Negative reviews. They are absolutely warranted. These are the actions spontaneously undertaken by part-time drivers after viewing the announcement, which have provided positive feedback and enhanced user reputation for Trillion Travel. In the eyes of full-time drivers, however, the crux of the 100 billion subsidy announcement lies not in the staggering sum nor in the subsidy itself, but rather in the first point. Trillion Travel pledges to provide complimentary pickup and drop-off services for every migrant worker returning home for the new year. What distinguishes full-time drivers from their part-time counterparts? The former receive a guaranteed salary and year-end bonuses. Thus, they are considered integral members of Trillion Travel. The vast majority of full-time drivers exhibit a strong sense of ownership, proclaiming, "Trillion Travel is my home." Since the company aims to embody social responsibility, how could they, as members of this large family, lag behind? Not only must they refrain from falling short, but they should also proactively step forward to undertake the task of providing complimentary transportation services to their fellow migrant workers. Furthermore, the free service is aimed at migrant workers, while the company compensates drivers according to standard fares. Ultimately, there is no loss. Why not execute this endeavor with greater flair? Thus, the operational departments of Trillion Travel's ride-hailing project, armed with a modest fleet of 3,000 BYD chain vehicles, went into a frenzy. Although the number of vehicles is limited, the trained and certified full-time drivers are abundant. With shifts running continuously, the engines roared to life. In no time, operational personnel from the regions allocated 500 vehicles in the capital and the financial hub, 400 vehicles each in the vibrant and burgeoning cities, and a total of 200 vehicles in other regions were seen frequenting construction sites. Accompanied by local police officers, these operational staff delved into the heart of the construction sites, seeking out those migrant workers who remained stranded and had yet to return home for the new year. Upon encountering a migrant worker, they would eagerly engage in conversation. "Brother, it's already the 26th. Are you not planning to go home for the new year?" "Of course, I bought a train ticket for tonight." "How do you plan to get to the train station?" "I'll take the bus, or maybe a taxi, but that fare could buy me a lot of buns." "Brother, I represent Trillion Travel and have wonderful news for you. Our company is offering free transportation for migrant workers like yourself during the Spring Festival." "What is this ride-hailing service?" "Free? You're not pulling my leg, are you?" "Brother, if you don't trust me, can you not trust the officer from the police station?" "Officer Wang, could you please verify this for our brother?" "Sir, I am a police officer from a specific station, and this is my badge. Please have a look." With the permission of the city bureau chief, I can confirm on behalf of the local police that Trillion Travel is indeed providing free transportation services for migrant workers returning home for the new year. Is that true? Really? Absolutely, it's genuine. Shall I give it a try? You won't regret it. Let us give it a shot. Oh, you're too kind. You really shouldn't have to do that. Such exchanges occurred less than 2 hours after the announcement was made, unfolding across various construction sites and cities where BYD chain vehicles were allocated to Trillion Travel. One after another, migrant workers planning to take the train home were gently persuaded by operational staff and full-time drivers to board the vehicles, swiftly whisking them away to train stations and long-distance bus terminals. This vibrant scene quickly drew envious criticism from regions that had not received BYD Qin vehicles before the new year. Why do all the good things go to you big cities? When will our small and medium cities rise? This is unacceptable. We must also make our free transportation for migrant workers a resounding success. Without full-time BYD Qin vehicles, we can mobilize part-time drivers instead. It's essentially the same fare. To all the veterans, your moment to shine has arrived. Chapter 83. Cheng Wei faints in the restroom. In the age of the internet, the speed of information dissemination is as rapid as the internet itself. An announcement released by Xinglian Travel at 9:30 a.m. saw individuals pulling out their phones and hailing rides via the Xinglian Travel app by 9:31 a.m. When one passenger realized they had completed a journey typically costing 18 yuan for just 3 yuan. They immediately recognized that Xinglian Travel's 100 billion subsidy initiative was no mere rhetoric. The company was indeed investing real money, habitually sharing their life experiences online. They posted about this revelation along with a screenshot of the app's payment page on a forum they frequented. This individual was not alone in their actions. Netizens across the nation engaged similarly. However, they were the first to publish content related to Xinglian Travel's 100 billion subsidy initiative online, effectively getting the scoop. Numerous netizens began commenting and interacting beneath this post. From Zhujiaoui to Zhangjiang in the financial hub, a taxi ride usually costs about 75 yuan, and during the Spring Festival, it can rise to 85 yuan. But I just used the Xinglian Travel app and only paid 68 yuan. I saved over 30 yuan. In Star City, from Ximenku to Saifangping, a taxi would typically cost 50 yuan due to the driver's insistence, but with Xinglian Travel, it only cost me 26 yuan. What a bargain. In Peng City, from Huiqiangbai to Huaqiao City, the situation is similar. The taxi fare would definitely be 50 yuan. However, I also took a ride with Xinglian Travel for less than 15 yuan. ISNT it said that Peng City is the true capital of Xiang Province. I suspect the same drivers operate in both Peng City and Star City. I resonate with this. I am from Xiang Province, and I've been taken advantage of in both Star City and Peng City. Me too. When I was in Peng City, they exploited me. Now that I am in Peng City, they still exploit me. What is the point of coming here? To all the workers from Xiang Province in Peng City, gather together. In accordance with traditional customs, netizens inevitably veered off topic. However, the world is never devoid of individuals with ambition. A highly driven journalist stumbled upon this post, and with a flash of inspiration, he devised a plan to create a sensational news story. After some preparation, the journalist donned a concealed camera and microphone and stepped out. He hailed a ride using the Xinglian Travel app from point A to point B. During the ride, he engaged the driver in casual conversation. Suddenly shifting the topic, he casually inquired, "Driver, can you earn a good living driving this ride-hailing service?" "Of course, it's quite profitable," the driver replied without suspicion. The journalist pressed further. "On days like today, especially during the Spring Festival, I imagine you earn even more than usual?" The driver, displaying admirable honesty, replied, "Indeed, on a normal day, I can earn around 20 yuan per ride, but during the Spring Festival, with increased subsidies from the company, I can make about 25 or 26 yuan. Is it that much?" The journalist asked, feigning surprise. He recalled that prior to getting in, the estimated fare provided by the Xinglian Travel app was 29 yuan. If it were true that drivers could earn 25 or 26 yuan during the 100 billion subsidy period, it wouldn't be too surprising. However, to learn that they could earn nearly 20 yuan on a regular basis was astonishing. This implies that the platform's commission is merely around 10. Xingtong Travel offers such generous remuneration to drivers while simultaneously subsidizing passengers. Is this not a flagrant display of reckless financial loss? The journalist found it difficult to comprehend the commercial logic behind Xingtong Travel's strategy. Rather than rush to conclusions, he chose to engage in further conversation with the drivers to glean more insights. The more he conversed, the more astonishing the revelations became. According to one driver, who was moonlighting as a rideshare operator for Xingtong Travel, the company even provided him with comprehensive social insurance and a living stipend. Even if he only completed 5 or 6 rides a day, he could still net over 4,000 yuan a month, which significantly aided his household expenses. With Xingtong Travel's announcement of a staggering 10 billion yuan in subsidies during the Spring Festival, he decided to take advantage of the time off and work extra hours. The driver expressed his hopeful ambition. He aimed to earn 20,000 yuan during the festival to purchase a grand ring for his wife. After being together for over a decade, he lamented that he had never bought her jewelry since their wedding, feeling remorseful for it. The journalist felt a twinge of bittersweet emotion and managed to extend his best wishes. "Brother, I wish you all your dreams come true." Astonishingly, 20,000 yuan. He himself struggled to earn that amount in 2 months. Yet, for this driver, It seemed attainable within the few days of the Spring Festival. This led the journalist to contemplate registering as a part-time driver for Xingtong Travel during the holiday season. After all, 20,000 yuan was a considerable sum. He exited the vehicle with a sense of urgency. Waving goodbye to the driver, he summoned a ride through Didi to return from point B to point A. Once inside the car, he once again employed his professional eloquence to engage in conversation with the Didi driver. However, he immediately regretted his decision. Upon entering, he had failed to notice the overpowering stench of foot odor, smoke, and the unpleasant smell of unwashed hair that filled the vehicle. As he glanced around, his brow furrowed even further. The car was coated in a thick layer of dust. How many days had it been since it was last cleaned to reach such a state? The journalist felt speechless and internally criticized the situation. Nevertheless, he forced himself to overlook the dismal environment, tapping into his professional demeanor as he endured the nauseating odor to converse with the Didi driver. After a lengthy discussion, he was left even more astounded. For the same journey, with a fare of approximately 29 yuan, the Didi driver typically earned around 18 or 19 yuan. During the Spring Festival, the commission slightly increased, allowing him to earn about 23 or 24 yuan per ride. While this amount was not insignificant, it paled in comparison to what drivers for Xingtong Travel earned. Didi drivers purchased their own vehicles, bore the cost of their own insurance, paid for fuel without subsidies, and had no benefits such as social insurance. Overall, Didi drivers began each month at a disadvantage of 2,000 to 3,000 yuan compared to their Xingtong Travel counterparts. This meant that Didi drivers would need to complete an additional 100 to 120 rides each month to achieve equivalent earnings. Broken down, this translated to an extra 3 to 4 rides per day, roughly an additional hour and a half to 2 hours of work. On the passenger side, for the same journey, using the Didi app would typically cost an extra 2 to 3 yuan compared to the Xingtong Travel app, and during the Spring Festival, the fare would increase by 6 to 8 yuan. Upon returning home, the journalist immediately documented his personal experiences and shared them across major online platforms such as Tianya, Tiaba, blogs, and Weibo. The article was articulated in a highly objective manner, with minimal personal sentiments. Aside from comparative photographs of the interior conditions of vehicles from both Xingtong Travel and Didi. However, the truth was sufficient. After all, the public's perception was astute. The article quickly went viral online, spreading across the nation within half an hour, becoming a widely recognized topic. In the capital, at the headquarters of Didi, an emergency meeting was convened. Following this, Cheng Wei adopted COO Peiqing's suggestion that Didi should amplify its voice during such turbulent times, and boldly announced that Didi had completed a 700 million Series D funding round. Yet, during the press conference, he was unexpectedly confronted. A reporter from Jingxi News brandished an enlarged image of the vehicle's interior and, with righteous indignation, inquired, "Mr. Cheng, would you be willing to pay a few extra yuan to ride in a dirty, chaotic, and smelly Didi vehicle?" Upon hearing this question, Cheng Wei's mind buzzed with confusion. What had Didi done to warrant such a disparaging association with filth? Chapter 84. A terrible first impression. The press conference concluded in disarray. Cheng Wei had intended to sidestep the inquiry, but was relentlessly pressed by the Jingxi News reporter, who demanded a direct answer, leaving Cheng Wei at a loss for words. To his dismay, other reporters in attendance also joined in, creating a cacophony of chaos. Ultimately, Cheng Wei had no choice but to grit his teeth and read through the script announcing Didi's 700 million Series D funding, hastily concluding the press conference and retreating in disarray. Back in the CEO's office, he found that few media outlets reported on Didi's funding round. Instead, most took the opportunity to mock Didi's misfortunes. Bang! Cheng Wei could no longer contain his frustration and slammed his fist on the table, his eyes reddening as he gasped for breath and demanded, "What on earth is going on?" Summoned to the CEO's office, Marketing and Public Relations Director Chen handed Cheng Wei the article authored by the reporter intent on creating a sensational story. Contact him immediately and demand a retraction. Manage those platforms and suppress the public sentiment. Do I need to teach you how to handle this, Director Chen? Cheng Wei shot glances at the article, his anger escalating as he began to bellow, mercilessly reprimanding Chen. Chen, unaccustomed to such humiliation, felt his eyes well up with frustration. However, he knew he had not performed his duties well and could only suppress his anger, replying quietly, "I have already reached out, but they refused to retract the article, stating that no amount of money would suffice. Furthermore, those platforms are also unwilling to cooperate in dampening the public sentiment." Cheng Wei yanked at his tie, glaring fiercely into Chen's eyes, his voice icy as he demanded, "I need an explanation. Why are those platforms refusing to cooperate? Aren't they profiting from this?" Chen pursed his lips, a wry smile flickering across his face as he shook his head, responding, "Those platforms claim that Xingtong Travel offers more." "More? What do you mean by that? Clarify." Cheng Wei's voice rose sharply, filled with shock and indignation. Chun replied bitterly, I utilized my connections to discreetly inquire. And it turns out that the public relations department of Tsuxing Technology reached agreements with those platforms 2 months ago. Any public discourse related to Tsuxing Technology, even if negative, can be freely expressed, provided that it is factual. However, any negative discourse concerning Tsuxing Technology's competitors cannot be managed or suppressed. Cheng Wei was left utterly bewildered. What sort of agreement was this? A strategy to harm oneself before harming the enemy? Tsuxing Technology was excessively ruthless, indeed. Bang! Cheng Wei pounded his fist on the desk, his eyes wide with fury, resembling a bull whose tail had been set ablaze as he angrily questioned. Then tell me what you can do to suppress the online criticisms, denigrations, and humiliations directed at us? Chen pondered for a moment before tentatively suggesting, shall we consider involving the police? Cheng Wei was instantly overwhelmed with confusion. Involve the police? How could he even think of that? The journalist had not fabricated anything. Does he not understand? If they truly called the police, wouldn't it be Didi that would be embarrassed? What an utter embarrassment. Cheng Wei, panting heavily, tugged at his tie with fervor and gritted his teeth, muttering, You may leave now. I wish to be alone. President Chen lifted his eyelids, casting a fleeting glance at the CEO, whose countenance was so dark it seemed to threaten rain, and quietly retreated. He tread lightly, fearful of drawing the CEO's ire once more. Fortunately, he managed to escape the CEO's office without being summoned back for further reprimand. Chen couldn't help but exhale a sigh of relief, thinking how fortunate he was. However, he was taken aback to see the COO, whose expression was equally stormy, glaring at him with indifference. This bodes ill. Chen's heart sank, sensing trouble. You should resign voluntarily. Let us all maintain our dignity. Wei Qing coldly addressed the public relations director, whose professional blunder had severely undermined her work. With that, Wei Qing turned on her heel, abandoning any intention of having a thorough discussion with CEO Cheng Wei. Given the current tensions, even if they suppressed their tempers to discuss work, productivity would hardly improve. It was better for everyone to take a moment of silence and revisit the conversation once tempers had cooled. As she made her way to her office, Wei Qing couldn't shake off her lingering confusion. Why did her actions consistently lead to setbacks when she had done nothing wrong? Could it truly be a stroke of misfortune? Human emotions do not resonate with one another. While Didi Chuxing found itself embroiled in scandal due to a journalist's expose, Wang Xu was en route home for the new year. The vehicle carried 4 passengers, the driver, Brother Yang, Wang Xu himself, and 2 personal bodyguards. These 2 men were elite scouts, recently discharged from a renowned reconnaissance unit, embodying the epitome of soldiers. Wang Xu's ability to enlist their services was undoubtedly aided by mysterious forces. As the car drew nearer to home, Wang Xu's emotions grew increasingly intricate. In his previous life, he would rather leave his hometown to seek fortune in the bustling north than return home for work, and there were reasons for this choice. It was not that he despised his hometown's lack of economic development. Rather, each time he returned, he would be subjected to his father's incessant nagging about why he refused to attend military school. Indeed, Wang Xu had relocated from Jiangxi province to Hunan province purely as an act of defiance against his family. After his father sent Wang Xu's brother and himself into the military, he intended to do the same with Wang Xu. However, since the age of 5, Wang Xu had been trained as a soldier by his father, and during his rebellious teenage years, he felt utterly disinterested in a military career. His decision to run away rather than attend military school deeply hurt his father, causing the old man to go 3 days without eating. Upon hearing of this, his elder brother, a company commander in a certain military unit, rushed back home on leave and gave him a sound thrashing. Consequently, the already rebellious youth spent 4 years at university without returning home and subsequently drifted to the north for nearly a decade. Exhaling a long, heavy breath, Wang Xu buried the memories of his past deep within, unwilling to dwell on them. Since he had been granted a second chance at life, he certainly could not afford to let familial relationships deteriorate as they had before. Yet, the closer he got to home, the more anxious he felt. The mere thought of facing his father's incessant chatter made him instinctively tense. It was under this anxious and apprehensive state that his journey home finally came to an end. The car smoothly entered the family compound of the Xinzhou military district, halting in front of an old residential building. Brother Yang, Brother Li, Brother Qiu, you needn't disembark. I prefer to keep a low profile. You all find accommodations nearby for the time being. I will contact you promptly should I need to go out. Wang Xu instructed before pushing the door open and stepping out. He made his way to the trunk to retrieve the New Year goods he had purchased, inhaling deeply several times to prepare himself psychologically before trudging up the stairs to the 3rd floor. The front door was ajar, and his father, clad in a military coat, sat upright in the living room, engrossed in the newspaper, exuding an air of authority. Upon hearing movement, He set the paper aside and glanced towards the entrance. Spotting the mischievous little rascal who hadn't returned home in years sheepishly walking in, his father immediately squinted his eyes and called out to the kitchen, "Wife, prepare a couple of extra dishes for dinner. We have a guest." Chapter 85. President Wang, trouble has arisen. His father was clearly seething with frustration. Upon hearing those words, Wang Xu swiftly made a judgment. A beaming smile spread across his face as he approached his father, saying, "Grandfather, I'm back. I have no grandson like you." His father retorted, turning away without even glancing at Wang Xu. The elderly lady who emerged from the kitchen shot a piercing glare at her husband and scolded, "What nonsense are you spouting? If you're angry, take it out elsewhere. Don't frighten our grandson, or I will give you a good whacking." With that, she brandished the spatula in her hand menacingly at her husband. "Grandma, I've missed you so much." Wang Xu, spotting his emotional anchor, immediately set down what he was carrying and rushed forward to embrace her tightly. "Are you trying to choke me?" she exclaimed, raising her hand to tap him on the forehead, her words laced with reproach, though her heart was filled with joy. It had been years since they last met, and her grandson had grown considerably. In the past, he would never have said such things with that stubborn temperament. "All right, let me have a good look at you." The grandmother placed her hands on Wang Xu's arms, tilting her head back slightly to scrutinize her eldest grandson closely. As she observed, her expression shifted. Being a retired professor in textile engineering, she was acutely aware of clothing materials, designs, and craftsmanship. With a mere glance and a touch, she discerned that the attire Wang Xu wore was worth at least tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands. Wang Xu's heart sank immediately. This is it. In his anxiousness before departing, he had completely forgotten to change into ordinary clothing. Wasn't this a blatant reveal of his true self? He had even brought back 2 sets of casual clothes for a change. Now, it seemed he had made a fool of himself. Resolving to be proactive rather than defensive, Wang Xu chose to confess rather than evade the issue. However, just as he was about to speak, his grandmother interjected, "Little Sue, go put your things back in your room and change into some regular clothes to help me cook in the kitchen." "All right," Wang Xu replied hastily, disregarding any thoughts of explanation. He left the gifts he had brought for his grandfather and grandmother in the living room and grabbed his backpack filled with clothes, heading toward his bedroom. His grandfather's room was structured as a 3-bedroom, 1 living room, 1 kitchen, and 2-bathroom layout. Wang Xu and his brother had grown up closely beside their grandfather, so they each had their own bedrooms. As for Wang Xu's parents, they had long purchased the adjacent house, enjoying their own world and leaving little concern for their 2 rebellious sons. Upon entering his bedroom, Wang Xu found it impeccably clean, evidently well-maintained. The decor was nearly identical to how it had been before he left home. The model tank, made from bullet casings, still sat on the desk, its cannon pointed squarely at the North American continent on the globe. Memories long buried surged forth like a tidal wave. "I must defeat those American devils." The vivid image of his younger self, red-eyed and shouting in outrage upon hearing the tragic news from the South China Sea in 2001, resurfaced with startling clarity. Wang Xu then realized why his grandfather had been so upset for 3 days after learning of his refusal to attend military school. It turned out he had forgotten his original aspirations. Caressing the barrel of the tank model, Wang Xu inhaled deeply and sighed. After a considerable time had passed, he finally composed himself, changed out of his high-end attire, and exited his bedroom. "Grandfather, I have something wonderful for you." Upon returning to the living room, Wang Xu peered cautiously into the kitchen and, lowering his voice conspiratorially, whispered, "A lifetime of integrity is what my grandfather despises the most." His fierce eyes widened in a glare, ready to reprimand the disobedient little rascal, when he suddenly noticed the child pulling out a packet of little pandas from his pocket. Clearing his throat, the old gentleman declared with righteous indignation, "Aren't you going to help your grandmother with the cooking? Do you truly believe yourself to be a guest here?" As he spoke, he swiftly snatched the little pandas, stowing them away in his own pocket. After a moment's thought, perhaps considering the precariousness of that location, he rose and moved to the shelf, tossing the sweets into a vase, finally feeling at ease. Subsequently, the old man, with a half-smirk at the corner of his mouth, glared at Wang Xu, whose brows were furrowed in a comical fashion, and huffed, "Aren't you going yet?" "All right, I'm on my way." Wang Xu dared not linger to become the subject of the old man's amusement, hastily making his way to the kitchen. Observing the diminutive figure of the child, who now towered over him, the old man could not suppress a silent sigh. The child has grown. Let him do as he pleases. What need is there for an old man to be so stubborn? Upon entering the kitchen, Wang Xu exclaimed loudly, "Grandma, what vegetables need washing or chopping? I'm at your service. You can take a break. Did you really think I'd let you wash or cut the vegetables?" The elderly lady shot him a glance before lowering her voice to inquire, "What is the story with your clothes? Where did the money come from? Is it legitimate?" Wang Xu quickly replied in a hushed tone, "Rest assured, Grandma, I haven't strayed from the straight and narrow. the source of my funds is beyond reproach. That's a relief, the old lady sighed, reflecting, I certainly don't want to end up like old Cheen from the neighboring building. At this age, still visiting prison to see his children and grandchildren. Money is merely a transient entity. You can't take it with you when you die. There's no need to ruin your life or family over it, understand? Yes, I understand, Grandma. Wang Xu nodded vigorously, his nose tinged with a hint of moisture. This is what home feels like. Despite years of estrangement, during which only a few phone calls were exchanged, returning now felt anything but strange or unwelcome. Only a profound sense of care remained. With reassurance from her grandson, the weight upon the old lady's heart lifted, and her movements in the kitchen became notably lighter. Soon, the air was filled with the delightful aromas of home-cooked meals. Wang Xu had tasted many exquisite dishes prepared by Michelin-starred chefs and top-tier culinary experts. Yet nothing compared to the comforting familiarity of his grandmother's home-cooked fare. Perhaps this is the essence of home. Clearing his throat, he swallowed hard, suddenly infused with childlike mischief. Seizing the opportunity when the old lady was momentarily distracted, he swiftly grabbed a piece of freshly cooked braised pork and popped it into his mouth. Alas, before he could even close his lips, the old lady caught him in the act, chiding him. How old are you? Still sneaking bites like a child? Go on. Go keep your grandfather company in the living room. Don't dawdle here and hinder my cooking. Complaining as she pushed him out of the kitchen, she refused to relent despite his pleas. Resigned, Wang Xu returned to the living room, intending to charm his grandfather, who was pretending to read the newspaper. Just then, his phone buzzed in his pocket. Upon checking, he discovered it was a call from Lu Daqiang, and his brow immediately furrowed in concern. Before returning home, he had specifically instructed all executives that during the Spring Festival, unless it was a matter of utmost urgency, they were to handle issues themselves. It was only the first day of the holiday, and Lu Daqiang was calling? What could this mean? Lu Daqiang, you better have a pressing issue, or I might just send you back to the northwest to plant trees. Haven't you always dreamed of a high-tech solution for sand control? That dream may soon become a reality. Turning away to conceal his darkening expression from his grandfather, Wang Xu swiped to answer the call. As soon as the line connected, he heard Lu Daqiang exclaim joyfully, President Wang, there's been a situation. What is going on? Speak clearly. Wang Xu, ever perceptive, immediately detected an unusual tone in Lu Daqiang's voice. The man was clearly holding back laughter, reveling in someone else's misfortune. Thus, the incident could not involve the employees or business of Chuanxing Technology, but rather that of a competitor. More precisely, one of the competitors of Xinglian Travel had encountered trouble. At present, Xinglian Travel had only 4 competitors, Xiaocheng Bikes and Cyberbikes in the bike-sharing sector, and Didi Travel and Kuai Dash in the ride-hailing domain. At this juncture, Xiaocheng Bikes and Cyberbikes were no longer on Lu Daqiang's radar, with only Didi Travel and Kuai Dash warranting his serious attention. Compared to Didi Travel's haphazard methods, Kuai Dash performed considerably better. Although both were emulating Xinglian Travel's operations, Kuai Dash was genuinely committed to the imitation, while Didi Travel merely scratched the surface. Consequently, Wang Xu surmised that the likelihood of Didi Travel facing an issue was considerably higher. President Wang, you're incredible. Just from that one statement, you've deduced that something has gone awry with Didi Travel. If you were to become a detective, you'd surely be the best of the best. Lu Daqiang flattered him before retracting his playful demeanor, clearing his throat to report earnestly, President Wang, here's the situation. This afternoon at 4:37 p.m., a flight attendant in Shaanxi used the Didi Travel app to summon a ride, eager to return home. The attendant was quite beautiful, and the driver, with nefarious intentions, deliberately took a secluded route under the guise of a shortcut to save time. When the flight attendant sensed something was amiss, she attempted to test the driver by asking to open a window for fresh air, but he adamantly refused. At this point, she realized she was in danger and might be facing a life-threatening situation. However, she was too afraid to call 110 directly, fearing the driver would react violently upon hearing the police on the line. Moreover, the Didi Travel app lacked the emergency call feature present in our Xinglian Travel app, which left her in a panic. Thankfully, the flight attendant quickly thought of our app, surreptitiously placing an order with it. As soon as a driver accepted the order, she used the emergency call feature to contact our customer service and explain her predicament. Our customer service took this matter very seriously and immediately contacted the police. With our cooperation, the authorities arrived in time to rescue the flight attendant. Reportedly, when the police arrived, the Didi driver was threatening her with a knife, intending to strip her of her clothes. Wang Xu listened patiently to Lu Daqiang's narrative, his brow furrowing as he pressed to the core issue. What do you intend to do with this incident? Lu Daqiang chuckled softly, replying, President Wang, I want to publicize this incident online, combining it with the public outcry from yesterday's expos to take down Didi Travel. Preposterous. Wang Xu rebuked without hesitation. Considering his grandfather was seated on the sofa, making it inconvenient to speak in the living room, Wang Xu instructed Lu Daqiang not to act recklessly, promising to return his call later, before ending the conversation. He then turned to his grandfather, who was still feigning interest in the newspaper, and said, "Grandpa, I have a matter to attend to. I'll step outside to make a call." What kind of person was the old man? Having lived through countless experiences and encountered myriad individuals, his eyes, though clouded with age, remained astute and discerning character. From the moment Wang Xu stepped through the door with a sheepish grin, the old man recognized that the little rascal had transformed from the stubborn child he once knew. His demeanor was entirely different, likely a reflection of his newfound accomplishments. Thus, the old gentleman waved his hand nonchalantly. "You have 10 minutes. Handle your business, and then return home for dinner." "Understood," Wang Xu replied. Wang Xu responded with a cheerful acknowledgement and dashed into the kitchen, addressing the elderly lady, "Grandma, I'll head downstairs to make a phone call, and we'll be back shortly." With that, he deftly snatched a piece of braised pork and popped it into his mouth before swiftly exiting. Upon reaching downstairs, he selected a secluded corner and returned Lu Daqiang's call. The phone rang only once before it connected. Lu Daqiang spoke with a serious tone. "President Wang, I must admit my thoughts have gone awry. I welcome your criticism. It's no wonder old Deng is difficult to manage. He is full of cunning." Given Lu's respectful demeanor, how could Wang Xu possibly reprimand him? Instead, he shifted to the matter at hand, stating, "Director Lu, I have 3 requests for you to note. First, no one from Trillion Technology, myself included, is to disclose this matter online, to avoid any negative impact on the police investigation or damage to the victim's reputation. Second, you must send someone, under the auspices of Xinglian Travel, to formally apologize and extend heartfelt condolences to the victim. Third, we must do our utmost to meet any requests from the police, such as the time the victim ordered through the app, the time they used the emergency call feature, customer service chat records, and mobile tracking data. Handle this matter according to these 3 points. Do not act recklessly, and certainly do not take aggressive action against our competitors. Do you understand?" On the other end of the line, Lu Daqiang quickly grasped the first and third points, but found the second somewhat perplexing. Instead of feigning understanding, he candidly inquired, "President Wang, I'm a bit unclear. Since the company has helped that flight attendant, why must we apologize to her?" "Foolish," Wang Xu scolded inwardly, exasperated, and then elucidated. "The company is apologizing on the grounds that we did not perform adequately, as the victim failed to think of using the Xinglian Travel app when calling for a ride." With such clarity, if Lu Daqiang still did not comprehend, he might as well take a block of tofu and end it all. Fortunately, Lu Daqiang was no mere figurehead. With a slight shift in perspective, he recognized the advantages of such an apology. He wasted no time in lavishly praising Wang Xu. "President Wang is truly remarkable, unparalleled. The difference between us is akin to that of a firefly compared to the bright moon." After this flattery, Lu Daqiang earnestly vowed, "Rest assured, President Wang, I will handle this matter meticulously and will not trouble you further." "Very well," Wang Xu replied nonchalantly before hanging up. For him, the paramount concern was to genuinely spend time with the elderly man and woman, making up for the 4 years he had been absent from home. The happenings surrounding Didi were of little consequence. Their severity was inconsequential. Had his mood not been swayed by Lu Daqiang's call, he wouldn't have bothered concocting plots against Didi. Nonetheless, scheming against others was indeed a rather relieving outlet. Wang Xu's spirits lifted. He hummed a pleasant tune and strolled back to his cozy abode. Meanwhile, in the capital, Cheng Wei was on the verge of tears in the restroom. Chapter 87. The Life and Death Crisis of Didi. The efficiency of the police in Xanadu was commendable. The driver involved was apprehended just past 5 o'clock, while the Didi Xanadu branch only became aware of the situation shortly after 7. As news reached the capital, it coincided with the commencement of a celebratory banquet for the executives at Didi's headquarters. Regardless of the circumstances, the successful completion of a Series D funding round, raising $700 million, was certainly worthy of celebration. Given the previous day's discontent surrounding the press conference, today was an opportunity to rectify that and address several issues. However, just as Cheng Wei, Ling Qing, and various executives were taking their seats, Cheng Wei's phone rang. Upon concluding the call, he was instantly agitated. In front of all the executives, he slammed his palm against the dining table, causing cups and dishes to rattle and topple, and exclaimed furiously, "Let us forget about celebrating this year. It's too distressing. Recently, it has been a series of headaches. First, Trillion Technology's star-studded annual meeting heightened our sense of crisis out of nowhere. Then, just as we secured $700 million in Series D funding, before we could even announce it to boost morale, Xinglian Travel turned that money into mere paper with their $100 billion subsidy campaign. Next, a worthless journalist, seeking fame rather than fortune, published an article online praising Xinglian while disparaging Didi, creating quite the uproar. Even the Jingxin Daily joined the fray, ruining our announcement of the funding results. And now, we have a driver committing attempted murder and attempted rape against a passenger. Why do all these misfortunes cluster around this time of year? Is it truly, as Ling Qing suggested, that we are experiencing a streak of bad luck? Cheng Wei found himself increasingly agitated. What left him speechless was that after recounting the situation, not a single one of the many executives present offered a viable solution. This led Cheng Wei to question whether he had assembled an inept team or if his subordinates had already turned against him. Indeed, he had considered adopting Ling Qing's suggestion to initiate internal personnel adjustments and external talent recruitment, prioritizing the hiring of business elites with international corporate experience and investment banking backgrounds. While this approach might undermine the current executive team's interests to some extent, it could ultimately facilitate the company's betterment. What was wrong with that? With such narrow-mindedness and limited vision, what great achievements could they possibly attain? The executives' reactions only solidified Cheng Wei's resolve to infuse fresh blood into the company to enhance team effectiveness. However, that was a matter for the future. The immediate priority was to navigate through this crisis swiftly. My goodness, that female passenger was saved using the Xinglian travel app. If this news were to spread online, it would be disastrous. With this thought, Cheng Wei could no longer remain seated. He rose and made his way outside, declaring, "Forget the meal." Everyone hurried back to the company and promptly addressed this issue. With the founder and CEO departing, how could the other executives remain? Ling Qing quickly followed suit, as did various other executives, and the group left the restaurant, their stomachs empty as they rushed back to the company. Due to Director Chun, responsible for market public relations, being reprimanded by Ling Qing in the afternoon, Cheng Wei assigned Ling Qing to take charge of the response to this incident. The other executives immediately sensed the shift. Goodness. It appeared that the COO, who previously handled daily operations, was now being positioned to oversee not only operations, but also manage the team and coordinate interdepartmental relations and collaborations. Those with international experience certainly had their advantages, setting aside the envy some Didi executives felt after Ling Qing was entrusted with significant responsibilities and corresponding authority. She promptly initiated action. First, she called in the market public relations team to prepare for potential backlash should any reports or news emerge regarding a Didi driver assaulting a female passenger. The public relations team needed to intervene swiftly to reduce the intensity of public scrutiny and redirect the narrative. By releasing stories about celebrity scandals such as infidelity, divorce, secret marriages, or on-set altercations, they might distract the public and mitigate interest in the Didi scandal. Having established a proactive strategy for managing public sentiment, Ling Qing then planned to convene a press conference, where they would openly acknowledge their mistakes and initiate a self-examination, thus preemptively addressing any potential fallout. However, as the COO, her presence alone might not carry sufficient weight in this endeavor. Thus, Wei Qing dedicated several minutes to persuading Cheng Wei, successfully convincing him to issue an apology to users, publicly reflect on the situation, and make commitments to the government in the name of the founder and CEO of Didi during the press conference. Despite diligently arranging these measures, Wei Qing remained cautious and did not let her guard down. She swiftly contacted several major shareholders of the company, urging them to mobilize their networks to lobby influential government officials should the situation deteriorate, ensuring that Didi would not be hastily condemned without consideration. Having efficiently completed these three tasks, Wei Qing felt an unsettling sense of having overlooked something critically important. Her mind in turmoil. I can't shake the feeling that I've missed something vital. Cheng Wei, fully engaged in the process, expressed his satisfaction with Wei Qing's performance, stating, "Surely not. You seem to have covered everything comprehensively. There must be some oversight." However, Wei Qing shook her head, refusing to be complacent, and furrowed her brows in contemplation. Not wanting to dismiss her concerns, Cheng Wei also began to ponder deeply. With such thorough preparations in place, what could still be amiss? Just as both were struggling to identify the crucial point, a young woman from the PR team couldn't help but murmur, "Isn't it obvious? Our app was involved in the incident, yet the company hasn't even taken the initiative to express anything?" Her words jolted them to attention. Cheng Wei and Wei Qing exchanged a glance, and in each other's eyes, they saw shared shock and anxiety. Wei Qing lifted her wrist to check the time, realizing it was already 9:49 p.m. Nearly 5 hours had passed since the incident, and Didi had yet to step forward to soothe the emotional distress of the affected parties, secure their understanding, and establish a non-disclosure agreement regarding the incident with the media and online platforms. What a grave oversight. Cheng Wei and Wei Qing immediately felt a surge of panic. The other executives, who had been sidelined from the decision-making process by Wei Qing, no longer maintained a spectator-s attitude. Their interests were intricately tied to Didi's success. If Didi were to falter, no one would emerge unscathed. The executives hastily reached out to their subordinates in Xanadu, urging them to locate the female passenger as swiftly as possible. No matter the cost, they needed to secure an understanding and a non-disclosure agreement. However, it was already too late. At this critical juncture, Wei Qing received a phone call from an untraceable source, her complexion suddenly paling. On the line, an unnamed individual, speaking in a tone reminiscent of an elder advising a younger counterpart, made the situation abundantly clear. Little Wei, the government in Xanadu is exceedingly dissatisfied with your performance. An incident has occurred on their turf, yet it is Trillion Travel that has stepped up to resolve it. What is the meaning of this? Trillion Travel is collaborating with the police to rescue the victim, assisting in the investigation, and offering apologies and comfort to the victim. Do you know what they said? They expressed regret that their products and services were inadequate, which led to the victim not thinking of them when in need of a ride. They promised to enhance management and improve services to prevent similar incidents in the future. Listen to their words and observe their actions. This is what is meant by having vision. Now, look back at you all. When a life-threatening matter arises, where is Didi? Holding a celebratory banquet in a restaurant. In summary, the government of Xanadu is quite displeased with you, and they have decided to impose a comprehensive ban on illegal operations, taking the matter to the central authorities. The Ministry of Transport was already contemplating a special operation to rectify illegal operations. It has now decided to expedite this initiative, specifically targeting Didi and certain platforms. Prepare yourselves, for Didi may face outright closure or hefty fines followed by stringent corrective measures. Thus, act wisely. After hanging up, Wei Qing's mind buzzed with disbelief. Was Didi truly facing annihilation? Chapter 88. The thought of a shooting star, expanding the world in an instant. In Hangzhou, at the headquarters of Kuai Dash, founder Chen Weixing paced restlessly in his office, unable to suppress his fury. He seized a glass of water and hurled it violently to the ground, shouting in anger, "Damn it, those fools at Didi. If they can't manage the company, they shouldn't be in the business at all. Now they've created such a mess. And I'm left to rectify it. What the hell did I do to deserve this? Curse you, Chen Wei." Nearby, CEO Lu Chuanwei sat on the sofa, smoking in silence, equally enraged. After their recent application for the pilot operation of ride-hailing services was denied, the founding team of Kuai Dash had earnestly heeded the advice of a key government official in Hangzhou, diligently working to improve their operations. While they still had some shortcomings regarding social security benefits for part-time drivers, Kuai Dash had made strides to align with Trillion Travel in various aspects. They enhanced the salaries for their ground operations and put significant emphasis on driver training and the operational environment of their vehicles. The technical team borrowed ideas, adding features such as one-click trip sharing, emergency calls, and instant alerts to their app. It was during this process of emulation that Kuai Dash came to realize the meticulousness with which Trillion Travel operated. For instance, their one-click emergency call feature connects to a 24/7 customer support team dedicated to passenger safety, responding within 5 seconds and communicating via text to assess whether police involvement is necessary. The one-click alert feature contacts a specialized emergency response team, also available 24/7, responding within 3 seconds to contact the police first before gathering details through text communication. These nuances left Kuai Dash's management and technical teams in awe, recognizing the importance of attention to detail. It was precisely because they diligently worked to improve their service quality that Kuai Dash recently received commendation from a prominent government official in Hangzhou. This recognition invigorated the entire team, akin to a shot of adrenaline. Core members, including founder Chen Weixing, CEO Lu Chuanwei, COO Zhao Dong, and CTO Wen Cheng, glimpsed the dawn of securing the pilot operation qualification for ride-hailing services in Hangzhou. Yet, just as they prepared to deliver an impressive performance during the Spring Festival travel rush, they were unexpectedly struck by a severe blow. The Hangzhou government suddenly intensified its regulatory scrutiny over Kuai Dash. The Transportation Department began issuing maximum penalties for illegal operations discovered on the streets, including vehicle impoundment, fines, and a 12-point deduction from driver's licenses. While enduring fines and impoundments might have been manageable, the 12-point deduction from licenses was excruciatingly burdensome. Regardless of whether the Transportation Department had legal grounds for such actions, it would have been reasonable to issue local traffic regulations on the spot. The repercussions of drivers losing all 12 points and the time lost in retaking the driving test were simply unacceptable for both Kuai Dash and its drivers. Consequently, Chen Weixing and Lu Chuanwei immediately mobilized their networks to ascertain why the Hangzhou government had suddenly altered its stance. They soon learned of the troublesome situation that Didi had caused, and the two were infuriated, feeling as though they might as well journey to the capital with sacks and clubs, ready to deliver retribution to that incompetent Chen Wei. How could someone so inept create such a monumental fiasco? It was utterly unjust. After smashing the glass, Chen Weisheng still felt unsatisfied and wished to vocalize his frustrations further. However, Lu Chuanwei extinguished his cigarette and suddenly said, "I want to give Didi a serious blow." Chen Weisheng's attention was instantly captured, and he asked with curiosity, "What do you plan to do?" Lu Chuanwei replied, "Behind Didi stand investment giants like Jinsha River Venture Capital, Tencent, the Sino-Singapore Industry Fund, Temasek, and DST. Meanwhile, we have the backing of Matrix Partners and the 40 Thieves Capital. Enduring some sacrifices to withstand this iron-fisted ordeal is not overly daunting. To speak rather bluntly, the insidious presence of Didi and its ilk will undoubtedly resurface. I harbor no desire to witness the resurgence of this abhorrent entity, and I wish to douse it with a bucket of cold water." Chen Weisheng disregarded the resentment lacing L. Chuanwei's words and addressed the crux directly. "Just tell me your plan and how I can assist." L. Chuanwei inhaled deeply, gritting his teeth as he declared, "I intend to sell the company to Starlink Technology." "Excuse me?" Chen Weisheng's brow furrowed in confusion. Wasn't it merely a setback? Why entertain the notion of selling the company? Furthermore, is this even a decision for us to make? Our shares have dwindled to below 51%. Wake up, my friend. Perceiving Chen Weisheng's bewilderment, L. Chuanwei elaborated. "I happened upon a piece of information. The Strategic Investment and Mergers Department of Starlink Technology has assembled an elite team that has moved into K-Lead to restructure its strategy and operations. You know what this implies, Chen?" Chen Weisheng's expression shifted instantly, his demeanor growing grave as he inquired, "Is this information credible?" "Indeed," L. Chuanwei nodded. "I cannot disclose the source, but it is entirely reliable." After a brief pause, he continued, "Once Starlink Technology completes its acquisition and restructuring of K-Lead, they will possess their own mapping and navigation systems, rendering their ecosystem in the transportation sector exceedingly comprehensive. The competition we face in ride-hailing will intensify, and for survival, we will need to expend even more capital. This means further fundraising, dilution of shares, and a loss of influence. I believe that rather than continuing to invite the increasingly domineering capital of the 40 Thieves, it would be wiser to shift our allegiance to Starlink Technology. At the very least." He sighed, rubbing his face with fatigue. "When I look back on this chapter of my life in my later years, I can accept that I was bested by a formidable competitor rather than being turned into a puppet by overbearing capital." Upon hearing this, Chen Weisheng was taken aback. Such reflections on life's value and philosophy had evidently been bottled up within L. Chuanwei for quite some time. Upon further contemplation, this notion proved to be quite feasible. Ultimately, we would likely be ousted by the 40 Thieves Capital, so why not exit on our own terms? Moreover, we could deliver a blow to the 40 Thieves Capital. Let them be nauseated by our defiance. Investment is one thing, but must they incessantly prattle on? Chen Weisheng, harboring considerable resentment towards the 40 Thieves Capital, suddenly realized that the prospect of Starlink ignited a newfound sense of possibility. He declared earnestly, "L, I leave this matter in your capable hands. If I were to engage with the Strategic Investment Department of Starlink Technology, it would surely attract the attention of Jingwei Ventures and the 40 Thieves Capital." L. Chuanwei regarded Chen Weisheng with mild astonishment, questioning, "You truly agree to this?" "Yes, proceed with your plans. I not only wish to strike a decisive blow against Didi, but also to stab the 40 Thieves in the back." Chen Weisheng affirmed with conviction, then sighed dreamily. "I truly long to see the expression on Jack Ma's face when the time comes." Chapter 89, A New Year's Gift, The Arrival of the Block. While some endure hardships, others celebrate the new year with joy. As Didi agonized over the grim news of impending reforms, Wang Xu delightedly shared a meal with his grandparents. Meanwhile, Lu Daqiang of Xinglian Transportation found his ambitions subdued, compelled instead to diligently advance a multi-billion subsidy initiative. Other divisions of Starlink Technology faced no interruptions, allowing the president to enjoy a particularly pleasant meal. "Grandma, let me wash the dishes," Wang Xu offered, dutifully trailing behind his grandmother as she cleared the table. As the water gushed from the faucet, he glanced into the living room and noticed his grandfather engrossed in the newspaper once more. He seized the opportunity to whisper, "Grandma, Grandpa has hidden a pack of cigarettes in the vase." His grandmother shot him a reproachful glance, retorting, "Am I unaware of whether he has the means to purchase cigarettes? Surely, you must have bribed him." "What? Did you think you could pull a fast one? First bribing him to placate his anger, and then reporting him to me to avoid my wrath." With a playful poke to Wang Xu's forehead, she added with a tone of affectionate exasperation, "You've always been mischievous, and you've only grown more stubborn. When will you let me rest easy?" Wang Xu remained silent, merely offering a sheepish grin. This was a familiar tactic he employed with his grandmother, often yielding favorable results. However, this time, he miscalculated. Though she refrained from further reproach, she posed two questions that were not so easily answered. "Pray tell, how did you come by your funds?" That young president named Wang Xu at Starlink Technology. Could he possibly be you? Though she typically eschewed the internet, she was not entirely uninformed. Neighbors had already mentioned in her presence that a company called Starlink Technology had gained considerable attention online in the latter half of the year, and its president bore the surname Wang and the name Xu, raising her suspicions about her grandson. However, until she received confirmation from him, she had no intention of believing such speculative claims. Her earlier observation of Wang Xu clad in garments worth tens of thousands of yuan had solidified her belief that her grandson had achieved success. Insisting he change into something more modest before entering, she sought to avoid any unnecessary conflict between the two, especially considering her husband's aversion to extravagance and ostentation. Wang Xu, for his part, had been reluctant to disclose his establishment of Starlink technology to his family. It was not due to concerns about them clamoring for their share of the profits, as many might presume. The family legacy was firmly upheld by his grandfather, a man who had served a lifetime as a soldier. Rather, certain matters were difficult to explain, particularly regarding the funding of the company. Although everything was managed legally and appropriately, that was for outsiders to see. How could he present such details to his family? A benevolent lie remains a lie and does not alter the essence of deception. After a moment of contemplation, Wang Xu replied candidly, "Grandma, Starlink Technology is indeed my company, and the source of its funding is entirely legitimate, though I cannot disclose specific details. In essence, rest assured, my company is under close scrutiny. If there were any issues, I would have faced consequences long ago." His grandmother scrutinized him deeply, choosing not to press further, only reminding him to conduct himself well and do good work before returning to her kitchen duties. Every generation has its own fortunes. In old age, one should not fret over trivial matters. She yearned to live a few more years to embrace her great-grandchild. Regrettably, her two grandsons were no longer young and still unmarried. Who knows how long it would be before she could hold a great-grandchild? Suddenly, Wang Xu felt an inexplicable trepidation, as though something profoundly unsettling was imminent. He had experienced this sensation on multiple occasions in his past life. A moment's reflection led him to realize that this was the precursor to his grandmother's matchmaking endeavors. His heart sank as he hastily quickened his dishwashing pace, successfully escaping the kitchen with an excuse of keeping his grandfather company while watching television. Just before his grandmother could utter a word. For the remainder of the time, aside from New Year's Eve and the first day of the new year, Wang Xu engaged in a game of cat and mouse with his grandmother. Every time he sensed her intent to broach the subject of marriage, he concocted various excuses to slip away. His grandfather, sharp-eyed as ever, had long seen through the playful exchanges between grandmother and grandson. Yet he saw through it without voicing his thoughts, relishing the long-absent liveliness within the household. However, this harmonious atmosphere abruptly ceased on the 8th day of the Lunar New Year. The elderly matriarch began to scrutinize her grandson with a critical eye. It was not only that she lamented his constant confinement at home, revolving around his grandparents, but also his apparent lack of initiative to venture out and socialize with young women. She also chided him for his voracious appetite and minimal contribution to household chores, frequently reporting on his habit of sneaking cigarettes to his grandfather. In essence, after indulging her dear grandson with delectable meals for 10 consecutive days, the matriarch suddenly resolved to cease her pampering of the young rascal. The grandfather, meanwhile, fanned the flames of discord, his remarks tinged with sarcasm. Wang Xu was acutely aware that his grandparents were subtly urging him to return to work, as the 8th day marked a statutory workday for them. Neglecting to fulfill one's duties when required was tantamount to delaying contributions to the nation, which was simply intolerable. Thus, it was once again time for Wang Xu to depart from home. He wasted no time, swiftly packing his belongings and preparing to leave. "Grandpa, Grandma, I'm heading back to Xingqing for work. Please take care of yourselves, and I shall return frequently." At the doorstep, he waved goodbye to his grandparents. "Go, go, go. Be quick about it. Your presence is a nuisance." The matriarch waved her hand dismissively, her impatience evident. Yet the grandfather, with a serious countenance, admonished, "Young man, conduct yourself well, work diligently, and do not bring trouble to the nation and its people." "Yes," Wang Xu responded instinctively, standing at attention and replying loudly, a habit instilled in him from his upbringing under his grandfather's military-like discipline. This tendency persisted even as he established his own company, where he found himself enjoying the sight of executives and employees pledging their commitment before him. "Right turn, march and step," the grandfather called out 2 commands in jest, before firmly shutting the door behind him. He had always detested farewells. Countless comrades and fine soldiers had departed under his watch, never to be seen again. The sentiment was unpleasant, and each recollection brought a lump to his throat. Upon returning to the living room, the grandfather sat in silence for a considerable time before letting out a deep sigh. "Xiao Su has grown up and acquired skills." "Indeed," the matriarch responded, her mood somewhat less somber than the grandfather's. With the air of a magnate overseeing nearly 10,000 employees, her tone was robust, reflecting the significant changes since the past. That is not what I meant. The grandfather gently shook his head, reflecting, I was referring to Xiao Su's mysterious activities outside, managing to become a security officer. As he spoke, his eyes narrowed slightly, a hint of pride creeping into his voice. They call him a bodyguard, but my eyes are not deceived. He is indeed a security officer. Is that so? The matriarch exclaimed, straining her memory back to the 20th day of the previous year, recalling the two bodyguards summoned by her grandson. Realizing that the bodyguards did indeed resemble soldiers, she understood that her grandson had not misled her. The higher-ups were indeed keeping a close watch on him. The fact that security personnel were dispatched was undoubtedly a positive sign. Delighted, the matriarch rewarded her husband with a measure of wine during lunch, which in turn greatly pleased the grandfather. Meanwhile, upon returning to Xingqing, Wang Xu received news that left him uncertain whether to celebrate or lament. The CEO of Kuai's ride-hailing service, El Chuanwei, had secretly approached Hu Baiyan, proactively proposing that Xuanxing Technology acquire their company. Wang Xu exclaimed, what a surprise. They say the new year should start with a bang. This luck is indeed extraordinary.